No, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Yeah.
Uh, okay, like somebody who's like raised in the wild, like a feral, like some boy, Jungle Book type shit or whatever. Like, if you were never taught a language, what are your thoughts like? Like, how do you think? Like,
Yeah.
like if we get into the NPC, like 15% of people don't have an internal dialogue, which absolutely blows my mind, and I don't understand how 15% of the population don't have an
Right.
internal dialogue. And it like goes
Right.
into like if you were never taught a language, like how do you think? Like what are your thoughts like if you don't have a language? If you're not taught English, like how do you think? And or like what are your thoughts like?
I think
You know what I'm
language
saying?
will
People
always.
try to give an answer. People always try to give an answer that makes sense, but I'm always like, nah. Like in the back of my mind,
Right,
because that
no,
blows
like
my mind too, just to think about.
right, no,
Well,
that's the whole thing is they say like 8% or 15% don't have an internal dialogue, and I'm like, how can you not have an internal dialogue? Like, it blows my mind to think of people who don't think
well,
and don't hear thoughts. Like,
well, it's
how do you hear? Like, how do you hear your thoughts? Like it's not like a
right.
audio. Like you're not hearing it through your ears, but you hear this voice, your internal
Right.
voice. But
They're,
yeah, go
they're
ahead.
not
Go
word.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's about they're not words though. I think the problem is when you try to use your mouth to make sounds to express your thoughts, right? Your command of that skill or language is or musical instrument or however it is. So I don't think thoughts are necessarily words or sounds or you know what I mean? Like that's what I mean. Like if a person was born blind and doesn't know what the world looks like, what does the world look
Right.
like to them? You know, what is light
Right.
to them? What is light? If light is just our eyes interpreting a sensor, a sense, right? An image that the data that the eyeball
Data.
is
Yeah.
bringing in,
Data that
right?
our mind interprets in the brain. Right. Go ahead.
Right. So that means light is something that has to do with the mind, not necessarily the hardware, but how the mind interprets the environment. You know what I mean?
Right.
That it's in. So,
Yeah.
what is
Absolutely.
light? Right. And sound.
What is
You know, when you think about
what is
sound,
like?
sound is. You can now say sound. If you're blind, sound is pretty much light because it's what creates the image of the world around you, your environment, the sense of that's the sensory that you have left if you're blind. You know, and that is enhanced. What kind of images are created? What kind of world are you
Like
seeing? What do
like
people
I
look?
was I was teaching my daughter. I pulled up a YouTube video of the guy that was blind and can do like a sonar, like makes clicks and pops and can basically see the world through his sound, like basically like a bat, like radar. And he's blind and
Oh,
he can ride his bike down the street and just go clicks and pops with his mouth and see the sounds bouncing off of things and know what things are. Like that shit was amazing. So I shared it with my daughter. My daughter's 15. And I was sharing it with her, like, of this blind guy that can
And that's
like
sight, right?
see
That's sight.
see.
but,
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, that's
but
his version of seeing.
that's the same thing as like the same question comes to mind. Like when like if you don't know a language, like what kind of thoughts are you having? What if you've never been able to see, what kind of stimulations are you running in your mind? Like what kind of vision,
Right.
what kind of thoughts? Like how are you seeing these things? Like what
Right,
is seeing?
right.
In what light are you seeing it? Right.
You're not seeing light. You
But the
can't
light
see.
is
Well,
in
you
you.
do. Well, you
Right. But
do. It's a. I found out that blind people like that. It's not that like they can walk into a room with light and tell that there's light there. Like they
Right,
can see the difference between dark and light.
right. They know if it's bright or if it's dark, even though they can't see. How is that?
I think their eyes
How?
can feel the
How,
light. Right?
Sway? How?
You ain't got the answers. Why? You ain't. Right? I think maybe their eyeballs can feel the light. No?
Yeah. No, I'm sure you have like when you're blind, like they say, like any sense that like if you're deaf or you're blind or whatever, or like Helen Keller, she was deaf and blind, which is like mind numbing to me. But it's like
So she probably had amazing orgasms then.
when one sensation is
Did you hear the joke?
Go ahead, Eli. Go ahead.
I said she must have had really intense orgasms then.
Eli, something old. One second, something old. Your mouth mic.
Like I said before, you're not seeing.
Okay.
Hey,
sorry guys.
I can't hear anybody. Eli, say what you said again about Helen Keller's.
No, I said she must have had some really intense orgasms then.
Yeah, because all her other senses are like super heightened, right? So if she doesn't have height or hearing, or sight or hearing, all her other senses are super enhanced. That's what I'm saying. Like the blind dude that can, like, he can't see, but he can hear, and he's using this. His sense of hearing is so high that he can send out pops and clicks with his mouth and see, quote unquote, see. Like I try to show this a video to my daughter, and in the video, it was kind of confusing to my daughter because in the video they showed flashes of light because they were trying to show like what he experienced, like showing flashes of light, like when he sends out these clicks. And what he gets back. And so it was like I was trying to show her like what he experienced, but it was like I had to explain, like, okay, they're trying to show you what it would be like for you, a person with sight, what it would be like for him. And so it was like kind of hard for me to show her what it was like because it kept showing like flashes of light, like it would do strobes, but it was showing like when he would send out the clicks and pops from his mouth and kind of like the flashes of light of how he would see it in his brain, like it was a representation. And so then I had to like explain that to her, and it kind of made it harder for me to show my daughter what it was like. But yeah, but it was a good representation, like how you see as a blind person. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add to that where blind people can see the light or darkness. That is a part that they see. It is light perception. So I'm not too sure exactly how it works, but there's a percentage of people that are totally blind that still have light perception.
Yeah, I find that fascinating.
Yeah, so they can't see colors or shapes or things like that, but yeah, they still have their light perception that works. It's quite crazy.
And even like people who can see, like, okay, I don't want to trigger anybody, but like Kanye West says he sees sounds and colors, like bass is like brown, and like he sees sounds and colors, even though he's not blind. That's how he perceive. Go ahead.
I want to say he just got that from watching Power and Lucius Lyon.
Right.
But, my bad, not Power. What's that? Lee Daniels. Empire. But anyway.
Empire. Yeah.
But I want to say he's lying, except for the fact that, again, when I was on psychedelics, I'm just saying,
right? Yeah. You can see colors. That's like the whole meme is I can see colors, right?
But it's almost like you can see, and not only are you seeing
or hear colors.
Feeling, it's almost like you're feeling what you're seeing, and it's almost like you're traveling what you're If you know what, never mind. It
Mm.
sounds as stupid as,
No, I know, Elijah, bro.
and sometimes it's like you're drinking what you see. You know what? Never mind.
No drugs are bad, guys.
Go ahead, Elijah, man. Like, I feel you 100%.
Smoking what
No,
you
it-
see.
well, it's like it's all happening.
It's like,
it's
I'm
like you're a
breathing
part
it,
of-
bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nah, man. I haven't done it. I haven't tried it yet.
Unless you've done psychedelics or like done DMT or anything, nobody listening, unless you've done those things, have any
I've done salvia, but I
can't
hate
relate
it.
to what we're talking about whatsoever. Like DMT, like when I did DMT for the first time, I was like, everybody in life should do this at least once. Like you are being like you're being damn fuck what
I
It's
would
not medical advice,
don't-
but
yeah, I wouldn't recommend
No.
it though. Yeah, I think it's really bad and evil.
So
Like
you
you're
can't
being-
even know,
like you're
right?
being cheated.
the
That's what
government
people
says
see.
that it's wrong, so we all agree with that. But for educational purposes and those that, just want
For
to
research purposes.
research.
I
Scientific.
think that every single person should have a psychedelic experience. Like I had this debate with my mom. Like my mom is like anti drugs, anti any type of thing. She's like super like spiritual and religious, and it's just like
Look, man.
like I try and talk to her about this
we're-
thing, but I'm like,
what we're
Go
saying is that the spiritual aspect of these things, right? You have to consider it, like, because
yeah,
if we are being lied to,
yeah,
right, about everything, then we are also being lied to about these things, and we have to
yes, you're right.
look into
Oh, it's
it
just
and
your
research.
mind. It's
Right.
not happening outside of you. So
Right.
your
'Cause
perception, it's like, nah, I don't know. Listen, one time, listen. My friend said you have to listen to music.
Oh,
You
I'm
have
listening,
to
bro.
listen to music, is what he said. And I said, all right.
Indeed.
And so I got the idea while I was, under the influence.
Right.
And I said, oh, I should listen to some music. So I went to YouTube and I proceeded to listen to music for what felt like 30 minutes, but was probably more like 5 minutes. And then I said, wait a
What
minute.
kind of music?
This is the most beautiful music I've ever heard.
It doesn't matter what
I
kind
have
of music
not-
it was. It was beautiful, no
but-
matter
but
what it was.
This is the problem. However, I had not pressed play.
Damn. I did take shrooms, and that's what happened to me when I took shrooms. I made a beat, and I thought, man, this is, I don't know what happened, but this is it. This is the best. This is gotta be
Beat I've
the
ever
best.
made.
And then I know, man. And I watched the movie, and I was like, damn, this is the best movie I ever watched. I fell asleep, woke up. I checked the beat, right? I was like, what the hell, man? What the hell? I swore I heard something totally different last night. I was like, what is this? So I was like, true.
Right.
That's true for me, man. I was like, yo,
Right.
I can't. I gotta eat shrooms after I make something out on weed,
Right.
or something like that.
Right. I'm a beat maker too, so I understand what you're talking about. Like I'm a producer, I make beats, and the whole
Hey,
thing was
you
like,
feel my pain.
like you understand the whole world when you're in it, and then the next day you wake up and you're like, you forget everything. So I was like, okay, this time I'm going to get a notebook and I'm going to write down everything that I'm thinking,
How you
and-
felt about
right,
the
how I
sound?
felt going through the experience. So I still have that notebook. It's a green notebook. I still have it, and
I'll record it.
it was
man.
like, I'll just tell you the highlights of my notebook, and it was like I was basically saying, it's a loop, it's a loop, it's a loop. Like I was like when I was tripping, it was like I was ahead of the curve of experiencing reality, and like I was ahead, like it was like slowed down or whatever. So I was like, it's a loop. Like we're in the infinite you know how they always say like a linear time is an illusion or whatever, blah blah blah, and you know, there's only the infinite now. So when I was doing psychedelics and I was writing shit down, I was like, it's a loop. It's I kept writing an infinity sign over and over and over and over again, saying it's a loop. And
So
we're just
sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
had that
Go-
with laughing gas. Laughing gas. It's like 20 seconds, right? 20 or 30 seconds. No medical advice. But in those 30 seconds, you feel like you're constantly experiencing the same thing, like a loop. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Amnesia.
the infinite now. There's only right now. Like, and that's what it takes you to is in the moment. Like, I thought I could control fire and all types of shit. Like, I had a desk and I had some like pennies on the desk, and I like lit the shit on fire. And I'm like looking, like I could have burnt my whole house down. Like, I was like thought I could control fire and all types
Fire
of shit.
master.
It's funny as hell, man. Go ahead.
See, when I had my feeling that everything it was connected, and I guess that's maybe that's what you're describing when you're saying, you know, loop. For me, it's like everything is like loop.
Yeah, like Lucy, like the movie Lucy with my wife. What's her name? What's my wife's name?
Jane?
No, in Lucy. What's my wife's name in Lucy?
Scarlett.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, like in the movie, like Lucy, like
yeah. Your wife.
yeah. That I
my
felt like
ex-wife. Yeah, that's my ex-wife.
okay, my current wife. Okay.
But Lucy, yeah, and then what happened? Lucy, you were saying, yeah.
Don't be talking about my bae like that. But anyways, yeah, shit, like the way, like in that movie, like that's how you feel. You know what I'm saying? Like you see the trees and you see the energy running up through the branches, and you feel connected and you remember everything. Like how what she was experiencing in that movie Lucy is what it's like when you're on mushrooms until the next day. And then it's over. And that's why I try to like have the notebook so I could write that shit down, because I was tired of like having that experience and then like the next day not, you know. So I try to have a note, but
It's like words don't do it. Like,
you know, right.
Last
You
time
can't-
I tripped.
Go ahead.
Okay. The last time I tripped was like 2 or 3 years ago on 4th of July break. I was home alone. I had a big bag of eighth of shrooms, and I took them, and on my TV I had like Google doing random nature photos through the Chromecast, and I had a music playlist that was labeled shrooms, and it was lightly playing. And when my trip started getting really heavy, I'll just shorten it down. I was able to interact with some kind of invisible spectrum that connected all material and immaterial things in my living room, and I was able to shape shadows. It was a trip, man.
Awesome. I love to hear about other people's personal experiences, and I know exactly like what you're talking about. Like I thought I could control fire. Like I damn near burnt my house down. Like I had some pennies on my desk and they were lit on fire, and I was like, I had a blunt rolled up and I had my like I locked the door and I was watching shit like,
you know,
and
what's weird?
What was weird though is when I was able to interact with that invisible spectrum that I couldn't describe in words. I was able to shape it in spheres, and then like my internal dialogue after that trip, like another, like you know how it comes in waves. Another wave came, and my internal dialogue was saying, "You need to get off social media. You need to get off that stuff, man." And I was tripping.
Doesn't it fucking freak you guys out though?
I was gonna speak to that real quick. It's kind of weird. It's what I mean by weird is like like what you're describing is kind of like, you know, what I kind of try to do, not being under the influence. So like, for
Right.
example, if you look directly at a light, or the sun, and you close your eyes, you get that like bright spot, right? And then like after a while, like you can, it seems like you can kind of change the shape of the light that you see with your eyes closed. Like, but at the same time, you can't control it because then it stops. It does something else, and then you attempt to control it, and it seems like you control it, but then it changes again, exactly like a dream does.
Yeah.
Right.
Like when you think
Like
you're
your
lucid
dream.
dreaming and you think you're controlling it, it might be certain aspects that you may influence, but ultimately, you're not in control.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
As
like
something you're
only,
experiencing.
like I want to get one of those like what are those iPad things that recognize when you're in REM sleep and then like flash a like red light so that you know you're dreaming, and then you can like control your dreams.
Lucid
I need to
dreaming,
get-
I do that.
I need to
Yeah.
get one of those things 'cause my dreams are fucking crazy. Like I have crazy dreams,
You
and
can practice
like
lucid dreaming. I do it quite often. It's damn fun. But you guys and the fucking psychedelics, dude, no ways. That freaks me too much. That freaks me out too much.
Well, on a
Dude,
side note,
I'm 35 years old, and I smoked weed for the first time when I was about 19. And I think the guys mixed it with shit because everything went like everyone went small and turned into little cartoon characters. The walls turned pink. The paintings had flowers on them. There was a path from the pool house to the house.
that wasn't just weed, bro.
Yeah, this thing fucking turned into a bridge.
Weed doesn't do that.
Right, and then there was a pool table. I was like, oh my god, this is something's fucked up happening to me. Sorry for my language. And I threw the pool ball, and the pool ball just broke into like a million pieces. And then I walked into the lounge, and my was handcuffed to his sister, and his sister was whipping him. And I said, nah, this stuff is not for me. So I've never smoked. I smoked weed once, and that was it. And never again, dude. I just drink a lot of beer.
Hey,
That wasn't
That-
weed, bro. That wasn't weed.
that wasn't weed, bro. Yeah, don't discount weed because of that experience, bro. Like,
yeah.
weed is cool, so don't write it off because of that.
My brother
Not-
smokes and enjoys it.
Not
so, yeah.
not all weed is
Hey.
like that. So
Illegal
Don't eat-
Elijah. On a side note, when I was looking at that Chromecast and there was alternating pictures of the natural landscapes that people were taking photographs of, when I was right up on it and looking at it, it was like instantaneously shifting from one landscape to another without the picture actually changing. Did you guys experience anything like that?
yeah, like it was like you're looking at a 2D thing, but then the 2D thing becomes 3D. Something
Yeah,
like
but
that. Like
also the landscape was changing without the actual picture on the TV changing. It was because every picture was there for 1 minute, and it would like shift to, and it would flow in a way like it was just weird, man.
Yeah, you were tripping. You were tripping as fuck. That's just what comes with it. Like how you see things, like your visuals and shit like that. Like it's
Yeah.
incredible.
But when I was able to shift and hold the invisible interconnected medium, I guess, through objects, I was able to shape it into a sphere in real time. And I think it, like, I don't know, those chemical reactions that the shrooms, after they get in your bloodstream, like it lifts a total different veil of reality. It's insane, but in a sane way. It felt natural.
Absolutely.
Guys, I've got a question. It's off the psychedelic stuff here now.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm pretty new to the whole flat Earth thing. However, I was introduced to it about 6 years ago, and I was like, "Wow, this is very interesting." And then I was in two worlds, like either flat or it's a ball. And then a couple of months ago,
Right.
I keep saying, letting you guys know this because there's obviously new faces in here that I haven't met yet. That now I'm more on the flat Earth side. So what I did is yesterday I went and bought myself a Nikon P900, What is the first thing I go and look up for now? I want to get this.
What is-
I'm excited about this.
What is the first thing? What's your question with the P900?
What should I go and do with this now? Like, I'm full on now interested
Okay.
in flat Earth, and I went to buy this.
Okay. You want to do experiments on yourself? Are you near a body of water?
Yeah, I'm in Cape Town, South Africa.
Okay. So
Kilometer from the coast, less than a mile, so 800. How do you got that? Just less than a mile from the coast.
okay. So if you're near a body of water, I mean, you can even do this on land, but it's just easier doing water because we know water doesn't curve because water finds its level. Just go on Google and find something near you that's far away. Find out where it is, and then see if you can see it.
All right, cool. So that's probably one of the first things I need to do just to get rid of that curve thing. So that's what I thought. I thought maybe because everyone's done it, maybe there's something else that I must try. But I think that's going to probably be the best thing for me to do.
Right. You know the Earth curve calculator. You know the 8 inches per mile squared. So
I've got the calculator.
Go ahead, Eli.
Use it to look at the moon too. Like if you could catch that lunar wave, so called. That's what they call it.
Ooh,
How much was that camera, by the way?
So expensive here in South Africa, but I got it a little bit cheaper. It's about 15,000 rand. I was gonna get the conversion. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
It's just point blank down.
It's
Like, you know what I mean?
about $1,000.
Like the moon not being what we intuitively. I don't even know if it's intuitive. Maybe it's just because when I look at it now, I'm like, man, that's a bright ass light. I don't look at it as like, yo, that's
Yeah. Hey, Elijah, did you check out Vibes of Cosmos thing about the moon?
And
no.
by the way, it's about $1,000. Yeah.
Okay.
What's going on with what is that?
I'm talking about the plasma projection of the the moon is actually a projected map of like an ancient Earth, like stuck in time. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, I've heard about it, but I mean, they'll say there's a lot of appealing things with that, but I'm like, well, if none of us could have ever taken a snapshot of any of the continents ever, how could someone say, well, this looks like that? Like, because if they had maps in the past, they had the same shit that we have now. And undoubtedly, there's no way that they saw the Earth unless NASA knows something we don't know.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, on the end of that series of the flat, what was it? The Lost History of Flat Earth. It kind of dove into that plasma moon map projection.
Watching a few videos.
Yeah, it's fucked up to me because, I mean, I don't want to downplay it without having seen it. A lot of people like it, so it's like, whatever. But for me, I already think that the moon is a projection. So it's like it puts on this extra layer of, well, I can't get with that shit. Like, for someone who hasn't heard it, hasn't thought of it at all, like, it could very well be a projection. But when you say it's a projection of the old world, they're like, so you're saying it's a projection and it's a projection of the old world? Nah, bruh. Like, it makes you not accept the whole projection thing at all. And that's just my speculation on what it is, by the way. I'm just saying.
I think it's a projection. I think the moon is outside the firmament, just inside, or just on the outside of it, and we're seeing a projection
it's
on the
set
firmament.
inside.
Yeah, and we're seeing it on the actual firmament.
Like, you could say like if I were to be on like the other side of some multi-layered glass surface, right?
Yeah.
And I shone a light through it, I could say that light was set in the material that it's propagating through.
Yeah, like I was looking at the moon. I was looking at the moon last night, and I was thinking like like even if okay, let's assume that the sun is reflecting off the moon, blah blah blah. Like if that is a sphere and that is a physical a rock, whatever. Like even though only one side is lit up, you should still be able to see the other side of it. Like even though it's not lit up, if it was that, like you should still be able to see. Like if you were to do this kind of experiment in like real life and like shine a light on a sphere, blah blah blah, and only a certain side is lit up, you should still be able to see the non, like it's physical, so you should be able to see the non lit up part, even though it's not lit up. You know what I'm saying? Like you should be able to see that.
Because it's a projection, that's why I think we don't see the other side. We always only see that one side, and I think it's because it is a projection.
Oh, I heard what you said. Illegal.
Right.
I get what you're saying. Also,
Right. I know you feel me, Elijah. I know you're deep into this moon shit. And
when it comes
go ahead.
with the phases, it's like why would it not? But it kind of is there, isn't it? Like when you like Chocolate has some of these pictures. I don't know who can take maybe it's the iPhone, but like there's sort of this portion of it that's there that's just not lit.
Oh yeah, we get that often.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we get that often. Yeah, in South Africa.
Like it's not like it's not. It's well, in some instances you can take a picture that's like it's not there, but then sometimes they have like certain effects or the way that they got the light the camera situated in the settings that it is there, like something is there, it's just not lit. Like,
just
the weirdest thing.
Just like the eclipse. Just like the eclipse, which I know, Eli, you'll be deep into this. Like the eclipse, like when it comes in and when it goes out, you can't see the moon before, after the eclipse. So we can't say that the moon is doing that because we can't see it before or after
But they were
doing that. Like we don't see it. Like it's fucked up. Like Eli, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
mute that dude. But yeah, so the lunar wave, I've seen a few videos about it and things like that. How often does that happen? Because I was filming it last night to, obviously testing out the camera. I just bought it yesterday, and oh man, I'm impressed with it. Damn, this thing's a beauty. So yeah, I'm going to be filming some more tonight. We've had some good rain here as well, so it's cleared up the skies a bit. So yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Full moon. Yep, full moon tonight. Yep.
Cool. So I bought this thing on the perfect timing as well. Yeah, if I wasn't invested in Flat Earth, I wouldn't have spent so much money on the damn camera. But I want to prove to myself as well, just to confirm what I'm like feeling and seeing. So yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely, bro. Good job. Like, yeah, do that shit. Like, we have to test these things for ourselves. Like, that's what Globers or whatever. Like, we test this shit. Like, or we focus on things that we can test for ourselves. And the thing with the moon is like, that doesn't necessarily prove anything. Like, but
it's just another step into the rabbit hole, a little bit deeper.
Right.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those long distance observations will.
Oh yeah. So that's for me. That's basically the one main reason why I bought it, just for me to prove to myself that, dude, there's no curve. So
yeah. So not the moon, but like things in the on the horizon, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Horizon. Yep.
But just filming the moon and stars, I find that extremely fascinating after seeing all these videos and stuff. So that's the other reason why I bought it. I just thought, okay, cool. Let me go prove to myself that the Earth doesn't curve. But now after that, let's go check out what the moon looks like. Let's see what the stars look like. I want to get myself other filters for this damn thing now, so I can try get that double sun. And dude, I want to go crazy. And then eventually I want to create a YouTube channel and then just put all my shit up on the YouTube channel. That's
Hey, do you know the difference between the Nikon P950 and the 900? I was looking at them on Amazon.
Yeah. Same zoom. I think the 950 doesn't have GPS anymore. I think that's the only thing that's different. Oh wait, and I think it shoots 4K, where the P900 doesn't.
Well, I said the P1000 shoots 4K, but I didn't say the P950 does.
I think the 950 also does 4K.
Oh, okay.
That was an extra couple of dollars or rands on our side, but
it's worth the extra couple of bucks. Yeah, it's
just I don't want to spend that much. I just started the business. I actually bought this through my business to film my product.
Hell yeah!
So technically, it didn't cost me any money.
Hell yeah!
It cost money. So yeah.
Write that shit off, bro. Write that shit off.
Yeah.
Tackle,
they have the
write that shit
they
off.
have the P900 on Amazon now for $769.
Not too bad, yeah. So I paid about $1,000. So $769 is not bad, dude. That's damn cheap, actually.
Yeah, 3 left in stock. I might have to pull this trigger. Only 3 left.
Very impressive piece of technology. Oh my goodness, I'm so impressed with it. Oh, who posted that video, that moon and the eclipse there? Just after the Selenion eclipse. Miguel, I think he posted it. That looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, I recommend anybody doing pure DMT at least once in their life.
Is that more fucking psychedelic stuff? Because damn, dude, after my experience, I don't want to touch shit again. Freaked me too much.
The same thing. Like if you done mushrooms and had like something that was like you didn't like, acid or LSD is like the best things about mushrooms without all the bullshit. Like it's all the good things without all the bad things. So like
I'm gonna have to counter. I'm gonna have to counter your recommendation with my own counter recommendation. Yeah, don't do DMT.
Okay. All right.
I just wanted to match that. Right. Bet.
Okay. I would recommend it. I believe that every person living should do DMT at least once in their life. Because that's how I felt when I did it. Like, as soon as I did it, I was like, everybody should do this at least once. But if you had a bad experience, I can understand you saying don't do it. But when I did it, maybe your shit wasn't as pure as mine. But when I did it, I was like, everybody should do this at least once in their life. Like, every human being should do this.
My shit is the purest shit, dude. Don't.
Okay. Okay. I wasn't trying to like, but you're saying. So, did you have a bad experience?
I have not had the pleasure of having the experience, but I actually I'm against having such an experience, right?
Yeah. So how you going to tell me? How you going to tell me or anybody else not to have an experience that you haven't had?
Well, not really.
Right.
I'm
I've
just
had the
saying,
experience, and I'm
there are
recommending
some.
it. Go ahead.
I mean, DMT is kind of different, right? I mean, it's not the same as smoking bud or.
Yeah, no, it's not the same. Like, here's the thing: is like, what they say when you die or pass away, like DMT is a natural thing that your brain or your body produces, and actually DMT is like in all plants, to different degrees. You can't just eat a weed and get high or what. But I'm just saying, like, DMT is in all plants. DMT is produced naturally in the body, and they say, like, when you die or pass away, your brain releases a mega dose of DMT, and so you're basically tripping balls to help you ease the transition from this,
Okay.
the world of hold on.
Realm.
Yeah, this realm or duality or physical limitation or whatever. Basically, from this realm to the next realm, when you die, your brain releases this mega dose of DMT. So basically, trip balls when you die, and you go from being a physical being and back to your original spiritual being. Go ahead. Somebody wants to cut in. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, on this Discord, I don't think we should be recommending, to people to do these kinds of drugs.
No, I think we absolutely should. I think everybody that can hear my voice right now should absolutely do acid, DMT, or mushrooms at least once in their life and have that.
Well, what about heroin and crystal meth and cocaine? What's wrong with those? Acid. Lots of acid.
I'm pretty sure that he needs to just stay muted.
I'm not saying do any of that thing.
No, there's none of that fucking talk.
We're not even allowed to
I
talk
come
about
in and I hear talking about acid and shit. That's fucking crazy.
Man,
I'm just trying to, I swear, man.
So I see we had a building blow up in Miami.
Well, we're not allowed to talk about those kind of conspiracies, man.
Just, I don't know, fell down. Half a building just fell down.
Yeah, commercial building.
Are you sure that the big bad wolf didn't just come by and blow it down? I mean, come on.
Could be, because it was made out of sticks and stones.
I don't think it could handle that 1,000 miles per hour speed anymore, and it just blew over.
Somebody didn't want their building anymore. You have a drug addict tag.
Psychedelic.
Whatever.
You shouldn't do it. Like, you should do it at least once in your life to have, like.
Damn.
Hold on. Illegal. Hear me out. I muted you because in all honesty, we can't say these things this overtly on the live stream like this. Like, not appropriate. Can't do it. Not here. So I'm gonna unmute you. Just let's switch gears a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. That's what's up.
But it was a fun talk while it lasted. The fun leaves, rad winners come along. So, you know.
All right. I still love
Not
you, Eli.
that. I mean, really, it's going out on YouTube, and 13-year-olds are listening to it.
No, you're right. You're right.
I don't even think about that. I don't even think about that. It's
Of course you
going out on
don't.
you.
Look, I try and get people off of lean, man. Like, you know how crazy people and these pills and stuff. You know, it's just like weed. Smoke the
Good
herb,
for
man.
you. Weed's good for you. That's how you figured out that you break out of the brain.
Yeah.
That's why they want to keep it. Nobody smoke pot because you might enhance your intelligence.
Don't do drugs, kids. I'm sorry. Don't do drugs.
Nope.
Nope. Don't do them. Don't do any of them. Don't
Do
do
the
drugs, kids.
I went a different route and I became an adrenaline junkie. So I used to skateboard and I skated professionally for a few years. And I surfed and stuff. And dude, I've got a metal elbow. I've got a screw in my left wrist. I got a left knee that pops out. I got a left elbow that's not great, and my left knee still pops out every now and then. So yeah, been there, done that. But damn, that was a good rush. I still surf though, but
Right.
yeah, skate.
Yeah. You can fast and meditate or pray and have psychedelic experiences, I've heard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
You
know,
can do
right?
that too. Yep.
Lucid dreaming is my new favorite thing. Once you get the
Right.
hang of it, dude, it is so awesome to do it.
You have any pointers? I wanted to try that.
Yeah, so go YouTube lucid dreaming clips. It's about an hour. It's like a little hypnosis thing that they put you through. So I did this for months, and eventually I got my first lucid dream, just doing the same thing over and over, and then get an app. It's called some dream app. I'll see if I can find it now.
Yep.
You.
Can you
I
send me
listen,
some link?
I listen to those every night. That's what I put on YouTube.
Yeah.
For the I do that every single night.
Yeah.
Can you
big
shoot me some
pointer-
links, man? I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
well, I'll drop some. Yeah. So the other big pointer is with this app that you download. It's just a dream thing. I think it's called Dreamcatcher. I'll find it now. And you just, if you remember your dream, note it down and put it in this app. That way you're going to start remembering dreams, and that way you'll know when you are dreaming. And when you click while you're dreaming that you're dreaming, you immediately go lucid, and you get, oh, dude, it's so awesome. It's really, really awesome.
My experience is that like it's a little more complicated than that, because for me, when I had to learn how to relax, right? Because when I realized that I was dreaming in a dream, I would get excited and wake myself up. So there's so many mental components that I can't even put to words that you have to learn and go do and experience to finally get that first, oh my gosh, I'm dreaming and I know I'm dreaming. And even then it's really wacky. It's super wacky.
Yeah.
But the main thing that I would say also is a proper sleep schedule. And me personally, I don't know, but it could be total bunk as to when you do it, but the sleep thing is a must. So I'm just gonna say, for lack of other experiences, I know that it works when I sleep at a certain time. So if I have a schedule, which I know none of us really has,
Yeah.
I wonder if
when you go
moon
to sleep at
cycles
10
taking
o'clock at
effect.
night, you go to sleep at 10 o'clock at night,
Yeah.
you're gonna naturally wake up around 3 o'clock. Like,
Yep.
holy shit, why am I up? Whatever. You're gonna
Yep.
go back to sleep around 4 or 5. That's
The
when you're
witching
gonna have
hour.
the most insane fucking dreams you've ever had in your life.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
Hey,
I
do moon
co-sign.
cycles and stuff have a opinion?
I co-sign everything he said. Yep.
Who's the guy that wants links? I'm gonna start searching for videos.
Yeah, they live.
Cool. I'm gonna get a few links for you. I'll send it to you. DM. Stand by.
Thank you.
Fine.
Don't do drugs, kids. But Try psychedelics one time in your life. That's all I'm saying.
How many times? Say it though.
Once a year. Once every couple years. Like,
How many times are you gonna say it is what I asked.
oh, how many times? Okay. No, just don't do drugs, but try psychedelics once in your life.
So it's, well, I guess I really don't want to talk about dreams in this light. Now that you've hit me to the kids, I'm like, but okay. So there are certain things that I want to happen in dreams, right? That just they, like, for instance, like I want to do a specific thing, right? And then I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to do it, and then I'm woken up. And it's the weirdest kind of timing, because exactly when I'm about to do the thing, it's either something loud happened in the house, someone is physically waking me up, and it's always specifically like interrupting something specific in the dream. Like, you know what? It doesn't even have to be about the thing that I really want. It could be like anytime I'm dreaming and there's a point where I'm like, oh shit, I really want to know this. And then someone comes and hey, wake up, wake up. Did you have to get up for something? No, today's Saturday. Oh, like, you know, it's always
right,
some shit
some
that wakes you
bullshit.
from the dream at the most like inopportune time. Has anyone else experienced that?
Yes. Yep. I have the craziest dreams, I swear. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, yeah, and like I live by myself for the most part, and I'll hear loud noises or something that will wake me up or whatever, and go back to sleep, and like it's intense. I'm like, what are these dreams? What is it? Like, there's this like weird like a pattern that I go through. Like, I don't even understand it once I wake up, but when I'm in the moment, like when I'm trying, like I'm asleep or trying to go back to sleep, there's like this pattern, and like certain shit I'm like thinking about over and over and over again, and it doesn't even make sense. Like, but it isn't until like I wake up and actually get up that I'm like, it just makes no sense. Like, my dreams and when I sleep is like super fucked up. Like, it's almost like when I had a fever, like when I was a kid and I was sick and I had a fever, and I would have these dreams about like shapes and like spheres and like all these, like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, you can't. It's like doing mushrooms and trying to explain to somebody what it's like to be on mushrooms. Like, I can't even explain what it's like in my dreams, let alone like when I did acid or mushrooms or anything like that. Like I just can't explain it. Like, my mind goes at like these cycles and these weird patterns and things going over and over and over and over and over again, and then like I get up and like I kind of like forget it. All right.
Well, I mean, I think the deeper you go into your sleep, the the higher the quality of repair the body goes through, right? And then it's also processing all the information and that sorting everything out. I mean,
Yeah, I
and then
think like
there's what?
dreams mostly like go through your like fears and things that you're afraid of and shit like that, and like deals with that, like whatever you're. In my experience, and like what you dream about, it's like your fears and things you're afraid of, and the negative things, and you deal with all that in your. It's like your subconscious mind. So it's like when you dream, you're like, it's like your subconscious is like going wild, and so it's like dealing with all the things that your subconscious is afraid of and scared of, right?
Right, but my point that I was trying to make was like, from what I know about dreams, like all I know about dreams, from what I understand is that God uses it as a way to communicate people. So you know what I mean. If that's if you believe in that sort of thing, and if
No.
God's used dreams to communicate to us, then I don't think we should try to be reaching out to some other spirit. You know what I mean? That's what I mean about DMT and these other drugs. There's a ritual. If you believe in the biblical, Abrahamic. There's a ritual of prayer. To communicate to God. But then these other means of trying to communicate with that dimension or other world is
all is mental. So when you're doing psychedelics, mushrooms, this and that, you're only just diving deep into your own mental. Whatever it is, like all is mental. So when you do mushrooms, you do acid, you do whatever, you're just diving deep into your own thing. Like my quote unquote bad trip when I was on mushrooms was
Hey, let's go down to chill if you want to talk about it. All right.
You mean
okay.
like,
All right, go ahead.
you sound like you're fucking drugged out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you
All
really
right.
want to talk about it, let's go down to chill.
Okay.
I don't want to tell you can't talk about it.
Okay. I'm just.
we could talk about something else.
Yeah, no drugs.
It was just the quote unquote bad trip that I was having was that I thought I was gonna forget who I was. So I relate that to like the ego self, like the ego releasing itself. Like, so I was laying there and I thought that like I pictured myself in a hospital bed and like my friends and family around me, and I couldn't speak or communicate to them, and that I was going to forget who I was. So, like, I was laying there and I was like repeating all the things that, like, oh, your favorite color is this, and your favorite music is this, and you like this, and all. Basically, it was like my ego trying to remember who the ego self, like my personal self, was, because when you're tripping, you like separate yourself from ego and become something else, like your non-specific physical self. And so it's scary. So what we call a bad trip is just basically like
Second, are you the
go ahead.
Second,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's not like it. My bad.
Anyway, who's in Florida? Anybody in Florida?
I'm watching buildings fall down in Florida.
Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty crazy, dude. Because like I'm from Florida, so I know where that is.
Go there.
Like, dude, no.
Why?
I'm going to the military base right now. That's where I'm going. But that's scary, dude. Because they're probably sleeping, man, when that happened, bro. That's scary, bro. It probably never woke up. That's freaking terrible.
Yeah, you're talking about my experience on feeling like I was separating from ego.
No, we're talking about a building collapse.
Wow.
Oh, okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Dude.
All right.
Yeah, but it's pretty scary, dude. I'm actually surprised there are people talking this early. Usually when I pop on, there's nobody here. So that's pretty crazy. Everybody's ready for Jeff Bezos travel into space. You guys can't wait.
Oh,
What is that all about? What is that
Space
all about?
exists again?
Jeff Bezos is going. Of course it does.
Damn. I thought we got rid of space last week.
All right, somebody want to try that again?
He ain't gonna go. Like, if you had $1 billion, would you finance your own way to go to space? Like, Elon is, we're going to Mars and this and that, but he's not gonna go. Like, if you
What's
had,
he gonna go do in space?
What do you need $1 billion to fly up in the air for?
all right,
It's a PR stunt, man. He's got to get more followers.
he's not gonna go to Mars, and just like Bezos, like he's not gonna.
He's supposedly going to the outer edges of the atmosphere, floating around for a little bit and coming back down.
Okay, that's not space. That's a lie then from them.
Oh yeah,
The new
that's what
thing is they say the moon is in the atmosphere, they say. That's the new thing. I don't know if you guys know about that.
I'm gonna fly to Hawaii. I'm going to space. I'll be back.
Same thing as what's the dude from Virgin Galactic? What's that dude's name?
Brand something.
Yeah, Brand.
Richard Branson.
Yeah. Like he been saying he's gonna do this and that, and they just keep kicking the can down the road, right?
Well, Bezos is supposed to do it next month. He's supposed to go next month, so July 20th or 2021. So everybody, put your panties on. We're gonna go.
Oh shit!
Well, technically, if you've been on an airplane, you've been to space. That's what this is too, right? Just gonna go up on an airplane and come back down.
Well, yeah, the atmosphere goes all the way to the moon. Didn't you know?
If you sat up in your bed, you entered.
The serious
You
mind.
wake up in the morning. You're in
It's
space.
like 30 drunk phone. That sucks balls.
Yeah, that shit's laughable. They're gonna try to fake that for sure.
Is it higher than 128,000 feet? No.
Well, it's easy to fake. Look how much money they got. He's got more money than NASA put together. NASA and all the other space agencies put together. It's easy. That's like him waking up, putting on clothes, and going back to bed. That's how easy that is for him.
They should send Bill Gates too, right? But send Bill Gates higher. We should send all our rubbish to space, right?
Bro, there's so many people coming onto the base right now. This sucks balls.
Waiting for someone.
I thought it was early. No, I gotta go do an estimate for this customer, and there's like 8 million people here. And I told them 8:30.
I gotta go buy a new car today.
What you getting?
Sucks.
So get a Dodge shit. SR.
I'm getting a Kia Stinger GT2.
We don't know what that is.
That sounds fancy, but
It's a sports sedan.
Nah, man, get yourself a Jeep Wrangler. I've had mine for 7 years already. Almost 7 years.
What is it?
Yeah, I got a Jeep Wrangler Rubicon.
Is that the truck one?
The unlimited 4-door Jeep Wrangler. Dude, it's incredible.
Yeah. How much is that?
Well, in South Africa, I paid just under 300,000. So what's that? It's getting
Yeah, my limit is about 40K.
$21,153. That was I bought it in hand with like probably 30,000 miles on. I'm trying to do the conversion in my head. Yeah.
Yeah, last week I got hit and run. I'll share the YouTube video of my dash cam. I'll put it in the chat.
Dude, you won't go wrong with a Wrangler. It's so much fun to drive. Puts a smile on your face every day.
What is it? Jeep Wrangler?
Jeep Wrangler. Come on, it's from your guys' country.
Yeah,
I mean, all I have to do is look down the street and there's like 8 of them. So that's why I would have no interest in one.
I got a 99 Jeep Cherokee Sport, and people come up to me. I don't have a sign in my window or anything. People constantly try to buy my Jeep from me. I have a 99 Cherokee Sport, and they constantly try to ask me about it and buy it. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's the XJ. That's nice vehicle.
I'll put my 40-second hit and run clip in the chat if you guys want to check it out.
Yeah, that Cherokee is a great vehicle. You got the 4-liter straight 6, right?
Yep.
Yeah, beautiful engine that.
Yep, Cherokee Sport 99. It's 20 years old. It's actually like the Blue Book value still like it's still like $6,000 for a 20-year-old car.
Yeah, but you'll get more than Blue Book value because it's such a new vehicle now. As long as it's in good condition, well looked after, you'll get a lot of money for it.
Yeah, I have 150K. My pops gave it to me. It only has like 150K on it. For a 20-year-old car, I only have like 152K.
So that was a Mercedes that hit you.
Right.
Yeah, I was busy typing there, like, not nice, dude. But yeah, at least you're going to get a new vehicle.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a new vehicle. But I love my car. It was a 2012 Nissan Altima SR Coupe with red leather and fully loaded. I love that car.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing those around that time. Yeah, those are pretty cute.
Yeah, they quit making them in 2015.
I like my 2009 Cadillac STS.
Yeah, you gotta have that.
Looking at the CTR 4 and 5 Vs, the Cadillacs. Those are sweet.
I left a Dodge, whatever it was. They were being all bad and shit, and next to me, and they were we're gonna go fast, and I just went goodbye. I was at 120 miles per hour from 80 in like I'm gonna guess maybe 6 seconds.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
That's one fast car right there. And then before I had it tuned up weeks ago, I could drive 26 miles and use a quarter of a tank. Now I drove like 50 miles yesterday and I used like a 16th of a tank. So get your O2 sensors checked, guys. Because I just reset my computer whenever I have problems, unless I have to know how we have to renew every 2 years.
Nobody knows what a Kia Stinger GT2 is. That's what I'm thinking about getting. Those are sweet, dude.
Now we're looking at either a new Mercedes or a electric. still keeping my
Yeah, I was
car.
also looking at the Tesla Model 3s. I found one for like 50 grand.
We were looking, and then I said, "No, don't get it." I said, "I'm not comfortable with Tesla yet."
Have you seen the Ford Mustang, the Mach-E, the SUV?
I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, those are sweet. They just came out.
I want the electric pickup truck. Is what I want.
Yeah, I had a Cybertruck pre-ordered, but since I had this crash, I'm gonna have to cancel that order.
The Subaru XV is also a pretty nice vehicle. If you guys get
Yeah, I was looking at a WRX STI, a 2019 other day. It was pretty sweet.
great vehicles.
Yeah, I think they wanted like 36,000 for the WRX STI.
For brand new?
No. It was a couple years old.
All right.
So I've been looking into since you're talking about cars, like I'm trying to figure out which of those lights are the lights that I'm talking about that are reminiscent of the moon's light.
That are what?
So they
Say that again?
say so this reminiscent of the moon's light. Headlights of a car. So
Are you
there's
thinking of the xenon lights? Xenon?
are those the like the bright white
Yeah.
ones, like the bluish white. Okay, cool. So
Yeah,
thank you
Xenon.
for that. So yeah,
I found a brighter bulb.
it's very similar. Meaning what I mean is this. See these pictures that I took of the moon just last night. Um, if you look closely, you can see like this gradient of color. Like it looked more pronounced to my eye because of the clouds and everything. You know, I
Like
just changed
indigo.
the contrast and all that. But it goes from light to yellowish and then blue, or is it? Anyway, it's like a weird like spectrum of light. And I see the same thing on headlights when my goggles get foggy.
Yeah, indigo color.
Indigo. Let me see. Mm, I wouldn't say like that. But
No?
then again, no, I would say like that. I would say like that, actually. Yeah. Yeah.
Like white, blue, purpley color.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's called.
Isn't it interesting?
Yeah.
Like, why is it that the moon's light looks? I mean, why does it look like that? The same as
Because it's electric.
the light from, huh?
I think it's because it's electric.
Yeah. It's just a light. You know. It's a
Because it's not reflecting the sunlight.
totally different light. That's what I think. Totally different kind of light. But that's what you guys say when you say like the light is cooler and all this and that, or whatever.
On a full moon, you can see it almost illuminate everything like it's daylight, but a lesser light. I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's reflected sunlight. Or when it illuminates the beach, you can see like the waves, white, the sand.
I think it's going to be close to a full moon tonight, isn't it?
Yeah,
I thought it was a full moon last night, so I don't.
Well, I guess I didn't see it last night. The night before, it looked like it was almost full, so I'm a day off.
I think it's 92% tonight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's when you really can't tell. You can if you look at it hard enough. I actually had to go into work yesterday. We had a meeting with actual people. That was strange. We were all trying to figure out how to do it. We all had our laptops, so we needed all of our stuff. Just like we are now on Teams. We never used to be that way. So it's a new whole thing going back. But I only have to go back 1 or 2 days a week starting August.
Tonight they may put us into lockdown 4 to 5 tonight again in our country, which sucks ass.
I took that photo earlier today, the bottom one, and that top one I just took right now.
That's the moon in the bottom one?
Yeah.
Whoa.
And the sun is already set.
Yeah, and you're going to tell me that's not a source of light?
Yeah.
Own light, I mean. It's purposely lit at night so that we don't die, okay? Because we had no light at all at night. The things that can see in the dark would eat us.
Well, we can't really. We can't. Well,
like vampires.
I don't know. We can say that because there's a significant amount of time that the moon isn't in your night sky because it's in someone else's.
There are stars out, and they still keep the ambient light going.
Yeah.
I'm saying if it was pitch black, no stars, no moon, we would be dead. You couldn't survive.
Yeah, nothing could, right? Because the nocturnal animals, they just
they would eat everything.
Dark, they can still see light. It's just their eyes are more sensitive to the light that we can't see. But if there was no light, yeah, you're right. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, right.
Where you located that reset?
Dead.
Where? I didn't catch it. Where you located?
Who?
The one that said that it's set. Is it John? Yeah, John.
Oh, that's Australia.
Ah, you're in Australia. Okay.
Yeah. That was earlier today, this evening. The sun. So we're looking at it facing east, slightly south, right? And then the sun is long gone behind us. It's like that morning twilight, like feel, and the moon. And the other one is the moon is directly ahead on top of me now. Sydney, Australia.
Yeah, I'm in South Africa, so I'm also gonna have the sunset soon, and then the moon should come up on our side soon as well.
This global warming is killing me. It was like 67 degrees yesterday at near the end of June going into July here.
I heard that's their next agenda to push that again.
All right, so check
I mean, they're perpetually pushing everything again. Sorry, was that you, bro?
check this shit out. Yeah, check this out. So I get on base, right? I walk into to get sponsored in. So they gotta sponsor you in, so fucking you can do your shit. So I'm like, you gotta have a mask, sir. Everyone has to come in here. I was like, I want to have one. So what am I gonna do? Well, you're gonna have to leave. Well, I'll just get my stuff and then I'll leave. And then, well, no, sir, you gotta have a mask. So I gotta go back, get a fucking t-shirt out of my car, wrap it around my face. I go back in. I'm talking to these dumbasses, and back behind there's one of them motherfuckers without a mask on. I'm like, you fucking kidding me right now? I'm like, hey, she doesn't have a mask on. So I just fucking took pictures of the motherfucker. I was like, oh, dude, it's so fucking annoying, dude. This shit is so stupid.
They're so brainwashed.
Wow.
Dude,
what base is this?
Dude, it's Air Force
This
Base.
is power tripping.
Yeah, what's the name of this one? This is, I don't know the name of this one, but it's in North Dakota. But anyway.
It's like, for your own safety, sir.
Right, but the chick behind you doesn't have to have her mask on. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? I'm like, you're Gestapoing me right now? It's fucking ridiculous. So stupid.
Yeah, and then they got to dig into your brain just to do a COVID test. It's so retarded.
Yeah, right.
They can't just ignore them. Bro, you can't. Well, I couldn't get on base if I didn't. Like they won't touch your ID or anything. I'm like, but this fucking chick right behind you is breathing on you from that desk over there. You're not gonna die from that? You're telling me? I'm behind a shield. I'm behind a glass wall. You got meanwhile a chick behind you is about to kill you. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
With her breath. Yeah.
You know, right?
Is she gonna pull a gun on you?
Probably would have.
Yeah.
The brainwashing, dude. I mean, seriously. Wow.
And it's getting, I don't know. Some people are out of it. This caused people to kick out of the brainwashing, and then others double down.
This is who enforces.
Yeah, exactly.
This is who really enforces ideas, right? That's what the police are really for. That's what the military is really for, to enforce ideas that you would not readily accept, but they're there for that extra muscle, that intimidation.
To enforce. To flex. To lead by example.
I thought the CDC said masks are not required anymore. What the fuck is people's problem?
Don't worry. We got a surprise.
They didn't get the memo.
All right, so now I pull up to hand them my pads, so they can look. They're outside, mind you. He's got gloves on and a mask. Really, really tight fucking gloves and a mask. Next thing, they're going to be in a fucking hazmat suit. This is so
Just about to say that,
crazy, bro. This is fucking ridiculous.
Can't you go to a Halloween store and buy a astronaut helmet and wear that when you go through? Just wear it like, dude, this is my mask. I'm an astronaut.
This is 100% retard, man. This is just fucking ridiculous.
It's like idiocracy.
I think whatever's next, dude, we're probably screwed. The people that
Yeah, it's coming. Believe me, they keep talking about it and keep talking about it. So I don't plan on going back to work. I mean, I'm working all the time, but you actually go to the office. We got more accomplished being home than we did if we were actually in the office. My boss asked me yesterday, "Are you getting anything done?" I said, "What do you think?" He said, "Yeah, I know. You use 5 monitors." I said, "Yeah, and you got me here on a notebook, and it takes me longer to flip screens and figure out where I'm at than just looking around."
Like, you know how I know this thing is getting worse? Because I'm starting to see signs where they say, "Oh, all fully vaccinated individuals don't have to wear a mask beyond this point." So this to me is signaling like the portion of control where society itself polices itself, where people are like, "Oh, I'm fully vaccinated. I don't have to wear a mask. Oh, I can do this. In order for you to do what I'm doing, your disease ass has to, like, wear a mask and maybe a bubble suit and shit."
Yeah, I'm vaccinated too. I'm good. Aren't you?
No, what's coming is you're gonna have to have that card or a chip or whatever that shit. Dude.
Oh, it was too late. I mean, I got mine first. They didn't have that stuff. Sorry.
You're safe, bro.
Yeah, I'm already grandfathered in.
It's almost martial law. Eh?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, pretty close.
Nobody thought it could happen. It thought it would be a military thing, and here it was a media thing. The media put it in martial law.
Yeah, like I was saying, they're forcing us to martial law ourselves, and then they can actually implement it.
And pandemonium.
I freak out if I'm in public and I see people wearing. But I was doing that all last year, no matter what. People said one thing to me, it was on.
I've seen a lot of panda symbolism lately, cartoons and video games, and then when the word pandemic came out, I was like,
"Oh,
it's not a panda, though. It's not a pandemonium." I was like, wait a minute, World of Warcraft and all these other panda symbolism. It's like, yeah, I'm just, I'm just high. Just saying, there's no relation or connection, is there? And, yeah. Is that a bit too crazy? That's too much, right? That making something out of nothing, or is there something there?
Oh, who knows? Just pay attention to it then. That's all you can do right now. I called this shit in 2019 in October. That's when I left Facebook. I knew what was happening with my job, and I had to quit Facebook, so I gave it one last hurrah before people didn't. Called this. Didn't know exactly. All I said was you are gonna have to they're gonna make you want to get a vaccine. Is what I said. They're gonna make it so you really want to go get it.
Predictive programming. I mean, you saw it coming all these years, right?
I went back to I logged in. Yeah, I logged in and went back to my stuff, and I'm just laughing at it because it's exactly what I even said. I'm not sure what's going to happen and exactly when, but it's coming up in 2020. And sure enough, it hit. And I just ran around all the time going, "Ha! Told you so," at my house. You know what I mean? And the kids and wife are like, you're a nut is what it is. I said, no, you guys know I called it. A lot of people called it, but nobody could actually figure out what. Now we know the direction we're going.
So no zombies?
Oh yeah,
Not a zombie
all
apocalypse?
zombies. What do you think they are?
Right. See, like I Am Legend or Resident Evil or Night of the Living Dead, some
No,
kind of zombie, some kind
things
of virus.
things couldn't walk around with their face off and half their head there.
Or,
That's movies.
or Z. Yeah. I used to think that's what zombies were, magic. And when I started learning about the whole virus thing and zombies, I was like, wait a minute, is this science? And then, let's see, is the CIA released a zombie apocalypse preparation plan or something like that? It's like, this is a troll, this is a joke. It's like, oh, it's real.
Oh, goody! I had another meeting.
And now 2020, I'm like, what's next? A zombie virus?
Well, wait till they turn it on. So let's see what happens. People are gonna drop like Delta Airlines. Do you get what I'm saying? We got the next wave coming from the airlines.
Yeah, Australia, Sydney is shut down. Certain places are shut down. You're not allowed in, or you're not allowed locked down.
Everything's open here.
Yeah,
it's like Party Festival in Ohio.
Damn.
But people like to wear masks. They want to be safe and protect us. That's fine. I want you to protect me. Just keep wearing them. It helps me so I don't have to wear one.
Can you just lie about being vaccinated? Oh, I'm vaccinated.
Nobody would do that.
Right.
Wait till they introduce the UV light that can pick up the dots in your to really prove that you have it.
The dots in your what?
The little dots that are going to be in your skin that light up when you actually got it. Go check it out. Find somebody that got one. Put a UV light on them. See if it's working yet. I know what's in it.
T virus or something?
No,
G virus.
No, bioluminescence DNA was put in that thing. So what do you think that means?
Yeah. They can track it. They can see it.
Yep. See what I put in that. Trying to think. I lost all my files from that one. I probably didn't lose them, but I have so many computers, I don't know which one it's on. I mean, I literally have like 16 computers on a shelf right now, and I have 8 running, and they all work.
Damn, dude.
It's like, oh, I'm done with this one. I just go buy another one, put it on the shelf, and forget about it. I wonder where all my files are at.
Yeah, I gotta organize my files too. Too many folders, eh? It's like,
oh. Time to go to another meeting. See you later.
All right, Raven. See you later, man. Have a good one.
Enjoy your vaccine. Go take photos under UV light.
I'm gonna have to buy one. UV light. Maybe install like UV lenses or some kind of light in your car on top of your Jeep. Pow! Turn it on, you see all these dots.
Vaccinated people.
There they are.
It's like one of those when you take that UV light to your bed and you check for the sperm in the bed. And you check all these fucking UV people.
There are the zombies. That'd be crazy.
Oh man, I can only imagine that now. It's making me think of that 40 Days and 40 Nights where what's the guy's name now? Oh man, but then he whistles like that and he's going to the bed because he's what's not having sex for 40 days and then he goes to the bed and he whistles.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh man. Such a good movie.
If that's true though, the dots. Wonder if it's
Yeah,
true for all vaccines. All of the vaccines.
Now I'm interested in buying a UV light.
Yeah, like a whole set, right? Like, what is that? It's lights so we can see the vampires. The what? Scares the vampires away. What?
You guys are giving me ideas here for to set up a website. A whole flat, not a flat earther kit, but it's one of these kits, 2021 kit with a P1000, the UV light, and then I must put some stuff together.
We're going monster hunting. What?
There we go.
How do we know they're monsters? Well, you can tell they're monsters because there's these dots that glow inside their bodies. Yeah. Boom, see? Oh. Wonder if you can shine a light on, like Elon Musk or something. Like, see if he's vaccinated.
I don't know. I think he goes in the dark. I don't think he gets outside much.
Joe Biden got vaccinated on TV, right? I mean, you shine him with the light. Wow, he might melt. This is the bioluminescent he's talking about. It's like a nanobot, some kind of DNA. Synthesized, whatever.
You guys know if that magnet thing that they do on the shoulder actually works or not? Have any of you guys tested that? I don't know if you've seen the videos where the guys put a magnet on someone's arm that's been vaccinated with a certain vaccine.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I've seen a few videos of it. I don't know if it's real or not.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I heard it was people trying to make conspiracy.
Yeah.
Make them look like conspiracy theorists. Like they're crazy people.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I asked if anyone's actually tested it.
You'll have your spoons and your UV light ready, like.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find a UV light tomorrow.
I've got two tests. The magnetized test and the UV test. Like.
It's only certain type of people. If you are Bruce Wayne or family of him, you don't get any special powers.
Yeah, you're immune. What's up, Jamesy?
Good morning. Not for you, but for me.
Yes, good day.
Good day, good day.
Good evening for me. Oh
Good
wait,
afternoon.
Cool, man.
4
it's
p.m.
12:04. What's up? Where are you from?
South Africa, Cape Town.
Oh yeah. Is it daytime there or
Yeah, 4 p.m. or 4
4 p.m.? Coming back around.
Yeah.
It's 12:04 here in Sydney.
Nice.
Technically, I guess it's a good morning, good day again. What if we moved 12 o'clock to like sunrise, right? That would be cool,
Is
right?
it not? Oh, but this is midnight 12, eh? That's midnight 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it's weird. It's like they call it a new day, but it's like nighttime. It's like it's like the middle of darkness. How is it a new day? Midnight should be the middle of the darkness time, right? So it's like from the time the sun sets to the time the sun rises. In between, the middle of that should be called midnight. Does that not make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't necessarily have to be 12, right? I mean, 1 should be like 1 hour after sunrise, right?
Wait, say that again?
If we move 12 sunrise, then
Yeah,
9 becomes midnight.
It'll differ all the time because the sun rises at different times.
Yeah.
You're going to be your clock all the time.
Works. Yeah. But you know, Europeans, right? Geneva, all that, yeah. That's where it comes to Geneva, right? Isn't that what it's based on? The whole time zone thing.
Yeah, I think they messed up our clocks a bit. Is it the Book of Enoch that speaks of the moons, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It speaks of a lot of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have to add extra days and daylight savings and nonsense like that. It was just normal book, normal time, and even the ancients used to follow that clock, and it just worked correctly. And then they changed this whole nonsense with the leap years and crap, and then the clock that spins over twice.
Yeah, it all feels like witchcraft or some kind of wizardry, right?
It's too
complicated for us
So
to
guess what, guys?
straw.
So I finally answered an age-old question. Finally found an answer.
And what is the question?
Which group is better, Backstreet Boys or NSYNC?
Backstreet Boys is way better.
You know, I had this question my whole life, but I never thought, oh yeah, I have YouTube Music, this thing I never fucking asked for. But here it is. I have all of the music I could ever want at my fingertips. Why haven't I went back and listened album for album? And I did. And I was like Why the fuck did I ever even? The only reason it was a question was because like media made it a question. I went back and I was like, there's no fucking question. Like NSYNC only even has like 3 albums. I was like, what the fuck? Don't get me wrong, their first album is all right, but it's just very reminiscent of Boys to Men, and it rubbed me the wrong way. Backstreet Boys were kind of just their own thing, you know?
Yeah, I think I bought my first Backstreet Boys album when I was 12 years old in grade 3. What, grade 4? No, wait, sorry, I'm thinking standard 4. We spoke at different, says grade 6. Yeah, grade 6.
The real question is, can there be a Backstreet on a globe?
Yeah, they can.
I don't think so. Now, you know, that's another reason I don't. Well, they both had some real iffy videos. Like Larger Than Life was like this spacey kind of in like spacesuits kind of situation. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all.
Oh, that Owl City's got that pretty hidden song as well, that Firefly song of theirs, Owl City. Speaking of the Fireflies, and it talks a lot of
what's
code.
What's that about?
Oh man, I was watching this the other day. Well, I was actually listening to the song on the radio. Then we watched the music video. Then I listened to the lyrics. I was like, wait, hold on, something's funky here. Hold on, I'll get it for you now. So search Owl City and then Fireflies, and then listen to that song, and then tell me there's something not a bit weird about that. And then actually, yeah, the music video, it's got a globe in it.
Owl City.
Yeah, dude, that's dodgy.
Yeah, Fireflies. That's a. I would say that's a pretty good song, but why do you say listen to it closely?
I don't know. It talks. There's a lot of weird things going on in that video with the globe and stuff.
Oh, I can't stand that dude's voice, man.
Oh yeah, no, it does suck.
The video or the song itself? Because I can't watch
both.
Just
both.
But I can listen. All right. Like in the next 10 minutes, I'll look at it.
Yeah. Go for it.
Fireflies. I was like, man, what the hell? It sounds like
it's terrible, but the lyrics is a bit of stuff there, and like the picture of magic.
Oh, you're talking about that song. I wanna make myself believe. Slowly. That is kind of. I'm thinking about the lyrics, and I'm like, that's kind of. There are various artists.
No, I know what you mean. I was just like, I get what you're saying. Like,
home. Earth is a planet. Right? It's like one of those songs, right? Lil Dicky. Yeah, it's
like there's a lot of various artists that just say random shit where you're like, oh, like so they have this thought too. Like K. John, I forget the name of the song, but one of the lines is, "If the Earth's really round, then how come it takes so long for you to come around now?" And it's like, why are you questioning if it's really round? Why you said that? Why you said that?
I thought he was gonna say, "Where's the edge?"
Flat Earthers.
That's pretty good lyrics, though. I mean, that's cool lyrics. Because we used to think it was flat.
Yo, I'm starting to think that some of these TikTok creators don't like me.
Why you say that?
I mean, I started talking about the flat Earth, and then I started getting unfollowed, and I was like, "Oh, okay, wow."
Yeah, that's probably why.
Why
It's
did
not
you
you.
think that that wouldn't happen?
Nah, I mean, it doesn't bother me. They can go ahead and go, but it's like you guys are being lied to, man. You guys are being lied to.
It's not you
Well,
though.
I would say that if you don't grow in subscribers, something's up with the TikTok algorithm, and it's not as free as people would think. Because there's no way
It's not.
organically. Sorry for the bus noise, but it's no way that organically this thing doesn't spread like wildfire the moment someone mentions it. Because every time people talk about it, there's this like big crowd and this big talk around it. Whether people believe it or not, like people can't help but talk about it.
Even some of my like allies, like people that have Tourette syndrome, like even some of them have unfriended me, and even like some of the people that are part of the gay community even like unfriended me. I was like, what the fuck is going on, dude?
I'm telling you, man.
So what kind of questions did you sorry, Bob.
No, go ahead.
Well, what kind of
I was just gonna say it's flat Earth.
what kind
Go
of what questions did you ask on your TikTok? Yeah. Like how did you present it?
Like, well, I started telling them about the curvature, and then I was like listening to you guys, and then I would put it on my TikTok live, like listening to you guys, and then just like I was like, listen to them, man. These guys are not dumb. Like they're trying to let you guys know about the curve and the spin and the gases, and you guys are not listening. And like yeah, dude, they just started unfriending me, unfollowing me. What? I didn't like. I didn't think I was gonna hurt their feelings like that. What?
Send me your link. I'll follow you, buddy. Are you on TikTok though? I've never even signed up on that shit.
It's like you can wake people up about anything, but if you mention flat Earth or even hint at it, it's like some kind of program starts to kick in. Go ahead, Elijah.
No, yeah. It is a program. I was agreeing with you. Like I always talk about the story about how I just, in my social circle, I said, hey, guys, like I came across some information and it's like, do y'all believe that they went to the moon? And immediately they're like, oh, what are you, a flat earther? Or blah, blah. Like the ridicule was so insane. When I'm like, I know none of you fuckers gave a fuck about this topic, so I know you don't know what I know. I know you were just as ignorant as I was before I looked into it. So why?
Oh yeah, definitely. And they're finding it hard to believe. Like when you put down facts and present facts in front of them.
It's weird. When I first heard of it, I was immediately intrigued by it. And then you get people that just like, no, cannot be, no. Yeah, you get some weird people out there.
Yeah, when I'm at work and I mention it, people always just ridicule me and say I watch too many YouTube videos. I'm like, what the hell?
If you follow me on TikTok, it's called the Flower Power Show. What?
Give me the link. Because, yeah, I still need to register and all that stuff. But I'll do that later. But, yeah, send me the link so long. That's Beer Man.
I got a question. Why do people think that you can't gather information off of YouTube? I've gathered all kinds of information from all different subjects.
Oh yeah, dude! I learned
it's an app. You have to download the app, and then once you download the app, then I'll send you my my username.
The answer to your question is they're stupid. They say that they think something, but they don't have an original thought.
Right. It's just like it's just like when people say I don't believe in politics, but when you actually are into politics, what I mean by being into politics, meaning you actually decide to watch it's like watching TV or watching a series. Politics is the exact same. You start paying attention and you're like, whoa, there's a plot hole in this story. Why is that there? You start to recognize certain things are contradictory. And so with that, it's like you realize that there's a difference between what you're doing by actually paying attention and what people who say that they aren't into politics say, because they'll tell you they're not into politics, but for whatever reason, them and their whole family on Facebook are talking about exactly what was in the headline of that week in the news cycle.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why people shun.
In the same sense, they'll say, well, how do you get information from YouTube? But that question is posed by debunkers on YouTube. That's not even an original question.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask next. Why they shun the YouTube so much?
Bro,
you got universities that post lectures on YouTube. They're lying. They're just saying because they heard some debunker say, "Oh, these guys get all their information from YouTube." Like all they did was hear someone say that, and they carried the message.
Yeah, I think what they mean by on YouTube is that you're listening to conspiracy theorists on YouTube. That's what they mean when they say that, right? Like you're watching you're watching crazy people tell you about.
Yeah.
But how do they know? But like I often ask people, like, how do you know that I'm watching what you think I watch on YouTube? How do you know how I'm researching? Why don't you just ask me what I'm researching? Why don't you just ask me and challenge what I'm actually saying versus stereotyping me based on this general thought that you have of people who look at conspiracy theorists, dole out information? Because that's obviously what you think. So why don't you ask me for a source?
I'd say Matthew 12 or 7:12. Well, fine then. Everything you see on TV's fake because TV's just entertainment.
That's why I'm excited to get my own footage of me measuring that there's no damn curve. And then I can say to the guy, well, dude, this is not from a YouTube video. In fact, it's from my YouTube video. And I can give the raw file as well, which is pretty cool. So that's why I'm excited to do this as well.
Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I taught myself how to draw off of YouTube for 5 years. So them saying that you can't get information or learn anything is just ridiculous.
That's why I said because.
YouTube
Khan
is
Academy,
the land of how-to videos where people learn how to actually do things on YouTube. Like, what the fuck? It's. Go ahead, Bob.
You're right. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could learn how to build a fucking car by watching someone else do it for a number of times. Like, of course, you're gonna have to actually, do what they do and get yourself familiar with certain parts and connections and how all of this stuff works. But ultimately, you can do it. You can literally do anything.
So to be honest, like when kids hear the word conspiracy, like they automatically think that you're a crazy person. I think it's the word itself. That when I was a kid, when I heard the word conspiracy, I was like, whoa, this dude must be crazy. I was like, conspiracy theorist. Yeah, he must be off doing drugs, doing something.
It's because of the media. That's why.
Because he kept on saying like, he kept on saying like the government's watching you, and I was like, whoa, I didn't know what he was talking about. And then I started realizing, I was like, the government is watching you. I was like,
that's
okay,
because,
I got nothing to hide, so what? You know?
But the reason that there are certain words that trigger certain images and emotions in our minds, that's literally what a spell is. Like, it's a spell. So you hear the word conspiracy, and all of a sudden you get this rush of emotions and images of what this person must be like.
It's called programming.
So, yeah. So you're programmed to think without actually intaking any information, because it's sort of like hypnosis. You hear the word and it triggers something in you, and automatically once that thing is engaged, you're not actually taking in information, you're actually filtering out information.
So you're saying I was listening to him, but it was something that I just blocked out, is what you're saying. Like, it was something I didn't want to hear.
No, what I'm saying is, whatever it was that you heard was filtered through your understanding of what a conspiracy person is. So based on how you've been conditioned to think about the word conspiracy, whatever that person is saying is filtered through that scope, through that lens.
I didn't hear the word conspiracy from anyone. To be honest, I was in middle school and I was walking home, and this guy was homeless, and he was like talking about the government is watching you everywhere, like everywhere. What, like, he says, just no, he's like, the government is watching you.
Well,
And all I could think of was, man, I really want to help this guy. Like, I was like, I want to help this guy. How can I help this guy? He's homeless, and throughout years been passing by, bro. Like, I see him coming like every now and then around my neighborhood.
That's separate from, like, because you said, you think it's the word itself.
Right.
Like, and I was saying why it would, like, what happens when certain words are said, it triggers certain emotions and certain images.
Right.
So where now when someone is speaking after that is triggered, you're hearing it through a specific filter. It's like the difference between it's like the difference between cops are getting gun training, or the military is getting gun training, and you're like, oh, normal, everything's on up and up. And then you're like, and then you hear about young children in Chirac getting gun training on the mean streets of Chicago. It's the same thing, but it's a different feeling because of certain words. Right?
Right. I'm trying to grasp the concept of what you're saying.
Like when a policeman kills someone, because they're a policeman, the word, right? Policeman, or law enforcement officer, in your mind, automatically, it's not murder. Whereas if I killed someone, it's just murder.
Right. When someone would look at it, they would think that it was just.
For whatever reason, because you're listening, because you're filtering the information through your idea of a policeman versus a civilian.
Yeah,
Two different things for the same exact action. That's what I mean by a spell.
Yeah, you've already put a picture in your mind when you just heard that one word, basically. You already put a story together.
But I haven't, don't ever say never, but Never say never. But anyway, like every time I've came across police officers, I haven't had a problem with them. What?
Yeah, me either. That's not my point. My point is just the feeling most people get when they hear a particular scenario, and the only difference being the person, they would have different opinions on it. Like if a civilian was to kill someone, you'd say, well, what happened? Someone breaking into. There's certain scenarios that run in your head. Did someone break into their home? Was it self-defense? Yada yada yada. When a policeman does it, it's just it happened in the line of duty.
Right. So let me give you a scenario. Well, let me give you a situation that actually happened. So some guy parks in front of my house, right? And I get triggered for whatever reason because this guy lives down the street and he has like a parking spot near his house. So I'm wondering, like, why the fuck did this motherfucker park his truck right inside of my fucking house, right? So I start confronting him as he parked in front of my house. I'm like, yo, man, like, what the fuck are you doing parking in front of my house? There's a, like, all the way down the street by your house, there's a part, like, there's a, you have free space near your house. Because I seen the dude where he lives. I walk past by where he lives all the time. And I seen him. And I was just wondering why he was parking in front of my house, right? So my friend is trying to back him up. My friend hits me and punches me in the stomach, right? And I'm like, what the fuck? So I punched him back when he was trying, like, getting in my face. And like this, and I'm trying to talk to the guy calmly, right? And so I start to call the cops. I'm in a rage tick attack. I'm about to, like, I already punched my friend, you know, and I don't like to fight outside the ring because I have a license for my hands, right? So I used to box. And anyway, so I called the cops. And I tell them the situation. I have a taser light, right? This thing is about as long as my thigh. Okay, I tell them exactly what I have. Okay, I also had a knife. All right, I wasn't gonna use it or anything, but I had it to protect myself as well as the flashlight as well. So this guy parks all the way down. He gets back in his truck. My friend is he's going down the street. So I'm trying to, like, talk to my friend, and my friend is like, he just keeps walking away. I'm like, yo, so I'm trying to continue the conversation with me and my friend because the guy left, right? He goes and parks his truck right back in front of his house. So I'm going to try I'm trying to approach my friend. And then, like, because I'm having this rage tick attack, trying to, like, talk to him and let him know, like, dude, why are you trying to instigate the dude? And why did you punch me? And that's why I hit you back. And he was all the way down by his house. And then the guy gets out of the truck. And he doesn't understand very much English. All he can see is that me and my friend is having an argument, and he starts this dude is speaking Spanish, right? And then I started getting my I couldn't stop my rage ticks from happening, and I kept on because I was listening to I would watch what it's called, the Haka. I would hear the
¿Habla español?
No, I do not know Spanish, bro. So I would say "Quítate," which in Spanish means over here or here, right? Now I found this out because I asked my friend that is also Hispanic. My coach also speaks Spanish, so I've always like listened to people that speak Spanish, and I feel like I do understand it a little bit, but not too much. I just can understand a little bit. So the guy starts yelling at me in Spanish, and then my ticks start going off saying "Quítate," and I start yelling at him. And I'm speaking in tongues. Okay, I don't quite understand what I'm saying, but it's just when I need to pray, I start speaking in tongues. Okay, and when that started happening, the police was listening to the conversation as I was telling them that, that my friend is attacking me, hitting me, and then this guy was attacking me with a crowbar. Like he digged in the back of his truck, and he does construction, and he takes out a fucking crowbar, bro. And mind you, I have a flashlight that I'm capable of protecting myself with, And the cops came, and I had a shotgun, I had pistols, I had a dog.
Damn.
At me. All I did was just listen as I was having my tick attack. All I was doing was listening. I was on the floor. All I did was put myself on the floor. That's all I could have done. That's all I could do.
You had a
as I was having a rage tick attack. And
I don't see how this is what Elijah was talking about, though.
What I'm saying,
anyway,
it was a situation that was happening.
You're right, but this is favoritism. If this were you, I would have said that.
See,
I had the cop. I had a whole bunch of guns.
Event.
I had a whole bunch of guns pointed at me. What I'm saying is that I was trying to get to a point, because when he was saying about when a cop kills someone, right? It registers a trigger in your brain, right? To grasp that information, right?
See,
what was the point of this
as I was
story?
saying,
Wait, Enoch. The point of this story is it that that guy who parked in front of your house shouldn't have parked there?
Yeah, besides, yeah.
Do you know that the sidewalk in front of your house
is public parking?
yours?
Yes,
Yeah.
I understand that. Yes.
No.
Okay, so I don't get the point that you're saying. I don't care.
No, I get your point. I get Enoch's point. You're saying that's what when the cops showed up, what they saw was something totally different, right? They thought you were the bad guy. Yeah, and these guys were right, yeah.
Thank you, man. At least somebody was listening, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
It's all good.
Does that mean you are a bad boy?
Wow, man. Is that all you got from that? Come on,
Yeah.
bro.
That's what it looks like.
I'm getting it now. I'm getting it now because you're having your rage ticks, and it's not really what it looks like. However, the cops took it for what it looked like, even though the situation was not what they thought it looked like.
Yes, precisely. The situation was not as it seemed. So I'm just saying, because of was it the color of my skin, or what was it that stopped them from shooting me?
It was your face.
I had a taser flashlight with a knife. All I did was follow directions.
Well, yeah,
as I had a rage tick attack, it was difficult as I was listening, but I had to listen.
You should have played the lottery that day.
like I said, it wasn't really about like what I was saying wasn't really about, a criticism of police in general. I don't believe in doing such things, generally pinning one particular title to specific behavior. I was only talking about the chemical response that you have in your mind
Right.
when you
With the
hear
situation
certain words,
that
when you hear a certain situation, and then it like the response changes depending on the title of the person, regardless. Like you could have a situation, and then you can interchange a civilian with a police officer. That's all I was saying. To make a broader point, which was words cast spells on people, which is what I thought was your point.
It's like forcing someone to make a judgment based on it's forcing people to judge a book by its cover. Because the cover says this, you just believe this about them because they're labeled as such.
Right.
Like a Jehovah's Witness or like a person coming to your door to say, I'd like to talk to you about Jesus. Most people think that kind of person is just a little off and kind of crazy. If I were to come to your door and say, hi, I'd like to talk to you about conspiracy theories, you've already made a judgment call about everything.
I would have giggled. I would have laughed. Sorry.
Right. That's the point. That's the idea. They want you to laugh at the idea of any kind of conspiracy theory. Does that make? That's the point.
Right.
So see these things. That's what I mean by the moment one of these things happen, it triggers something in where you filter out any information that's actually trying to be relayed to you by said person, because the first thing you're doing is going on the defense. Like you're not taking in the information as is.
Right. Like if I went to your door and said I want to talk to you about conspiracy theories, even though I might have said everything to be correct, you've already made a judgment call and filtered out any useful information I could tell you. That's because you've already made that pre-assumption. Everything I say is crazy, and therefore everything I say can be dismissed.
That's why they've done that to the word flat earther. Like that's literally what they've done. We just ignore the fact that that's what it is. Because now the word flat earther is so dirty that even when I say to close people of mine, like, listen, I know that I'm in a server that says flat earth. Like I know that I say that I'm a flat earther, but it doesn't actually mean what you think it means, because what you think it means comes from the mainstream media. Like, and all I'm saying by saying that I'm a flat earther is that I haven't found the earth to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's literally all I'm saying. But they don't hear that when I say I'm a flat earther. They think about discs in space and all of these images that are in projected into their mind simply by me saying, hey, did you know that the earth is not a sphere?
Yeah, what you're saying, Elijah, is pretty much like the Falun Gong movement in China. You know.
What? Not
yeah,
you.
You can.
No, not you. Not you. Got like a whole clean room of operators not doing anything for the past 4 hours. I can see the machines and I don't see any action from them. And it's
The machines are doing a good job.
no, nobody's working.
So we're all agreed then that Backstreet Boys was better.
Backstreet Boys is what?
So we're all agreed then that Backstreet Boys was better.
Oh my god.
I missed it again. They were the better one, right?
They had to be. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
Like NSYNC had some gems. They did. As a matter of fact, Bye Bye Bye, of course, which is on their second album. And the song after Bye 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 that they came out with, I don't want to run into us. I just want to tell you that I had enough myself. Oh, no, that's the same song. No.
What about
All right,
Eiffel
I'll be right back.
60?
I'll be right
What
back.
about
All sound the same to me.
65 or Michael Jackson?
They all sound the same to me.
I have a question. Off topic.
It's gonna be
Back-
May.
back-
That song
back-
was fire. Come on, bro.
Backstreet
insane.
Boys will never be as big as Bad Boys.
So back in the day, I took my daughter to see Britney Spears, and NSYNC opened for them. I had to buy the tickets on the street because they were sold out. I ended up getting like third row seats.
Hey, but what about Eiffel 65 though?
Oh, Eiffel 65.
Oh, that's that blue.
I'm blue, daboo dee daboo die, and daboo dee daboo die, daboo dee daboo die.
That song used to
That's
be
a classic.
non-stop in the 90s.
Oh man, that shit was.
Oh, bro.
Dude, that was non-stop in the 90s. That would
I got
play
a blue house with a blue window. I blew a girlfriend with a blue window.
So we got a bad word here in South Africa called nai. It means to have sex, but in a very bad way, to go fuck someone. So we always just say, I'm blue and in need of a nai. So yeah.
Yeah, we had that joke too. I'm blue and I'm in need of a guy. I'm in need.
Oh yeah, man. I heard that bullshit as well, bro. I was like, what the fuck? It obviously didn't say that.
But also, there's also I'm blue. If I was green, I would die. If I was green, I would
What?
die.
Oh my gosh. That is preposterous.
I would fuck people's heads up. Like now that there's like this all the talk about the Mandela effect, I would literally have two versions of a song, and then one day just like since everything is digital, just pull everything that was one edited version.
Bro,
and
you would
change it
fuck
to
up their
another one.
mind,
And
bro.
I would-
They
I
would be like,
wouldn't
what
say a
the
damn thing.
What?
They'd be like, wasn't this? I'd be like, nah, bro. It was always.
Wait, is that what the lyrics said? What? I don't remember the lyrics saying that before.
It's that Mandela effect.
And that's the thing about going digital though, right? Like because that's exactly what they began to do with music songs. Like they'll mix and master and they'll release something as one whole project, right? Well, if they need to add or take away, they can do that after because before, once you release a project, that's it. There's no edit, there's no nothing. That's what it is. And then you would have to release like another new version that would go towards the sales. Now you can manipulate what's already put out as a project and the sales will stay the same. So essentially, like, no one's thinking about this in terms of data and information and how they can straight up just change information and act as though nothing changed. That's a possibility in the future. Look at what they're doing with you know how much of a crazy person I sound to people when I'm like, yo, listen, I explained something that I saw on YouTube and I'm like, you could see it for yourself. And then you go to YouTube and the video is no longer there.
Oh yeah, I've been looking for a lot of videos that I cannot find anymore.
In fact, there's only
old
videos
emails.
that are debunking what you was gonna look up. Instead, there are videos that debunk what you said, and it makes you look crazy. It's like what?
The
But,
amount of
you know,
old
that's
emails I've sent people with links to videos, you hit those links now, deleted, account deleted, video denied.
And
Yeah,
then
all
there's
video
deep
private.
fakes. Yep. Deep fake technology, and then there's that. So you can just slip it in.
It's called memory
People
holding.
don't realize. People don't realize what they did with the video cutting technique. How they got fooled. So talking about deep fake is like they stand no chance figuring it out.
Twenty-four frames per second.
Does magnetism affect density? Off-topic question.
I'm not sure because I'm thinking about like the density of, say, a liquid.
Yeah.
Could magnetism change the density of a liquid? I don't think so.
I saw a very interesting video, nice one, and they show a ferrofluid, and you drop in like piece of glass or a coin, which is not attracted by a metal, and the ferrofluid is viscosity and density is almost like water, you know. But when you put it on top of a magnet, its behavior changes. It becomes like mercury. So everything is coming out of it, is pushing it upwards, you know, outside of it.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And when it's on a magnet, when you touch the ferrofluid, you feel it like hard and heavy as mercury, you know. It's quite fascinating. I didn't see any gravity in this experiment.
You have to look for it.
Yeah.
It's there.
Looking.
Some people see it, some people don't. A lot of people that come in here, gravity, until we tell them that. Then they don't want to hear that at all.
You know what other song I like? Even though I've said often that I like Katy Perry because I think she's like hip to everything, and I feel like she asked the proper question to Neil deGrasse Tyson until I watched the full interview and realized, no, I was wrong. She's full, globe head. But and the one song that she put out, Chained to the Rhythm, man, that song is kind of intense.
What's it about?
Turn it up. It's your favorite song. Dance, dance, dance to it all night long. I think turn it up, put it on repeat, stumbling around like your favorite zombie. We think we're free. Yeah. I can't remember exactly, but we're all chained to the rhythm, basically. And it's like, yeah, that song is like spot on.
Sounds like a spell.
Are we crazy living our life through a lens? Which is exactly what I'm talking about. You live life through these rose-colored glasses, or not even these rose-colored glasses, just the sort of lens that the media gives you, and you see your life through this sort of lens, through this what's the right word?
This tube.
Hey, Elijah, how's it going?
What's up, my man?
Yeah, how
What's
you doing,
going
brother?
on?
Yeah, not a lot.
Hanging in there.
Have you been reading the chat? It's just wondering if we can sort of change subject a bit and speak to Juice. He's obviously
Yeah,
he's
man.
come in for a couple of, I think he came in yesterday. Had a bit of a hard time. We had all the big hitters on last night, a lot of moderators on, so but if he's got any questions or anything, we can maybe answer some of his questions. He still seems to be not convinced that he's not living on the flying spinning ball,
You said ETH juice?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. I mean,
Cool. Yeah, S Juice, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, how's it going?
oh, the guy with the low mic. Oh,
Yeah, last night I think he had a bit of a hard time. He was asked a question. I don't know if it was me that asked him the question initially, but then everybody sort of pounced on him, and he was sort of like, wasn't allowed to finish his sentences. But there was a lot of moderators in last night as well. I think it just became a bit of a laughing stock. But he's had a hard time last night. So S Juice, what do you think today?
I guess I'm just trying to figure out how to turn up my mic.
You need to go into your volume settings or your mic settings, or just bring the mic closer to your mouth. Probably would work.
well, are you on a phone? Because if so, then you can't do any of that.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm on my laptop with my.
Oh yeah, then listen to what.
I have a gaming headset, but I don't know what the issue is.
Yeah, so listen to what Breaking is saying then.
Yeah, just if you go into your settings and turn your microphone up a little bit, that might work. You've got your settings on the Discord. Just look for
the input and the input.
Yeah, let me just tell you. 2 seconds. I'm looking at
Oh, is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Much better.
Maybe just turn it down a little bit, a tiny little bit there, because there was better
Yeah,
crackling.
that is much better, man.
Yeah, but that's better. Yeah.
Ooh.
Is it crackling?
It was a bit of crackling there for me, yeah. But we can hear you better.
The crack was someone else's.
I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, it's not yours. The crackling's not yours, James. He said it's someone else's.
Okay, so put it back to where you just had it. You're fine.
Well, no, I changed my input device to the actual device. It was on default, so I don't know what I was talking through. Must have been the front speaker, the front microphone for my laptop the whole time.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can hear you fine now. So, what S Juice? Obviously, last night, you had a bit of a hard time in here. A lot of people laughing and not cutting you off, and So, what you're not convinced about today?
Oh, well, I would rather just be here to chill, with you guys and, listen and gather information and, kind of just coexist. I just play video games and stuff. I don't really, I guess I'm interested in the flat earth, but I'm not really convinced, I guess.
Oh, that's cool.
Mobile? Sorry.
No, go on, Elijah. Carry on, bro.
Do you play COD Mobile?
I play like Modern Warfare sometimes, but mainly Battlefield lately.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. I was just asking because there's there's a group of us that play COD Mobile, and we got a clan, and it's Flat Earth 187, and we usually flat smack on there. So it's like I just figured it'd be an easier medium to digest if you just happen to be playing with us and we're just shooting the breeze about it, and it's more relaxed and more chill. But okay, never mind. Go
You
ahead,
play
Break.
squad
I'm
by
sorry.
any chance?
Yeah, squad. Yeah.
Yeah, I play squad. I play a lot of squad. That's where my tag comes in as well. I'm part of the SQD clan.
All right, we'll
We
get
won-
into it later, but
Yeah.
I want to give it back to Drake, and he was
Cool.
Yeah, just to be honest, I'm a really busy guy. I'm not really here to like argue with people and all that.
Nobody ever is.
Yeah,
everybody's really busy and nobody wants to argue because the fact is the truth is the truth and you don't want to hear it.
Well, I'm here to hear it. I'm just, I
don't want to believe it.
Oh yeah, that's fine if you think that. But yeah, I moderate other Discord servers, so that's why I kind of just like do my own thing.
That doesn't.
It's not about moderating.
Nobody cares that you're really.
Well, Radwin, come on.
Well, no, I'm not.
You're just here to enjoy the show.
Listen, I don't like when people come in and say, "Oh, I'm just here to chill. I don't want to argue." And then 1 hour later, you're going to hear all this shit from somebody that said that.
Well, we don't
So just
know
get
that
to the
about-
point.
We don't
That's
know
all.
that about him. We don't know that
There's
about
no point.
him.
There's no point.
Well,
hold on. We don't know that about him.
Fair.
Just go ahead.
There
And
there
server
has
review
to
me
be
again, please. Thank you.
just relax.
Said fair. He's
So there
right.
has
I mean, just go ahead and server me if that's how you feel. I mean, it's fine. I'm just here to chill.
Well, he already
Calm
said
down.
he already said fair. He already
Be like
already
that.
said fair. Like the whole purpose is to come somewhere where you can communicate information or hear and receive information that you've may or may not have asked for. That's all. Like you're right. There is no reason to ever be arguing with anyone. That's what I say all the time. That's why I ask people, why are you here? Why are you having this conversation with me? Not because I want to argue with people, but because I want to know what they're here to know. 'Cause if they're not here to know anything and they're here to challenge me on my ideas, that's a totally different conversation. Now, if you're not here to know anything or challenge me on my ideas, i.e., you say you're here to challenge me, but when I have a rebuttal directly to something you're saying and you're not responding to it, then my question might be, well, if you're here to think or believe what you want, why are we having a conversation? We can just disengage right now. There's no
That's what I'm-
need to have an argument.
Exactly. Yeah. You got it right on, brother.
So, and there could just be normal people. Like, we're so jaded by all of the fake motherfuckers that come in here, like Xanic. Like, some people really don't, they don't care. They don't know that, like Radwin, like, for instance, money. Like, people say they care, but they don't care. Look at me. If I cared that much, I would be in the server we set out to be in to have financial stability. And I haven't been there. And that's just the facts, right? How much do I really care?
Yeah, I agree. I just that kind of explained it. It's not that I believe that it's like round or whatever. Okay, like I get you guys. I get why you guys do what you do and everything. It's just like the fact of the matter is it wouldn't affect my life. I'm just here to chill with you guys. I want more information onto why it's flat. I need more solid evidence than I guess just your guys' test on the ground level. I would rather see it from above. Everybody wants to see it from above.
You just got to give it time, bro. I mean, you have to undo an entire lifetime's worth of mind control to understand what's going on. That's not going to happen overnight or only through an hour's worth of talking about it or listening. it takes a long time, depending on how deep you were into the other world. Like, it just takes time. That's all. The fact that you're on this path is a good sign.
I don't know, man. If I don't see the core of the globe, I won't believe it. I have to see the core of the globe.
Like,
I have
this
to
is
be
what I was
inside
saying.
it.
This is what I was saying to Matthew. There are two different kinds of people. I'm the kind of person who isn't going to take on a belief unless there's a path to verifying that what is believed is actually the case, versus someone who has a belief and says, well, I'm going to continue to believe it until I have evidence of the contrary. Those are two different things. But these are the different ways in which we operate. So it's like, I'm, like,
Yeah, a logical fallacy is better than nothing. So I'm just going to believe that until someone else knows an answer.
Yeah, until the actual what makes sense is just unbelievable.
I mean, until I know exactly who pulled the trigger on 9/11, I'm going to believe it was Osama bin Laden.
I'm just gonna keep hoping for a flying reindeer.
Well, I'm telling you guys, I have unicorns in my backyard. It split into two, and then the two split into four, and now I've got a shit ton of unicorns back there because it rained.
I look forward to going fishing on the moons of Jupiter, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I have fishing poles.
Yeah, because those lights have people on.
We're a light too. Do you guys know that?
Yeah, we shine just as bright as everybody else. We shine like a diamond.
I mean, they even tell you that the lights in the sky are nothing like the Earth. That's exactly. They have antithetical positions on top of antithetical positions, like sitting right next to each other. Like, and they're like, yeah, that all works. And it's like, okay, whatever. But the bottom line is, you want proof or evidence, more evidence that it's flat, other than our measurements, other than our little observations and all this. Like, but the bottom line is, what we have is observations where people are attempting to see what should geometrically hold true if the Earth is a sphere. Like, for whatever reason, it's like, yeah, I want to see evidence that it's flat. It's like, no, we didn't wake up one day thinking, well, the Earth is flat, and now I have this model, this idea, this way of thinking. Like, no, we're just as lost as everyone else who thinks, well, if it's not a fucking globe, if you're telling me that it's not a fucking globe, then what the fuck is it? Because it doesn't make sense. No shit. You're right. You're in the same boat that I'm in. Because all I did was try to confirm that what I've been told my whole life is true. And one by one, all of the questions that I had pertaining to what was told to me to be positive proof is actually, there's no information for it. There's nothing exists. Like, you know how you ask Google a question and they give you 1,000 different responses and none of them are what you asked? That's what it's like looking up the globe. And it's gotten worse since 2014. It's not easier to look up information on Google. It's harder. I don't know what that means for everyone, but for me, it was just like, oh yeah, it's definitely fake as fuck. Now, what does that mean after you're thinking, okay, well, it's not a globe? I don't know what that means for everyone else, because I don't know what kind of images that elicits in other people's minds. But I was willing to not have an image. I was willing to give that up. And I guess for some people, that's a sense of self.
Yeah, I believe that too. But like, my main question in this whole thing is like, basically, like say it's flat. Like, I know you guys all believe this. Like flat plane. I guess I just don't understand. My question isn't why would they lie, but why? Like, what difference would it make? Like in the long run, like what's the reason behind
because
hiding the fact that it's a ball or a flat plane?
well,
I'll post the meme.
people tend to think about material things when they ponder this question. They don't think of hocus pocus is real, or hocus pocus or magic as actual. They just think, oh, these things aren't real. They think, I don't know what people think when they hear the word brainwashing. Maybe they think of pseudoscience. Maybe they think of, like, things that I don't know. But the bottom line is, how I would answer that question is the thing that it changes is the average human's confidence in rejecting a narrative. Now, whether it be school, whether it be military, whether it be medicine, all of these fields have a common denominator, that there is a set system, and if you go against it too hard, you are then the outcast. So they don't have to exactly kick you out, but they make you feel like you don't belong. To the point where
Can I pause you for a second? Just for a second. Radwin, honestly, like, I'm not here to troll or anything. I have some honest questions, and I have another one. Like, I get your explanation there. Why would they lie? Why would any group lie? But you want to know something else? There's other evidence, that shows some sort of pressure of, like, the ground. Like how diamonds are created from coal deep in the ground. That's pretty cool. And,
Oh,
like,
really?
Without that pressure without that pressure from our containment, you wouldn't get those diamonds.
Yeah, exactly. So that's like a really interesting topic. Like, it could be flat, it could be round in both instances, but there's like a lot of amazing things out there.
It cannot be a globe. It's impossible. We would never have lived.
Hold on, Radwin. I mean, why you injecting all of your negativity into our conversation? Like, I don't even know what you're saying, but
closing the point.
He asked a question that was like, seems to be important to him. And I feel like this is the only legitimate answer. It's because you have a populace of people who make the world go round. It's not the rich man. It's not the man with the ideas. It's the people who push the resources. So if the people didn't feel the need, the mental nagging to sustain a certain lifestyle and push the world round, what would that world really look like? So when you say, why would they lie? And I say, well, it's to hold the mental stability together. Like that, that's really like what would you say to that? Like, and then I gave the examples of the doctors. And
they want to control the masses.
So when I tell you that the liquid, like matter in a liquid state, it has to be contained, right? And then I say, well, the outside of a sphere is not a container. Instead of taking the truth, which is what we experience is the outside of a ball or a sphere is not a container, because of a mental image that has been instilled in us, we might respond by saying, well, I have a conclusion already, so now I have to work backwards from that conclusion, and my ad hoc explanation is there's a force that holds it all together. most of us know it as gravity.
Gravy.
Magic. Yeah, right.
Gravy.
I know, right?
Gravy makes everything taste good.
But you see how the word gravity makes it sound more scientific, right? Because when you really think about gravity or the image of gravity, it really is like some kind of magic force, right? Like, I mean, they even say things like, "We don't know what
Well,
it is."
The gravity of the situation.
It can't apply to containment because you have the pressure on the walls of a container, whether it be water, whether it be air. So you have that, but then when you think of the globe, all of these things that you actually experience are out of, they're just out of sight and out of mind in the face of some theoretical thought that you now put your mind. And you're asking, well, why would there not? For what reason would that process need to take place? Other than to get people to accept things that aren't actually based in reality.
Hey Elijah, can we skip back a little bit to what S Juice said there? He said it could be a bowl. You know, it could be flat. It could be a bowl. Can we sort of get back to telling S Juice how it's impossible that we're on a bowl? You know,
that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Well,
I think he already knows. You've heard about the laser test and you've heard about the flash.
Yeah, the fact that you cannot exist on a ball is all I'm saying. It is not possible.
I think it's because of all the explanations that the ball model offers, right? That's why they do that. You know, they
even if I put a magnet in the center of a big plastic ball and I put stuff around it, that stuff wouldn't work because things would constantly be pulling it down. I couldn't have, I'd be using a magnet. Okay, you wouldn't be able to live on that. Magnets can't pull water, so the magical forces can't pull like air. Gravity can't pull on air because it can't hold water down and then say, well, evaporating water is okay to go up into the sky. Gravity doesn't pull on, but it holds all the air in. You can't say that. You can't have both. That's like having your cake or whatever. You can't have it.
Yeah,
but it's the taking away of it's the sudden taking away of the model that takes away the explanations, that makes the mind wander everywhere about all the explanations. I think is what.
Yeah.
Can I?
I would also like to interrupt to say, generally, I don't want to point any fingers. Now is not the time to replace gravity with something else. It doesn't exist.
So let me add something to this. I think people are scared of reality, right? They're scared to get hurt. That's why this gaming is so hot, right? They want to go into their virtual world, not think about reality, how it can hurt them, right? And now their model has been taken away, and thus their imagination, their fantasies about space. They can't go in a rocket to Mars, right? It's all fake now. That's why they hide from reality. It hurts so much.
Well, they can get space in their game.
Well, I think that's what.
And somebody told me that proves that space can't exist now. I said, no, that just proves that you can move something in a 3D space in a game.
But unless you live on a plane in space, like nobody thinks about this. Unless space itself is a plane where there's a horizon and there's an up and down. Like it ruins it for me. Like all of the space cartoons that I saw where they're all lined up perfectly and cameras work. There is no there is no orientation in space. So all of that is bullshit.
Yeah. You need a plane beneath your feet. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But see, now you
would
guys
die if you didn't have that.
Now you guys are saying that there are no aliens, and now I don't know what to think about God. not like I believed in God anyways when I believed in the globe, right? I mean, people, I think on the globe, you're kind of half foot in, half foot out. You're not sure if God is real, because aliens and.
Okay, so how do we handle this? We know it's going to happen, and we just don't know how they're going to do it, but we're going to have an alien invasion, and I think that's how they're going to try to spread more death.
We don't handle it. We do. Okay. You know how we're here and we're just. I'm not here to force people to look into flat Earth, right? I'm here because I was trying to find like-minded people, and when people come here, I'm thinking that they're coming here for a reason, looking for specific information that's not really available or is hard to find elsewhere. So if they did the whole alien thing, there are people that still would believe in aliens. There are people that are still going to fall for whatever narrative, any narrative is going to be at any point in time. And there are always going to be people like us who wander into places like these trying to figure out what's actually going on. I'm only focused on them. I can't change the narrative because someone's going to put it out there, and I'm not going to matter in that sense. It's going to be out there. I'm only here for the people who are looking for information because they know that those narratives are BS already.
I mean, we don't have answers or explanations for everything. I think the important thing is curvature, as long as that and shared and because where do we go from there, right? How do we answer every other question that comes after that?
I think the next question you guys should try to answer is like why is it flat, and like what purpose does that serve in our lives? And
We don't care why it's flat. We already know that's why we can live. So why do you care about why it's flat? You should care about why you believe it's a ball.
But
I want to answer.
Hold on. It serves every purpose, because even on a ball, for all intents and purposes, you're upright and level because it's flat where you are. For all intents and purposes, when you're flying, the area that you're flying over is flat and stationary. For all intents and purposes, when you're leveling things to build things, it's flat locally, like they say, for all intents and purposes. So obviously the world is oriented the way that it is, and this is how we're able to survive. This is how we're able. I mean, it's just the way that it is. Because if the sky was to my left and the ground was to my right, it would still be up and down.
It's called the initial configuration, right? Initial conditions. Yes.
I think you guys kind of like
even if you look into physics,
like,
you will find that you cannot have a force without polarity, charges, north, south, and these forces to exist and manifest, they require a field, electric field or magnetic field. And you cannot have the field without the charge, opposite charges. Yeah, so you can have a force of attraction or repulsion.
But he said we misunderstood. He said we misinterpreted it.
And
you misunderstood what I was trying to say. I was like,
to have this field,
get beget.
Yeah.
You're not responding to him. You're just saying something.
Okay, so basically I was like, where do we go from here? You know, like if it's a container and if it's flat, I know I'm using if as in like I'm just a member here, but you guys believe that. So after that point of finding out that it's a container and it's like a world recognition, everybody knows it. Where do we go from there? I think is we have to overthrow the government and maybe
the government wouldn't exist.
Whoa, calm down there, buddy. Calm down. I was just talking about
overthrowing government.
I'm talking about rebuilding right? Like we've thrown the bathwater and we've kept the baby, right? Like, so let's build again, right? Like,
No, but see, this
all
is
right.
what I'm talking about. Like, the government wouldn't exist because we wouldn't be participating in their what do you call it? What do you call it? Suggestion.
Yeah, I get it that you want to be participating in their idea, but like after that, we would have to find out what it is exactly.
Well, exactly. That's,
What do you
and then
mean
we'd
what
be
it
able
is?
to, without the restrictions of the people who are claiming what it is and control us, right?
So
if once those people are gone, we can do it all. And you're right. This is the beginning of the next. This is not finding out the world is not the way it was where we were taught. Is the first hurdle of the race, not the last. This is now you can start your entire life outlook and view perspective on the entire world from a different angle. Everything you thought you knew is now upside down.
Everyone can go to space to find out, or just a certain agencies again with money and resources to do it. How do we do that?
We got here because he wasn't answered correctly from the first question. From his first question.
Yeah, I won't call it space in respect to you guys. I'm just referring to whatever is beyond the container, if there is anything.
Why do you care though? Nobody cares about that.
Interesting. You don't think that's
First of all,
wait, hold on. Wait. The point that I was trying to make was that even if you try to do that, the people that, well, first you'll have to break the power of the military that controls that. I mean, what are you talking about?
Answer the question.
Right.
Just, Radwin, if you don't want to answer the question, keep it to yourself. Everyone else who wants to ask and answer a different question,
if it's a
keep it to
container,
yourself.
don't you want to know like what created it, what happened, everything about your guys'
before going beyond the container,
I'm just saying
Listen to what I'm saying. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I hear you, Elijah.
You're coming in really low.
Everyone talking over me?
You're coming in really low.
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
Oh, I'm still low?
It doesn't. I'm saying you're coming in really
No,
low.
not.
Yeah, but I know you guys can hear me though. So why does it matter that I'm coming in low?
Yeah, you're right, Elijah. It doesn't. Yeah, they heard you. I heard you. We all heard you.
So
Go ahead,
anyway, here's the deal. Your question was, if we find out we're contained, what's on the other side? How would any of us know? How would we find out?
Well, if it was like a worldwide thing, I'm just like contemplating here.
If it's a worldwide thing and we all worldwide understood that we were contained in a system, how would we ever find out what's outside of this contained system in which we're contained in?
Because if it's that big of a secret, then at that point.
No, what I'm saying is when we all figure it out and we all put our heads together and we all eventually, let's say we hypothetically could go to the containment, how would we figure out what's on the other side?
That I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you would break through this containment.
Let me ask you a physics question. Knowing what we know about containers and what happens when you break them, why would we want to pop a hole in our container knowing that we're going to die when we do it? Just answer me that. I know my questions and my answers are just horrible, but I'm going to put it to you that way.
Sorry, yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. I don't think you should be doing that. Pop.
Because everybody would be saying, don't even touch the walls. We don't want it to fucking break. I'm telling you.
Good job. You just ended the world.
We would have campsites around it saying, you can't touch it. Please don't touch it. Please don't even touch it.
It's like trying to not have a baby and you break a condom.
Can I say something real quick?
He must understand. He doesn't understand what a electric isolated wire is.
No, no.
You can't get out.
Break it. it, right?
Well,
Can I get a word out real quick?
And like,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah.
Morning, guys. I just got up. I'm making me some coffee right now. All right, eat juice, bro. You've been connected to this room for I think coming up on 24 hours straight, and like.
Nah, he just came back. He just got back.
Oh, you just came back. Okay,
yeah,
so my question to this dude is like, bro, we can't get a straight answer for like anything out of you. Like, what the fuck are you doing here, man? Please.
What do you
just
mean?
a straight answer.
I'm here to gather
Okay, we're not.
this
to,
last-
No, this is not
information.
This is not. This is not. Oh, yeah. This is not the gather information guy. That's a different guy, man.
As long as I've attempted to have a conversation with him, everything that who started the conversation by saying that breaking down the wall of lies. He said he was here last night. He was more ridiculed than anything. He didn't really get to speak. That's kind of what I'm hearing right now. Because Get Baguette is trying to tell him something he didn't fucking ask. Radwin is basically dunking on him, and I understand why. Obviously, we can all understand. But I have yet to have a simple conversation with him because everyone else in the room. It doesn't even have to be me. It could be Radwin. It could be anyone. But no one, it seems, other than me, is really trying to address what he's asking directly. So could it be that it's on the fault of us for not being able to communicate, which is often the problem.
No, I've tried with this guy for many hours yesterday.
Elijah, wait.
By yourself?
Elijah,
By
Elijah,
yourself?
I was not answering him something he didn't ask.
This is my answer, and this is ETH Juice. Last night was a different situation than today. I actually came in here, and I didn't know I was on server muted, and I was just chilling, listening, gathering information like you guys told me to last night. Breaking Down tagged me and was trying to get me to talk again. So, if anything, I just
you need to stop saying gathering information, man. Just say
you guys need to stop. You guys need to stop interrupting him like crazy people. Because if he was a regular gamer, young person, right? He would come into the server. Perhaps he would be trolling because he didn't know that this was a serious thing. Maybe. I don't fucking know. Because if you look at YouTube and what they've done, anyone who's new to the topic, you can sort of imagine like what they're exposed to versus first coming here. So that being the case, like you're not even giving him room to be like, you know what? I came in on some shit. Now I came here to learn. The only reason that I'm actually speaking is because someone called on my name, and now here we are. Like, but you guys are acting like crazy people, and you don't see it. He's barely really said anything other than all he's done is be a glober. That's all he's done.
Honest questions. Yeah.
I answered a question about if we all knew it was a container, why would we want, he wanted to know what's on the other side. And I said, why would we want to break the container though? So he can answer that question. That's all.
That's a fine question.
I said that's a good point. Like if it was a container, we'd obviously die. Okay.
Yes.
But then
so we wouldn't even be interested. We'd be interested in protecting our container. I could tell you that. We wouldn't want to be shooting missiles up at it. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. Then I responded by saying, well, let's test the container, see what it's made out of, see what the properties are.
So that we can get through it?
I'm down. Let's go.
So we can get through it or what?
Somehow
we want to get through that thing and break it anyway.
We could like particle accelerate. There's all kinds of technology that could come out.
You want to break the container is what you're telling me.
All kinds of technology, bro. That we can use.
Like
Elijah.
When you said one moment, when you said that you want to break out from the container, it means that you are the electron passing through a isolated wire that wants to go out of the wire. You know, that will make someone get electrocuted, you know,
It's
just by
almost
looking
like
at the
Get
wire.
paid. It's almost like Get Baguette to show himself. I don't know what his dealer is happening.
Well, it's like a fish who wants to escape the water.
But
It's like a fish who wants to come out of the water and see what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro,
See if
Elijah,
there's
like
any
this,
other water. Yeah. Water pools.
he's been here for like the entire day yesterday, and the first thing I hear when I hop in here this morning is you're gonna have to overthrow the government at some point. So it's like, oh shit, okay, you're right, you were gathering information, motherfucker, and this is what you're trying to push now. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what he said this like 5 times. I'm not sure if it was him or another guy.
Why wouldn't you think?
I'm here to gather information.
I think
As
you
a
have it wrong.
normal,
I didn't
as a
say it.
normal individual, hold on. I'm trying to defend you.
Yeah,
As
let him speak.
as a normal individual, why wouldn't you think that?
Think what exactly? Oh, that you would have to overthrow the government?
Yeah.
That's fine. You can think
It's
that way,
just
but
that
when
we
you
don't
put,
wanna
when you
say
push
it
it,
on
when
the
you
live
push it, in
stream.
when you push it in a certain way, then my suspicion, arises. You know what I'm saying? Like my spidey senses start
What do you
tingling.
mean by push?
Okay,
He said
I got
said
you.
what he said. I responded. I didn't feel him give any extra pushback. He accepted the answer.
Okay. Well, that's just what I heard. That's why I said. That's the first thing I heard when I hopped in. That's why.
I know, but then I responded, and then he left it alone.
Okay.
So this is what I mean by us acting crazy. Like
I'm
simply by
not
us
crazy.
going
I'm taking
back and
notes.
forth. I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm saying like by going back and forth like this. If it was my uncle or my brother or cousin or someone, they'd be like, "These motherfuckers are insane. Why are they so fucking skeptical? Like, what the fuck is wrong with these motherfuckers?"
Right.
Like that's what a
it.
normal
Excuses,
person
I'm
would have.
crazy, so I'm alright.
That's the takeaway of a normal person. What if this guy is a normal person who just got into the subject, doesn't really
CIA,
have
yeah.
any, doesn't have any, ends to any information because the algorithms on Google and YouTube and Facebook and the censorship and all of that has changed over the course of 4 years. Like, what if that's the case?
Maybe, man. Maybe. But we've all struggled with this guy yesterday. Like, you know what I'm saying?
One
You
day.
just-
I've seen people struggle before.
Okay.
Yesterday is kind of a different case. I have
Today
to
is not yesterday night.
No more. All right, fine. I'm willing to start fresh. So no more running in circles. No. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
we'll see.
That's
To be
great.
clear, I don't want
Let Elijah. Yeah, you go ahead.
Like,
would you like to struggle with him?
you guys like
He's saying something, Bong.
you guys ask the same 3 questions to every new person. I'd rather just not.
Yes, Juice, I sent you a DM. Check that out when you have some time. Dude, it's just a normal DM. Honest, dude, I'm a humble dude. Maybe it answers a few questions as well. But I'm more or less
Well,
where you are.
Why do we ask those 3 questions? Do you know?
It's not standard format 3 questions, by the way.
Well, yeah,
But
it seems like it's like the same questions.
It is kind of like
do you believe the
What's the purpose of those questions?
It's,
Yeah.
There you go.
I think
Why, do you have answers?
Guys, this is why you think that people are crazy. Because let me tell you why you think people are crazy. Because when people try to respond to 5 of you and you hear how they sound, you're like, that person is crazy. You're fucking crazy for thinking I can ask the question, and then 3 of you on the back of me can also ask your own question
Ask another
and
question.
think that they can respond. You're fucking insane.
Yeah, well,
Let's do this one at a time.
Let me come for a second. Well said, Elijah, because yesterday someone said about, like, if you've got a printer, just go to that printer, print off some facts about Flat Earth and advertise the server. Elijah, I couldn't do that at the minute because half the server is rumpusing newcomers and they can't get a word in. That's happening every day at the moment. And then people are laughing at people because they're asking questions as if they're retarded, whereas the treatment that we're giving to these people, that's retarded. Yeah, well said, Elijah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't understand why you people are. Why the fuck do you like this? It's
you people.
Because
trying to be racist.
The mods, dude.
When I say you people,
Us white
I'm talking about.
I'm only kidding.
Silvers. I bet you it's the silvers.
When I say you people is literally everyone who just interrupted and then
I'm
some.
just messing with you, brother. I'm just messing with you.
That's cool, but I mean,
why don't you just?
I was only joking.
the point still stands.
Yeah, let's have Elijah and what's his name? Eth. Eth,
Juice.
go ahead.
Yeah,
You two. Let's listen to you guys. How about let's do that? And I'll
It
just
doesn't
sit
even
back.
have to be me.
Yeah,
It just has
let's
to
do
be
that.
one individual who wants to have the conversation.
Okay, well, I
Not
guess it just
people
seems like-
saying, "Oh my God, how could you think like? How do you not know that?" We don't need any of that. We need someone to have a conversation.
Correct.
I don't
The
care.
problem is,
So when I asked him
there's
a
like 50 of
question,
us.
and he was answering it, he never actually got through it to answer me because of all this. He wanted to now say we want to test the container. Why? It was my question. Why do we still want to get through it when we know we're going to die? That's what I asked, and that's where it was left off at.
Why are you saying that testing means to break through? I never really said break through anyways. That's
Fine.
suggested.
Fine. Okay, I get it. Why do you need to test it? What are you going to find out about it? Usually you test things so you can take it apart.
Don't you realize that it's a basic animal and human like instinct to like test their surroundings, like their boundaries? Like when you put a dog in a backyard for the first time, they're gonna be
Yes, to test the curvature, to see if the curvature is there, right?
Okay, can I answer that?
Bong, that's
bro.
non sequitur.
Bro.
You just interrupted him and Radwin to be non sequitur. Why?
It's a fucking Bong Sao motherfucker. Shut the fuck up, man.
I'm just saying, like, if I was gonna interrupt their conversation, which I wanted to, the only thing I would have interrupted to say was, well, when you test something in the scientific sense, you are varying and manipulating a variable. So when you say test the containment, you're going to change something. If you change something, you run the risk of doing exactly what Radwin said. Why would you want to do that?
I think he wants to analyze it. I think that's the term.
Is this guy a flat earther? Why are we even talking about it? Is he a flat earther now?
Yeah, but why are you stopping the conversation because you want a flat earth? This is what I mean about crazy ass flat earthers.
Okay,
who
let's
just
talk
wanna know
about.
if someone's
I'm
a flat
sorry.
earther.
I'm sorry. Let's test the container.
I'm a flat earther. Are you a flat earther? Then shut the fuck up. By the way, we want people who are not flat earthers to
I
come
just
in here
think
and have
only flat
conversation with
earthers
us.
should be talking about these things. Not this punk.
Why not? Why not?
Dude, I
Because
was
he
exactly
doesn't even believe in curvature. He doesn't even know. He's telling us that we should test the container, but not the curvature.
Wow,
Who cares? Well, it would have taken my one response an hour ago if it wasn't for all of you.
Yeah.
correct.
We wouldn't have get there if we had him answer Elijah's question. Yeah.
Which was?
I don't even
Which
remember.
was the purpose of the three questions that we usually ask
Right.
people,
Yeah.
people that come in here. Yeah.
I think the dude should stay. He'll learn a lot, but I just think the guy should be a bit more patient. I looked into this in 2015. I left it because of the shit that I got given, and I look back into it now, and you guys have given me shit as well. But I stick around because, like I said to him in DM now, of the 2 hours of just listening to the rambles, I do pick up, for instance, a minute or 2 minutes of valuable information, which makes me realize something else. So I think the guy should stick around. It does take time. He's not going to fucking wake up within a minute. Give the guy some time. Give him a bit of information. But
Why
give him
to stick around? Why to stick around and not to let him go through the normal process?
Well, because I just want to chill, bro. Like, what's so bad about that?
That's
Dude,
well,
the only
The purpose of those three questions.
No, there's nothing wrong with just first of all
Chilling.
just respond to what people are saying.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with chilling. Like why not satisfy what someone is inquiring about? Like cause it sounds like if I say I just want to chill and you introduce a new question, it's almost like, okay, fuck what I'm saying. What you're saying is I must engage at the capacity that you want me to engage. In which, if I was a normal person, I'd say, fuck this place. I'm going somewhere else. I don't give a fuck about what you guys know. Why would you be wanting, like, why would you do that?
Hey man, I come here to chill too, man. Everyone knows that. I come here to take bong rips and have a good time. You know, so.
Okay,
But
so can we go back
that
with?
doesn't mean that we can't ask the question. We just, like I said, when I'm talking to someone, I'm trying to figure out whether they want to know something from me or not. I'm not trying to force them into a conversation, right? So I'm only having this conversation with the guy because it's the conversation he wants to have, and I'm engaging him. If I didn't want to, or if I didn't think that these were appropriate questions, guess what? I wouldn't be engaging him. So why would you engage someone with something they didn't ask you for? Just don't answer them. So now when I ask, well, hey, well, you offered that, you know, you guys sort of have a template for these 3 questions and blah, 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 blah. I think it's reasonable to say, well, what do you think the purpose of those three questions are? If he's not willing to answer this question, which I don't fucking know yet, but if he's unwilling for whatever reason, then I'm just going to be like, well, okay, there's really nothing for you and I to talk about because we can't get to an understanding. We don't have a base foundation for why we're communicating right now. So maybe you can go do whatever it is you said you came here to do, maybe listen or whatever, until you actually are willing to engage me.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Well, I'm talking to everyone in general. But to you, to the guy specifically, all I want to know is like, what do you think about the 3 questions? Because you said, like, you know, it was kind of a process that everyone goes through. You don't feel you need to go through. So I just want to know,
honestly.
And that's fair to feel. I mean, but in order to say something is a drag, I would just think that you would understand why it was, you know, being asked of you in the first place.
Like, it's not standard format. I don't ask those 3 questions.
Like this
But
is
I'm not asking you
okay,
though.
This is what I want.
I'm telling him.
He wasn't asking you.
It sounds crazy, but like I'm just here to, like, you know, gather information, chill, and basically, like, when you guys start going off topic, you know, I might hop in and start talking too, because really I don't have anything to offer for you guys for the flat earth, and that's unfortunate, you know. But I would rather, you know, create connections and find new people to find more information from about all sorts of topics, because you guys don't only talk about flat earth, you guys talk about vaccines and like all kinds of stuff that I agree with, you know. Like, I'm not vaccinated. I know that my profile picture has a mask in it, but it's an anime. It's an anime okay.
That's the subject we stay off.
Let him finish.
It's not necessarily about how I portray myself through my profile picture, because I've seen a lot of people mention that. It's just an anime aesthetic. Like, it looks good, you know, like the hair, the hat, you know what I'm saying? I'm an anime. I'm really an anime fanatic, and I like any picture. I've changed this picture like 3 times in the past 2 weeks. So before this, I had a Naruto. So like, you guys are just like judging me on a profile picture, and that's just wrong, you know. I don't know how any other better.
No one judged you, man, based on your profile picture.
I can't explain it any better, you know.
Try to respond to what you think he's trying to say, rather than finding words to pick up. So, based on what you said, I'm hearing, well, number one, I know my server. This is my home, right? So I understand that there's a certain way about things, right? So when you think of this, we don't own fucking Discord, okay? So when people like him, who've already had a Discord, come here, you got to understand our operations are different from other Discord operations. And at the end of the day, when you come to Discord, which is really a place where you can just, like, you know, have a voice conversation with other individuals, Most people aren't thinking, oh, I'm in a live stream. They're thinking I'm in a Discord and I'm in a channel in which I can just shoot the shit. Okay? So sometimes, yes, we have to remind people, well, this is a live stream and it's usually reserved for this kind of topic, although we do sometimes veer off and talk about other things. But the main point of this specific channel, the live stream, is to talk about flat Earth. However, there are going to be a lot of people that you can connect with and actually have private conversations with, or have conversations with in the chill section or any other section of the server, which offers exactly what he's looking for. Why the fuck do we have to tell him that what he wants doesn't exist here? Because that's not actually true.
Yeah.
Hey, I said I come here to chill. I said I come here for the same purpose he came here.
Well,
However-
but that's not the purpose of this server, to chill.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. No. Hold on. There's a channel that says. Sorry.
So two people are talking at the same time now.
Yeah, there's a channel that literally says chill. Get. So when you say this server is not for chilling, that's not true. You can say this live stream that goes out to YouTube.
My bad. I meant this live stream.
Yeah.
Channel.
Yeah,
I got you,
I
bro.
want to add something, right? We didn't make the rules, the Discord TOS, right? We didn't make the YouTube TOS. So as much as we want to discuss stuff that is happening right now, we can't, right? We cannot afford to lose the server. This server was built to.
That's not in question. I'm sorry, Roger. That's not in question.
Right.
The
Each
answer
juice-
to him when
each
he
juice
says
talk
I
about it.
come here, I come here to chill. I like to make connections with people and talk about the topics I'm interested in.
I
So
understand.
we have a server in which he can get all of that. There's no
Right.
reason to tell him that he can't get that from here, because that's not true. He just can't talk about certain things in the live stream.
Right. That's
correct.
just what I want to emphasize, right? The live stream is solely, the purpose is educating on flat Earth, right? People come here and ask questions. We do deviate from the topic sometimes, but we have to keep it on topic because we cannot afford to lose this server. The main topic is flat Earth, right? We want to advocate that the Earth is flat, level, non-rotating. And I get it, right? I also want to talk about what's happening right now, but it's just, we need to complain to the powers that be then, right? They make the rules. That's just it, man. Sorry.
And dude, we can, like they said, not on the live stream.
But now I'd like to point out that no disrespect at all, but so my question was, what do you think the purpose of asking the 3 questions are? And you just said you think it's boring or something like that, but it didn't actually answer the question.
Oh, well, basically, not really. I didn't say boring. I said it's kind of a drag because I kind of have to just like go with the typical, either I'm a glober or I'm a flat earther, and that's, not something I'm interested in, I guess.
Well,
no.
see, the thing about the 3 questions is that that's like somebody asking your age, sex, and location, right? It's not a subjective thing. What's your height?
It comes down to
it's a
belief.
Fuzzy, for real. Like I don't need help. So do you get what I mean when I say like age, sex, and location? Like your specific age, using a convention of counting that we agree with, you know, the times that we agree with, 24-hour period, your specific height, you're at a specific location. These are things that are objectively true. So if we ask these three questions, it's because it's fundamental to the globe. The reason we ask, well, has anyone measured curvature, is because there's supposedly a measurement of curvature. The reason that we say, well, has anyone detected movement, is because there's a positive claim that we're moving at a specific rate. Space being a medium that we can travel to, or that we can even confirm that exists. This is just a positive claim that, yeah, people are traveling to this place that actually exists. So these three questions are tailored to these positive claims because there should be answers to them. That's the only reason we ask them, to show people that they might not have dug into the topic like they thought they have. Because you can have a wealth of knowledge or a wealth of information about how flat Earth is debunked, whatever that means, and still not know the answer to these three fundamental questions. What kind of cognitive dissonance does this create in one's mind? I don't know. But it can't not be flat and have these questions unanswered. It's fundamental to the model. So this is why we ask it. If you don't want to answer because you think it puts you in one box or the other, well, that's your choice.
It's not a contest questions, it's not an IQ test, it's not a competition. It's just to establish basic knowledge. What do you know about the model where you live? So general knowledge, you know.
But do you understand why we ask it? Does that make
Yeah.
does that change your, well, does that give you a different outlook on why we would do that?
Yeah, I suppose, but I just my last like you lost me kind of, because somebody was mentioning like you guys mainly talk about flat Earth, and that is true, but like I was wondering, like, isn't there like members here that just kind of chill out and like only talk when you guys talk about something else?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
you do
that's
talk
true.
about other things. I mean, I've heard some other things.
Yeah.
You missed a very psychedelic conversation early on.
Yes, we don't mind talking about other things, but how about let's go through the three questions fast, quick, and done. They will not establish if you are a glober or
But he
flat
just
earther.
he
They will
just
not
said
make you that. Yeah.
he just said okay, so he did them. Not only that, but he just told you no thank you. Why would you turn
I
around and
see.
ask him anyway?
Yeah.
Like that's
Okay.
weird behavior.
He doesn't really like. You don't really care, correct? Because you don't accept boomer references or citations. Yes.
Yeah.
So you just want that was you, right?
It was.
Yeah. See, I personally thought it was funny. So like, I took that and I ran with it. Like, I understand. I don't really understand, but I'm assuming that I understand how your mind works. And you're right. I think you're just here to chill, and you do have different purposes. So, have you heard me trying to grill you about flat Earth? Nope. Why? Because like I could tell already. I tried, and I was like, oh, okay, this guy's just making the ball bigger. It's like, okay, we're cool. We're done. You know. But yes, some people like depends, man. Like when we have a globe earther in here, then we try to, because this channel is for that, so we try to get that out of the way. Then we kind of just chat about whatever the fuck, you know. So
yeah, I
it's to find out about a belief system. It's twofold. It's to find out what you believe in, and or if you have any actual evidence for the things that would be required for curvature or a globe. So it's very specific. Yeah, it's annoying to answer because it's taken years to whittle the whole thing down to 3 questions to basically say that everything you believe in is just that, a belief system. So unless you have any hard data or evidence for other than that, welcome to the club. But it's that you just don't want to get to that point so quickly. I get it. It is what it is.
So they posted a picture of what we consider is probably a piece of the dome. You go ahead and you can test that if you want. Contain it. Look, it's made of pure oxygen.
Is that the one that they found in the desert?
Oh.
Is that the one they found in the
They
desert?
find them. They find those.
Imagine we're an army on the march, right? And this guy's slowing us down. I'll see you guys when you guys get there. You know, that's what I'd do.
Who are you talking
You know,
about?
if this guy was slowing down our army, right, it'd be like, just let him fall to the back, you know, like slow
One
him
guy's
down.
down the
No,
army,
I'm just saying, right? That's what it's like if we were an army marching, right?
Wow.
Right, and this guy was slowing us down. We'd let him fall to the back, you know.
I prefer the old bong, so you're not making much sense, John.
Yeah,
Kemp.
I mean, this is impossible to fucking talk on this motherfucking Discord and have a
the amount
conversation.
of times that John Kimball was told to shut the fuck up by other moderators last night was ridiculous. Come on, bong, so
What?
come on, bro.
Last night? Oh man, did I miss something?
Yeah,
I was just playing. No, whenever I by the way,
here's an example.
I
Here's what I
don't
do.
understand how you came back and got moderator right away. That's fucking bullshit. You're always fucking whacked off in some other land trying to explain some weird shit in philosophy. Goodbye.
Okay, I muted this guy. Obviously, he does not know who Bonks Out is. This is like, okay, all right, relax, bud.
I didn't know you felt. What's wrong with being whacked out?
Time out.
Relax.
Time out. Time out.
In another land? I'm in Australia, bro. I'm sorry.
I said time out, Bong, and this is why people tell you to be quiet. And they do have good reason. I know you didn't just mute breaking down the walls of lies.
I did.
Please unmute.
Whoever.
No,
Please
he never
unmute him.
muted me. He muted Radwin.
Well, unmute Rav.
I muted whomever was
probably by mistake. But the point is, like, no, we're not gonna punish breaking down the wall of lies when I was literally telling a number of you, including Bong, to just chill out and let me say what I'm trying to say without you guys admit. Like, I'm setting something up. I'm saying something for 30 seconds, which I don't really want to be saying, but now I have to set it up because everyone's interrupted. Then I've said it all to hear Bong Sao, like the millisecond that I stop talking, he begins talking to add on to what I'm saying. Same thing with Fuzzy, same thing with Get Beget, same thing with maybe sometimes when I do it. Like, I'm just giving examples because I'm real and I don't want to just make up shit. I'm giving my personal experience. And so if Breakin says, yo, bro, like, stop doing that. Like, Breakin is also a valued person here who he's not saying anything wrong. Like, and I'm not shitting on Bong either. Bong has very valuable stuff to say. Bong has been here much longer than I have. So I respect Bong as a moderator before myself. Like, I respect all moderators here. And we shouldn't be talking about moderation on the live, which is what I think Radwin was trying to say to you, Breakin, which is also totally, he's not in the wrong for saying that. But we need to let people be. Like, ask someone if they're here to be woken up. If they tell you they're not here to be woken up, it's not your job to get a show out of them for the audience.
Absolutely true, Elijah. Well said.
That's
And
kind of what
it should be.
I kind of felt like they were just trying to like ridicule me and like make a laugh out of me. Like last night, it was kind of like, so I just kind of went along with it. I kind of went a little far on purpose just to like test and see how far you guys would go. and I just ended up getting server muted, so that was fine with me. And I came back this morning.
Man,
and
I missed out then. Okay. Damn, I went to sleep early. Fuck, dude, I missed out on the good stuff, Eth. Because you weren't muted when I left.
Yeah, and there was dudes saying about his profile picture, the mask. That's why he mentioned that earlier on. Listen, I'm not here to Elijah. You've spoken, said everything about the way the server is conducted, and it's not a place to attack each other. But we've got to be patient with newcomers, and if they want to come here and they want to listen for a while, we've got a listening pass as well. So we just hand out the listening pass to people and let them be, And then if they've got something valuable they want to ask or come in, but we can't have newcomers come in here and be treated with this attitude of, because you don't want to answer questions and go down the 3 points and all that. It's not right. And then we're laughing at them and mocking them. It's not fair.
Every time I come back, I ask for flat earth role, and they give me moderator, and then I ask not to be a mod, but I don't know why I have to get the.
This should not be discussed on this. Come on, just let's leave the moderation
on. Radwin to know that, it's not like that, bro.
Yeah, Bongs, you're not in question, bro. All I'm trying to say is, listen, see when Elijah said all that sensible convo there, then we don't need the stupidity just coming in the background. Listen, if you're stoned, be happy, be stoned, but just sort of let Elijah finish his point.
When people say that it's a ball because of how flat it is, like how do we speak to these people? Do we show them observations and measurements and they'll get it? And then we start wondering why they don't get it? Is that how we approach people who are living in another dimension?
Well, would a teacher tell a student who doesn't know how to read, if they don't know how to read, I'm not going to teach them? You give them the opportunity first, then let them disappoint you later.
Teach them in Chinese, right? If they speak English.
No. And again, people can do what they want. For all of the people who listen and value what I have to say. And mind you, I'm not saying that I'm any better than anyone else, because I value what others have to say as well. But for people that value what I have to say, no, I'm not here to teach people. I'm here to answer questions for those who are truly curious. So my first process is letting someone approach and figuring out where they're coming from. Because if they're a troll, I can do one of two things. I can expose that they're a troll. If everyone is quiet, I have my own way of exposing trolls. Because if anyone knows, if I actually get into it with someone, very soon they go quiet, do they not? They go quiet.
We went quiet, dog.
Because the way that I ask questions. Because I'm asking questions to figure out if this person is genuinely asking questions, to know why we think what we think, or if they're here to troll. And in the case of them being here to troll, like I said, I disengage. But I'm not going to spend an hour trying to figure out if someone is trolling. I can do all of that within 5 minutes if I'm not interrupted.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Elijah, did you start the server, or where do you fit in here? Sorry, the reason why I'm asking this is for something that happened previously on the server.
No, I didn't start the server. I just got here.
Because that attitude is the correct attitude, and I like that. I just don't understand why I got treated like shit last week when I asked a legitimate question. And dude, I'm on the FE side, and I got treated like shit last week. And I prefer the way you handle this now. It is better. It just
Who
does suck.
treated you
It's a
like
very
shit?
hostile environment.
Who
Just
treated
like
you
the
like shit?
news.
Which
Yeah. Sorry about that. And we're not all the same, man.
To me, he's like, "Can I respond?"
Oh, say that again.
I just want to respond real quick before everybody else gives their 2 cents. Like, so, just like we're inundated by the media, like the media, they bring up certain topics, but the whole point of it is a 30-second to 2-minute interaction of logical fallacies on the news, right? And so people learn that this is how you speak to people. You say what you want, they say what they want. There actually isn't any problem solving. It's just a back and forth, and that's it. And that's kind of like how we are now. We're inundated with a specific way to do things. We see certain flat earthers that, kind of crush globers, if you will. Now, there's a purpose for crushing someone like Xanax or someone like R.C. Meisty or someone like this. The problem is we treat everyone like this. That's the problem. So,
yeah.
What was my point? Oh, my point is that because we've seen certain characters play out certain ways to respond to each other, we as flat earthers, because of how we've been treated, think, well, now that we have the knowledge, we can just treat everyone else like they're retards. We can treat everyone else who doesn't think like us the same. And we shouldn't be treating everyone who doesn't think like us the same.
See, the problem's in the weed, man.
Case.
I don't treat people like that. Some people, sometimes I'm abrasive, sometimes I'm not. I got abrasive with him like when I hopped in because I thought he was just here for 24 hours. You guys clarified it. I relaxed. So it's okay. And I've spoken to him like a lot yesterday. So like I'm comfy being abrasive with him because, he's chill. And he doesn't accept boomer citation. So, I already know the guy. It's like, all right. But the other guy that got treated like shit, sorry about that. I mean, I don't know who treated you like shit exactly. If you could be specific later. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I can mention a name, but he's one of the big hits in this group, which I found extremely disrespectful.
Whatever, then.
Yeah,
All
I'm not going to mention names. I'm just saying that.
No need to name names. Yeah.
You know what? How about you ask us what you asked them and see how it goes?
I can't even remember what it was. It was really a basic question because, like I say, I'm fucking full on your guys' side, dude. I went and bought a bloody $15,000 camera, $1,000 camera yesterday. It's not that I'm trolling or anything, but the guy told me to shut the fuck up, and he's speaking, and it's like, dude, I'm just asking a question. Like, relax.
Maybe the room was hot. Like sometimes, man, when like the conversation is like intense and somebody like hops in, they get grilled fast, including myself.
They were rambling about,
including myself.
They were rambling about
a lot of people drinking too.
What? I'm sorry. What? Oh my God! What was that?
I said they were rambling about non-flat Earth stuff, and it's like, dude, come on, let's just get to the right topic here. That's why I joined the server, just to learn that little bit extra. And but yeah, I'm back here. I'm back because a lot of you guys are awesome.
Yeah. We're humans, man. Everyone is different, So you're gonna have your favorites. You're gonna have people that you disagree with, like all the time. Some will be like some of the time, and some people you'll agree with. You know what I'm saying? Like we're a mixed bag of people.
Yeah.
So
that's why I'm still young. That's why I DM'd the dude that's getting a bit of shit tonight. What's his name now? What's the guy? Juice. Yes, Juice. I DM'd him and said,
he's cool.
Yeah, I just told him, like, dude, there's some assholes here, but just stick around because you do learn a little bit, or you hear something that you won't hear somewhere else. It's non-proper. You'll hear the non-propaganda here. So I said, stick around. They are assholes, but you do get a little bit of valuable information, even if it's 2 minutes out of the hour.
So you could still learn from an asshole. See?
Like for instance, like we don't know what interests him. Like I know me and Breaking Down the Wall of Lies and a few others got together to do actual observations, and that's something that the guy that was just talking also might be interested in, since you got your camera and you're looking for different ways to, like, to basically confirm for yourself that it's not the heliocentric model. Well, the first thing that you can do is watch the sky. I mean, a lot of flat earthers will tell you, don't watch the sky. What does that have to do with the ground? And it's like, I get why they're saying that, but that's because I think most people are ignorant to the sky. Like, no, just like they said the earth was doing something that it's not doing, they also say the sky is doing something it's not doing. So it's not like the sky proves that the earth is flat. It's the sky proves that we're not in a heliocentric system.
It's true. I mean, the people that said don't look at the sky, it's not that they don't say don't look at the sky. They say don't look at the sky to measure the ground. But yes, definitely the sky is doing some crazy shit that the heliocentric model is definitely not doing.
We have a new person. We have a new person in the chat, dog.
We don't experience the earth turning because of the sky. I mean, you see the sky spinning and the earth being stationary.
No, so I understand that too. I've been going through this for quite a long time, so I understand you don't look at the stars or the fucking planets to measure the shape of the earth, but you can see other stuff that they say. For instance, stars, they're saying there's great fucking gas balls and nonsense. But when you actually look at it through a camera that you can actually see the damn thing, you see it. Oh, they're actually talking absolute bunch of crap.
But I'm talking about paying attention to the cyclical nature of the things in the sky. So if you're going to look at Jupiter all year long. Look at Jupiter every night. If you're using the sun or you're looking at the moon, look at there's I don't know if it happens after every new moon, but there was these dudes in Australia in this specific on Facebook. They're like, look at the moon jumping 10 degrees in 24 hours on this day. And sure enough, 8 days after the new moon, at that time period that they told me to pay attention, it literally went from, I forget what degrees it was at, but it was at a vastly different location than it was the 8 days that I was watching it. And then after that 8th day, it just appeared somewhere else. And I was like, well, how does the heliocentric model account for that? Guess what? They don't. It's called an anomaly. What is an anomaly? Something that shouldn't be happening in a paradigm. What does that mean? If it shouldn't be happening, don't you think that perhaps what you think may be false in the first place? Because you already have a conclusion and you're like, well, seeing as that I have a conclusion, somehow this isn't working in the world that I've concluded. Why is that? Well, perhaps what you've concluded is actually wrong, period.
And they don't like it, dude. They don't like it when you prove them that something's when they're looking on top. Like, dude, I had some dude told me that flat earthers invented the solar eclipse. I was like, what? What do you mean? I mean,
remember when I first brought it up and I said, the Selenian eclipse, also known as the
possible,
also known as the impossible eclipse. This is something that you can Google, and sources like CNN or any news place, they'll just be reporting it like they do weather. Oh, and tonight we're going to be having an impossible observation of the eclipse where you can see this, and this, and they're saying it's impossible because of how the model describes it to actually be. So they said, long before 2014 or 2013 or whenever the new resurgence of flat earth happened, they've already been saying, look at this impossible event that's happening tonight. It's called the impossible eclipse. We didn't term it impossible. They did.
They want to invoke magical shadow refraction.
Oh man, they used to say that you couldn't it was impossible to do a 900 on a vert ramp skateboarding in like the 90s, and Tony Hawk landed the 900. So yeah,
Bending
just
shadow.
different methods, different worldviews.
Oh, like I was
If
gonna say
light is
before.
bending, the shadow is bending.
Oh man, they said refraction. Fuck, how does no? It's just that's no offense. Sorry for the bad word. I think in your country it's bad, but that's just damn retarded.
What
like
you
I was
see
gonna
here.
say before. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to make a pun. What you see here is a mirage, right? They do this all the time. They just say it's not really there, but it's a mirage.
A mirage inverts.
So what
Yeah.
else I was also gonna say was that, and you need a flat surface. But anyway,
Wait a minute, we missed the last part. All we heard was, and you need a flat surface.
get the reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then basically a level surface. But so here's the thing. Like another observation that we collectively did, me and Breaking Down the Wall of Lies included, was view the sun from five different countries. All around the supposed globe. Now, how is that geometrically possible? You think anyone has an answer? No. They just pull up the Mercator projection and they're like, look at this. Two. But the Mercator projection is not, it's not, anyway. If you open up Google, or if you have an actual globe and you say, okay, this half of the earth has to be lit up, right? Because the sun is on this side. There should be no places in which you could see the sun on the other side. But when you open Google Earth and you can see the sun from the west coast of America, when you can see it from Australia, which is not that hard. Australia, okay. I would say that's not that far from us. It's relatively close. But then you get, further across the ball, and you're like, okay, well, I can see the sun from the Middle East too. Okay, I can see the sun from the Netherlands, or I can see the sun from Scotland, all simultaneously. How is that possible? How? I don't know. How? Someone tell me.
You got to believe it. If you don't believe, you don't have the force. You're not with the force.
I just gotta say hello to my fellow South African. Yeah, hello Ariel.
Hello.
She's yeah, cool. How you doing?
I'm okay, thanks. I've just stopped working, so that's a bonus.
Yay! Hello, Ariel.
Hello, good Picket.
Hello, Ariel.
Ariel, I got a P900 yesterday.
Okay, so you're gonna make another black one for us from that island with the lighthouse.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Ariel, when you said you had a P900, you gave like what to do with it. My first, the first thought that entered my mind was ask Ariel, but she wasn't here at the time, so I didn't say it. So yeah.
So Ariel's in South Africa with me, so it's I'll
I'm not there, Brood.
Oh, you know what? Oh, you're not. Sophia's still here. You're in the UK. Damn it. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm still getting to know you guys.
But there's a really cool thing that I checked out. I don't know what that island is called now, but if you position yourself so that you can get a clear day and shoot in the direction of Table Mountain.
That's an island.
That's an island.
Yes,
That's
that's
the one.
That's one of my plans to go do that. So yeah, that's one of the things that's going to prove it to me that there's no curve. So I'll probably
Are
do that.
civilians allowed on that island? I don't know who owns it.
I know someone that lives on the island.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
We were on a catamaran on the Vol Dam. I was in a band, and we used to go sailing there every Sunday. Have a barbecue, go and sail. And that one of those islands in the middle of the dam with all the pine trees on it. We had a complete wind silence, so we were just like drifting there for like 3 hours, and we had no paddles. And there were three of us, 3 catamarans, and there was a little jetty, so we sort of paddled there and thought we might as well make land, because we were about 2 miles from the bank where we had started. And these dudes came out with like black uniforms and machine guns, and they were actually like training their guns on us, and they told us to F off. I don't know if you've ever been to the Vault.
No.
So
To be honest, I've only been to Durban from Cape Town and Durban.
Yeah, but that's in Gauteng.
Yeah, so I've never been anywhere else in
yeah.
South Africa.
Don't go to Dustin Island if you put yourself in danger.
I don't know. So I know someone that lives on the island. Well, it's actually one of my good friends' cousin that they look after the animals or some penguins and stuff on that island. So yeah.
If I was in the vicinity, that's like a place that I would like to go. Just for that shot.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a little YouTube channel separate to my personal one, and then do all my observations and upload it to there. And I'll obviously keep the raw footage on a separate hard drive if it does get deleted, and just add to the evidence, because if it is, I'll read. So yeah.
That would be cool. So tell me, Brew, why haven't you got the flat Earth tag? Do you deny the flat Earth?
No, I don't know. I'm 35 years old. I'm still very old school when it comes to technology. I play my online games, but yeah, you guys.
No,
gotta
I mean, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
I don't know what I need to do.
Yeah, I miss the motherland, but I don't dare to go there at the moment.
No, I don't.
I hear about pilots having some bad luck when they're flying their airplanes. So I just can't chance it. It's a long flight. It's like 9.5 hours. Yeah.
So, are there any more questions?
On, the chat is too funny. No, go ahead, Roger. Come on.
Yeah, I just want to ask if there are more questions. ETH Juice, you have any more questions now that the room is cool down?
Hey, Beerman.
Yo.
Your ISP. Oh, you've got a cap, haven't you?
No, I'm uncapped.
Are you uncapped? That must cost you a pretty penny.
$700 for 30 megs or 35 meg download and 30 meg upload.
Oh my! Oh.
700 what? 700 a month, right?
Yeah, a month. So it's about $50.
Oh, okay. All right. Me too. What? Dude, are you serious, man?
Man, a lot of places in South Africa don't have the infrastructure, so yeah, it can get.
I'm on fiber, yeah, I'm on fiber. I live in Cape Town, so I'm in the first world part of South Africa.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think some people in South Africa are still using dial-up.
Really? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, think about it.
South Africa. Man, I want to go there. How is it? Is
Dude,
it chill?
I'm in the nice spot. I'm in Bloberg Strand. You can check it up on Google Earth, if you want to. Or Google Maps, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Bloberg Strand, West Beach, Cape Town.
All right.
Africa is a beautiful, awe-inspiring continent. Whoever was born there, lives there for any amount of time, when you go away, it always pulls you back. It's an amazing
Desert. I was born there. I don't know about that.
You were born there?
Yes. I was actually born in Africa, drank from the Nile, and I don't think you could pay me enough, to go and live there. Maybe South Africa. Okay, sure. I know it's more.
South.
Yeah, it's only South Africa though. Or I would actually go into the Congo or something and actually just let's see how these guys live, and kind of chill with them for a bit, sort of thing. That's
Excuse
it.
me.
But
Sorry, can I
wouldn't
just
go.
interrupt? Someone's in the live stream voice text talking, and they won't come into the voice and talk with me. Can you sort that out, please, Mod?
Oh, sure. Who's that?
Radwan won't come and talk in voice, please.
Maybe he doesn't want to talk in voice.
This channel is for voice checks, isn't it? Or am I wrong?
That is correct.
Yeah, can you kick him out then, please?
It is, but you can't force him to have a conversation with you.
Okay, all right. No worries. That's your ruling. No worries.
Oh, everything. I'm just trying to chill and play video games, Battlefield. Talk to you guys.
Just Redwood, try to keep it chill, man. Just relax, cool down. I don't know what's going on in chat. I'm not reading chat, man. But if you guys are attacking each other, just please, we're both on the same side. Just cool it, or just hop in another VC channel and you guys can hash it out.
Yeah, is this some bad karma day?
Yeah, man, what's going on here? What is this?
Arguments.
Come on, please. Let's.
Yeah.
We need we need Jose, man, with his poetry, the radius, the R value, or whatever. What is it called? I forgot. The prayer. Yeah. The prayer, man. Yeah. We need the flutter prayer.
To be frank, a lot of us are tired of the indoctrination camp that everyone's going through, and that everyone is kind of using what they've learned at indoctrination camp to have conversations with us. And that gets tiring for most of us. Some of us don't know how to handle that frustration. And in a perfect world, we shouldn't have to, because ultimately we're talking about lies. So we're dealing with lies, and sometimes people get mixed up between the lies and being called liars. So there are some liars, and then there are some people that are just peddling the lies unbeknownst to them. I don't know how much I really believe that, because I think deep down, there are people who are geared towards truth, and there are people who are geared towards perverting the truth. AKA, I think, being a liar is just inert in the nature of specific kinds of individuals. But that being said,
I have a
some of
question
us
for
are
you.
just sick of it. I'm not mad at Radwin for not wanting to fucking deal with the liars out there, the people who, don't care about truth. I mean, it is annoying as hell.
So
That's
is
why
everybody in
that's
here-
why I disengage with people who aren't interested, because I don't have time to pour my energy into people who aren't interested in the truth. But your question was what?
Yeah, do you guys all believe that we're submerged in water?
No, the problem is we don't believe.
What do you mean?
know
That's
it.
what does he mean when he asks that question? Get before you begin answering.
What do I
What
mean?
does that
Like,
even mean?
I'm texting Radwin and he's saying that we're underwater.
Okay, so I mean, do you know what a stereotype fallacy is?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to stereotype you guys all. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Is
I'm
that
not
like a
saying you
common-
are. I'm saying, do you know what a stereotype fallacy is? So because Radwin said something, and because he's a part of this community, and because we all seem to be flat earthers, are we supposed to just believe or think everything that Radwin thinks?
That's my question. I'm asking if you guys all.
Well,
think
that would be
way.
a stereotype fallacy, right? A fallacy.
Yeah, I'm not saying you guys are, so it's not a stereotype
But
fallacy.
you're
it's
asking a
question.
fallacious question. You know, the question is a fallacious question. That's my point.
Okay, I see where you're coming from, but I was just wondering, like, is that how
So
everybody
the
believes?
answer is no. Why would you stereotype us that way? Because you're asking a question, and I'm saying, well, the question in itself is fallacious. Why would you think that everyone here thinks what Radwin thinks? That's my question to you. Because my answer to you is no. Why do you think that we think what Radwin thinks?
I guess I'll answer that question. The reason why I think that is because there was a guy in here just a second ago that said, why is Radwin typing in voice chat? And then I just realized that this voice chat is dealing with flat earth and it's probably live streamed. So people are seeing him talk about it being underwater and they probably think the same thing. And if you think that I'm the only one,
and how does that answer?
then you're obviously crazy.
Okay.
You asked me why I asked a fallacious question and stereotyped you guys. I didn't mean to stereotype you guys. Don't
No,
get me
that's
wrong.
not.
I would
That's
never.
not,
I'm
that's
not
not
that
necessarily.
type of person.
That's
Yeah,
not
I'm not that type of
necessarily.
person.
But
I'm
that's
more
not
of a-
what But you're responding emotionally to something that I actually didn't do.
Okay, ask again. Ask me the question again.
Fine. What I said was, why do you think? Because you're asking. Well, you're asking us if we think what Radwin thinks, and I'm asking you, why would you ask such a question?
I'm asking that because he's typing in the voice chat, and we were having a conversation, and it's the
But
live.
him typing in the chat, what does that have to do with me? Is again what I'm asking. What does what he's typing in the chat have to do with me?
Or with the whole community.
Well, if you guys really consider that an off-topic thing, then
I didn't say it was off topic. I
It's
said,
not
why
really
do you think? I said that
congruent with
now.
what you guys believe, though. You said that not everybody believes that way. So why is he able to type his conspiracies, but I'm not able to type mine and like talk about?
I don't get.
You get where I'm
Are
coming
you gonna
from,
have the
though. I'm getting to
conversation, or
something
am
here.
I gonna have the conversation?
We're having.
Because we can't both have it. I know what he's saying because I'm listening to him. But how are we both gonna have this conversation? Because I hear the same thing you hear,
Go ahead,
but I'm asking
Elijah.
why you're trying to talk while I'm talking. So what do you mean? Who told you you can't post certain things?
Last night they were telling me that I can't have my own like conspiracy because I couldn't prove it, which is okay, but
Who said that? Who said that?
I'm not sure. I was on last night late.
All right, so I'm telling you, you can think and believe whatever the fuck you want. Now what?
Yeah, that's fine. Like that's what we came to a consensus, but I got server muted, which
So
was
that's
okay.
the end of. So that's the end of the that's the end of it, right? Like no, whatever someone told you yesterday, you can type and think whatever you want. Almost not whatever you want, because there are certain things that'll get you caught bits by the bot. Certain key phrases, certain like an amount of characters can get you nicked by the bot. There's certain things that the bot is gonna go in and whatever you're saying. There are certain things that the bot will pick up on and cognition you. That will have nothing to do with us. It just has to do with how.
See, I just got banned, bro, in this server just now.
What was your conspiracy theory?
But did you hear what I just? Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? There is a bot that will be engaged based on if you type in too many characters, if you use certain key phrases, right? So you're gonna have to obey certain guidelines because again, if someone like say, who else is a silver in here? Whatever silver that might have a flat earth role, if they were to say the same things that you said, they would also get quote unquote banned. But it's not a ban, it's cognitive dissonance. Which means
So what do I do from here?
Wait until however long the bot is said you have cognitive
No, this is hold on. Let's address this because this is John Kimball Bong. I don't think he was in for the conversation. All of a sudden, somebody asked him which one, and then he banned them for what reason?
Somebody just banned me when I was trying to talk to you guys, and not like I mod another server, so I'm not always on the voice text. And when I was talking to that guy,
Bong, why did you ban him? I mean, if he might have a reason.
I don't know why he banned me. Nobody ever said.
Bong banned.
Yeah, Bong just came in, asked which one, and somebody said it was. I don't know. Somebody said something, and then I saw he banned F Juice, and we're having a conversation with him. I have no idea why. That's uncalled for sure.
That's what I'm talking about. I just got banned.
Chill, man. Chill.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you got banned. I'm gonna leave.
You didn't get banned. You got cogged this, but
right. And me and El Barico are both saying, well, we don't see why you got banned. So okay, shit happens. Oh my god, have a tissue. You know what I mean? But again, I don't know what any of that has to do with saying, well,
What's wrong with Azza?
He's
Sorry,
a
I didn't
clown.
mean to. I thought my mic was muted.
He's a clown.
So anyway, you can say what you want. So whatever you were responding to emotionally is like kind of null and void. Because no, you can say how you feel and say what you believe. Now, there are going to be some people in the community that are going to say, no, you can't say that. But I say that's bullshit. You can say and believe what you want.
why does everybody have their panty in a bunch today, man? Radwin, just chill, man. We're gonna meet it.
Okay, $19 Fortnite card. Who wants it? And yes,
Azza, you're gonna ban.
Azza's gotta go.
And you shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck.
Anyway, what's up, everybody? Gee whiz. What happened?
The same shit I would like to address. And I don't know if it's me being a complainer or it's because I only complain when I'm trying to have I don't even. It's not like I'm here often, yeah, but it's like when I'm trying to have a conversation, I'm trying to have a fucking conversation, and people make it so difficult. Like whenever other people are having a conversation, I don't jump in to change the subject and ask what the fuck I'm gonna ask. I don't come in and ridicule people in the middle of you trying to reason with someone or you trying to get the 3 points out of the way. I don't come in and just say, fuck all that. This motherfucker's fake. You know, like, that's just rude. And I'm tired of people doing it. And maybe I'll throw a mod meeting or something about it because it's fucking annoying. And who the fuck do you people think you are? And if I'm guilty of the behavior, then I'm pointing that gun at me too.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. So
it's not just you. It's not just me. It's not just anyone. It's all of them.
Well, also this guy should have been explained. This guy should have been explained that this server, we are dealing with the things that we can measure we can observe, we can touch, we can manipulate, yeah? We deal with physics, not with astronomy or astrology.
In the live,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
in
I want to
the
get back to
live,
what Elijah was saying. Like, I don't want to change the subject from that because I just got here and I want to understand fully what Elijah's saying. Are you saying flat earthers coming in and interrupting conversations we're already having with Globers? Something like that, right?
Yep, just like what you just did. Miguel was addressing whatever the other guy was saying. Elijah was adding to it.
Okay, blame it on me. Blame it on me now.
I just got here.
You
I'm
interrupted
sorry.
Elijah,
I'm sorry.
I can
I'm
take
sorry.
the blame. I don't mind. So
No, but people. I mean, you gotta. We have to attack their belief system. Well, we don't have to attack the belief system, but we gotta show them they have a belief system. The only way we know they have a belief system if they mention that belief system, man, and that's what we actually have a conversation
and
about.
when I interjected,
Yeah, but
he's in the middle. It was when they made fallacious claims or like using big terms which they have no clue what they mean.
Yeah, but he was in the middle of a conversation and you got in. I mean, he heard exactly what he said. So
well, the conversation, I mean, he spent like 10 minutes explaining something and he didn't got to an end, to an answer, you know.
And you just interrupted me when I was in the middle of my explanation. You need to chill, man. There's somebody's in the middle of something that doesn't give you the right to just butt in, dude. He was having a conversation.
Yeah. He alone.
Yeah, that's how conversation is. Usually two-way.
Well,
but if it's about 3 or 4 ways, I mean, it becomes a shit show.
Well, I initially asked if.
Don't worry about it, Beth. You don't have to. You don't have to explain nothing. You don't have to say nothing.
It wasn't a one-on-one conversation.
He was having a one-on-one with F. What do you mean?
But you know what?
Okay,
like we're capable of having conversation with multiple people. It's just when you and correct me if I'm wrong, Alberico, like because I'm the one that cries about this the most, right? So I mean, tell me if I'm just out of pocket, but like not only do I say what I'm saying right now, but when I interrupt, it's usually to support the person who's going back and forth. It's usually to support them and their point directly, not to ask a new question.
Yep, 100%.
Okay, but most of you, a lot of you interrupt to ask your own questions or to have a criticism of how the person is responding. And in the middle of a conversation is not the appropriate time to do that. Either you're going to answer the person's question directly or you disengage, because you're not here to tell them, well, you're thinking this way, but this is really how you should be thinking. Unless they ask you for it.
Okay, back in the days, when a Glober was asking a question to us, the Flat Earthers, they were giving an answer, and then another Flat Earther that wanted to give an answer would come in and give it. Today, it didn't happen so. It didn't took place like that. Today, when I wanted to give him an answer to one of his questions, I wasn't even able to start asking if I can answer his question. But I did say that I want to address one of his questions.
That's because the question you were trying to address was forced. Because he was forced to answer when, correct me if I'm wrong, the first and main thing that he was trying to relate to us was, I'm just here to chill out and listen. I was here last night. Now I heard what some of you guys said, even though it was a little hot, but you know what? It's probably best that I just listen because I'm interested in certain things and you guys provide certain things. So I just want to kick back and listen. So that's what he was trying to say. And I was trying to tell him, hey, that's okay. And then you guys proved his point by making it not okay.
Well, I'm not the guys here.
Yeah, but you asked him a question. Okay, so what was his question? Because you were saying, well, you know, when you have an electron, it can't go outside of the housing of the wire or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, what was that? What question did he ask for you to respond that way? Because mind you, I remember I was actually in the middle of a conversation with him when you said that. When did he ask you to get that question?
He asked, how do we get out from this container? What is outside this container?
Okay, and your response was what?
That is a different medium, unknown. It's like for an electron to get out of the wire, through the isolation of the wire. Outside in the medium, in the air that we breathe, which is not the medium for the electron to propagate.
Okay, why are we talking about? Okay, so
anyway,
So
this
what I'm
isn't
saying
the
is
question
that's
I wanted to address him, but it was his first question.
No, hold on. So you said what you said about electrons and all that, and I get that it probably makes sense. Okay, whatever. But as it relates to human beings, right? As I'm not an electron, I'm a human with a body. Usually when you contain someone, it's within a specific area, right? So we're talking about being contained in a specific area. So he asked, what on the other side? For me, the best answer is, how the fuck do we know what's on the other side of our containment when we're contained here? Because the
that's
question
why I
isn't
came
really,
up with this example to strengthen what you're saying.
But when I was talking to him and you bring up electrons, why do you no? Like when you're having your own conversation and you're bringing someone down a line of thinking, a line of reason, then you can introduce these things because you've already been constructing a picture, right? For someone in their mind, a simulation in their mind.
Reality is the picture itself. It doesn't require simulations, reality.
No, reality is reality. Then when I speak to you, you have to simulate what I'm saying so that you understand what I'm saying. So reality is reality when I'm not speaking to anyone. Then when I'm speaking to someone, I'm using words that trigger images in their mind so that they can see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how do you confirm that someone is telling the truth? Well, now that they have a mental image of it, once they come across it in reality, they're like, oh, this is the thing that I pictured in my mind that someone told me. Here it is right here in reality. You don't say.
Well, didn't I just do that?
Well, how many people understand electrons? And all this stuff?
Well, it's their job to find out.
Do you not? No, it's not.
It's their duty.
No,
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't give a fuck about electrons, bro.
Yeah,
dude, I'm the only one who understands you when you say that shit, and I just shake my head because nobody understands what you're saying. I understand about the electrons, but nobody else does. That's why I would never say that.
Pretty much, you gotta get to the level of your audience. You gotta get to the level of your audience. You know, you're not gonna tell an 8-year-old, you know, some crazy ass freaking scientific explanation of how, you know, yada yada yada. You got to go to, hey, basic concepts, right? So same thing with your audience. You know, they probably won't understand, you know, electron and a neutron and whatever, yada yada yada. but you got to go to with this and that. I go to knickknacks or whatever.
A more simple picture is Bong Sao example, the fish in the fish bowl, like getting
exactly.
out from
there
the
you
fish
go.
bowl. Yeah.
There you go. That's
pretty much the same thing,
example. It's a great example, and 99.9% of the people understand.
I agree. I was complicated with my example, but it shows that we have physics in reality, which is working with truths.
And then you're gonna ask, because if that's an electron is not a visual example, but a fish is. Everybody has seen a fish. Everybody understands a fish only goes in water.
We can feel the electrons,
Okay, but nobody has ever seen. You're trying to paint a visual, like Elijah said. You're trying to paint a visual picture, to that person. So you remember, you have to go to. I mean, if he isn't somebody that study physics, he's not gonna understand what's an electron, or what's a magnetic field, or you have to be able to get to that person's level for they to understand you. Otherwise, what good is it if I speak all these, like people that speak eloquently, man. I mean, sometimes they'll say words that you're like, okay, I have to look that up in the dictionary in a minute or two, because my vocabulary might not be its extent. You got to make it simple, man.
Yeah, I can work on that. It's no problem.
Yeah, can I come in, guys? Elijah's obviously, I don't know where he's went. He seems to have disconnected, but Elijah's trying to sum up. We need to stop rumpusing each other and let people speak when we ask a question, or someone on the server, a flat earther asks a guy a question, a newcomer, we need to give them time to at least finish what they're saying and come down to the level that they're on. We're not here to show off to each other and show how much we know. Get. I listen to you every day, brother, and you're a wealth of knowledge, and you have so much to offer in the server. But as the newcomers come in here, they haven't got a clue about flat Earth. So what Elijah's trying to say as well is, at least allow people the time to finish to answer other people, and just take it easy on these people. If there's a science professor comes in and he's calling us retards and he's saying we don't understand science, that's a whole different ballgame. But these newcomers that are coming in, we need to meet them at the level they're coming in at.
Right. Exactly.
I agree with
you just have to speak to people on their I don't want to say on their like when you bring up all of this stuff about like electricity and yada yada yada, I'm not saying I'm not damned for being ignorant. I wish I knew more.
Yeah, I know.
I could set up the wiring in my own house and then not pay out the ass to whoever else is doing it. Like if I understood it, like what I mean. I'm not saying that that's not a problem. What I'm saying is, if I had to tell someone instructions on how not to get killed, because there's like certain blocks that are dangerous and certain blocks that are safe, and I had to tell them how to get to point A to point B, I wouldn't speak to them in Spanish if they understood English. And that's what you're doing. Like, you're speaking to people in a language they don't understand and getting frustrated that they don't accept what you're saying, even though it makes sense to you. And I
agree with you.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I know sometimes I'm like that. I take it like everything I know, people know by default,
Hey guys, we have got Cully. He's been in here for a while. We've also got Jonah Stormrider. I think they're newcomers. I might be wrong. Maybe we can ask them if they want to engage.
Yeah, maybe.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, Blobio is not new. Blobio been here. Well, he is new. He's been here for like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
His world has been rock. So he's
uprooted.
Blobio.
Yeah, I think R though. R is new.
How come we have
break
no
it down.
roles?
Well, I mean,
I've got the bra roll.
Yeah, the roles, the roles are a little bit different now.
Well, is he VC verified? Why isn't it showing up when I click on him? I'm using it. Okay, I'm just using my phone. Wow, this is stupid.
Yeah, it shows yeah.
Yeah, I found it. I had to scroll down because you're playing a game. I think, yeah.
Yeah, I'm playing Call of Duty too.
I think R is new. And Jonah
we got
Stormrider.
Jonah Stormrider there. Cully's new, I think, as well. I don't know if we've spoke to him.
What's up, guys?
Hello.
What's happening? Hello.
Hey, no, this is I love listening in. I've been lurking for a little while, but the first time speaking here, so it's good stuff.
Well, don't worry. We all bite, so it's all good. It's just having.
Oh
my God! For the mask.
What's that?
We all bite. Thank God for the mask.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine
Jonah,
playing Call of. Yeah, you go first.
Yeah.
Nah,
Jonah,
nah.
I was just going to say welcome to the server, bro. If you got any questions about Flat Earth or anything, just feel free to ask.
No questions. I mean, I've been avidly defending and arguing for these different things for years now. I just recently found the server, but I've my journey started probably 10 years ago, and I first came to the understanding that the Earth was geocentric and stationary, primarily through Michelson Morley, and that whole experiment where they were trying to find the ether, if there was a movable ether and all that. And then only later did I come to understand that not only is the Earth immovable and stationary, but it's also flat. So it's been kind of a step-by-step journey, building blocks,
Oh yeah, nice.
So I'll tell you guys.
So you've actually got here through your own research. That's brilliant, dude. Yeah, glad to have you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll tell you guys. I'll never forget the feeling, and it probably resonated with you guys. But I'll never forget the way that I felt when I walked, because I didn't have anyone to talk to about it, right?
Yeah.
So the first time I walked out, even just when I knew that the Earth was that the universe was geocentric and much smaller than they tell us, I just remember walking out of my house for the first time, looking up at the night sky. And I felt like so loved by the Creator, whoever we want to call him. Like it was so humbling. It was really a cool experience.
Rebirth. So to speak.
Yeah, amen.
Oh my.
Yeah, I can totally relate.
Yeah. So what convinced you that like the Earth is flat in your research? You said the Michelson Morley convinced you that Earth it's geocentric, correct?
That's right.
Then what did the flat part? So how'd you come to the conclusion that it is flat? Pretty much. That's what I'm asking.
Well, I started kind of a friend of mine who I respect, and we talk about a whole bunch of different things and research a bunch of different things together, said, "Hey, I got this crazy idea," because I was telling her about the fact that it's was pretty confident it was geocentric and all that other stuff, and she's like, "Well, have you ever heard people talk about it, whether it's flat or not? What do you think?" And I'm like, I remember hearing about that once years ago, but I dismissed it. My indoctrination was strong. So I'm like laughing off, And then
I was the same. The ego defended. Fuck off,
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
Fuck off. Yeah.
The Mr. Smith matrix inside of me, whatever.
Yeah.
But I guess the thing that what I realized is that the few times I had very superficially looked into the whole flat Earth system, I was still a heliocentricist in my as a system. My understanding of the universe was still heliocentric, and I was trying to plop this flat disk in the middle of a heliocentric system. And that's ridiculous. Nobody believes that, right? And so that's why I always thought it was laughable. And that's what they do to us. That's like a straw man argument. Well, you know, and I thought, okay, well, before I judge this system, let me really try to understand what the whole system is. Otherwise, I'm not giving it a fair shake. And so that kind of set me down the road much more seriously looking into it. And then I guess ultimately it was like, there's a lot of, you could argue optics one way or another. For a lot of our observations, you can, I think you can, there's a lot of either or. Like, for example, I always forget his name. The experiment with the two sticks in the ground from the old Greek, that old ancient Greek philosopher, Eratosthenes. Yeah, that's right. If you think about it, like this was really, it came down to this, like logic. We have to use sound logic, or we're just screwing around, right? Like Aristotle said, logic, the organon is the toolbox of reasoning well, right? So I'm like, okay, well, in that whole, they use that Eratosthenes example to show the curve, but it's only possibly curved if the sun is massively large and at a great distance away, so that all the rays are essentially parallel. But that's one possibility. The other possibility is local and small. We know this, right? And so I was like, okay, well, I can't measure the distance to the sun. I can't really measure the size of the sun. I can't measure, what is the only thing I can measure? The surface between the two sticks. Is it curved or not? That tells me which of the two models right there. It's either or. There's no third possibility, really. And so at that point, all you have to do is say, show me the curve. Show me the curve and show that, then we're good. And I couldn't. I still can't. And I love it. You know? It really simplifies everything.
And actually, Eratosthenes' assumption is based on the collimated light, as the sun being a collimated light source, and collimated light sources are impossible to exist technologically or physically. We cannot have a parallel ray.
Can you explain what you mean by collimated light source?
Collimated light means that the light rays are parallel, are traveling parallel.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense.
Parallel is something absolute. You don't. I heard Glober saying like parallel enough, you know, which is
right.
Crazy to say. Yeah.
And the collimating lens takes like a beam and narrows down the cone of the light, right? Because it spreads like in a conical fashion. It depends on the reflector, of course, of the light or whatnot. Yeah. But yeah, collimated means they're trying to bring the light rays parallel with each other in a beam sort of thing. That's collimated light.
Right.
In the column, right? Traveling in the column.
With lensing, you can divergent light rays, you can focus them, into a point, but then they will start diverging back.
Right. Well, here's another interesting thought too, kind of when we're talking about one of the things that I found with a lot of people who argue flat Earth is I found that, especially because my journey was through geocentrism first, I found that a lot of times when, especially people when they're first learning about flat Earth, they're kind of trying to state their case or explain the model, and they're arguing quote unquote for a flat Earth. But sometimes the arguments that they use are easily attacked or seem easily attacked because they're actually arguing for a stationary geocentric model. Like that particular argument is actually proves the geocentrism, not necessarily the flatness, right? So it's it's just interesting that, I mean, I haven't heard that here, but I'm just saying, like, I just feel like sometimes because we see it as a system, it's if we're arguing for one and claim to be arguing for another, then it's just something that I'm always careful of because of the way that I came to flat Earth, if that makes sense.
I don't know. I need to say something about that because you're making a bunch of fallacious statements about what flat Earth or what the flat Earth community is. We don't have a model, for one. That's just one point. The other point is, I don't know who you're talking about in flat Earth that thinks that that we have an argument. I don't have an argument at all. The argument isn't even on the flat Earth side. The argument is.
He specifically prefaced it with "before I got here." Sorry, son.
Yeah, thank you. And I also specifically changed the word from argument because I mean argument in the classical sense of reasoning towards a point. I don't mean in a sense of actually arguing or going after each other. And that's why I said discussing and trying to explain the flat Earth system. That's and okay, use it as system in the loose sense, right? I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to anybody here. I hope that's clear from how I'm phrasing and expressing myself, right? I'm just trying to.
To me, you're fine. It's disrespect because you're talking about a time before you got here. So you're just detailing your experience and journey through flat Earth, in which we asked.
Yep, that is correct.
Okay.
That's what. Yeah, it's all good, man.
Yeah, and maybe I could just clarify. Sorry if I jumped in like that. The way I see the way I see this is that we don't have a debate. There's only the globe, in my opinion, is the only side that has a debate or anything like that.
No, I understand, and I agree with you because the truth, you can't. There's no debating the truth. It's just all we can do. If whatever piece of the truth we understand or of reality that we understand, we can attempt to help others come to and arrive at the same knowledge, right? That's not a debate or an argument. I agree with you.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. I appreciate that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I guess the source of my comment was I know that there's a lot of I've encountered. Again, before coming here, I just encountered a lot of people who I think were open to it. And then because of the way that I just think it's really good. I guess I'll leave the example aside. I just think it's really good to be very precise in what our arguments or what our lines of reasoning are actually proving. And that's just something that's been really forefront to me because of my experience and the journey I took to get here. If that makes sense. So,
yes,
it makes sense, man.
Yeah, and I think we all have a lot of learning to do on this side. I mean, I know I do. As far as being precise, concise, yeah.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
they infiltrated themselves into the educational system and even in the academic, and they corrupted science. Rewritten.
I agree, because science is since Einstein came along, man, and science died. Really, no advancements.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's why they always hold him up as the unrivaled, most intelligent man ever. Because
the ultimate priest of all time of scientism. He's the head figure.
Make sure that no one ever dares question his conclusions or theories. You know,
how dare you question Einstein?
The undeniable man, God.
And
brain is even bigger than yours.
And let me just throw a little wrench in the in the whole conversation, because just it could also be that somebody ascribed all that shit to him, just like they did to Newton when he asked not to ascribe this to me.
That's a
that's
that's a
what happens all
possibility.
the time.
Could be. Could be, and they'd be like, "Well, what the fuck you guys doing, man?" Like they'd be like, "Oh, shut the fuck up, just go along, man. Just shut up."
Yeah. Or else, like if you like if you don't go along with this, we're going to expose your personal life.
Yeah, we're gonna throw you back to the Nazis.
we got dirt. Yeah, whatever it is, right?
That's my firm belief because of the nature of what happens today, right? So you have all these scientific. If you were to sorry for the noise, but if you were just a member of Scientific American, every fucking publication will be something about the problem with the cosmos and the cosmology that everyone believes. Oh, we've discovered this, but this seems to be in direct contradiction with this. Oh, like they say that shit every other publication. So the thing really is, the media is making it seem like all of this stuff comes together, but they themselves don't agree on it. When you look at the journals, people are basically telling you, oh, we've discovered this, which kind of makes what we thought previous bunk. So they're basically, in a scholarly way, saying, there's no proof of that other shit we were talking about. That's how I hear it.
Right.
They're all saying the same shit we're saying.
Well, and when I studied logic years ago, I remember my teacher, the professor, said, all of modern science is based on a fallacious syllogism. If A, then B, B, therefore A. So if this animal has if this is a dog, if this animal has 4 legs, this animal has 4 legs, therefore it's a dog. Obviously, that's not true. But when you say, if gravity's a thing, this is going to fall this fast, this falls this fast, therefore gravity's a thing, it's not as easy to see the anything, right?
Isn't that modus ponens?
Modus ponens, yes.
That's not modus ponens?
No. It's a fallacy. It's
affirming the consequence.
Affirming the consequence. Yes, that's the one.
Isn't affirming the consequent modus ponens? That's what I'm saying.
Modus tollens?
Not to be confused with modus tollens.
Okay.
But modus ponens.
Oh, modus ponens. I thought you said modus tollens. I apologize.
Yeah, modus ponens. If A, then B, B, therefore A. Something like that, right? Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, that's the fallacious one, yeah. Because it works the other way, right? If A, then B, not B, therefore not A. That works. Right?
I'd like to read that actually because I wasn't aware of that, and thank you for bringing that up. But if I could read that, modus ponens, a valid form of argument in which the antecedent of conditional preposition is affirmed, thereby entailing the affirmation of the consequent.
So, like for example, when someone says the gyro is registering a drift, well, that's a logically sound statement, which is why you have to follow it up with, okay, then because that's logically sound, we can take it to the next step. That means the Earth is turning under everything, as it is suggested that it's turning under this device. And that's where the logic begins to break down. So it all depends on how you ask the question and how you follow up. Because something can be mathematically sound or logically sound, that doesn't make it true.
See, that statement I would respectfully disagree with, because the whole idea of logic, when done properly, a fallacy is when you use premises that are okay. Well, no, maybe not. So I think I do agree with you now, thinking out loud. Sorry. So, because if one of the two premises are false, the logic of the argument, so to speak, can be sound. But if one of the premises is wrong, then you're going to come to a wrong conclusion, no matter how good the syllogism looks, right? So that's kind of what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know why they called that a valid form of argument. That's interesting that in that definition they call it a valid form, like a fallacy is a valid form of argument.
Well, I mean,
I guess
it kind of is. That's why there's formal logical fallacies and informal logical fallacies.
Oh man, I like algebra. I like algebra, dog. It's really easy. One plus one equals 2.
I just like how 2020 and 2021 really kicked my mind into gear, because there was so much of that going on that I eventually arrived at the flat Earth.
So much illogical fallacies like being used. Is that what you mean?
Yes, in the scientism community.
Yeah.
Regarding the situation, the ongoing situation.
I came in through politics. I'm like, I didn't know what they were called. I didn't know that. I don't even know if I was hip to the word fallacious. Like, I didn't know that there was like forms of logic that were written out and neatly categorized. I didn't know. I was just like, motherfucker, you're lying. Like, that's all I knew. You know what I mean? Hey, how'd you logically step me through this and tell me how you got from point A to point B? Like, it wasn't until I came to this community and I'm like, oh, this is exactly what the media is doing. So this is exactly the lie that they're utilizing, or the form of logic or fallacious reasoning that they're using. I get it.
Yeah, absolutely. When I met the people here, I thought, oh my God, these people are all geniuses for that thing alone.
Not me. Trust me.
Yeah, not you. Okay.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah, it's amazing, Jonah Stormrider, when you said that, how it's absolutely, how it concentrates your mind when you reach that realization, that moment. There's always a moment. And you said you went outside, and for me as well, the hairs on my arm actually stood up when I got this like weird feeling when you were saying that, because I remember how I felt. It is it's not a moment you forget, I don't think.
Well, and then the thing that blows me away is, I'll be talking to relatives or friends about and throwing the idea around, and they're like, well, I really don't care. I don't care what the shape of the earth is. And I just sit back and I'm like, how could you not care? I just don't understand.
That which divides the wolves from the sheep, or whatever whichever. But yeah, man, I get that all the time. All the time.
Sonny, do you know why it's valid? And I just read it right now. It's because it's mathematically valid.
Something with you last week.
Hold on, using logical fallacy in argument, it's a valid argument. That's right. That's what you're saying.
Because it's mathematically valid.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so
or it's logically consistent, but it doesn't mean that it's actual.
True. Right. I gotcha. And you know what? That's interesting. I think I really started learning about this topic when I discovered Flat Earth. Then I was able to take these things that I could verify were real. That these things, that the nature of water, that it's achieves its level, it's flat, horizontal on the top, all these things that we discover in Flat Earth, difference between a measurement and a calculation. But I never really knew that much about it at all until I really got into like the server, because the people that are having these conversations for all of these years with Globers, it appears that the globe itself is one of these things where these fallacies are used just consistently. It's like the most fallacious argument with layers of fallacious arguments, right? So like you listen to people like QE, Like, I've learned so much from people that have had this conversation before me and have been in here in the trenches, having these discussions day after day. Yeah, it's incredible.
Can I share something? It may take a bit of time, but this is just to show you how someone's very indoctrinated. Can I share something? It's a very close friend of mine. He just gave me news 2 days ago that he's got to have a kidney transplant. Can I share it with you guys? Do you guys have 5 minutes?
Sure, I'm up for it. Everyone else is.
So he messaged me literally Wednesday at 4:01. We're busy chatting on. It's a friend of mine in Canada. I'm in South Africa. You're probably hearing the Facebook messages come through now. So he tells me, "Hey buddy, my kidneys failed. I'm on hemodialysis. So I don't know how to say that now till I find a donor kidney. I'm hospitalized." So I messaged him yesterday. Yo, what the fuck, man? Look after yourself. I'm so sorry to hear this, but dude, you are strong and you'll pull through. You're in my thoughts and prayers. I started a business, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, I say, I discovered the flat earth about 4 years ago, which I dismissed and started investigating again a few months back. Today I bought, this is now yesterday, today I bought a Nikon P900 super zoom camera to investigate further. So, sorry?
Yeah. That guy came into the chat earlier.
Yeah. So I said, so far the ball earth is a complete hoax. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds ridiculous, but oh my God, I cannot believe what I've discovered. I spent 15,000 Rand on a camera to prove myself that what I see is true, and I cannot find the curve, blah, 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 blah. He messages me now. Don't fall for bullshit, buddy, nor invest in it. The earth is round. Ha, ha, ha. I've been in aeroplanes and helicopters. There's a horizon. I nearly died on the 15th, but I'll pull through. Kimberly has been a great support. I'm out of hospital on the 15th, and a few life changes. Long story short, blah, 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 blah. And he says, and you need a laser pointer to prove the curve in a few clicks. The theory was thought up by Mark, and he's milking the frame. Something. I'm not next door, bro. I'm on the other side of the ball. There are satellites that don't work. They're on the other side of the earth. I've traveled the world, buddy, and sorry conflict with you. Yeah, I've traveled the world, buddy, and sorry to conflict with your conspiracy, but it's round. So I said to him, now, while you guys are chatting, glad you're on the mend. Just to let you know, the curve cannot be. Just so you know, the curve cannot be seen from aeroplanes and helicopters. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says you need to be higher than 120 or 130,000 feet. The Earth should curve at 8 inches per mile squared, but we see beyond that. Do you know how fast the Earth rotates at the equator? And he cannot answer this. He says, yeah, I've been to the ice lock, and he gives me a whole bunch of nonsense. So I ask him again, do you know how fast the Earth orbits the sun? He doesn't answer me. And it's just carrying on here now. So I just thought I'll share this with you guys, and this is what I'm chatting about. So at least you guys know I'm not bullshitting here. Guys, I'm on your side 100%. This is him messaging me. Yeah, the Facebook messages probably. So yeah, I just find this extremely, how so badly he's been indoctrinated. He's near to my heart. He says there's no hard feelings the way I feel. So yeah.
I would say that the way you introduced it after having heard the news, like, I don't know, kind of.
Yo, sounds like your buddy took the vax, bro. He got his kidney injured.
I mean, I'm dead ass gonna start muting people when they start talking in the middle of me talking, because I don't want people to feel like I'm crying all day. I'm not having it. I'm just letting y'all know.
What's up? Sorry, if that was the wrong thing.
No, someone just like started talking in the middle of what I was saying. Like,
okay. I just thought I'll share this because I'm having this conversation with a friend of mine while I'm within this group.
I think it was one of you guys.
I was responding to you by saying that okay, whatever. The cat's already out of the bag. I feel like you could have done maybe a different tack to kind of gauge where he's at, because now he's in full Agent Smith mode. He's just unloaded all of the reasons he's indoctrinated in the 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 points that you're going to give to him, he's going to reason out of his mind that, well, I don't know, but so what? Someone does. All that he knows is that you've fallen for a conspiracy. So how do you undo this catch-all net that he's cast on you? I don't think it's by giving him, facts on top of facts. You have to now engage. You have to engage him by now focusing your intention on disengaging this catch-all net by asking him a question that stops him in his tracks.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
And so,
I hear what.
And so, saying, the Earth travels this fast, this, that, the third. These are things that are ineffectual. You have to show him something in reality, and then say, "Well, don't you know that the globe states that it's supposed to happen like this?" Well, this is what we're looking at in reality, but don't you know that the model states that this is impossible? Here are the reasons why. Here's a citation for what they say versus what you're directly experiencing right now. So you getting observations are actually a good starting point, because you have to somehow get him to focus on, and again, he has to care, because he's already written it off as, well, I'm not interested, you've fallen for something, blah, 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 blah. But you have to engage his curiosity. His curiosity is actually disengaged because he already has a conclusion about you now. So you have to walk that back somehow. Because I felt I did the same exact thing. And so I'm in the same boat that you're in. And so I have to figure out now individually how to disengage the people that I have Agent Smith, that I've gotten people to, go full out Agent Smith. Now I have to walk that back.
We all been there. Well, I actually happened with my dad. Man, my dad. I told my brother about it. My brother pretty much caught him quick. And me and my brother go and talk to my dad. Oh my God, my dad flipped. He got pissed. So, because it was new to me. So it was new to me. I wanted to, just like you, man, I wanted to speak. But and every time I tried to talk to him, he would dismiss it. So one day he went to Puerto Rico, and I called my brother on the phone. I told him while he's on the plane, I said, "Hey, Dad, look at the window. It looks flat, doesn't it?" And that continued, right? And then I told him, "Hey, you're gonna take my brother to see the Dominican Republic from Puerto Rico. The lights at night, and because you can see it from you can see a certain city or whatever, the lights of that city from Puerto Rico." And I told him, he's like, "Oh no, we're not going over there." I was like, you can't see that, because that's 70 miles away on globe Earth. And that kind of piqued his interest. And we had a conversation for like hours after that. Of course, he's bringing his rhetoric, yada yada yada. And me telling him, "No, look at this. This is what this says. This is what you think it says." But when he went to go read it, and my other brother was there that also believed that the Earth is a globe. I was like, "No, that's not what that thing says. Go read it. Look what it says." Because at least they were actually being more. It was something that had to be undone before they go into the conversation again, the Agent Smith style, like what Elijah was saying.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was.
This guy is very close to my heart, and I met him. He was in South Africa to visit his grandfather. He was born here, but he's grown up in Canada, and his bottom half of his body, so everything from the waist down doesn't work correctly. So he's got bags for his bowel movements and his urine, and he was supposed to die when he was younger. He's about 38 or 39 already, but he's like a brother from another mother to me. And yeah, he gave me this news 2 days ago, and I just told him what I've discovered. And I know he's been pretty, I don't want to use the word religious now with this, because it's not really where we are, but he knows where he's going, blah, blah, blah. And I just tell him, like, no, don't, just be strong and, keep your faith, etc. So this has hit me hard. Sorry. So if I get a bit teary now, excuse me. But we're having this chat on Facebook here now at the moment. Obviously, their time is different than my time, and I just told him, like, dude, I'll chat you in a bit. I'm busy chatting to a few gamers online at the moment for a comp match that we're playing, just to get a bit of break, because he's messaging me message after message. He said,
Do you play Call of Duty? Is that what you said?
No, so I play Squad. I'm part of a US team for a game called Squad. I don't know if you know Squad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
no.
that's where
what
the
game is that?
Squad. I thought you meant
Squad.
like
What
four,
game? What
like,
game?
you know, 4-man.
Squad. It's a military simulator, so I'm part of SQD, which is Source of Quality Directives, and we won Squad World Championships in 2018 or 2019, which is pretty impressive. I'm very proud of the team. But yeah, so I'm part of a US team. I'm from South Africa. I'm the only South African in the team, and that was the only excuse that came into my mind, not just to get me some time to chat to you guys about this, but I like Elijah's. How do I say this? Approach to the way I need to change this whole subject. So I'll chat to him later about it again. But yeah, he's very indoctrinated. He's even telling me, dude, what is the first word in the Bible? What does the first thing in Genesis say, how the earth was created? I said, exactly. What does it say? What's above us? So he ignored that question. So,
oh man!
I'll
so he's a so is he a Bible believer? I mean, he believes in.
Yeah, he is.
Oh man! Ask him how is it in the scriptures that it says that the sun went backwards. Not only that it stopped. Not only that it stopped. There's one verse that says that it stopped. Right when it was was Joshua. I mean Joshua. Yeah, Joshua. But there's another one. I think it was. I want to say. I don't know if it was Jeremiah or I don't remember who it was. But it was that the sun went backwards. The shadow of the sun went backwards.
I remember reading something like that. Yeah. So this is the stuff I need to bring up to him. But I'm sorry, guys. I just had to bring that up now. That's the conversation I'm having with him as we chatting here as well. But I've put it on pause for a bit. I told him I'm a bit busy at the moment, but I'll chat to him in a sec. But yeah.
You know, a good way to approach someone like that might be taking them through the 3 points, because they're very simple, very direct.
Yeah, so if someone can DM me those 3 points, everyone's been talking about it this evening. They would mention it to that other guy that you guys are giving shit to tonight. And then everyone's saying, what's the 3 points? 3 questions. And then no one's actually asked these 3 questions, or no one's heard it. So if you can DM me those 3 questions.
Sonny, go ask him the 3 questions as if he's a newcomer. But before you do that,
ask me it.
A lot of people do the 3rd question. And they say, how could you have gas pressure without a container, which is fine. But I actually like Miggy's way. The way he did it originally was, how do you know? That's why I ask it the way I do, because I got it from Miggy. How do you know that space is, a place that we can travel to, or that it exists the way that they tell us as the media?
I like that. Test me. Yeah, I like that. Test me, guys.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Elijah. I appreciate that. And everybody, sorry to hear about it. Go ahead.
Sorry. One more thing. I found it, Daniel 4:11. And Daniel 4:11, the guy, because I just, all I did was like Google it, so I don't really, because I'm still in Genesis, I'm still reading. But they talk about a tree. So a guy has a dream, right? And or a vision from God, or something like this. And so what happens is, in this dream, he can see the tree, because the tree is so tall that you can see it at all points of the earth. So what would be the purpose of the book speaking of a dream in which a person can see a tree from all points, if that would be impossible on a sphere, right?
Right. Also in Enoch, I think the sun stops, and then he also goes later to a place, not to divert too far, but that he goes to a place where he could see the entire entirety, or the ends of the earth, or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, so yeah, Bierman. So the three points are this: the 3 positive claims, and that's how we usually talk about it, is what the globe Earth has You know, these 3 positive claims that Globe Earth makes. So the first one would be curvature. The second one would be, and I'm just going to go through them quickly. So 1 is curvature, 2 is axial rotation, and 3 is the existence of the vacuum of space, or that it's a place that anyone could travel to. So I'll just go ahead and ask you the 3 questions. So do you know of any time that Earth's curvature was measured, and preferably the method that was used?
So I know the Eratosthenes, I hope you guys say that guy's name, and it works on the ball Earth, but it works on the flat Earth as well. And that was the sticks to stones crap. And then obviously they must have had cell phones in those days, because he spoke to his friend, I think it's 500 miles away, where he said, oh, my shadow is this far away. So that's nonsense. It works on a flat Earth as well with a local sun. If that sun is right above the stick, it's going to be a straight down shadow. And if there's a stick, say, a kilometer away, it'll actually have a longer shadow. So it works on a flat Earth, and it also works on a ball Earth. So that's thrown out. That's
an excellent argument for that. And there's also lots of problems that we can discuss later about Eratosthenes. But I'll just move on to the second one. Basically, hold on, I have a phone call. I need to mute that 1 second.
Also is not a measurement; it's a calculation.
Yeah, he did some math, and it worked on a ball Earth, but it works on a flat Earth as well. And not just that, he's only been Eratosthenes was only brought up in the late 90s, like 1980. There's no fucking written history of that man anywhere else. If he was so genius, he would be in every book in the 1500s, 1400s. But there's no record of him since the 1980s or something like that.
Right,
So
that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard also. And then we can go into the presuppositions that were made and if that was even true or anything like that about that. I mean, there's a lot of problems with it. So the second one, basically what we do is when we get somebody, like if somebody uses Eratosthenes, it's not actually a measurement. They would need to show how it is one. And then the presuppositions that were used was that it was a sphere to begin with. And other distances that were not known, like the sun and parallel light rays and things like that. So basically what we get down to is that this idea of curvature without an actual measurement is just a belief. So that's really the primary thing here when asking these questions, that these people think they know it's a ball, but when upon more questioning about that, asking for an actual measurement, that is just a belief they have. So I'll move to the second one. I'm just going to try to act like you're
Go for it.
a Glober or a newcomer or whatever. So on the second point, they say the Earth is spinning axially at 1,039 miles an hour at the equator. Do you know of how, when, and where anyone has detected this rotation of Earth?
So they use that gyroscope thingy, that laser gyroscope, which is provably inaccurate, or not inaccurate. It doesn't measure Earth's curvature. You can measure that. You can measure the ether with that as well, as far as I understand. But also, it's man-made, so you can't trust everything man-made. And not just that. If we are spinning at that speed, how do you land on a north to south runway? You don't. They say that Earth does, the atmosphere does not move with the Earth; it moves separate from the Earth. So you are not moving with the atmosphere to land on a runway. Also, planes do not. When you do your pilot training and all your tests and licenses and shit, they treat the Earth as a non-rotating. They just treat it as a stationary plane, flat plane. So they say you move with the atmosphere. So you coming from, for instance, Alaska, you moving at 300 miles per hour, and you want to land on a north to south runway on the equator that's moving 1,000 miles per hour. How do you gain that extra 700 miles per hour?
Because you borrowed them before.
Right?
Just because I borrowed them doesn't mean I have them.
Fabio, you're hot miking.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to me. I was like,
Oh,
holy,
he was up.
what am
He
I
was up.
fucking borrowing here? So there's no detection of curvature, and why would stars be in the same place as well? If
Right.
we are rotating at 66,000 miles per hour in orbit, and we're still traveling at 500,000 miles in that direction and 1.2 miles up, I'm sorry, the stars would be different the next year I look at them. Even
Yeah.
the next second I look at them. So the Earth is not rotating, we're not moving.
You're
Hey, can I-
on it. You're on it. And so like a lot of times I preface these statements with before the space age. I don't know if people like me saying that, but see, they're going to have to show how it was originally measured, these first two, before they ever went to space. So they can't use space because they had to have that information before they went there. Otherwise, all of their mechanical or their orbital mechanics would be all off. As a matter of fact, everything would be off. Day and night cycles, the seasons, all of it would be off, right? So sometimes I preface with that. I'll just move on, and then we can have a much more in-depth conversation. Yeah.
Am I doing it right so far?
Hold on a second. Can I just say one thing? The whole goal of these 3 points, I mean, you guys are acing the test, but if you're going to do this with your friend who's got the kidney failure, what you're trying to help him understand is that everything he thinks he knows about the globe is just purely belief. He doesn't have any solid, concrete information or facts. The whole goal is to get him to understand that he doesn't have any real concrete information.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking the basic question: Does he know? Does he even know how fast the Earth rotates at the equator? That was just one question I asked him, just so that he understands that just to see if he even knows what he believes. Just
But
the
you
basic.
You're not even knowing.
But you have to set it up that you can't just ask the question. And that's why I think that it's so genius, because if you notice, people tell, if someone goes through the 3 points, the first thing is to say, hey, so there are these 3 fundamental questions that should have answers, because they're 3 claims that there are 3 claims that have to be true in order for us to live on a globe. But what we try to get people to understand is that what they think they know turns out that they just have a belief for. So these are the 3 questions, and this is why we ask these 3 questions, and then you line up the 3. You give in detail an outline of the 3 questions, and you tell them why you're going to be asking them. And then when you ask them, in the back of their mind, they're thinking, damn, I don't have the answers for this.
Right.
There we go.
Yeah. So that's a really good way. And I actually have a video or the sound of a Discord with Miggy going through the 3 steps. It's a recording. And so I'll drop that in a minute also.
Yeah, can we just play it?
You can DM it to me.
Could we? We could play it. Shoot, we could play it.
Go to the third question. Let's go to the third
Let me
question.
just finish, and then we can continue or listen to that, and then have a more in-depth conversation. I think it's a great line of for a conversation. So on the third point, we've basically shown for the first 2 that those first 2 things, the curvature and the rotation, are just beliefs. That's and I agree with what Elijah said, that we kind of set it up like as a conversation with these people, not as a debate or anything, but just to say, how about, can we have a little, ask you a few questions just to see where you stand on the globe itself, like that we're level the playing field so that we're talking about the same thing, you know what I mean, to make it a conversation like that. So, then basically invite them for this questioning, like I could say something like, what if I could show you that everything you know about the globe, these 3 primary claims, is a belief only? And most people will go for that, and they'll enter in. So on the third one, on the third point is, can the vacuum of space exist in reality? Or is it a medium that anyone could go to? And then I'll just cut to the chase. We're supposed to be we live in a pressurized system here on Earth, 14.7 psi at sea level. We're told that pressure system exists adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative. Well, I can't even say it right now. But negative 17 torr. right? A high vacuum, very close to a vacuum. So can you provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container? So that would be the question.
Definitely not, because it's impossible. And I can suck up the water with a straw with my weak vacuum of my lungs.
Right,
it's
exactly.
impossible.
And the fact we're breathing now, and all of that, the antecedent, this goes into depth and we can get further, but a lot of times they'll try to pull out gravity at this point. Then we go into gravity, and you probably heard that conversation here as well.
Yeah.
To have gravity, to validate scientifically gravity. When was it validated? So asking about
Sorry, I would love you guys to. So I've always heard of them. You guys talking about the second law of second law of thermodynamics, and I've Googled it. I've read about it, guys. I'm not uneducated. I've got an IT engineering qualification. I'm a project manager, and I've studied business studies, but I just do not understand science that great. So when I read the second law of the thermodynamics, or I've actually read the whole law of thermodynamics, I do not understand it that great. So maybe it's something that you guys can discuss here for me as well, that I can get a better understanding of it.
Yes, and also there's a lot of resources here. People have websites. There's the Globe Terminator, QE's website. There's a lot of information in there, and also just QE's channel on scientific information, so there's a lot of learning there. QE has a ton of that stuff. So anyway, if you'd like, I could play this little video. Is that okay with everyone?
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
All right. It's just audio, so hold on a second.
Did I do it right in the test?
Yeah, pretty much.
No, you did very well. I mean, a lot of times they'll try to explain away gas pressure without a container. So that's the more advanced, when they start getting into like gradients and stuff like that and trying to say, yeah. So I won't go too far into that. That's a long conversation.
Even with a pressure gradient, you still need a container. You cannot have pressure with no container. It's impossible. It cannot be proven.
Yep. So let me find this. 1 sec.
Out of me.
So with that thermodynamics violation, there's also some gas laws that it violates as well. Beerman.
What's up?
There's also some gas laws that it violates as well.
All right.
Yeah, that you have to get into as well.
I need to learn that. I also think to myself, like, if you're going at 1.2 million miles per hour in that direction, for instance, why is gravity still the same on the other direction, the other side of the Earth, for instance, if you are a ball Earth? Like, why do you weigh the same on both sides of the Earth? Give me an example.
Yeah.
It's retarded. I mean, come on.
So there's Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law. Those, you should look into those laws.
Yeah, you guys must send me links or share them or something. But
I'm still reading up on them. I'll post it. I'll post it on the chat. I also posted the Bible verses up top a little bit, and I'm pinged you in it, which talks about the sun going backwards.
Cool. Yeah, so I am pretty religious, so I do follow the Bible. Obviously, I've got my own beliefs. I don't believe everything in the Bible exactly, but pretty much to the T, if that makes sense.
Right.
I don't pick and choose, if you know what I mean.
Right. So there's Isaiah 38:8, which is the prophet was Isaiah, the one that did that was prophesied about.
Where are you posting this? Because I don't see it in the
on the live stream voice text. If you go to 41 minutes after the hour, I pinged you in it.
Hold up.
Noah's Ark. Do you believe in Noah's Ark?
Oh yeah, dude, 100%.
This is Isaiah 38:8 and 2 Kings 20:8-11.
Oh, that one, yeah. I copied that already.
Yeah, and the Boyle's law, I posted it. The gas laws, 52 minutes after the hour.
Okay, so if you'd like, I'll go ahead and play this on the Groovy Bot. It's 6 minutes, 26 seconds long, so it's not that long. All right, I'll play it now.
All right, listen.
If I was
suppose I tell you 3 simple questions. Would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah.
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we can travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. You agree with me? So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time. Shut up. This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually. Listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we're stating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Oh, that's a classic, bro.
Yup.
I miss
Brilliant.
Was that new or
Yeah.
old?
No, that was
Oh.
Miggy. I miss Miggy. He's not in here lately.
Yeah. I thought that was the other 13-year-old.
Then I think I did pretty well.
Yeah, I wanted to ask for a whole year. Where is Miggy?
He's been doing some other things. He's got another hobby, so he's focusing on that primarily.
So yeah, if you guys have got any things to test me with, I would love to have you guys ask me those questions, just to make sure that I am fully understanding of what I've learned and stuff, because what I've learned, I believe, and that's why yesterday I bought the P900, so I can prove it to myself that I don't have to say I believe this anymore. I can say I fucking know it.
There you go.
Hey, whatever happened to Jedi? I haven't seen him around here either.
Oh, Jedi got banned.
So guys, shoot
For
questions
real?
if you need.
Yeah.
There's something like this today, but it's not. That's here, neither here nor there right now.
Yeah.
Unreconcilable differences, something like that.
Let's try throw me a got you question.
Pardon?
I think I was chatting to a parrot or something.
One of the things they're always gonna go to, man. Well, man, pretty much you already know, like the moon, the eclipses, and
Oh, the eclipses I already know, dude.
they're all parrot the same rhetoric, man. There's nothing new that they'll bring up to the table whatsoever.
All right, so I'm pretty much a flat earther then, I guess. I just need to go prove it to myself. You bastards!
Yeah, man. But check out the man. I mean, think about this. I don't know if you ever mess with 3D or taking photography.
So I used to do a lot of photography, and I'm new to the Nikon. I'm normally use the Canons. So this guy I'm still a bit iffy with, but I'll go through it and play around with it.
Think about lighting in photography. What happens when you have one light source?
Oh, dude, I know about the second sun and all that stuff. And I'm full on into it.
I wouldn't say second sun, but it's a firmament lighting. Because if you look up, if you get up in the morning, man, if you wake up early in the morning, before the sun comes out, right, you're able to see all four of your, let's say a house. You're able to see all four walls of the outside of a house. You can't have that with one source of light. Has to be some kind of ambient light going.
Yeah.
It's a big. When I saw that, I was like, "Whoa!" And there's actually shadows under cars or vehicle. Any vehicles. You can actually see 12 o'clock shadow under, and that. And how do shadows are cast? Was a shadow? It's the absence of light, right? So it has to be direct light to cast a shadow under something. So. Where's the sun?
There's even I'm going to put in inverted commas, scientists don't even know what light is. They don't know what it is. However, I've been going through this damn rabbit hole of the sun being electric and it's lighting particles, and that's why we get the blue sky and light being electric. And the reason why I've gone down this rabbit hole is to explain the downward force with the Earth being a magnet, in the sense of the moon being the sun and moon being the positive charge, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Earth being a negative charge, and that's what causes that downward force. And that's why we only see tides with salt water, which is the oceans. We don't see it in large lakes, and it's because the oceans react to the electric charge.
Unfortunately,
going down that damn rabbit hole.
Unfortunately, there is no downward force.
No,
because when you say downward force, this downward force would have to be working universally on all matter. Right?
Sorry, Eli, I'm going to correct what I'm saying there. Not downward force. I'm just saying the reason why I am going down, or why this can.
I know what you're saying. You're going to use words like we were just talking about words being spells earlier. So I heard what you said the first time. You're going to try to word it in a different way that means the exact same thing. I already understand what you're saying. What I'm telling you is that not everything goes down. You're talking about an order, the way things are ordered from, down and up. And I'm saying, well, things don't just move in a downward direction. There are things that move up. There are things that move laterally. So it's just a misconception that people have.
I think buoyancy and what's the other damn word? Sorry, I've had so many damn beers tonight. Buoyancy
if you're gonna say the reason for why things flow from one direction to another, like, then you're saying you would know the cause of entropy, and no one knows the cause of entropy.
All right, cool. Yeah, so that's that. I'm cool just saying I don't know. But I just part of the theory. If anyone has to say, why is it fucking going down then? I say, well, it could be because of, and then I'll explain what I think it could.
What is it? Like, if someone says, why does a rock go down? It's like, yeah, but rocks aren't the only thing in existence, is there?
Yeah, exactly.
They're talking about a universal down that every piece of matter is affected by. But then you see the clouds, and they're just there.
Wouldn't that be also affirming the consequence? In a way. Because matter goes down, so they think all matter goes down?
Why helium balloons go up? Why do
exactly.
get pulled down? Why can I jump? It's
and that's the thing, like, because you drop a ball in the air, it's gonna drop, and you drop it in water, it's gonna float. So things don't universally go down, even when you change mediums. Some things that go down go up.
Yeah, I was having a conversation yesterday with Righteous. He said, well, when you jump, you get pulled back down. I was like, yes, because you're jumping in the medium of air. I told him, well, yeah, jump in another medium, jump in water. Are you gonna go back down?
Yeah. Drop a ball at the bottom of a swimming pool. Is it going to go down? No, the ball's going to go up. You let go of that ball at the bottom of a swimming pool, it's going up, buddy. I'm sorry. It's not going any other direction.
But people want to know the reason why. Why do those series of events happen?
No,
the only answer I can give is
if you can Google and say, what is the reason for entropy? What is the cause of entropy? Then you would have an answer. But I mean, the question you're asking Not even your favorite pseudoscientist knows.
Yeah. Guys, I gotta get another beer. Hold on. I'll be back in 10 seconds. You guys carry on. I'll chip in when I'm back.
And Bobby, and if they say they have the answer why entropy happens, then they're just turned into magicians, pseudoscience.
Because you don't get the cause of laws. Like laws just are. There's no explanation there. It's just a description of what you experience. And there's no experiment that you can do to determine why that happens. But it happens all the time. This is what we call a law of nature versus something scientific that can be where there are variables that could be manipulated to account for the cause of an effect happening. Two totally different things.
Yeah, and then they want to try attribute a cause to it. That means they have to actually validate that cause. They just can't, assert it and say it's gravity. Don't you know?
You can't push from gravity.
Yeah, so if we look at the definition of a force, which I have right here, the capacity to do work or cause physical change, right? So, in that sense, isn't wind a force? Yes, because it can knock down a 120-year-old oak tree. It can blow bushes and trees around. It can move flags. Boats can sail. It does provide. So even in that sense, wind itself is stronger than gravity, especially if you consider the rotation thing. Even if you take the rotation thing out of it, it's stronger than gravity.
That's that.
So in that sense, even a hummingbird's wing creates a force because it pushes itself up through this medium. So a hummingbird is much more powerful than gravity. So then if that's the case, where is gravity?
But I have a question about ball. If you put ball on the water to float, if we have gravity, why we cannot measure the pressure on the top of the ball? Because something is pushing down all the time that ball to go through that water.
What kind of beach ball?
Well, you have to measure the pressure from the bottom up too, as well.
Yeah, but you have the bottom. That's water, and you have gravity. It's pushing all the time from top. That means that if you put different balls, that some balls will go because of pressure of gravity will go more down, and some balls will not go more down. And you will
Sasha.
And you can measure that pressure.
Yeah, to address your question, they say that gravity is not pushing the ball down, but it's pulling it from its center of mass.
Okay.
So the center of mass of the Earth is attracting the center of mass of the ball. Yeah.
But still, it's not stopping. On the how to say, on the surface of the water. It still has that. It is force, but it is not.
Yeah.
I watched
know.
a crazy.
When you look at the gravity force equation formula, that's what you see, the center of mass. And I don't see any center of mass for the air that we breathe. I don't see a center of mass for the ocean, of the world.
I watched a crazy video today with Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to explain how we have high tide with a full moon on the opposite side of the Earth. And he was saying, this is how retarded this sounded, is that, yes, the moon is pulling the water and it's creating a high tide on this side of the Earth, but the sun and the moon is also pulling the Earth through the water, creating a high tide on the opposite side of the Earth. And I thought, oh my God, where do you live in Never Never Land? Are you with Michael Jackson? And I was like, oh my God, this doesn't make any sense.
But listen, people are able to justify that because of gravity. Because they believe that gravity is able to do all those things.
Right.
Well, the
Which is why it sounds
gravity is
believable
not
when
a
you're
force.
indoctrinated.
Listen, this is quote from today from Glober. Space-time causing mass attracts mass.
Prove it.
Not that guy today. That guy said today on After Show, Nathan. He said that.
What did he say?
The guy said space-time causing mass attracts mass.
Bending of space-time, yeah.
Bending of space-time, yeah.
Fairies farting that creates tides, guys. I figured it out. That is the way it works.
Amazing. I don't know if you ever mess with salt water, but you get like static electricity to actually move it around. I seen a video on this.
You guys, if mass attracted mass, then the moon's mass at night would pull the water up towards the moon, at least a little bit, and that would cause a lower tide, but instead it's a higher tide at night, so it's the opposite of what they think.
But the moon's got less gravity than the Earth. Why is the Earth's gravity not holding that gravity back from the moon? I'm sorry, it's absolutely retarded. it's ridiculous.
It's already debunked with gravity because the tide is higher at night with the moon, not lower.
Yeah, and it also only pulls it when it's a full moon, when it's lit. Because if you don't see the moon but it's there, it doesn't pull it. I'm sorry. I'm a surfer. I follow the high tides, and the moon's got absolutely, sorry for my word, fuck all to do with the tides. And I surf. I've been surfing since I was 13. I'm 35 years old now. The moon's got fuck all to do with the tides. So yeah, that I debunked many years ago.
How do you find high tides for surfing?
So I watched the tidal thing on an app. I don't know where they're getting the information from. It's definitely not from the moon. So they must be using it somewhere, or they're getting the information elsewhere. But the tides are accurate on the app I use, and my watch as well. I've got a surf watch as well that gives me the tides. But the moon has got zero influence. I've gone surfing in low tide with the full moon right above Bloberg Strand. It's absolute nonsense.
Yeah, if the mass of the moon was pulling on the oceans, even a little bit, it would cause massive rippling tides. But we don't see that. So
nope. I don't know where they get their predictions with the tides. I do not know. I'm still new into this, but I just know it's not the moon.
I posted a video how water bends using electricity.
There we go. Electricity. That's my theory as well. Because the water is electrically charged, and that's why dams and lakes don't get influenced by it.
But what happens when you add salt to water? Because it becomes more conductive, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's way more conductive.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would like to see someone do a demonstration of electricity making water conform to the outside of a ball.
But that'll be an explanation for tides, though.
Right, I see what you're saying. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I getcha. Interesting stuff, man.
Yeah, by the way, I saw today a video. A guy dropped a coin into a ferrofluid. It sinks, but once you put a magnet underneath, the coin will float and it will be thrown away from the fluid outside.
That's weird.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying, Sonny? So if the sun and moon are, doing some kind of electricity, that's why it explains why there will be tides on the dark side and tides on the sun side. High tides and low tides.
Yeah, I now I understand better. Mm-hmm.
And when the guy touched that ferrofluid in the presence of a magnet, he said that it feels like the density of mercury, but ferrofluid has a viscosity and density almost like water.
Sorry, repeat what you said about the sun and moon and the tides, please.
Well, if the sun and moon are causing some kind of electrical disturbance, right? That will definitely explain how there's high tides and low tides, because the electromagnetic field or whatever, or the static electricity that's passing through.
Who says the sun has to do with it? Glober say that?
No. I just I said a theory, not that I have, just not a speculation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, they're tired. They say it's the sun and moon's gravity.
So I saw a video. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it has like an overhead of the study of the levels of water on the oceans. And it shows like holes, like almost like they're underground seas, like pumping water into the ocean. So it's like the earth is like breathing ocean water or whatever. So there's like holes in different parts of the ocean that push water out and suck it in. If you guys saw that video, it's a bit interesting. And that, he says, is what causes the tide difference.
You're saying there's holes in it.
There's like ducts in the ocean.
Circulation,
out.
Yeah,
Circulation.
like some sort of springs. Yeah,
There's circulation going on. Yeah,
a fountain effect.
Yeah, I kind of believe that may be a possibility as well. But it may be a combination of these things.
Yeah, I mean, plus wind and all kinds of other stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
This place was created to work.
Dynamic.
Yeah, it's dynamic.
Yeah, I've been to places. I've been to places near Panama, like off the coast of Panama, and there were tides almost 20 feet. And other places not very far away would have tides of only 4 feet.
I'm just about to say that now. There's places that you got tides that are massively high, and then you got tides that are like fucking 2 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Makes 0 sense on a ball. I'm sorry, and that's why I say I believe the flat Earth at the moment. Until I just bought the camera, until I prove it to myself, I will say I know the Earth is flat. So yeah, guys, give me some time. I'll be the next moderator on this channel.
So we hope.
I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. I'm proving a point here.
You want to close the server?
No.
No one gonna achieve that.
I've been treated like shit on the server already. But it's fine. I still come back because I'm here for the truth and I learn every day. So I'm still here, even though I've been treated like shit. Because some of you guys are awesome. Some of you guys are genuine. And I'm happy to be here. And I'm happy to help where I can help.
You sound the same. You sound the same kind of person.
I'm humble, I'm genuine. Yeah.
I don't believe I'm worthy of good words.
No, dude, you sound very fucking smart. I'm clever, but I'm also extremely dumb when it comes to a few things.
I'm not, but yeah, I've had, my things, my life. I've been an ex-hacker, so being an extremist, it was like my normality.
Yeah, so I studied IT engineering. I did project management and business studies. That was my life, and I started my own business now again in February, doing extremely well. I'm a level-headed dude. I got a wife. Okay, both my wife and I, 17 years ago, we decided no kids. We got fur babies. That's our life. But yeah, dude, I'm normal. I'm educated. I'm not a dumb dude. I don't live in a trailer park that's like what Epi Glober says. Yeah, you're uneducated. You didn't go to school. You don't have a house. It's none of that shit.
What part of IT?
Yeah. Sorry.
What part of IT are you?
I did the hardware side and server side of IT, networking and things like that. But I left that.
I was in the same. Like I do IT software side.
Right. Yeah. So I left that. I worked for the last place I worked for. I was a corporate company, one of the biggest in South Africa that does web hosting and things like that. We worked on Linux machines, and it was just too much whole time grinding on people's shit. And I was like, oh my god, I can't do this anymore. So
annoying, man.
yeah. So my wife and I bought this house that we're living in now, and we were saving up to buy another property to invest into, lease it out or rent it out. And I said, okay, I'm taking that money that we saved up to buy another place, and I'm gonna buy a whole bunch of stock, and I am going to invest in e-commerce. And I bought a whole bunch of stock. I started a website, and I sell on a platform, Takealot, which is equivalent to, for instance, Amazon in the US and the rest of the world. And I sell on Takealot and my own website, and that's what I do for a living now. And I'm doing very, very well.
What do you mean you bought stock in what?
So I import some stuff from China, and then there's some local suppliers here. So it's like mouse pads, smart watches, fucking
wholesaler,
facial cleansers.
So you're a business person. You mark it up.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can check out my website. It's bunkertech.co.za. I'm not trying to advertise
Go ahead, put it
here.
in the live stream. Put it in the live stream.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no problem.
You can do that.
Not advertising.
How else are we gonna help each other out, man?
There we go. Oh shit! I put in the wrong live stream. I put in live stream 2. My bad. Let me delete that. I'll put in live stream 1.
Who was the one that asked me about? Who was the one that asked me about the water and the tide stuff?
Oh, we were just chatting about it.
No. It was another guy that he said, "What do you said about the water tides and the moon and sun?" I didn't catch who it was. Was it flat English bear?
Yeah, that's my website. That's what I do now for a living. I'm extremely happy with what I do. And in the next few months, I'm bringing my wife on board. She's going to leave her job and she'll help me out with the business.
Ooh.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm doing well enough to pay her salary and, yeah. Trying to grow this baby. I started in February and I've done R500,000 Rand. I don't know what that equivalent is in dollars.
That's about 500,000 Rand, so 500,000 Rand. So that's about it's about $10,000.
$8,000.
More than 10K.
$8,000. Yeah, it's turnover in a few months. So yeah.
Ooh.
Do you sell toilet paper?
That's something I was actually chatting. I play golf every Saturday, and I was chatting to one of my other friends, and actually he inspired me to do this. He's a multimillionaire. He's 55 years old. He's retired now, and he inspired me to start a bloody business now. And I chatted to him last Saturday. I said to him, listen, you know what I want to buy? I want to buy a toilet paper making machine, because you only got 2 or 3 types that are available here in South Africa, and people want other designs. I know they want other designs because I want other designs. And I said, I will make a killing on that. So he said, no, his buddy's got a toilet making machine. So I said, well, put me in contact with him, then maybe we can work on a deal there. But I'm still in the market for a toilet paper making machine, because I think I'll make a killing from that as well. But yeah, I'm busy with. But yeah, at the moment I'm focusing on Bunker Tech. I just started in February or end of March. I'd say March. It's the last week of February that I launched the website. So going well, happy. So I'm like you see, I'm a stable dude. I'm not this random guy. What you see is what you get.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
and I'm no developer as well, so don't judge my website. That's a WordPress website. I did as best as I could. I YouTube. When people say you can't, don't look at YouTube training and stuff, bullshit. I learned how to build this website on YouTube, and I did a okay job.
It's just not recommended.
Yeah, I disagree there. I know how to change my Jeep Wrangler's brake pads. I do it myself. Only time I send my vehicle in for a service is for the stamp and the book, so it keeps its value. Otherwise, I do the rest of it myself. Everything's on YouTube. So
I know a little. I know a little bit of HTML from previous RT classes, but nothing else.
So HTML is something I did back in the day in college as well. I cannot remember the language though, to be honest. If I see it, I'll sort of be able to read it, but I won't be able to build a site from HTML anymore.
Then a while ago, I was learning Python.
Oh, way to go! You in Durban, right?
I'm near Durban. I'm near Durban.
Yeah, I could heard it. I could hear it when you said Python.
PMB.
Yeah, you said Python. When you Python, it went Python, and I knew it's Durban.
Blobby, are you South African?
Yep.
Yep.
Born in Durban.
I love Durban.
I actually don't have any memories of Durban aside from the flat that we lived in.
So no.
But otherwise, since I was about 5 or 4 years old, I've grown up in Howick.
Where's that?
Which is
Howick.
Yeah.
That's where my brother got run over and got a broken leg.
Where's that?
It's on the outskirts. How many miles outside of Durban is it? Yeah.
I'm not sure how many miles, but it's like a 3-hour drive. It's like a 3-hour drive, and usually go at about 100 to 120 kilometers an hour. So it's about, give or take, 300 kilometers.
So, Blob, are you FE or Globe?
I'm on the fence.
Okay. Yeah, I was there not too long ago.
It's not a safe place.
No, it is a safe place. I would say that's where I felt very comfortable because I could listen both arguments. And the more I listened, the more I heard. And when I heard, that's when I said, okay, cool, I'm going to spend money on a camera and stuff to confirm whatever I'm fucking wherever I am. And I'm at that point now, so I'm just beyond where Blob is now. And
I
Blob,
meant it in a funny way, like I've seen cats falling from the fence.
He's punning it. So Blobia, man, only been here 3 days, right, Blobia?
Yeah, 3 days.
Yeah, so he's really new to this, right? So.
And place. I like that place where she is now. That is really cool. You learn a lot. You learn from both sides. Awesome.
Sorry, go ahead. So Blobia said he had to, lie down on the covers and sleep for a little bit, sleep it off. It was a little too much information.
Yeah, the first night, everything was just clapped down on me.
When they asked me the 3 questions, did you listen to all the answers?
Sort of.
Okay.
I think you went through the 3 questions, right? Blobia, you went through the 3 questions. I think somebody asked you.
I think so. I don't remember. Call of Duty 2 is very mind intensive. Old Call of Duty. Playing on veteran difficulty.
The best Call of Duty was the 4. What was that? World at War. That was the best one.
I'm not sure which one that one is, but I have the second Call of Duty. The one after Call of Duty, the first one, the old
Oh
one.
wow. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, those are the best ones. They're still the same.
Yeah, the old ones are the better ones.
Developers, yeah.
For me, I liked the Modern Warfare ones. The first Modern Warfare.
Yeah, Modern
it's-
Warfare 2 a lot.
It's interesting that Blobio that you call yourself on the fence, and I've heard you in here flat smacking people you're seeing.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's that's the but listen at the end of that, I say it's either it is or it isn't. Like either there's gas in space or there is no space and we're in a dome.
Mm-hmm. Or something.
Yeah.
What's contained. It definitely puts a new perspective on what they call gas giants, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What actually turned me like completely around when I started reading some papers on the same papers that NASA puts out there and military puts out there, some of the CIA ones, especially the firmamental lighting, and I started looking around. That's when I started looking around. And then I was like, holy shit.
What do you think about 10,000 satellites falling, orbiting around the Earth for the guy in the fence?
So you know where I started looking around is when I explained to you guys about the surfing part, is that in 2013 I had a bit of an accident with my husky. So I take her up to the snow every winter, and she pulls me on a snowboard in the mountains, and we do get snow in South Africa, guys. We are not a desert.
Really? Where?
Yeah, in winter. Currently, at the moment, so it's about 135 kilometers from us. I drive up to Matrursburg, and I take my husky up to the snow, and she pulls me up on the snowboard. And when it's not snowing or in the summer months, I let her pull me on the skateboard. And in 2013 June, it was just before we really got a good snow. I took her on the skateboard on a run, and I fell with her on the skateboard, and I dislocated my whole arm, and they wanted to amputate it. So I told that first doctor to go fuck himself, and I saw another doctor, and he fixed me up. So I got a prosthetic joint in my elbow, but it works 100% fine now. And 2015 is when I got back into surfing, and I remember I went to go buy myself a surf watch just to manage the tides and things like that. And then I noticed there was a full moon outside, and my watch was telling me it's low tide. And I said, this is impossible. So we still went to the beach, and we went to go surf. Everything was fine, hunky-dories. And I started questioning, like, why is my watch not tallying up with the moon? I said, what's going on here? And that's when I started looking in 2015, and that's when I started YouTubing, and then the whole flat earth topic came up, and then I noticed it got brought up again or something, was in 2012, and I mentioned it to a friend of mine, and I lost my best friend, and I dropped it. I dropped the whole subject because I lost my best friend. Just that I mentioned it to him, and I've always been on the edge, like, I don't know what else I got to say about it, because it always bothered me. And a few months ago, I got back into it now. Something told me just look into this again, and I'm full on into it now, like 100%. You cannot believe. So yeah, it's ladies' night. My bad. I'm taking over here. You guys carry on.
Oh, ladies' night. It's here. Is it?
It's Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Wait, tomorrow's Friday.
It's Friday, guys.
Yeah, ladies' night is on Friday.
Friday, ladies.
Oh, my bad.
What's ladies' night?
You guys get to ask questions.
That's rather
ladies talking.
That's where the lady flat earthers are doing all the questioning and answering. They're asking the questions. We let the ladies have their own day.
That's me, guys. I got it from a logical. I didn't even have to watch a YouTube video for me to question it. It was surfing that got me into this damn thing. Damn rabbit hole.
All that darn flat water, that horizontal stuff.
I'm back.
And then obviously, it always beyond me. Like, I didn't even think of it. I just questioned it. Like, how the hell is the moon crescent and the sun is out at the same time? That bothered me my whole life.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, I see that all the time up here, and I film it.
That has bothered me from childhood. I never understood it. I just thought I was dumb.
But to see it all the time is the weird part. You know what I'm saying? Like seeing it like 4 to 5 days out of the week. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That should not be. Should not be.
Yeah, I took a video on the golf course the other day when I started getting back into this about 2 months ago. I just took a video just to keep documenting now, because that's when I started really documenting stuff. It's just I found it very, very retarded, and the moon was crescent on a completely different side of where the Earth should be blocking the sun. So I said, okay, I'm taking a video, and the guy in the background even actually started swearing because he's having his golf shot. So I didn't really post the video. If I do post the video eventually, I'll just remove the sound because he had a bad shot in golf. But I filmed that. Yeah, and there's actually a beautiful picture as well, because the moon was just above Table Mountain, and then the sun was on the east side. So yeah, it's a pretty cool video. I shared it with a few guys. I was chatting on Flat Earth. You guys probably know him. What's that? Wotan. I was chatting to him because dude, Wotan. You guys must know Wotan. Do you guys know Wotan?
No, been here 3 days. Don't know that many people.
So Wotan's over the top, but oh my god, the guy is charismatic. He's comical. He's brilliant. I love his debates. He's just funny as fuck.
Where did Wotan go? I haven't seen him in a year.
Oh, Wotan had a debate the other day, and then he normally posts in modern day debate. He normally posts the satellite images on Google. He posted his Twitch link. And I got him on Twitch, and then I started chatting him there, and then I shared him the link of that video and stuff like that. And then I chat to David Weiss from Flat Earth Podcast, and Rose 777. I chat to them often, just sharing stuff, and yeah. But yeah, you guys carry on. Sorry, I'm taking over here.
No, it's great to have you here.
Yeah, so getting back to the moon and sun stuff, so I got like a video of like almost a full moon out and the sun out at the same time. You just cannot unsee something like that. You know, it's
no.
True.
So I was planning on going to go shoot the moon tonight with the camera, and I'm just having too much fun with you guys. So
So do we have nights with no moon? Is that what's happening? So some nights there's no moon. That's why the moon.
That's happened.
Yeah, some nights a new moon. You get a new moon, so it'll disappear for a while before another one pop up.
And then it doesn't affect the tides as well, because it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry.
So clearly, something else is causing phases of the moon. It's clearly the sun. It's clearly the sun that lights it, right? It's clearly the sun, because at night, if the moon's lit, that's because it's still in the light of the sun. You can't see the sun, but the sun is still lighting the moon because they're almost at the same height, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But it's just on the other side of the earth. So it's night for me, but it's day for someone else. But I have the moonlight, the moon reflecting the sun of the light that's still in the same atmosphere, the same elevation that the moon's at. So I mean, that's a simple explanation. There's millions of miles.
I don't think the sun lights the moon.
It's obvious, dude. There's no other way to explain it, because if the moon is still lit and it's night, you're gonna say it's still in the light of the sun. It's just from far away. You see what I'm saying? Like when they're in the sky at the same time, it doesn't need to light it because the sun's there. So, dude, I'm telling you, when you see it like how I see it all the time, the moon and the sun in the sky every fucking day, just about. If there weren't clouds, I would see the moon every day. You would understand that. Because once the sun goes away, the moon starts to light up. It goes away in my view, right? But the moon's still there. The sun is not. And they haven't moved position. They're just one's just further away because they're both moving. But what I'm saying is the position that the height they're at is the same. It's just one's further away than the other. So, I mean, like, bro, it's quite obvious. And it's always from the same side that the sun is facing. You would have to come here and see what I see every day.
Of light, like how much lux do we have in daytime from the sun? Approximately 120,000 lux. And you do the inverse square law, you find the sunlight intensity at its surface as a light source. But when you do with the moon, it has 1 lux. And on the moon surface, it will be so bright that it will blind you, like.
It will melt the camera.
But you're not on the moon. You're not on the moon. What the hell are you talking about?
It will melt you on the moon.
The moon's light intensity at its surface is trillion lux.
Yeah, but you don't. See, now you're making an assumption like these guys. It could absorb light. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't necessarily have to reflect it. It could absorb it. Something that absorbs can still give off light. You understand?
Yeah, like phosphorescent things that are charging with light and then they emit it.
Yeah, but even if it absorbs it, why would it be less bright when you're on the surface versus when you're on the Earth?
Yeah. I think it has its own kind of light. It's different light. It's called light. And in laser technology, we have these cooling lasers, which are totally different kind of laser technology. It's not the same, like hot laser.
Let's give them for instance, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. If they say, okay, cool, no, let's say it absorbs the light. The fact that we're seeing the moonlight. How do you land on the moon then? Because it's still gonna, the light should be way brighter. So they definitely didn't land on the moon.
According to the light inverse square law, on the moon surface we have 1.1 trillion lux light intensity.
You will melt.
That means you cannot see anything. Like if you had 1 meter, if you had 1 meter thick wall of lead, light will be punching through it. It will make it look like glass. Transparent.
Amazing how dumb they think we are.
Yeah.
I actually find it disrespectful how dumb the fuckers think we are.
But the sun is like a trillion times more powerful than the moon. So
yeah, I would love to know who came up with this whole idea.
Sense. It makes sense what Alboriqua said, or who was?
The absorption.
Yeah.
But it still wouldn't work either way.
I don't disregard that idea like easily. Yeah, I still take him into account what he's saying.
Of course.
Yeah.
Just give a little bit more explanation, but it's still in the logical explanation. It doesn't make sense. Logically, it doesn't make sense. But there may be another explanation. But I just want to know who came up with the whole idea of all this. That thought, these guys, the whole world's going to fall for this. I would love to know who. It was very clever. I don't get me wrong. It is very clever, but the elites, they worship something else, so they obviously know a little bit more. But very good job that they did. But not all of us are asleep, in my opinion. And I'm glad I woke up.
Me too. And I remember my first argument with the flat earthers in the beginning, 2013-14. I saw a video where they were talking about this. When you are on a sphere ball, at the North Pole and you go towards the equator, you take then a 90-degree turn, and then another 90-degree turn will bring you back to where you started from, like a triangle with 2 90 degrees angles, you know.
Yeah.
And it was like impossible for me to comprehend in my mind a triangle with 2 90 degrees angles. It was crazy, you know.
Doesn't exist, yeah.
Yeah, but I understood, and I was trying to tell them, hey, this is an elliptic, an arc angle, it was this and that, until I just realized, you know, I was trying to make this picture in my mind, and then in my mind popped up all these centrifugal forces, you know, stuff. And it made me question, where is the gravity gradient, you know, because there should be a gradient. Gravity should be pulling you harder at the equator and less at the north, so you can have you can weigh 1 kilogram at the North Pole, it weighs 1 kilogram, and when you go to the equator it has the same weight. You know.
But someone has said that they've proved that wrong. They said there is a difference. I am yet to see it, but there's always people in debates that say no, they've measured, and they measured in aeroplanes as well, that they record a difference. I'm yet to see it, but they always mention it.
Yes, there is a slight gradient, and I will say when you measure, when you weigh something at sea level, and when you go on top of a mountain like 2,000 meters high, you will see a slight. You will see a slight gradient, but that's because of the electrostatic potential charge, which rises with altitude. Yeah,
because there's more particles to electrically charge. Yeah, okay, cool. That's where I thought of it logically. Yeah, okay, no, so my brain is working. Okay, no, cool.
Yeah, I support you on that stuff. I mean, even I understood. I can use the gravitational force equation, you know, to explain how things calculate how fast things fall, but I don't know yet to use, for example, the incoherent electrostatic acceleration formula.
Yeah.
How I can use that one to calculate how fast something is falling, because actually this formula is much more precise than the gravity force equation, you know.
Yeah.
And they teach this at MIT University in physics classes to the students as the cause for the down vector, which we call gravity.
Sad.
Yeah.
And they actually don't even know that it's true. But yeah, you know what got me again? I came across a Nathan Thompson video, and Nathan Thompson reminds me a bit of myself, but also complete opposite of myself. Just that little bit of him, like, I was like, okay, cool, let me just check this guy out, because he is adamant. Like, he's just going full on balls to the walls. You know, you dumb fuck, basically, and listen to what I got to say. And just with his, because of his, I would say, research, made me realize, okay, wait, this guy's actually done a little bit of research. And then I didn't personally meet, but I met Wits It Gets It through Nathan Thompson online. In the sense of came across his videos, and I was like, oh my god, these guys are talking a lot of sense. Then I researched what they're saying, and then I came across other guys, and then I was like, okay, cool, I got to look into this shit again. And I think
it's Wits It is a regular here.
Yeah, I've seen him once before. Yeah, but I'm just saying, in the sense of, if you come across the right guys with the right information, it might not be everything. Might not be true what they say, but in the sense of the information that they give, you can go verify it, and it's not these guys that if you go search flat Earth on YouTube now, you don't find anything. Because I watch a lot of the regular guys, the older guys. My algorithm gives me a few of their videos, but I still get propaganda in between. But I pick up the odd new one that shit, I just learned something. So out of 20 hours of me binge watching random videos, I get 5 minutes of something new, and for me that's valuable. It's extremely valuable to where I am now. But I still got a ton to learn.
The pursuit for truth, I find it as an important task in a man's life. But actually, this thing, when someone has been indoctrinated, like lifestyle, ritual, and stuff, which is not healthy or righteous, moral. And just because your father's father say, oh, this is our tradition, culture, and stuff like that, you keep it, you do it, it actually blocks you from finding truth, for achieving,
I think Blob will
for
be able
recognizing it. So dropping this bad fallacies, ideas, indoctrinations is not an easy task.
Yeah, so I think Blob will be able to agree with me. In South Africa, we're not too, I would say, advanced in the sense of, everyone's a YouTuber, everyone's a TikToker, and things like that.
Yeah.
So I think we are, in a sense, blessed here in South Africa to be more open-minded to things like this, in the sense of our families don't say, oh no, science is the only way to make a success of your life.
Explain reality.
We are way more survival instinct this side, and you almost take what you can get. Or obviously, if you want to be a doctor, you study to be a doctor, or you do what you need to do. But we have that way less influence on these sort of things. So we are way more open-minded. That's my experience. You can disagree with me, Blob, but correct me if I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we're a little bit more humble this side in that sense.
Yeah. Not that many
I
people
like
have
African
phones and
people,
PCs.
they are spiritual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the other side of the population.
Yeah.
Sides that live in the townships.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have also old history, culture, civilization.
Yeah,
Yeah.
way different to you guys, dude. Way different.
In Europe,
I'm
we have that
yeah.
too. I know.
But you guys have got good history. Like I watch a lot of these metal detecting stuff from Europe, and you guys have got fucking awesome history. We got nothing, dude. We need to have a stone detector to have history here. It sucks, but I'm third generation. I'm from German background and British background, and I'm third gen in South Africa. But
I'm from Dutch and British background. My mother's side was Afrikaans, which originates from Dutch, and my dad's side is British.
So my mom's side is British and my dad's side is German.
Ooh.
Blobio. Khuluma isiZulu.
Yebo.
Oh, khuluma.
Ngiyakhuluma isiZulu.
Yebo. Good. Manje, yeah, in England I don't hear it. Same with Afrikaans. I haven't heard someone.
I speak a bit of Xhosa. That's about it.
I haven't heard anyone speak Afrikaans or Zulu for about well, I don't know, years.
Dang. I'm a bit rusty on my Zulu though. Haven't done that much practice to the last year.
My grandfather was fluent in Zulu.
Yeah.
Yeah, if my dad spoke Zulu, or even my mom or my brother, if they speak Zulu behind you and you don't know who's speaking, you think it's an actual African person.
Oh. I can do the basics from the petrol station. But
No, my dad used to have so much fun with it. It's such a pain traveling with him because he would go up to Zulu people and go, "What do you call that in Zulu?" Legama, the name of that thing. And they wouldn't know, and he would know. He was doing stuff like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Give him a handshake. That's awesome.
Yeah. Everyone in my family speaks like at least 3 languages.
Wow. Nah, just English, Afrikaans, and then a little bit of Xhosa. Very little bit. I can ask them to put petrol in my vehicle and ask them how they are, where they live, and things like that. But that's it.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Sorry, Ariel.
You go.
Okay. I was just wanted to ask a silly question. Like when you go do a barbecue in Africa, don't you worry about the crocodiles? They come and eat your barbecue.
The what? The lions?
See you later.
The crocodiles.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Do come back.
Yeah, I will.
Dude, Google Bloomberg Strand, West Beach, Cape Town, or just say West Beach, Cape Town. That's where I live, and tell me if you'll see a lion or something.
Wow.
I know it's a big city. Yeah.
I live on the
coast. I see.
I don't know if you've heard of my cousin Bierman, Leo Brock, or any of the Brocks.
Leo, is that the guy that had that transit, the vehicle?
No. They're all into nature conservation. So Leo Brock is the world's topmost insect specialist, and then his brother is running the Addo Elephant Park, and they actually grew up in Kruger.
Okay.
And I was just going to tell Get, I was in the Kruger National Park. I was there for a wedding, and some family, some friends. So the night before the wedding, we were sitting outside the chalet, and we had a barbecue earlier. And we were just sitting there relaxing with drinks. And there was a guy in the corner, and he said to me and the woman sitting next to me, he said, "Ladies, I want you." He was so serious. He says, "I want you to get up very slowly." And he put his hand out to us like this, and we just knew from the sound of his voice and his face. He said, "Walk very slowly towards me." There was a hyena within pouncing distance of the back of my head.
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
And so that night when we slept, like, it was funny. The chalet was like a wooden built structure, and there were 2 floors. So that night when all the lights went out, it was so dark. And then we heard this lion, this lion's voice. If you have not heard that yourself, you cannot imagine the strength and oh my God, it's the most amazing thing you'll ever hear in your life.
Yeah, the roar of a lion. And that's true. When you see a hyena, then you have to know that nearby there are lions.
And hyenas are pack animals. They don't walk around by themselves. So we got up, and when I'm telling you this story, I can still feel that feeling that I had. And we just knew, and we both stood up at the same moment, and we just walked towards that man, and then we were by the door so we could go inside. Yeah. So yeah, I would agree. There are some unique experiences that you can only have in that continent. I know the Americans think that their country, anything, anywhere in the world, you can see in America because it is such a huge country. But Africa is so unique. If you haven't traveled there, you should do that one day.
Have you seen the latest of Ramaphosa losing his iPad?
Dude, I used to do politics. I was very well versed on every kind of political ideology, and I used to love discussing it and arguing with people. But you know what? I put that aside completely.
Ariel, it is so funny. He's like, someone stole my iPad. Someone find my iPad. Someone stole my iPad. It's nonstop the whole time. Someone stole his iPad in a meeting. On the news, on live stream. It is so funny.
Sounds like Alzheimer's.
Oh man, funny guys, you guys can YouTube it. Ramaphosa, they'll say South African president loses his iPad. Oh man, it's funny. This is like yesterday or the day before yesterday, and the memes that are coming out. Oh, welcome to South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa. Or is it the first time? It's so funny.
I don't want to talk about this topic because it's not allowed.
Oh, my bad.
But you know not that. But you know the first variation of the current thing that we're all supposed to fear. It came from South Africa, right?
Oh yeah.
And if you do the research, you'll see how much money they have given the government. Yeah. The South African government.
I like how so many people are dying, but
oh no.
That's my favorite thing. The traffic's still the same. The airports suck. All the places where you would think, okay, maybe we would see some impact, it's worse. It's such a hoax. It's such a hoax.
You're supposed to die if you get shot, right?
Not if you get kneecapped. You can survive.
We're supposed to talk about this whole beer thing now. I'm going to call it. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But yeah, they were going to talk about the beer tonight and put us into a new lockdown. I don't know what's happened. I just ordered enough beer for a few days now.
That's it. Yeah. Don't talk about it. Drink it.
Yeah.
So didn't you guys? You weren't allowed to buy alcohol or cigarettes. Am I right?
Yeah, they stopped everything. And I don't smoke. I stopped smoking cigarettes in 2012. I switched over to vape. So I use a high nicotine vape, but I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I'm asthmatic. So the cigarettes fucked me up good and proper. But when I switched over to the vape, it helped in the sense of not having a closed chest and things like that. So I still vape today, but I have very high nicotine content. But they stopped everything, anything nicotine related. So we had to pay like 10 times, literally 10 times the price. Where you would pay 100 Rand a bottle of vape liquid, you'd pay 1,000 Rand a bottle of vape liquid. If you want to buy a single beer, you pay 100. Where you pay 15 Rand a beer, you'll pay 150 Rand a beer. It is ridiculous, and it's everything through the black market for months. The guys made a killing. And
yeah, I know someone who made a killing.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, my dad organized a lot of stuff for me. He had a contact, so yeah.
Just wait till they hit you with the fuel scarcity.
The what?
The fuel scarcity.
What's that?
It's when there's no fuel. quote unquote.
The Dino Juice. I drive a Jeep Wrangler. I did. It cost me so much money to just start my vehicle.
Hey, good evening, everyone.
What's up, dude?
We've got we've got a Glober with us, Alex Lur.
Hello.
He's just been VC
Alex.
verified.
Hey, it's another South African.
Pardon me?
Flat Earther Solar sounds South African.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I might talk to the admin and limit the amount of South Africans.
That's me.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, man.
Somebody said this is the South Africa takeover.
It sure is.
So long
Told you,
as
we
it's,
humble and open-minded people.
so long as it's Boers, I'm 100% pro South Africa. As long as it's the real Afrikaneers.
Oh, Tula Msindo.
I am extremely anti-ANC.
Nemus, watch that video.
Okay, guys, I don't know if you heard me, but Alex Lur, he's a serious baller, and he was just debating. He was just debating quite. He's got this evidence that he's living on a ball. So I think.
I want to hear it.
So he was saying that it doesn't make sense that water would be flat on a moving ball. Well, there's a lot of tricks out there. I don't know if magic tricks do it, but where you spin around in a circle and water in a cup stays to the bottom of the cup. And I assure you it's not witchcraft. It's because you're moving so fast that the water's trying to get out of the cup and go out. But because the cup on the bottom, it can't. So that's pretty much how the Earth is. It's spinning so fast the Earth is staying.
You live in a cup?
That's an example.
He's a cup earther. We found one.
It's an example.
An example of numpty dipshit. That's what it is.
I'm going to go pee and I'm going to go make some popcorn. I'll be right back.
That's what he thinks of your cup, man.
Cup Arthur.
Again, an example.
An example of what?
Of how water stays on Earth and doesn't go flying into space.
How was the example? Do you live in a cup? Yes or no?
No. I never said I lived in a cup. I used that as an example on how it works. The ball is... Earth is spinning so fast
the ball
that the
is not a cup.
water is trying to go downwards.
What are you talking about?
Because gravity...
Hey, how many times did you fall down the
towards
stairs this morning?
Multiple times. Why?
How many times did you fall down the stairs this morning?
0.
Well, there's your problem. Well, who's this gravity, anyway?
The thing that makes electronics work, everything work.
What?
Yeah, that's called called engineers who get paid a little more than your average job. What are you talking about?
No. Why isn't your monitor floating around?
Actually, more likely just Chinese people stuck in a small
Why
world
is
anyway.
why is your monitor not floating around? Or your phone? Or your desk? Or your
Why would they be floating?
Because that's what gravity is. That's the name of the act of what happens when things fall down.
Wait, what?
Everything is constantly falling down. Just
Are you just talking to yourself?
No, I'm proving my point.
You're not proving anything other than your.
Let's go back to the cup. Can we go back to the cup?
Okay.
Yeah. The cup. You live in a cup, yeah?
I never said you lived in a cup.
Well,
I said that's how water stays on Earth. It's spinning so fast that it's trying to go in. It's trying to fall down into the center of the Earth. But
Do you
because all that
understand
rock,
that's the
it
opposite?
can't go.
That's just
No, Alex, when a cup spins, the water is trying to move outward, called centrifugal force, and the cup is containing. It's able to push back against that force, which actually creates like a vortex in the middle of that liquid. And I don't see a vortex on the Earth. I also don't see the outside cup holding the water in while it spins. In fact, sometimes I see ponds absolutely stationary. So crystal clear that it looks like a mirror surface.
Explain. Okay. How do stars stay in place?
So just can you understand that the point of bringing up a cup that uses centrifugal force
is a metaphor
is
for what
completely
happens.
antithesis, which means the opposite of what the Earth is. So it's a very bad example.
No, it makes sense. It really, really does.
It makes sense to you.
If you stop laughing for a second and actually listen with your ears, it's a really neat thing.
I already
do.
heard you, man. What's a cup got to do with a ball? Can you explain that to me?
Because if you spin fast enough, it starts to create something called gravity.
What? Spinny creates gravity.
I'm gonna ask the question again for the benefit of the 1 neuron you have still operating. What's a cup got to do with a ball?
It's a metaphor, you idiot.
What's the cup got to do with a ball?
What does water on the outside of a ball have to do with water on the inside of a cup?
Because of gravity. It's
No. I said, what do they have in common? What do they have in common?
They have it because they're opposite, but they work together. It's exactly like the moon and the sun.
What do they have in
for
common?
fuck's
It's
sake,
because
you guys
they're
are
opposite.
idiots. I'm trying to be nice.
What do they have
Okay.
in common?
What state are you in, sir?
Trying to be nice. You're talking nonsense. What?
I
does
don't live
cup
in a
have to
state,
do
you
with a
idiot.
ball? What does a
you're
cup
from South
have to do with a
Africa?
ball?
No. America and Africa are not the
One
only
at a time,
continents.
guys.
Okay.
Well, in your analogy, America and Africa would be exactly the same thing, right?
Sophia, what's up?
No, I never made
Hey,
an analogy about that.
If you can compare a ball to a cup, dude, then I can
Hey, you cut out, Sophia. This must be how he identifies as a woman. He thinks an innie is an outie. He thinks they're all the same.
No.
Do you know the heliocentric model? Do you understand all the motions that are involved there?
Yeah.
Can you give us some
Can we ask a more basic question? Does he understand English?
So Elijah's going to give you shit about this, but I'm going to ask it. So how fast is this Earth spinning at the equator?
I'm going to be honest, don't know.
Okay. And you said you did know. Okay. Do you know how fast?
I never said I did know.
No. Okay. Well, do you want to know what it spins at?
Sure.
Around 1,040 miles per hour around the equator. And do you know how fast it orbits around the sun? Or do you know the motion around the sun? What the speed is around the sun? The orbit
Sure.
around the sun? Do you know?
No, I do not.
So I won't give you the satanic number, but it's say roughly 60,000 miles per hour.
Okay.
And do you know how fast it chases the sun?
How fast?
So you also don't know that.
Pardon me?
So
what exactly do you know, Alex?
Well, I know that. Okay, so first of all, if you're going for the equator, gravity is stronger at the center of the Earth than the farther. So the gravity at the outer edge at the equator is the farthest it can be, and meaning that it would be the weakest.
How do you know this?
Because it's simple physics.
So you know that, but you don't know the rate.
No. I didn't ask for a rhetorical response. I asked how you knew what you just said.
Because we were taught in school. Like,
there we go. Did you ever question?
Oh, so school. Okay.
What you were told in school?
Okay, cool. So we're chasing the sun. So just give you the answer there. We're chasing the sun. I'm going to give you a rough estimate. There's other exact numbers, but I'm going to give you the less number, 500,000 miles per hour. We're chasing the sun. All right. So can you picture that already? But there's another motion involved. So we are rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, or 1,040 or 1,038 miles per hour. But let's say 1,000 miles per hour. We're rotating, we're spinning. Then we're rotating around the sun orbiting around the sun at 60,000 miles per hour. It's actually 66,600 miles per hour, but 60,000 miles per hour. We're orbiting around the sun. Then we're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour, and then we're going in another direction at 1.2 million miles per hour. Does that sound real?
Yeah.
Doesn't it sound?
Because you also have to take into account the size.
Woohoo! Okay, cool. No. Well, okay, cool. All right. I'll leave the rest. I'll leave the rest up to you guys. I'm too inexperienced to explain the rest. Holy fuck!
Yeah. So back to this make-believe world you live on. Can you tell me how you determine the size that you speak of?
Pardon me?
Can you tell me how you determine the size that you speak of?
Simply Googling it. And there's been multiple ways: curvature of the Earth, physically seeing it, measuring it.
Google. Can I just propose you a logical hypothesis or whatever? No, hypothetical. If I were to Google that Alex Lur is actually like a 50-year-old lesbian with only one tit, does that make it true?
No. What?
So what the hell are you talking about? When I asked you how you determine the size of the Earth, why did you jump to Google?
Because it's usually a valid source, depending on the source you're looking at.
Now, I want to post something. Hold on, Elisha. I want to post something I just got from Google. Check it out. Here you go. It's the anatomy of a unicorn.
And that is obviously fake.
But
Unicorns
Google
don't exist.
Google gave it to me. But
I never said.
Wait, that's not fake. What are you talking about? That is real.
Alex, I have a unicorn. I have a unicorn that exists.
Yeah, so do I.
I have one.
I got one in my backyard.
Our one goes at 1.2 million miles per hour.
Disprove my unicorn, Alex.
You'll come home.
Disprove my unicorn. There's even an anatomy book now. So you have to disprove my unicorn.
Okay. I feel like that has nothing to do with the topic.
Please
Before someone
disprove
answers,
my
shut
unicorn.
up.
I gave you the drawing of the anatomy of a unicorn. Now you have to disprove it.
I never said everything on the internet is real. I said most of the time it is, but sometimes it's not.
Well, how did you validate
How are you
that
going to
statement?
discern?
First, if there's a lot of sources that are independent of each other, that have no sponsors that are involved, no people that are involved with different studies of the exact same conclusion, shut up, let me finish.
There are 14,000 eyewitnesses to Bigfoot. So you believe in Bigfoot?
No, because there's no scientific studies
14,000
on Bigfoot being real that have the exact same conclusion. You can have witnesses in a crime that can still be wrong. Just because someone sees it doesn't mean it's real, and just because science proves it doesn't mean it's real. I'm not saying it's always fake, but I'm not saying it's always right.
Okay, so why do you think we live on a ball? Just give
Because it's not very logical to not be on a ball. First off, gravity, stars, old clocks.
Wait, stars? What?
Let him go on.
Constellations would be the exact same everywhere you looked on Earth, but people have proven it's not.
What? What?
You see different constellations.
Why would they be the same?
Because it's flat. You'd see everything.
Why?
Wait, but he is he not implying that they change?
What? Why would you see everything?
If it changed, then constellations from thousands, millions.
I really don't know.
Why would you see everything?
You'd see all the constellations because constellations don't change that much.
But why do you think you would see them though?
Because it's flat.
It's a matter of perspective, not position. Why do you think you would see them? What's your validation in all this? Like your opinion, bro?
It was Google, wasn't it?
Source, dude, trust me.
Let's be nice to the guy. Like, it's an honest question. Like, why would we see all the constellations from one place if the Earth is flat?
No, he's asking through a claim. He's making a claim. That's a positive assertion. No, you cannot make a positive assertion through the form of a question.
I'm not making a question. I'm making a statement.
When you ask
You're
a question,
definitely
why
thinking
does
in
X
English.
happen? That is a positive claim that you're presenting in the form of a question. Because you're presenting it as the antecedent to something that you claim must be true.
As
So
I've
you have
witnessed
proved
it.
the thing that you are claiming must be true for the antecedent that you're claiming can't happen. Do you understand that?
Okay, that's still the. I'm saying it's true because
you're
I've
low
seen it with
IQ.
my own fucking
You
eyes.
didn't understand that, so you're low IQ. Right?
What? It doesn't.
You didn't
have
understand
any-
what I said, which means that you can't put 2 and 2 together.
No, because I'm
You're
making a
claiming
claim.
something.
I'm not formulating a
If
question.
you're
I'm making a
asking
claim.
question, if you are asking a question that necessarily derives from a claim that you would have, you are making a positive claim through the form of a question.
But I never. What?
You are starting with a question that is necessary to a positive claim that you would have. What is your question derived from?
But okay, you're making zero sense.
No, your
I'm
question
I'm
is
saying
derived from the
that
idea that
in
you
every
have a
single model that I've seen.
functions. I just said it, didn't I?
Yeah, and you're making zero sense. Still.
Models.
Let me explain, and it'll make 10 times more sense. I promise you.
You don't have to explain. I've talked
Well, I
to a
kind of
million of
do,
you.
because that's
You
kind of
don't.
how this works.
You don't have to explain.
How your brain.
Well, if I
asked
didn't
a
have to
question.
explain,
You asked a
this wouldn't
question.
happen.
Me and you're about to get schooled. Let him talk, please.
Okay. So I can tell you because I've been in different places and across Canada, and I've seen different constellations. So does that mean constellations change every
No,
single
no, no, no.
day?
What's your claim?
Because
What's
that
your
would
claim?
make zero
What's your
sense. Let me
claim? No,
finish.
what's your claim? What's your claim?
My claim is that it's stupid that
No,
you
what's your
think
claim?
Earth's flat.
Oh, so you don't have a claim. So you don't have a claim.
Wait,
Well,
is that
you
a
asked for a
claim
claim, I
really?
gave you
Like
a claim.
claiming it's stupid? That's a claim?
That's your claim. Your claim is that it's stupid because it doesn't fit your model. That's your claim.
It doesn't fit your model.
I don't have a
Not
model.
mine. It fits.
No. Hold on. You're saying it won't work because you already know what they are. That means you have a claim.
Okay,
But you're
let me
Canadian,
see
so
the
you're
model
too
because
dumb to
apparently
understand
I'm
that.
wrong.
You're Canadian, so you're too dumb to understand that.
And you're American.
See, it's kind of
I know.
like that just like make me turned off.
Yeah, but you guys accept our American beliefs over here. So there you go.
We don't.
Here's the issue. You're saying I go to 2 different positions. Based on my belief in the globe and a heliocellocentric universe of stars being trillions of miles away, it won't work on you guys' model. That's your claim. Whether you know it or not, that's the claim you're making.
I'm saying that on the model that I've
Now,
seen
do
of
you
flat
have
Earth,
validation? We don't have a model. Do you have validation for you asking a question that is necessary to that claim?
wait, you don't have a model?
No, models are reification fallacies.
That makes zero sense. You have so the Earth isn't flat then. It's
What are
not
you
round.
talking
It's a cube then. Like you have no.
Hold on.
You
You're
can't
gonna
just say
deny-
it's not a
you're
cube
gonna
and then not
deny
give an
measurements.
answer.
You're going to deny physical direct measurements because someone refuses to use a reification fallacy.
No, I'm saying because you have no like reference or
Google-
a
Google
picture
this.
or
Google
literally
something. Google something.
anything.
Google something. Reification fallacy. Please Google it.
Okay.
That's REI.
I make muscles hurt from laughing already. Sorry, guys.
It happens a lot in here.
Oh man! And I'm keeping myself in as well because who is it? Logris. I will respect your request, buddy. I will not intervene.
Jinkuya.
Okay, so a date No, wrong one. Crap.
So we got down to the bottom of how you came to these conclusions.
He's a Canadian. So logic, it's out the window.
Google is also in Canadian, so it takes a lot longer.
That's right.
I hate you so much.
Parlez-vous Canadian?
You realize we beat your ass in every single war.
Sure.
Which war? The hockey war?
Dude,
every single war.
A firearm.
D-Day, we stormed the beaches and actually took over. When we started taking over Quebec in the Civil War, we won.
Listen, you guys had to go storm the beaches because we didn't want to die. That's all up for you guys to do.
Hey, don't take his bait, guys. Get back to reification fallacy.
What he
so when have you measured this ball, and how do you know that the equator is how you said it was? You still haven't answered.
Can we get back? Can we get back to the cup? Sorry.
Man, this guy's living in a delusion.
Let him just define reification.
Living in a plastic cup. The kind you get at the club, you know, when you get the free drinks, they give you that cheap plastic cup.
In a world. Yo, I was just over on Gamma Panda server, and they say that there's this race, east to west, that proves the Earth's a ball. Because in order, we know how fast they're going, which actually, whenever you boil it down, they actually don't even know how fast they're going. That you would have, on a flat Earth, you would have to go way faster because you have to cover way more land in the south based on the azimuthal axis. Does anyone know, like, how stupid that is?
Wait. Hi, Witsit.
Witsit, start talking to Alex, and you'll understand. Witsit, please start talking to Alex, and you'll understand what you just said.
What's up, Alex?
Hello.
Do you think there's a magic spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum?
Well, not magical and not cartoon.
Well, they show us cartoons. That's what they say. So are you disagreeing with NASA?
So, okay.
Okay,
so
they admit they're
anything that's put into a cartoon is fake.
No, you can't assume there's something real if all you have is a cartoon.
We don't have just cartoons, though.
Enlighten me.
We don't have just cartoons.
Okay.
What else do we have?
We have pictures.
You disagree with NASA.
What picture do we have?
We have thousands of studies showing.
Show a picture.
And we have.
Where are the pictures?
Studies.
Well,
first off, NASA. And
how about a direct
NASA says they don't have real pictures, though. So you're saying that they're lying.
They don't have real pictures. They have pictures that are put together from a whole bunch of different pictures.
So they don't have any real pictures. Right. That's what you believe in.
Exactly. You believe in cartoons. So you took contention with my description, but it was literal. It's a magic, meaning it defies all physics. It makes claims identical to physics. It's just magical, and it's a cartoon because they made it a cartoon. And you said that it's not a cartoon. We have real pictures, and now you're saying, well, they're not real pictures. They stitch together pictures, and then they wrap it around a ball and make it a cartoon. So you have cartoons.
No, like, you fucking idiot.
You are the explorer, kind of.
No.
We can't just say no.
Alex,
I never said put it in.
Well, he didn't, Witsy. He called you a fucking idiot, too, remember?
Yeah, so this guy's got the juice. Hey, so do we have real pictures, yes or no?
Yes.
Picture of the Earth as a ball?
As a ball, yes. Are they all in one picture? No, that's because it's so big you can't actually fit it in all one picture.
So we don't have a picture of the Earth as a ball.
Alex, do you know what?
We don't have it in one picture. We have it in multiple pictures.
Not you.
Not a ball. Like what they do is they go up in the air, they take small portions of pictures, then they stitch it together on a flat map projection. They wrap it around a presupposed ball. They bring an artist in rendition to match what the observer expects it to look like. It's computer generated imagery. So under their own admission, they actually have to make it a flat map first.
Yes, that's how pictures work. They're not
okay, so where's the proof it's a small then when you take the picture?
Because you can literally see the. You can literally, not figurative, literally see the curve.
Where? When?
Every single picture.
What?
Name one.
Where?
Okay, I literally can just search it up, and I will find a bajillion.
Please do. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
You're really going down on this one. I want to let you know.
All right, and while you're doing that, Alex, please explain to Witsit your cup theory, please.
Yeah, because we moved from that first assertion where, for instance, I'm in the southern hemisphere and you guys are in the northern hemisphere. You're saying on a flat Earth, I should be able to see the North Star. It doesn't make any sense, dude. I still need to hear your proof of that.
No one said that. Who said that on the flat Earth all the way in the south you should be able to see the North Star? Although we can't see it below the equator at times, which is impossible.
No, that's what he's saying. He's saying that. Alex is saying that because it's flat, we'll be able to see it. So I'm trying to get his answer from that.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were another Glober. I was going to.
No, dude. No, dude. I'm
Oh,
trying
so
to
there's
get
another idiot. Okay.
This is before you got in here. We're still on that first premise.
Sorry, I came in a little worked up. I'll calm down.
Yeah, so wait till you hear the cup.
Please, Alex, tell him about the cup.
Alex,
that's the same, but the opposite.
That destroyed everything for us flat earthers right there. We do not believe in flat earth anymore after we heard that.
The cup theory, spinning causes gravity. That was the cup theory.
Hey, man, let Alex do it. Come on, man.
Yeah, cool.
I can only imagine, though. Can we just recollect, since I've been in here, I said, so do you believe you live on a magic cartoon spinning ball in a vacuum? And he said, no, it's not magic or cartoon. And I said, yeah, well, NASA says it's cartoon. That's what they say. So you're saying they're lying? No, they have real pictures. Well, they say they don't have real pictures, that they're actual cartoons. Oh, well, yeah, we don't have an actual picture. We have to take flat pictures, stitch it together, and then, yeah, because you can't take it because it's so big. So you don't have real pictures. So would you like to admit that you were wrong and it is, in fact, a cartoon that you believe in, like Dora the Explorer or, Bob the Builder?
Let's take this, instead of science, instead of more math, let's take it to economics. So,
oh my God.
First,
wait, what? Economics? What?
Economics?
What?
Are you about to argue that it would be too expensive to fake it? Are you stupid?
Oh man.
Stomach muscles are working so hard, guys.
Meme nailed it, Meme nailed it.
Oh my God, I'm gonna have a
It's too expensive to fake it.
Silence.
I never said it was too expensive. I said there's no reason to. Unless there is, and please explain. Please explain why.
Hey, Alex, do you agree that motivation for a lie is independent of whether or not someone's lying? Right. I use this analogy a lot. Let me give you an analogy. Say you have a girlfriend. Trust me, I get it. It's completely hypothetical for you. Okay. And I walk up to you with an iPhone. I say, dude, I got some bad news. Your girl cheated on you. I got a video of it. And you were like, no, I'm not looking at the evidence because there's no way she would lie. There's no reason to lie to me. She would never lie. I'm not looking at the evidence until you can tell me why she would lie. Or would you look at the evidence, found out that she cheated with, found out that she lied, then maybe try to figure out why she would lie. So why and if someone lies are two separate things, right?
That might have been too much for him.
No, man, internet cut out. What were you saying?
Why someone lied and if someone lied are two different things, right?
But you're saying that NASA does lie. They don't have a real picture.
I don't think he heard you with.
They don't even lie. They don't even lie about it. They say they don't have real pictures.
Yeah. So why would they fake that? What gain would they get?
Just repeat your analogy.
Yeah. I'm asking you because I never got an answer.
He might have cut out on the analogy. He might have cut out on the analogy.
Let me try something here. Alex,
go ahead.
Alex, you know the war that the United States was in for 20 years in Iraq, right?
Yep.
That was based on a lie, wasn't it? Weapons of mass destruction, just proven to be a lie. Even after it was proven to be a lie, we stayed there for another 17 years. Remember?
Then to be honest, I just know it exists. Never really paid attention because it had nothing really to do with me.
Huge scandal in about 2006, 2007, when they realized there was just no weapons of mass destruction. Saddam never had them, never had anything like them. And then it just, went away and people were like, why? Now, why'd they lie?
What I don't understand is like, I'm still
Hold
also...
on.
Beer,
Alex has to answer this. Why did they lie and get us into a war that was 20 years long?
Because usually for mass destruction, so people don't screw with them.
No,
America went. No, I'm going to challenge you on that. And
no, they lied about weapons of mass destruction. They never had them.
I know. They said so no one would mess with them. It backfired horribly.
So you're saying for propaganda reasons they went to war for 20 years over a lie, so people would fear them.
Yep, and it backfired.
Hold on, he thinks Saddam was lying, not us.
Hold on. Wait. So now you can imagine why one country can go to war for 20 years just to make people afraid of them.
Yep.
But you can't
People are
imagine why a government would lie about anything else.
No, they have lied about multiple things, but
so why
about
have
the
they
Earth?
lied?
I highly doubt. Reason
Why
being,
did the United States lie to get into a war for 20 years? Oil, war, power, money, what? So
all of those things.
All of those very practical, selfish reasons. So you've already answered the question. Why do people lie? Why do governments lie? Alex, use your head.
I'm not about lying.
Use your brain.
Not just about lying in general. Lying about the Earth being.
I'm not talking about lying in general. I'm talking about very specific, giant lies that cost millions of lives directly in the past 2 decades.
Yes, and it's sad.
The world that caused ISIS, that caused so much terrorism to spread across the Middle East and Europe and the United States. Millions of lives have been lost because of 2 decades of intervention in the Middle East by the United States based on lies for money, power, and influence.
Yeah.
And you can't imagine why they would lie.
So, okay. I'm saying, I'm not talking. I'm not.
Alex, you need to just address the fact that that's a stupid non sequitur when you say, why would they even lie? We're discussing the evidence of the fact that you can prove that they lied. Okay? Why they lied? They lie all the time. We can give you hundreds of reasons why they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Do you not understand the elementary nature of his analogy? Okay? We know that they lied. They lied about weapons of mass destruction. Why would they lie? It really doesn't matter why they lied, because they did lie, right? And they lied for power, etc. Okay,
what power would they get if they really were scared?
Use your head.
You're not listening,
Alex. Use your head.
I'm not listening because you're not listening to me.
Then I'll just. Hold on. If you're unable to use your imagination in the next 20 seconds, I'm just going to ban you from the server.
No, I've got to ask him a question before you
then I'll DDoS you.
No,
just answer me. What would be a good motivation for lying about the nature of reality?
That's why I'm asking you, because you're saying they are.
I'm asking you to use your imagination, and if you refuse, I'm just going to get rid of you.
The only way is
just come up with something.
Like,
bye, Alex.
I don't know. Okay, see you.
Nine,
DDoS you. Good luck. Bye. Fuck you.
7,
Alex.
6.
Oh my God!
You're not even going to try.
He couldn't even do it.
Listen, everybody. Why is everyone interrupting? You're refusing
He ran away.
to even try to think about it. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he ran away.
See, the moment that that a gun's to his head and he's forced to answer using his imagination to come up with a reason that's reasonable, he runs away.
Yeah, I'm putting that in my arsenal when I talk to people on the mic. I'm gonna bring up the weapons of mass destruction. That's a good one. I always use the girlfriend when it gets really old. Yeah.
Well, I like the weapons of mass destruction because they don't know where I'm going with it usually. Because they end up, everyone always agrees, yeah, they lied about it. Oh, why did they lie? Well, money and power and influence. Huh. So you just answered the question. Why do people lie?
Exactly.
I thought it was funny that he said it was to scare other people, which it was, but
yeah,
not.
That was a real bad.
In the wrong way. In the wrong way is what I mean. Not the way he thinks it was done.
Right.
Well, this looks quite a boomerang He was in the VC check-in, and then he rage quit and left, and then he came back to VC, and then he'd done some mathematics that he was going to prove us wrong with, and then had a little scene and stuff. So I'm sure you'll come back soon.
He had mathematics, and the best he could come up with was a cup.
Mathematics.
You didn't get to hear the cup, man.
Let's move on to economics.
I must have missed it. What was the cup thing?
I don't know how to.
No, I came in right at the end of it.
Oh, dude, it was great.
To remove that much intelligence, but it was something about equating the spin to the gravity to the water in the cup, the head pressure, therefore globe.
If you put water in a cup and you hold it in your hand and you spin around and around and around and around really fast, then the water goes to the bottom of the cup. So water sticks to a ball. What are you guys, thick or what?
That was a perfect rendition of his nuttiness.
It just shows you.
And then I asked him, what does a cup have to do with a ball? And he just went off into La La Land.
He said they're the same. They're the same, but they're completely opposite. The one contains and the one has the water on the outside. So it's the same.
They're the same, but they're different.
It's an analogy.
Okay. It's a paradox.
Where did you find him, Flat Earth Solo? Are you from Joburg?
Yeah, he's in VC check-in.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I'm surprised he didn't know anything about the heliocentric model. No motions, nothing. He knew nothing. He knew absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
It's a shock.
usually don't.
I'm not surprised.
He just knows he's right.
Hey, so when you're done with the Numpty review, I got a little subject that I'd like to bring up. Just let me know when you're done.
Oh, yeah.
Please, we're done.
Go for it, Kiwi.
You want me to go for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Come on.
What's up? What's it? Where'd
What up, bro?
Hey, bro, man. Hey, do you like the Numpty clip?
Yeah, dude. I thought it was hilarious.
It was great.
Hold on a second, guys. I got technical issues. I'm going to post it. Just give me 1 second. I don't know what the hell happened there.
I haven't seen it yet. What happened?
You haven't seen what yet?
Numpty clip.
Oh, it was the Bones Numpty clip. Fossilized brain tissue.
I'll drop the playlist. I'll drop the playlist so you can catch up on the Numpty clips
Okay.
there for you.
Okay. All right. Here's the argument. You guys ready? I'm going to put it in live stream. You ready?
That's a special kind of stupid.
So, according to clinical level Dunning-Kruger spinning space monkey ball tards, the Rumpus and Ruhif, I think Rumpus conjured this like about a month or two ago, and then now people are starting to parrot it. Listen to this. If you throw a ball straight up, the ball is accelerating up and accelerating down at the same time. That's it.
Is this their explanation?
I want to know their supplier.
Wait, so does that mean that it's floating? I'm confused.
Is this them attempting to explain gas, Kiwi?
I think the mother begging the question fallacy is gravity appeal again, but you're one step before that. So just think about this. Of course, you have to know what velocity and acceleration is, right?
Yeah.
But immediately there's something wrong, right?
Right.
Are they hinting to the relativity nonsense as well?
No.
I was on Gem the other
Hit
night.
their head real hard and spoke.
On Gem the other night, they posted these as proof of the Earth's rotation.
It's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
Diamagnetically levitating
It
gyres.
hurts my head to try and wrap my head around it.
Strong magnetic fields allow levitation of apparently magnetic substances due to their work, but not negligible. Let me enlarge this. Diamagnetic response of about 10 to the negative 5. Importantly, the dynamic force compensates gravity on the level of individual atoms and molecules, and therefore can be used to mimic a continuous zero-gravity environment that otherwise is only achievable on board of a space station. Here we employ this
Man, what are you doing? Get away from an argument.
Yeah, I'm reading that gobbledygook.
What does that have anything to do with acceleration up and down?
No, this is something somebody else posted.
What? Why would they post it? You want to go to another discussion? That's fine. We can go to.
Well, no. What?
The only way they could have done that is if they said acceleration up and deceleration down or something.
Why are they making that argument, Huey? Why were they making that argument?
Like I said, I think it's the mother begging the question fallacy. It comes from gravity, Newtonian gravity, but they're not arguing it. They're arguing it by proxy for some. I don't know.
I heard them arguing it that it's actually buoyancy, and that the way that the air forces its way below the object, thereby pushing the object up. So therefore, it's a downward and an upward movement through the way that buoyancy has gravity attached in the equation.
But there's energy that was put into it to make it go up. It's not.
Yeah, it didn't just
losing energy.
But still, to say up and down. Up and down acceleration
I can't argue against it.
Is like saying cardinal directions that are east and west, or east by west, or north by south. It's
just
redundant.
I just don't understand it.
You're right. I don't understand it.
Yeah, man. Flirts for you, man. You just don't get it.
I don't get it.
The argument wasn't about buoyancy with this. No.
What was the context, Q?
You know what? I came in on it. Sort of out of context. I don't know, but it wasn't buoyancy.
Well, thanks, Huey, because my brain is melting now.
Context, but
so you don't have the context, but you know it's not that context.
Yeah, it's not that context. They weren't talking about buoyancy the whole time.
So it's coming and going.
Yeah,
this is double Newtonian nonsense. What, equal and opposite? This guy.
It's different, but it's the same.
It's like aeroplanes taking off east-west, and the planes taking off against the rotation, but flying backwards, but still accelerating forwards. It's that same nonsense.
You know why I think they do this, bro? Is because when you hone in on like gas has omnidirectional dispersal. Omnidirectional means all directions. All directions includes up. Up is the opposite of down. And so then they say, I'm like, so what's gravity doing there? And so they say that the gas particle that's going up is also being pulled down. Yeah. You know?
Yes.
So they just have to say this. They've backed themselves into a corner.
Yeah, it's the mother begging the question fallacy, gravity in the end, yes.
One of them was trying to argue that the upward vector is retarded by just the same amount that the downward vector is enhanced. And therefore there is a downward bias even though they're still going in old vectors. It's like, what?
But nowhere near as retarded as they are.
Yeah. If only they would apply this kind of thinking to actually being critical.
Chuck them in the deep end.
How did they present a way that you could falsify this?
Of course not.
Falsify what?
Their claim.
There's nothing to falsify. It's just dumb.
It's just it's stupid by definition of velocity and acceleration.
You know, QE. I think it's so stupid. It's brilliant because this is lawyer pill pull, is what this is. This is not an argument made to win a fight. That is not what this is. This is an argument. This is an argument that is made to make you look bad for arguing with the person making it. Arguing with atheists for so many years, I know it's one of their tactics is to just make everyone look bad by presenting bad arguments.
Which is mostly what they do.
That's what it feels like to me, is an intentionally imbecilic argument. Like when Negator said, why doesn't the balloon disappear from the bottom up as it floats away? And he stumped us. We were like, you gotta be kidding.
Nope, he wasn't.
But it was either the most retarded thing I'd ever heard or the most brilliant, and he should have been a lawyer.
You know the funniest part, though? The reason that the Globers will start running with this and just saying it is because they don't understand it either. So they immediately default to, it must be that profound. They're like, I'll just say it. It'll make me sound smart. This is profound. I can't get it.
You know, I knew a champion, state champion wrestler, and he said the problem with wrestling someone who's new is it makes both of you look bad. Or someone who's bad at wrestling. He said when you wrestle a fish, you both look like fish.
Yeah, a lot of truth to that. Yeah, I can see it. So just get ready if you hear it. I just wanted to get you ready. You might run across this in your rant or
what are you using as a counter to it? Just it's a begging the question fallacy.
No, the counter to it, they're confusing. They are confused about velocity and acceleration. So first you have to define, and what I did for everyone here, I defined the terms velocity and acceleration. So velocity is the speed of an object in a given direction. Acceleration is any change in an object's velocity. So that means a change in the speed of the object or the direction of the object. Right? So a change in that, or you could call it acceleration. You could take change out of there. I might remove that. An acceleration involves either a change in an object's speed or direction or both. So as the ball loses energy as you throw it up, as it rises, its speed slows, not its direction. So you have an acceleration, right? Due to speed changes, but not the direction. It's still going up, but slower. So it's not moving up and down at the same time. Follow? That's it.
Yeah, they need to study physics 1. You know, like high school physics, right?
They're saying the down is acting as soon as it leaves your hand. So both that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
So as soon as you leave your hand, the down is starting. You know, so. But what happens?
They're saying the delta in the acceleration is deceleration.
But that doesn't always happen. Let's say you could throw it into space, so-called outer space. Then it never decelerates. It never decelerates.
Negative acceleration.
If it never
I think that's very confusing.
You know, it's ridiculous.
That hurts my head.
Is everyone good with? I'm sorry. Is everyone good with? Everyone wants to talk at the same time now. Is everyone good with this?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
when
We
you
appreciate
left the room.
Me too.
When you left the room, they were really getting stuck on the idea that the change in direction part. They didn't want to hear the change in acceleration or, but they were saying, QE thinks that acceleration is the change in direction. And it's like, no, you morons.
We'll just get out the cattle prods and tard wranglers.
A change in direction is an acceleration. A change in speed is an acceleration.
Yes. Delta V. Goodness, man. High school physics. It's high school physics, man. Yeah, it's me, dude.
Yeah, I thought I sent it to you personally. We were over in the other server, and this came up, and it was 4 hours later, man.
Dude, that's rough, man. Rough crowd. Like I wouldn't be able to engage at that level. I don't think I can. Like you don't know directionality. Like I just dude, pick a direction, set it positive, the other one negative. It's that simple. You can't do that. Like I just sorry, man. I must leave you behind.
Listen, I had to bust them on positive and negative direction.
Of course, they don't know they're positive from negative. You can tell. You can tell. It's like, man.
One time, it was R.C. Meisty who came in here arguing that there's a magnetic east.
No, magnetic west. Or did he
west?
Say
west? Was he magnetic west?
Oh, it was magnetic west.
I wouldn't be surprised if he said east and south also, though. It could change.
No, that's not the all of it. I asked R.C. Meisty, and this was in the past 2 weeks. Give me the difference between a description and an explanation. He couldn't do it, and everyone laughed at him, so he left. And this is a teacher He teaches
School
your kids.
teacher.
Then I asked him, as a pilot, what's the difference between elevation and altitude? And he didn't know.
I'm beginning to think he's neither a school teacher nor a pilot.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I believe the pilot bit. Dang.
Good thing there's autopilot, huh?
Oh, dude, he once told me that Earth has a magnetic field because we have a spinning alternator, like a dynamo, in the heart of Earth. So it's generating. Yeah, it was rough.
Well, it's more logical than the other stuff they say.
Hey, folks, I got to go. Shout out to you guys. Witsit, Mimas, Sonny, all you guys.
All right, take it easy, Ro.
See ya, man.
Great, QE.
Later, dude.
Yeah, hang in, serious.
Thanks,
See ya,
QE. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Appreciate it, man.
Later, QE.
Yeah, we were over there talking with Zanuck and the other channel there. Science versus pseudoscience. And Zanuck was saying that magnetism is not a force until, you know.
Hey, Sonny, can I just one last thing before I go?
Sure.
Sorry about that, man. If you listen to today's Numpty clip, a bald tard tells you that there's that he can cut somebody's head off, and the person won't die. Just want to let you know.
Oh man, I'm glad I didn't miss that one.
Oh my god.
Here, let me give it to you guys, and I'll take my leave of you. 1 second. I'll put it in live stream, so make sure you check it out.
Oh my god.
That is horrible.
Do you think I'm kidding? If you think I'm kidding, go listen.
I believe you, QE.
That's the
I
sad
believe
part.
you all the
That's
time.
the sad part. I know you're not kidding. That's the part.
That's the sad part.
You're absolutely not kidding.
Did you just get him so flustered that like shit starts coming out there?
I didn't say anything to him. I wasn't in the hangout, dude. I just taped. I heard it and I couldn't fucking believe it. So here you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a good one.
You too, man.
Yep.
See ya.
Wow.
That's up to
Actually,
QE's.
decapitation is the fastest death. Once you separate the head from the body, is instant death. There is no more consciousness. It disappears instantly. There
if
is
they're
a
chickens?
strange link between the heart and the brain. Yeah.
Thanks. By the way, that was the honorable soldier's death, too. That's why the Romans, when they would execute you, would stab you at the nape of your neck, because there was no pain.
Yeah.
That's why we got how many of those? 8,000 of them ordered?
What, Roman gladius?
Guillotines.
Oh. No, guillotines are pretty messy, and they would chop off close to, like, the shoulders. And they said sometimes the head looked alive, like it would blink or something.
That would be pretty weird.
Yeah, it does. But that's not being alive.
No.
Just muscle.
How did they determine that the consciousness is ended?
I think one of the they were doing during the beautiful French Revolution. They were chopping off heads, and one of the some philosopher grabbed somebody's head who just got chopped off and yelled their name, and he said the eyes looked at him when he yelled their name.
Yeah, because that's what I've heard as well.
That's really a
twitching.
That's like a really French kind of like morbidness, isn't it?
Yeah, that is.
Think of the song Frere Jacques. They talk about plucking feathers out of a bird, and it's a kid's song.
Yeah. No, the French are
For
degenerates.
fun.
Nice.
The French are absolute degenerates.
Yeah.
We
Wasn't
need to
it?
make
I
sure
think,
all the French gets the vaccine, all of them.
wasn't that right in front of the Notre Dame, like the premier freaking religious center where they cut off all those heads? I'm sure. Yeah, probably the Bastille too.
Well, they were chopping off all the clergy's heads too.
Mimas. The
Yeah.
Quebec French are even more hardcore than the French.
Excuse me, Quebec.
Quebec. I was there. I stayed there for 3 months. Yeah, it's fucking
I'm
crazy
sorry.
there.
in the summer or the winter?
Summer.
How's the weather there in the summer?
It's actually it was spring, so there was still snow, but not like, I think there was one snowfall, but it was the end. Went into summer. Yeah, they think they're the best. They think they're crazy, and they're even more hardcore there.
I mean, in France, they eat horse.
Oh, that's yummy.
I mean,
that would be like me eating my dog.
Yeah, because it's a companion animal.
Ugh.
It's not like a cow.
No. Cows don't want to have nothing to do. I mean, they won't do, but they just look at you like you're another cow. They don't know the difference.
Yeah. A cow is not going to defend you from a cougar. Horses have defended their riders.
Oh, yeah.
The French. That kid got mad when I was picking on him for being Canadian, too. I love it. We won every war ever in the world. Whee!
We had to give you something to do.
Yeah. All 14 Canadians.
Yeah, we had to give you guys something to do. Otherwise, you'd have felt like you did absolutely nothing.
Just put us on the front lines. We will rape the German soldiers.
We didn't want you to feel completely worthless. Come on.
That's Canada right there. I hum that all the time when Ralph goes, "Oh, Canada."
Hold on.
Have any of you guys been following Dave Murphy's research with his whole following the origins of the Hebrew people and the Canaanites and all that stuff?
It's too much for me to follow.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, he released a video now recently, and it's one of those really interesting, once again, just a lot of our history that we have this narrative, and a lot of that narrative we still think is true. And as we peel back more layers, we discover more and more. The reason I'm bringing this up is that one of the big things that he's found out recently is that Canada, the Canaanites, and effectively it shows like all these migration patterns of the
you don't have to say anything else.
Hebrew
I believe
people versus, so it's crazy. It's like
I see the Canadians and I
in
believe
the Bible.
I don't need any proof. Observation. I see Canadians. They're Canaanites. I believe you. I don't need any other proof.
They were intended to be despised and hated, and there's always this love-hate relationship between you guys and them.
Was it the interview with that Sir something or other and that other black gentleman?
I think I've still got the link. Let me go find it.
I think it was like two black gentlemen he was speaking of.
I don't know who was around. I was out on the island this morning. I'm out there all the time.
Was that you taking the pictures from the truck? Is that the right? Do I have the right one? right? Or
Yeah,
add
I
one?
just reposted one of them.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And this is the other direction.
Oh, you live in Florida?
No, this is Georgia.
Oh, you're on the coast?
Savannah, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Is that where you live?
Yeah, I live in the area.
Oh, that's good.
Looks nice there.
I've been there once. It was nice.
I can't tell you how hot it is, though.
And I was coming from Norcross, Georgia.
Yeah, I've been to Norcross many times.
That's where I lived for 2 years.
Sorry.
Yep. Thanks for the
you and eight people.
Yep. If I wasn't Mexican or black, it was just weird because I didn't speak Spanish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And everything is written that way there.
Yeah, I know.
I felt like I was in Mexico, and at the same time in a street gang.
There are whole. You know what's funny is that whole town votes red.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That whole town votes red,
and companies are like that because the company that my girlfriend worked for when we moved there, I had my own thing going on, so I could move eBay, and they are all weird there. I was like, holy crap, these are some weirdos. And back then, I didn't realize what like I do now.
So Norcross has a lot of illegal horse racing. But you didn't know that, did you?
Oh.
You lived there for 2 years and you didn't know that, did you?
No, and funny thing is we owned harness horses at Northfield Racetrack in Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Norcross. There's illegal horse racing. So one of the guys that worked with me suddenly quit one day. Or he quit for like 3 months and then he came back. We said, what happened? He said he had to leave. I said, why? What happened? Well, his cousin down in Norcross had his head chopped off.
Uh-oh.
Said South American cartel came up to Norcross, chopped the guy's head off, went back down to South America.
For what?
Oh, he didn't tell us for what, but it had to do with dogfighting, horse racing, and drugs.
And now we learned this morning, or this afternoon, that he could still be alive. Good to know.
Who?
Remember what QE said about someone getting their head? They think that someone
yeah. Well, he was a Glober,
could still
so
be alive.
He's a Glober, so he might be.
Well, I can tell you that makes sense for the area because the Mexicans that I knew, they were in gangs and they didn't bother me because I was older than them. They just thought I was a nerd that smoked weed, and they thought I was funny, so I got along with everybody.
And you were white,
right? And so they didn't mess with me. And the black dudes didn't either, because that's where I got my weed from, and then I smoked it, and I got the weed for the Mexicans too, because those two don't get along. No. So I was like the in between while I was there.
No.
They knew where I was getting it from for them, and they had no problem with that. They just couldn't walk up to the door.
Yeah.
Stoner.
All inside one apartment complex. That each apartment complex is like its own village.
Oh God, you lived in a complex down there. Oh Lord.
I didn't pick it. I just followed.
I already know that was rough, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
That was a rough neighborhood. I already know because there's no complexes in a nice area down there.
Oh yeah, it's one complex after another. One road, you'll have an entrance to a big complex. Right across the street, another big one. Go down about a quarter of a mile, 2 more entrances to another sets of complexes. That's how it all is.
What happened with the Miami condo that collapsed?
I guess they didn't want that one anymore.
I don't know. Who built it?
I don't know.
Well, you don't need an explosion to cut with thermite, do you? You just light it.
Is there footage of it? Does anyone have footage of it? I haven't watched it yet.
No, isn't that weird that when I turn the news on, nobody gave up all their footage from their stores and everything around watching this thing start to fall. At least when I looked, I didn't see it. I saw it for a second and I turned it off and I was like, okay, I'll just wait for everybody to figure out the bullshit and then I'll look at it.
Okay, that looks strange.
Yeah.
Okay, but also notice that bridges have been collapsing, oil refineries, you name it. All these explosions, fires, everywhere.
I'm expecting them to start dropping buildings around me. I'm just like I almost like I feel it or something. I'm like kind of like.
Where are you at again, Sonny?
San Diego.
Oh yeah. Well, when I come out there, I'm going to come and visit you.
That'd be cool. You know what? Like they're emptying out all these office buildings. Literally, they're taking out huge machinery and everything out of these big, at least 24, 25-story office buildings. But they're building 40-story condo buildings that take up an entire block, and nobody's living in them.
Oh, they're getting ready to put you in there.
I mean, no, not exactly. But yeah, a lot of people are probably going to go in there. But I would say the new condo buildings that they're building, the one I watched them build from ground up, is probably only about 10% full, if even that.
Closer you to Silicon Valley time.
Oh, hundreds of miles. Yeah, 100. That's Northern California.
My
or
question
Central.
is why did only half the building go?
That's what I want to know. That's why I say you don't need an explosion to cut metal.
Well, it's not like, it's not like there's a fire that was persistent. There's no fire now.
I asked somebody that lives down there, can you go down there? They're like, no. I'm like, dude, go down there and take some close-up shots before we can't take pictures.
Now, I'm looking at the close-ups now. They're like constant updates on the Zero Hedge article. They're not clean breaks.
They're bent. They're bent brakes. Stress.
They're bent and stress.
Maybe there's a sinkhole under it.
There may be. It wouldn't be the first time.
Nope. No, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe there's a sinkhole. That would make sense why half the building fell down and all the stress is on the beams. That's just a theory, guys. But that would make sense.
Yeah, because it's not exactly a clean break. And there's
and that's like sinkhole world down there, isn't it?
Yeah,
Florida?
yeah, it is. And this rubble is big rubble. That's big chunks of rubble
from them
on the ground.
Undermining you guys.
So there's like no pyroclastic flow, nothing. It looks like the building is just giant chunks of rubble now, not little.
So it looked like it just snapped?
That is a dramatic collapse. It certainly is a dramatic collapse.
Yeah, we got to see the live footage of it.
Yeah.
To see if it's just there and all of a sudden it just goes boom with nothing. I would be questioning what's underneath that building.
That's
How much of the building is sticking out of the ground?
I can't say whether that's fishy or not yet.
How much can you see how much of the building is sticking out of the ground?
At least a quarter of the building above the ground. If it was built in 1981, that means a quarter of the building was below the ground. That's how much of it was basement.
Okay. Oh, there's a picture. It's interesting.
Which building was a quarter under the ground? The one that's falling down there?
So I'm going to assume that side that's missing looks like the other side because there were cars down there. Think. Okay, did it fall off and fall forward? Is that what that pile is by the pool down diagonally down to the right?
Yeah. And in the close-up pictures, the roof is generally, for what happened, is intact. because you can still see that the roof is there. The floors are pancaked and they are laying on top of each other. You can see the floors in that picture.
So it's like the front facade fell. Okay, those 3 pylons in the front gave way, and that front fell right off.
Yeah.
I mean, if those 3 pylons give way, the front's falling off.
Yeah. Hey, it could have just been a bad design.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What if that gave out? There's a sinkhole under those pylons. Goodbye.
Yeah.
And you say there's how many? A quarter of that building is underground?
Yeah. Yeah. Typically, in 1981, that would have been your code for
What's down there? Mechanical rooms?
Huh?
What's down there? Mechanical and other shit?
Well, there's so much base that your building has to have.
Oh, okay.
But when you're about to build a building, you send engineers to go and test the soil quality.
Yeah.
Then you would determine your foundation strength based on what the soil was made of.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you.
There's something called liquefaction, whereby if vibrations are emitted through the ground, it can start to make solid ground actually become viscous, and then objects can start to actually sink into it.
The vibrations of people walking around in their apartments would make those pylons want to go down.
No, not like that.
No, not like that. No,
Like
it's
an
like
earthquake.
some kind of a
Like an
ultrasound. So really
Earthquake,
subsonic,
liquefaction,
high
common.
frequency.
Well, the thing is, it's Miami. It's all sand. And this isn't the first building that's collapsed in Miami.
It's already liquefied.
Yeah, there have been other collapses. I think there have been sideways collapses, and like where the building falls over in Miami, I think.
Wow.
A long time ago, though.
Those look like they're pretty decent sized condos. Yeah, it's a lot of weight. If you look at the other side, the way that's designed. Just on those 3 pillars or those 3 beams that are probably going all the way up.
Yeah, it looks like that's the only structure. Is those 3 columns, man?
Yep, it sure does. And all you have to do is remove the underneath of that, and it's gone.
If you lost just that center column, your outer 2 columns would fall inward. And
They wouldn't be able to support it anyway. Yeah, you're going to get, no matter what, you lose one of the 3, you're probably going to have all complete failure.
Yeah, and judging by that video, that was a slow collapse. That was not a fast collapse. It was slow at first. Pieces of it were falling, and then the whole thing went.
Pretty sure we figured it out. Now, why did that happen, though? Was it underneath or?
Well, the building was also 39 years old.
Okay,
built at a time when they were throwing buildings up.
Oh, of course. Got to get it done quick and cheap.
Yeah, and it's Miami, so who knows what kind of corruption and graft went into getting that thing up. The mob probably built it.
Most likely. What year?
81. 80? So they were
in full
swing. The cartels and the mob were in full swing in
Miami.
That was
all Miami, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Miami was all mobbed up then.
One of the
pool looked nice.
One of the commentators on Zero
it's
Hedge.
not mobbed up now.
Which area?
This. One of the commentators on Zero Hedge says 100 miles off the coast, the Navy had a 20 kiloton explosion. Don't know if it caused a shockwave.
Or wouldn't it have affected other things?
Yeah, that would probably be a little bit more widespread.
And there was 3.9 magnitude earthquake in Florida just a few days ago.
Yeah, that could have been a contributing factor.
Mimas, I was just saying, you said that's when the mob was in Miami, and I was saying, what makes you think that they left?
Oh no, that's when they were like the heyday. The mob is still there. They never left.
They were building casinos everywhere, meeting down there, just like they show in the movies. That's all true.
It's when they're all just more slick now, and they're in Silicon
Correct.
Valley.
Right.
So,
But they're better at hiding it now.
Yeah.
People think like the mob got caught and then corruption stopped. And then
Oh no, nobody thinks they ever got caught. Who would think that? They just
Yeah.
don't stand out anymore. They don't just drive down the street and stand on the corner and have meetings anymore.
They all became senators.
Yeah, they got
and passed
official
laws
positions.
and passed laws to legitimize all of their businesses, and now they have all monopolies on and regulations that favor like all their little protection rackets. They don't have to send thugs everywhere now. They have like officials that are sent everywhere to make sure your businesses are in compliance with their cousin's new product that has to be inserted into a certain type of building, because the mob was always in construction, whether it was building or anything like that. That's really where they thrived, was like protection racket,
property.
Yeah. And so requiring so much material in or so much safety protocol or anything, and there's a certain thing you have to buy, and it's always the cousin of some senator. And you don't have to look too far to find out that these guys are connected to old mob families too. It's they went legitimate by just getting into government.
Or the government was molded to
Now the ones that you see on the street, those are just like the street guys. They're not even. They don't even touch what's going on in the big world. They're just told what to do.
The organized crime entrepreneurs are now just like drug lords.
Yeah.
And that's really all they deal in. Casinos are all like, quote unquote, legit, because the guys who spent all those years building them through the mafia got into government and made them legit.
Florida's position to the Keys and to Cuba and everything. I think it's this uncontrollable zone.
Man, have you ever been to Florida?
Yeah, I have.
God, Florida's beautiful. I live an hour and 45 minutes north. That's why where I live looks so much like Florida.
Yeah, I came over for a wedding in Orlando, Florida, and then we drove down to the Keys, and it was beautiful.
Yeah,
Stayed in Miami for a couple of weeks.
Ocean's like blue Gatorade.
Yep.
It's like a cartoon. It's so beautiful.
And it was before I was a flat earther, and I was staying in one of these high hotels on the beach in Florida. And it's like you look this side, you got the ocean, and the other side you've got I don't know what you call that thing. It's like an inlet or a dam, or like you have to cross that bridge to get to Miami, the island.
Oh yeah, the causeway.
Yeah. So it's like you got water if you look out both sides of the balcony, and I found myself just standing there looking at this vast horizon that stretched, which looked like forever. Just water all around you. And when you discover flat Earth, it's like, wow.
It's really easy for me because I grew up on the coast, on the southeast coast, like Florida and Georgia. So lighthouses and marshes. So I was used to seeing like really far anyway. So it's like, oh wow, that's why I could always see so far.
But the humidity there is something else.
Well, now in where I'm at in Savannah, the humidity's higher, but in Florida, the heat is higher. Like Florida, the heat. Jesus, the heat in Florida is off the charts. Some days.
I don't know how you guys can deal with that heat. I like Ohio. I get that. Right now it's 86 degrees outside. That puts me right in the house.
Well, you know what we call you. You know what we call y'all, right?
No.
We call y'all snowbirds.
Oh.
Y'all fly south for the winter.
I know people that do that. I prefer. I mean, I guess you guys do get 70s down there in the winter. It's nice.
Oh well, I mean, January. January is like this. You wake up, it's 14 degrees in the morning. All right, and then you're in, 45 degrees by the afternoon, which is pleasant, and because it's high moisture, so it's like feels warm almost, but it's 45 degrees.
I was in Vegas when it was 112. That's not fun.
Oh my God, it was 116 here one year with 94% humidity.
Oh, how can you even? You can't even move, can you?
No,
you just sit in water.
No, here's what you do. You have we would wear sombreros, big giant straw hats, and sneakers, and just little tiny short shorts and our tool belts, and that's how we would work.
You'd have to.
Yeah, that's how we worked. We were practically like nude workers, just little short shorts and sneakers and a sombrero. That's how we worked.
People would pay good money for that shit.
Yeah.
So that whole thing went straight down. Look at it.
Where is that meme? Whereabouts do you stay?
See, he posted the before and after photo, Roger.
I'm in Savannah.
It's not three little pillars holding that up that fell.
You say Ohio, yeah?
Me?
No, Mimas.
I'm at where I'm at right now is about 12 foot. 12 foot elevation.
$1,100.
Say what?
I'm at 1,100 feet.
Yeah.
1138.
Yeah. I'm at the full 14.7 psi.
I think at Lake Erie it's 700 feet.
Yeah.
We're at over 6,000 feet in Johannesburg.
Where's that?
It's Johannesburg, South Africa. It's about 2 kilometers above sea level.
Wow.
So when you hit a ball up here, the ball flies like a cricket ball or a tennis ball. The air is slightly thinner, so it's known to just travel that little bit further. And then when you go down to the coast, it's like you feel like you're suddenly retarded because the things don't do what they used to do from where you play,
Oh, hey.
Well, that's gravity, isn't it?
If you look at the picture, if you look at the picture where it says collapse part of the building,
yeah.
See the left-hand side, that recessed square?
Yep.
Below that is a lobby. And it looks like from the collapsing portion, that's what was collapsing, was above the lobby. And that lobby does have support pillars.
Yeah, I see that.
Because it's high up. And apparently the cars can drive under the building like that. So the building is on stilts.
The parking deck is underneath that whole building.
Right. The building is actually, it looks like the building is on stilts. And I think if one key stilt fails in that building, I guarantee you that's it.
Okay. Yeah, I've never been down there like looking at their buildings or anything. The only time I've been there was to hide from the sun and get in.
Yeah. I don't. You go down to Miami, you're not going to have a lot of ground floor rooms. Most of them are on the 2 stories up. That's where their floors start.
I know. I'm not staying anywhere in Miami now. I'm not even going to even roll the dice.
I've been to Miami 3 or 4 times. I never liked it. I don't like cities though. So
if I go to Florida anyways, I stay on the beach no matter where I go.
Stay in south of Pensacola or in Blue Springs or Clearwater.
So I've been to Pensacola. I've been to Tampa, St. Pete.
Yeah.
Fort Lauderdale, Daytona.
The best part of Florida, my favorite part that I want to move to one day is St. Augustine. St. Augustine is absolutely beautiful.
when you fly over Florida and you just see all that water and all that swamp and the ocean on both sides, like especially when you've done an international trip landing there, it's like, it's just so flat and all that water reflects.
Yeah,
it all reflects from the sun straight, you know? It's amazing.
The direct flight from
What is up?
from Ohio to the Bahamas, from Cleveland to the Bahamas, you can see Florida like that. When you're coming on the end of the coast, you see it.
Yeah,
I mean, you're up high enough, you can see where it starts to go, where you see the Gulf and the Atlantic. It's like weird.
You know what's really weird is I'm from Spain, and people would tell me that, like, people from other countries would be like, it's impossible to see Africa from, like, the coastline or whatever. And I lived 5 minutes from the beach, and every time I looked out, like, the coastline, I could literally see, like, Morocco, like, North Africa, all that. It's just weird.
I've also been to Barcelona, and I've stood across that Mediterranean, and you can see the land on the other side, and it's 60 kilometers or 70 kilometers away. And then at some parts it's even further, and you can see the full mountains. You can see, it's not just like you kind of half.
Yeah, no, like it's not like it's not like I'm barely seeing it. Like I can legit like see like the shape of the mountains, like everything.
Correct. Yeah. I've got a friend in Barcelona, and I took him there and I showed him the mountains, and he said, I'm still crazy for thinking it's flat.
I have a question real quick. How does only one person get killed in that?
One person and what? In the building? Like 30 something have died.
Oh, they have a new number? Okay.
Yeah, and like 99 are missing.
Okay. So there were people there. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to ask if they evacuated or how. Like,
oh, for sure. I would, if I saw that, I wouldn't have known. Well, I probably at first wouldn't have if I was down there, I would have been on the street at least, because I know there's sinkholes and I'm already freaked out about undermining our land.
35 people have been rescued and 90 plus are missing.
So I've got a question. So with this injectable genetic modification that they're offering us now, we know it's liability free. So if you went and injected all those bodies now, could the building get away liability free for any deaths that occurred?
It could be COVID related why that building fell.
Because everyone was isolated.
Who was in that building? Who was in there? That's really the question. Like, they might have been targeting someone.
Department.
No, that building would be full every night when people slept. So it couldn't be a weight thing.
No, undermining would cause that to go down. Just pillar.
But I remember when I was there in Florida, like when they're taking a building down or they're going to build another little skyscraper, they've got to dig really deep and they've got to set like deep pylons because it's basically just beach sand. And often they can't just start the building where they need to. It's like they have to do quite a lot of engineering to get it to work.
Is there even bedrock down there?
Weak. I don't think so. But there has to be if there's land.
There is, but it's like 2 miles down.
They pour big, giant plates, like 10-foot thick plates of concrete down below.
But they'll
so you guys don't hit. You guys can't hit bedrock at all from there, right?
Yeah, not down there. If bedrock is very rare. So what they do is they dig down until they hit like what we call virgin soil. And then you pour your concrete, a pad, and then you wait 1 month before you can put your pylons onto that pad. And that pad's like going to be like a 10-foot thick rock base.
So it has time to settle in place after they pour it.
Yeah, and cure. So,
and it's supposed to create like a raft. So the whole building is meant to move on top of the pad, independent of whatever's going on. So to have a failure like this where it's only 1 point is also quite peculiar.
It might also be, like I said, graft and corruption. Maybe they didn't have a proper base.
True.
Maybe there was a handshake inspection, if you know what I mean.
Oh, of course. Said it's the 80s.
Hey, Tony.
I need this
You
building
only pass? Yeah,
inspected.
let you pass.
You're at the bar and you say, I need it inspected. You got your paperwork? Yeah. Here you go. Thank you.
So if you don't pass my inspection, I got these pictures of you with your mistress.
So how's Martha? How's the
He's
kids?
a good-looking kid.
Hey, I like the pool in your backyard, too.
I don't have a pool. You want one?
Yeah, they could have used just crap for a foundation and just covered 3 inches of concrete on top of it.
I will tell you this. That for some reason, hearing that this thing collapsed and then seeing that it might be structural is actually really embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like personally, that's embarrassing because that's Chinese. That's a Chinese accident.
I know one thing. If it was made out of paper and bamboo, it'd still be standing.
That's true.
Those guys who go through China and they're filming and they're in one of those ghost cities and they just hear things falling. Just constantly. Things are just constantly falling.
But they got abandoned cities out there. Like, are they big cities?
They're not abandoned. What it is they build them as a base for, as like, that's where they derive the value of their money, is busy work.
Wow.
That's why I always say their economy is a paper tiger. I don't know why anyone's scared of it. Their economy is literal make-believe. You cannot back money with labor.
I know our China plant loves us. You get paid the same as us. Built one over there and hired Chinese engineers and operators. They love it. In Changshu.
The only good where you're going to find good Chinese engineering is in Africa.
Oh no, they are definitely backwards engineers, even our engineers over there. But they did say that they've learned so much since working with our guys. You know,
the best Chinese engineers are in Africa.
Why?
Because that's like their. Oh, you don't know about
that? It's a prerequisite condition. So what the Chinese do is they move into a country, they open a bank, and that bank finances any Chinese projects to be done on the continent. And then there's a process whereby they say that they'll only do the construction if they get their own teams, their own laborers, and their own engineers, because to try and train the indigenous African people to do what it is that they want to achieve
is impossible.
It's too frustrating. And they literally are racist. Like, they say it as blunt as it can be. They don't sugarcoat anything. So effectively they say, we'll give your country maybe $4 billion of investment. We'll help build bridges and roads and all this stuff. But we're going to bring our own teams in, and effectively, normally those loans swell due to interest and then eventually become no longer to be sustained or paid or whatever the term is. And then effectively the Chinese can reclaim that asset. So all throughout Africa now, there's projects and even whole territories which are now fully Chinese owned and managed, with their own people on the ground doing, like, we've got insane resources in Africa. Each country has either gems or minerals, and now we've discovered oil off the coasts of most of the west side of Africa. So there's so much untapped potential. The Chinese are investing heavily to take over the equity. They want the land. So the point is that they offer this really struggling African country, which is maybe in like $200 million debt. They offer them a loan of $700 million or $2 billion or $5 billion, so that it's so astronomically larger than what that country could service, with the intention for them to void on that commercial agreement so that the asset gets forfeited back to the Chinese. And that's always in all of their conditions and terms. So it's quite a scary thing. Tanzania now is basically China. If you look, China owns the roads, they own the fuel systems, the fuel networks, the electrical plants, they own...
who was it that had a man?
Whichever president was there would get obviously a beautiful golden handshake of $200, $300 million personally.
How do you own a road?
You build it.
It's the
and then
piece
say
of
what?
paper
You're not
that
allowed to
says
use
that
it?
you own the land and you can now establish a toll on it.
Yeah.
So
I think Africans are going to find out very quickly that the Chinese don't have white guilt, and it's going to be very difficult to come back from.
None of it.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
In fact, they have quite the opposite.
Yeah, they sure do.
They are supremacist in every sense of the word. And I don't mean that in a negative connotation either. They just believe that, China first and Chinese people first, and that's just the way it is. Why would we do anything else? What are you, Westerners? You're retarded. Why are you hamstringing yourselves?
And it's such a double-edged sword because they're super efficient. When they come in, they change things for the better, Like a lot of good gets done, but there's this nefarious intention. It almost 100% of the time ends up that way, that they now own that asset. They actually own the mineral rights in a country that's not their own. So it's hectic.
It's not their own at the moment.
But I guess it's akin to Anglo-American and De Beers and all these other Britishly run companies that have owned like the diamonds and owned all these mineral resources because they brought incredible investment to the country.
I had a South African client. His name was De Bruin. He was a diamond miner. He had a door from the Crec de Chevalier in his house, and food dogs from China, and over $1 million of decorative concrete in his yard. So
it's unbelievable. Like in South Africa, we've got mines everywhere.
Yeah.
And in terms of what they can output, the numbers are, it sounds like insane sometimes, hundreds of millions of dollars per month.
Here's my question.
Mineralism.
I've genuinely got this question. Like they said, hey, we're going to fight and we're going to end apartheid, blah, blah, blah. How come the diamond mines didn't change hands? How come they didn't nationalize those?
There's been always a small faction shouting for nationalization. It's now been termed land redistribution without compensation.
It's communism.
Sounds friendlier.
So,
well, that's the thing.
Of course, they can come and say that they're reclaiming this land and they don't need to pay you for it. And then they're going to give it to the rightful owners. And when you look back at the history, the white man introduced documentation. And how you're going to prove that you own land is through documentation. So generally, the white guy would bring the contract and say, just scribble here. Okay, cool. Now I own this land. This paper says.
Yeah.
But before that, it was known that all of this land belonged to one king, and he then looked after his people however he saw fit.
Yeah.
So there was never like an individualism from a tribal side where people would want to rise up and lift their own lifestyle. They would ask the king to please make their life better. So it's such an antithetical, it's completely opposing to like the Western individual driven, capitalistic, okay, I don't have the service, it's a needed service, all right, I'm going to start a business to provide said service to the community and see how it responds. Like that kind of innovation was brought always to the continent from either the West or the East. You know, so it's such the whole thing with this mineral rights and the land being exchanged, they're bringing it up harshly, but still, when you go back further, there's deeper control over South Africa, I think militarily and strategically, and potentially for access to the South, that Britain still has a very strong finger here. The United States has started to show more interest, especially Donald Trump did. Canada has been accepting farmers to go over there. Australia has been accepting South African farmers. So there's been like this, a lot of focus towards this little specific country in Africa, you know, more so than the other countries in Africa.
Well, that's the thing.
So I think Britain didn't want to lose those minerals, so they probably were party to the agreement of the handover of the country on condition that these stayed still with Britain and
the eternal Anglo.
Oy vey.
Yeah.
Even now, like we've got this guy Julius Malema, and he's preaching for nationalization, and he's like literally communist. He wears a red beret. He preaches death and destruction to any other minority that's going to get in his way. All the stuff that Hitler's done, he's literally reciting it word for word in African tongue. Julius Malema.
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 Well, that's what happens when you get that hardcore, like, jungle
Malema.
tribe religion and then mix it with, like, communism. God,
and then what you find out is that his political party called the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, because everything's a fight with them. Everything's about a battle against your enemy, you know. But when you look, they've all got white funders from Europe.
White.
And when he travels to the UK, then he met with like the Freemasons. So he made a couple of comments about Freemasons, and then suddenly got summoned. And when he got back here, he's like kept off of Britain, and he's made it more just about white people. But before that, he was starting to point the finger towards Britain and the Freemasons, and then suddenly went quiet.
That's the thing about all the way back to the Templars with the Freemasons, is that they were always the ones promoting democracy, equality, and the fundamentals of what would become communism. They were always the ones that were promoting that. Because that's how you wreck. That's how you wreck not just nations, but cultures.
Well, it's the power of an idea. I don't know if you've ever watched Inception. Just go back and watch the first minute. It describes the power of an idea, that once an idea is in your head, you can't let it go. That little boy who looks at that mountain every day and he starts to think about he wants to climb to the top of that. That little idea grows like a seed until it is this monster tree that will do what it's going to, or what it's been wanting to. Like the power of an idea. And they've used that against us. The ideology. They trap us with ideas. And once that idea is in your head, it just grows like its own seed. And in Inception, what they want to try and do is manipulate the idea and to implant an idea into a target's head to get a certain response from the individual. And the whole movie is about how do we get this subtle response into the subconscious of this person without their subconscious seeing it or being on the defensive toward it. So how do we implant this idea into the subconscious? Because an idea is the most powerful. And it's exactly what they've done. It's exactly what they do about everything. They understand us better than we'll ever understand ourselves. They've been studying us for hundreds of years. How to manipulate my slave population. Usually starts and ends with money. And bad ideas grow into bad fruit. Good ideas grow into good fruit. It's like the genetic modification is to cause sterility. Like they're causing sterility in our ideas by implanting the ideas that they wish us to have to prevent us from veering off into true creativity, thus like sterilizing our brains.
I do have to interrupt. We now have a nickname. It's the Miami Condo Cost.
What? The condo cost.
Yeah, the condo cost.
For the oven.
It's like, the way that good people strive to try and impart kindness and love and care into their next generation. There's people out there that try to impart all the opposites. Hate. The enjoyment of other people's misery. This condo is, I don't know, there's just a lot of destruction happening at the moment.
You also have to
That's
consider
true.
there's been a certain rebranding of the word hate. So nowadays, if you say that you have pride in your nation or your people or whatever, that's seen as hate nowadays. I don't really know how that can be possible because you're not really talking about other people. So, I think the word hate is just thrown around all the time now to mean things that it doesn't really mean.
Well, there was something I saw glancing through on TV. I think it was this morning before I went to work that they're talking about the woke generation now, how they're going to handle that. And people have hijacked our word because they're talking about something different than actually being aware of what's going on around when we first started using.
Well, those people who are called woke by the mainstream media are actually hyper unwoke. They're actually extremely obedient to all of the mainstream narrative.
Yep. Yeah, whatever that says goes.
That's what I'm saying about this inversion. Whenever they use words like hate or woke, it's normally the direct opposite.
I think it's very true, like the word diversity. They try to create this whole concept of diversity as inclusion. But diversity causes fractures. It's the divide and conquer.
They mean diversity in look, not substance.
But they want to try and make the demographic. They want to try and fit the political party to match the demographic. So many women, so many Indians.
No, they're not. They're not trying to fit the demographic. They're overrepresenting on all cases. They want overrepresentation. They want power.
Well, it should be on competence and merit.
I agree. But even if they were going for parity of population, they're not doing that.
I actually disagree. I actually don't think that merit should. If you're talking about, well, it depends what you're talking about, really. So
you don't think merit?
Well, it depends what you're talking about. So if you're saying like a country's people should be allowed only to survive if it's like on merit, no, I think that those people deserve to survive regardless. Actually.
No, I said the politicians. I meant the politicians. So the ones at the top should be selected on merit.
That's very difficult to measure.
Maybe that's also true. Because
how would you
you've
even
never
say
done
this
that job.
politician is? Sorry?
It's honest. This is a good one.
No, I'm just saying, how do you even measure that?
Yeah,
like, what is a good politician?
You've never been that politician before you become that politician. So, like,
right?
How can you benchmark someone who's never been in that role, managing that kind of budget, that many people?
Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry about that.
I think, but that's why I say like merit, because then you'd see, okay, they have managed 100 people.
Yeah, based on their past performance.
Past performances would dictate the future. You know, that you could say, okay, 4 out of 5 of what we need, this person can achieve. So therefore, they get the role. But it's often through nepotism, or the friend of, or the cousin of, or the nephew of, or and then this over-representation, or this drive to have complete equal demographic where you start firing.
I almost never
people.
see people, or I almost never see the enforcement of diversity come to parity with population. It always goes far beyond representation.
Well, I think that this whole thing with Biden and Kamala, I think the whole ploy is that he's going to be ruled out as unfit, and she's going to take office, and it's going to be so so historic because she'll be the first black woman president. There's this whole play planned,
president,
and they try to push Hillary in, and they used all their media might, and that failed. People saw through that.
So they
at that time, all the sitcoms were showing Mrs. President, and like every program had a female president, and they were pushing this idea so heavily to see if they could get the people to vote that way. And now they figured out, well, okay, we'll just pick a decrepit old senile man, and then we'll take this person who's, when you look at her rise, she's also been favored quite heavily by some powerful men. So it's to me it's transparent, but it's the whole thing. Like, there's been too many men presidents. Now we must just have a woman one. Now, is Biden the most competent person in America to lead America right now? Really? Like, hell no.
No, I think everybody knows he's not.
But he was the most popular president. He got more votes than Obama, apparently, etc., etc.
That's the thing. Is even Trump got more votes than Obama in that election? Everybody got more votes than the most popular president ever elected.
And when Obama was elected, I remember, like, worldwide there was excitement. The first Black American president. You were setting such a statement. You guys had such a positive outlook. And then, but it's the puppetry, because now I was listening the other day. They were playing the clips of Donald Trump before his election. He was talking about there's too many injectables for children. He was saying that he personally knows children that are damaged by it, etc., etc. And then right after it, he's then saying he's pushing warp speed. He's making it go through. They're the greatest thing in the world. And when you see every president, it's been the same thing. It's like they were a real person, and then they entered that room, and they got told how everything works, and they nodded their head, and then they started to read the teleprompter. And it's like, that's it. But with this whole Biden thing, like I say,
they know how it works before they get in office.
But they've been studying our minds for hundreds of years. And us awake ones, we only have one lifespan. And then we try and tell people, and they all think we're crazy. So we don't have that 100-year, 200, 300, 400-year of building towards something the way that the establishment has. So it's your enemy has been studying you for 400 years, and you've been studying them for 6 or 10, 15.
And we gave them our children.
Oh gosh.
That's where the logic leads. We gave them our children. Period.
I was talking about this with a friend the other day, saying, if a stranger walks up to me and says, "Can my daughter go and sleep at his house with his daughter?" I'll say, like, I don't know you, I don't want you to be around my child. But then every morning I walk my child to the front of a institution and let go of them. And then they go in and they meet whoever. I don't know, got no say. I don't know how many adults they engage with. I don't know how many children they engage with. All of those are strangers who I haven't vetted the way that I then act when I get them back in the afternoon. And it's like you spend the whole time handing your child to a stranger, and then you get a little bit confused why your child starts to seem like a stranger to you.
Because they identify with the people that they spend most of the time with, which will be those people.
The not yous.
Yeah, the not yous, exactly. Teaching that you're the bad person because you're stuck in your ways, clinging to your Bible and your guns.
Mm. Now, this plan that they launched on that World Economic Forum, where you could go and see every aspect of economic, financial, medical, they laid out every aspect of what this next 10 years is moving toward. And they've achieved these very critical positions with really strong companies now, and they're marching forward towards this idea. It's the same way that, like, when an entrepreneur gets an idea in his head and then can't sleep, and he thinks about it the whole time, and then his thoughts create that future. It's the same, that by them implanting those desired thoughts, we're creating that future for ourselves. And the amount of people that are repeating all the stuff about the genetic modifications and how keen they are to get it and how the deaths are not being reported, and it's like when you watch those fishermen create a ruckus or a disturbance in the water on one side, and then the fish are all heading towards the net. They've got the net in place and they make a noise on the other side. And through that distraction, kind of like how sheepdogs herd the sheep, I guess, they bark on the left and then the sheep all run right into whatever it is that you desire them to run into. And it's like you're watching all these people just heading headfirst into this net. And then they're going to pull up the net and then you're going to die. Like, why can't these people see this? Like lemmings. They're just facing the person in front of them. They're just marching towards the edge of the cliff. And when you tell them that they're about to kill themselves, then they hate you for it. And then still go and do it anyway.
It's because they know.
To prove you wrong.
They instinctively know. They know what they're doing is wrong. That's why they hate you for telling the truth. You make them have to face what they've been denying, which is the obvious. When you speak the truth. So did John McAfee kill himself?
He was suicided, man. Come on. Or has he gone to the lands unknown?
I don't know.
Which side of the fence you sit on that?
He was always
smuggle Epstein out. Is he still alive?
So you think it might be some Ayn Rand Atlas Shrugs thing?
Well, so this is the known.
Hey, man, for somebody who's suicidal, bro, those are not the words to use, dog.
What?
Which ones? Sorry.
What are you talking about? Enoch, what do you mean?
You guys didn't hear him say that he suggested to kill himself?
What are you? No.
Or am I the only person who heard him say that?
No, you are the only person who heard anybody say that.
Oh, that's crazy. I swear I just heard some dude say that.
Yeah, you may have heard it, but it doesn't mean it was said. You can pick and choose what you want to hear, but that's not what was said.
So,
yeah, I didn't hear it.
Unfortunately, we're talking about a suicide, not telling someone or suggesting at all.
Yeah,
life is beautiful,
and
up to 50% of what you hear can be edited by your brain to what you expect it to hear. So it's normal.
I was just making sure, like, I was just trying to correct it. I was just trying to correct what I heard. That's all.
Thank you for correcting something you heard, but was not said.
Yeah, we would rather not have a misunderstanding on this.
I'm fine with it. Honestly. Who am I to say if somebody wants to kill themselves not to do it?
No, so John McAfee goes back with Craig Wright and all the founders of Bitcoin. And there's been a lot of pressure on him from the legal system. He's now being sued for some of the things that he's done. It was found that McAfee antivirus was also tracking people's files. So there's been, I guess, once again, a person who has access to too much information or dirt on other people and therefore needs to no longer be in the picture. So it's quite convenient that like a wealthy billionaire, just decides that his life is so terrible. Makes sense.
I can never tell which side that guy fell on. I couldn't tell if he was a good guy or a bad guy, honestly.
There's a lot of evidence that suggests he was bad.
Right.
Or at least mixed up with bad people.
Clearly. But he's also releasing a bunch of shit on those people. So I'm really confused.
But remember, the mafia, they don't exist anymore,
Right. What were you saying, Ryan?
No, I just said, dude drank like a fish, man. Some
Yeah.
live streams he would do. Guy was drunk as shit.
Like you sleeping last night?
Sorry about that.
Does that happen often to you? Fall asleep on us?
I had a long day. I was mowing the lawn and doing all kinds of shit out here.
Plum tuckered you out.
There you did.
Crypto, what do you think about John McAfee?
I don't really have an opinion, to be honest.
Is that why you didn't say anything?
Yes.
Fine. I kind of freaked out last night. Called everybody in the server a bad name. Because they wouldn't shut up about how bad white people were. Fucking.
Oh, I love that.
For half
I love it
white
when people take. I love it when people take the programming from the mainstream and then just say it again and think that they are somehow like different from the mainstream when they say it.
Oh, exactly.
No, it's their idea. They started off by saying, "I had this thought."
Right. Their words they use are not their own, but yeah, they had a thought.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. That's virtue in my book.
Is it?
Well, I just wonder. I round that all up as like whitey is badism, because it doesn't really matter like how they dress it up. You know that they're full of this kind of sophistry.
And self-hatred.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's either self-hatred or it's, small hats pretending to be white people to shit on them. So
I agree
there's a lot of that
that Michael J. Smith and Bong Sao are both Jewish.
Oh, are they? Yeah, well.
The Bong's a crack up.
He's a crackhead.
Isn't Bong's wife white?
No, she's one of those natives from New Zealand. What are they called? The Maori. She's Maori, yeah.
Huh.
But, I mean, Bong's half white.
Oh, I thought you said his kids were half white. Doesn't matter to me, really. Like, people can do what they like, really. But I just don't understand why, like, people will shit on white people in the very same sentence as being against hate. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Why do you guys always have to see the glass as half empty or half full? Eh? Half white.
Well, like half white or half black?
Half white, half black.
Who cares about the other part? I'm saying because it's the topic of conversation, he's half white.
Yeah.
What's truly amazing is that the genetics shows that just 3 generations of of black breeding with white leads to a fully indigenous end result. So just 3 generations. So a black and a white father have a child, and it's like they would call that a colored. And a colored and a white breed, they'll have a lighter colored. And by the 3rd breed, effectively the hair will be back to normal and straight. They'll have pigmented color eyes, like blues or greens or
something beautiful.
But it'll just be like a typical Caucasian, and then the opposite occurs. That if you take the white, you take the colored, and you breed it with a black, it gets darker and darker, and on the 3rd generation, it's fully indigenous. So it just takes 3 generations, and you wouldn't even know that, like, your great grandmother was the actual opposite color to you.
Crazy.
So it's quite a strange, and then you see a lot of white people have pure black children, and it's because of that throwback ancestor.
And no, it's because Tyrone next door.
Possible, truly possible, but
combo that
You've
with
been
a
watching too many.
It's more likely.
Yeah, Deus, I think you've been watching too many toothpaste adverts, mate.
No, I don't. I haven't watched any toothpaste.
That was too funny, bro.
Because that kind of stuff doesn't really happen in the real world.
He said it's Tyrone next door.
But like here, there's a lot of this white guilt, specifically South Africa. You get a lot of the millennials, white millennials, who preach that whites are the problem. Like, whites.
To be honest, he is telling the truth, though, bro.
And well, a bad person is the problem.
Very many faithful women.
Sorry, I don't follow.
Oh, if you're a white couple and you have a black baby, that's not the father.
So they do DNA tests, and it is the father. So like that's when it's really peculiar, because it is a throwback gene from. Like
I see what you're saying. I see. Yeah, I do see what you're saying, but I mean, I've only seen one picture of it, and I dispute the DNA test. It's like the DNA test they gave for Tutankhamun, where they wouldn't show us.
So it's peculiar that we have some people who sort of live in the townships, and they, in tradition and in their inherent being, they're African, but their complexion is completely white. So there's, it could be learned behavior, it could be many variables, sure, I agree. But most of the studies show that it's a relatively short period, and you can get completely back to what you started with. So our genetics are amazing. That's why when they take your DNA now, you're half Ashkenazi Jew, and you're half this, or a third this, or 10% that, and 3% this, and what. It's like your genealogy, who your ancestors were, that led to you, passed on very specific genetics, and you accumulated bits from each one of them. So you're like this final embodiment of still. I think of DNA as like a vibration or a resonance. And I think that's why we can carry traits. Someone will see the grandkid and he does something exactly like his grandmother, and they never met.
Yeah,
Like
I think that does
you carry through.
I think those traits do flow into culture. I think it's an archetypical person coming out. Like there's a certain way of being based on characteristics.
Here where there's like a lot of white guilt, there's sort of like this undercurrent of like, just be grateful for our differences. So, for example, if you're really good at manual labor, and then you've got someone who can think of really good ideas to use that, and then it benefits everyone. Say you build a park or a school or a port for boats, or some place so that the community can go work, or in the old days, there was like usually a noble intention for things. Like people cared about people. And if you look at most of the countries where they've handed the reins back over to African rule, it's usually a matter of decades, and most of the infrastructure is taken back down to dirt streets.
You mean like Zimbabwe, where they're begging the white farmers to come back?
That's still a recent one. That's only happened, say, in the last 15, 20 years. That's why most people are aware of it.
Yeah.
But when you start to look at like Uganda, Democratic Republic of Congo, and
I was going to say Congo,
Tanzania, Kenya, they were really thriving, and then they went through this really radical dip, and then now with Chinese investment, they're bouncing back and they're starting to re-industrialize. But it was, the word maintenance is not in the African language. So the idea to...
Is it because it's monosyllabic? The language?
No, it's like, so they've got a lot of complex words, but...
Oh, okay.
Okay, look, there's a lot of dialects. So, but when you look at it, the idea that you would need to like really look after that fruit tree so that it continues to bear fruit. In Africa, there's so much abundance. You just walk to the next tree. So it didn't matter, like the concept of looking after something, but there's just abundance of everything. So you're like, well, I don't need to stockpile. I don't need to maintain. I don't need to service. And the temperature is fairly moderate. So there wasn't this dire need. Like in the north, where you guys have a lot of snow, it's very critical that you get most of your agricultural stuff done in the first 6 months. So that the last 6 months you can be under snow and still continue to thrive. So you needed to think ahead and prepare. And then where there's too much abundance, it's like you don't need to think about maintaining or looking after something because it should just propagate. But then as the population outgrew that territory, it's not sustainable if someone's not maintaining.
To be fair, in the north, it's much easier because in the summer you've got fruit and veg season, and then in the winter you've got meat season. There's 2 seasons. So, but I mean, yeah, one little ecological mishap, such as a flood, and you have starvation, you have drought, you have starvation, and something that's precarious, like that doesn't have an ebb and flow in its natural courses. If things are just like fruitful all the time, what happens when something bad happens? As opposed to that built-in ebb and flow of you're always fighting against the elements.
Yeah, you're at risk because you have no idea what preparing for the rainy day means. And it's why, like, literally no African country ever developed a boat. So
what about Egypt?
Okay, it's like it's a blend. Egypt is like sort of quite a blend.
Yeah, because it's a crossroads. I agree.
The east and the west and everything.
But they did have boats in there in Africa, so I just wanted to debunk that.
True. Very true. Thanks for the correction. So most African countries didn't have the idea to climb in something and go somewhere else. Because there was just like, it was here. You had it. Why do you want to go somewhere else? But if you're in a place where it's always freezing and you don't really like that, you're like, well, let's sail south. Let's see what happens.
So the people of Africa stayed in Africa?
Well, the history narrative is that like only the slave traders took them out.
So
But they killed themselves. There was a lot of tribalism, so they fought among themselves. But they didn't.
If you don't have any reason to leave, then you have no reason for an exodus to populate the other lands. So the out of Africa story is bullshit. Just by your modern day presupposition.
So, there's tribalism, and the tribes would walk where they, so there was north and south movement around the continent.
Right.
And then the out of Africa is that it expanded out of the Middle East. So the sort of top end of Africa as it joins the Middle East, that's where it could kind of spread towards Europe and spread right. And they've now, with DNA testing, proved that out of Africa theory is completely wrong.
Okay, just making sure.
And now it's like everything's on the table. People are saying that it originated in Ireland. People are saying it originated in Canada. People are saying it was South America. So everyone's trying to prove now that they can find the earliest civilization where that spawned from. But with them taking all of our DNA through these virus swabs, they are probably gathering the largest database that they've ever done before. Hundreds of thousands of people giving their DNA away every day. So I think that there's a lot of sinister things going on that are masked that we have no idea even what's going on. If you go to a doctor for DNA treatment or DNA therapy, they'll map your code and then they'll tailor medication ideal to heal you. But then that means they could also tailor medication to also injure you, specifically for you. Just your genetics. In the same way that type of manipulation causes radical healing for you, just for you. You give that to someone else, it won't be the right proportions or the right combination. People think it's just a test for if you've got a cold.
So when they give you a COVID test, they're actually taking a DNA test? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, it's my speculation. I know that there was a news article that said that they were capturing some of them because they wanted to see the differences between the COVID variation on the different continents. So, always noble intentions why we're taking your DNA and then mapping the DNA of what we think we're trying to find. But it's really, once again, if you were collecting data on your slaves, would you let them know how much you're collecting on them?
No, why would they need to know?
So I think sometimes they accidentally give a little bit too much.
I don't know. I think they're asking your permission by telling you. And you're not doing anything. The whole silence as consent thing is, I think, one of their favorite games.
Because, think about it, like how are they finding these different strains on different continents and all this stuff? They're doing a lot of tests.
Because they have the receipts. Because they made it.
and they now have your genetic material. And like, if I was going to do a study, I would want a control. So at first, I'd want to see what your DNA was before. Then I would manipulate it, and I would want a second swab to see how did the first treatment react to your genetic type. And then I would want a second dose, and then followed by a third test to see the progression of the damage, but also how important it was to have the baseline, to see what you were before we started to tamper, to fiddle.
You know, that actually that correlates with some news I heard the other day that 4,000 people in a state who had been who had gotten the DNA manipulation shot tested positive for COVID. Why were they testing for COVID? Because these cases they weren't sick people. They tested them for COVID after they had gotten the shot.
And did they mention which test that was?
No.
Because there's a different test you have to give to someone who's been vaccinated. Because once you're vaccinated, the test that they're using on everyone else with, I think it's 27 times multiplication, or maybe it's 30 times. Effectively, they're taking the sample and magnifying it and enhancing it, almost like doubling what was there, and sometimes inadvertently growing contaminants to look like they're actually the cause. But when you're vaccinated, they have to use just, I think it's 18 magnifications, because anything more than that always gives a positive result. So if they haven't administered the second test for the vaccinated, then it's not an accurate test.
Yeah,
And
that's
well,
called a cycle threshold, what you're talking
That's right. That's the word. How many cycles? So they keep cycling this thing and causing magnification of the sample, or multiplication of the molecules in there. So it's like a breeding program for bacteria to see what bacteria grows. And that's not necessarily saying what is inside you, but the fact that they've now developed a second test for the vaccinated could be that they want to capture more data. It's like with a blood test, you tick the boxes as to what you want. You want drugs, you want to test for drugs, you want to test for like STDs, or you want to test for anemia, or you tick all those blocks, and they can do whatever test they want. They just need to have a sample size large enough to be able to run that many tests. And then they're putting this giant swab down everyone's nasal cavity and collecting as much sticky mucus as they can. Like, if I can breathe this onto someone, why isn't the device like a little handheld breathing monitor? And you say, sir, please inhale here like a breathalyzer, and then it would tell me if I have COVID. Why do you have to do this incredibly invasive thing about tickling your internal nasal cavity? That when you go and look at how they collect DNA, it's in the nasal cavity or in the mouth, on the cheeks. That's also where there's a lot of DNA. So, yeah, it's just, and when you say even this kind of stuff to a medical person or a medical practitioner, it's like they just look at you with that blank stare. Like, are you trying to tell me that there'd be like databases out there that are trying to collect your private personal information?
You mean like a smartphone?
You're like, have you heard of Snowden? Like, he blew the whistle that every government was spying on every single citizen, had to leave his country. Like, it wasn't even speculation. He released all the documentation in WikiLeaks. Like, don't you guys remember? Like, how short are your memories? They are. They are wanting to spy on you and manipulate you and corral you and reduce your numbers.
Now, I guess I've been doing it for about 3 months now. When I'm talking to somebody and we like share information, I'm like, "Hey, do you have your tracking device on you?" They're like, "What? Your smartphone? You have your smartphone on you? You're tracking your device." It's pretty.
Yeah, but I've often said to people, like, if the government said to you, "Okay, I would like you to carry a device that's going to give me your GPS location all the time. It has the potential to record your conversation, and potential to triangulate and all these other things. I'd like you to carry this device with you every day, please. It's for free." You'd look at them and say, "Piss off. What are you trying to do?" So then they sat down and they're like, I wonder if we can get these dumb people to buy it. So this thing costs $10,000. Oh, it tracks your location, and it can also turn on a camera to watch you and can record every conversation. Siri's always listening, and etc., etc., etc. But you pay me for it. All right, cool. Where do I sign up? Why? Because it can take pretty photos. Get yourself a camera, I say while talking to my smart device.
You have Discord on your phone?
Yeah.
I would never do that. We got it on one computer and one computer only.
Yeah, and on top of that, most of us have multiple devices now. A watch,
why do you say that, Lou?
iPad.
Sorry, whoever stepped on.
Did you have an addiction to Discord, or why did you do that on one PC, or what?
Oh, because I've de-Googled my phone. My phone is not a tracking device.
Are you using a dumb
Have you got a special Jewish one?
Yeah, they gave it to me at synagogue. They said it's fine.
Yeah, no, they've developed special phones, so you can't do anything bad on them, according to their rules.
Well,
it costs quite a lot.
No, it's not that you can't do anything bad on this phone. It's that anything that reports back to any service has been torn out. Any service that needs reporting back to is spoofed and behind a VPN of sorts. So any telemetry from this phone, besides the one that the cell phone service itself can see, just like any other mobile device, but it doesn't send anything back to Google, doesn't send anything back to any of these other small places that report back to a more central data.
Is it seriously
Get yourself a kosher phone.
A kosher phone? Is it seriously a Jewish
advert
phone?
in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, it's nothing like that.
Is it something that's possible to do to most phones, or is it pretty tough?
I'll hang on a second. There's several methodologies to do it. You can buy one apparently, but
why would the powers that be? Why would the kings and queens want to de-enslave their slaves?
No, this isn't from the powers that be. This you have to do this yourself most of the time.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks, bud. Like there's a code, those star 50/50 hashed, blah blah blah, whatever kind of codes. Can't think of it now, but there's a code you can put on that says, "Would you like to turn off the tracker on your phone?" And there's various codes that you can do on your phone, just generally through the star hash mechanism. But normally they're for a matter of days or for hours that it's either activated or deactivated and then reactivates itself.
Right.
So can you still get internet on your phone?
Yeah. My battery lasts for like 3 days too, so because it's not constantly reporting back to all these data collections.
Joe, I'm so out of touch of technology. Is that even a thing? Jailbreaking phones still, or is that something you'd have to do?
It's not really jailbreaking, but yes, that is what you have to do.
Yeah.
Jailbreaking is specifically for iPhones.
Yeah. Okay.
So what do you use as your browser now?
I use Brave. I'm always beyond a VPN. Here, somebody said something about Windows 10.
Because, it's like one of the most simplest things in the world. If you don't like someone or someone's service, stop using that service. And the only way that we're going to start showing these people is by stopping to use their service. But unfortunately, they've been studying our minds for, like I said, hundreds of years already. So they know how to introduce the next thing. So, for example, you look at the journey of WhatsApp. So there was SMSs, and then WhatsApp arrived, and it was now this free communication. And as it got large enough, now it got bought over by Facebook, and now there's terms and conditions that they can read your messages, store messages, or quote unquote delete messages, but it's still stored somewhere. It's like they create the place that everyone flocks to, and then they shut that down or manipulate that for their own gain, so that people that are there think it's now immune to that kind of manipulation. But it's like that herding the fish into the net, that same causing a disturbance so that people turn towards the right, and you're waiting right there with the solution for them.
Really quick, Solar. If you're using Windows 10 and you don't want that tracked, you can go ahead and use use this. It's a single line, and you open it in either a command window or Windows PowerShell, and it will throw up a program, and you just click what you want eviscerated from Windows, and it takes it out.
Yeah, you might be able to do that with some of the old programs, and you might be able to do that, but with every new Windows update, which they force you to have,
he also explains how to disable that as well.
What, disable the actual Microsoft updates?
Yeah, he says how to get rid of that as well.
Wow. Well, let me put it like
if you read this guy's blog, it goes through the whole how to optimize Windows so that it's right for you.
So from the minute you turned on your Windows 10, there was 200 plus things logging onto your computer that you were not aware of. Obviously, you're not aware of that either.
No, I'm aware of it. Did you read what I posted?
No, I haven't read all of what you've posted. I'm going to though.
Okay. I'm fully aware. I'm fully aware that Windows is using.
So,
I mean, I've de-googled my phone. My Windows 10 is pretty eviscerated.
If you threw out all your digital appliances in your home, then you threw out your TV, your new.
Did I say I did?
Yeah, I'm just asking a question.
Well, you're asking me an inane question that's pointed, and you know that's not true because I'm fucking talking to you. Why would you even ask?
There you go. So you're still being tracked. Why would you just limit?
Please shut up. The fact is that I'm trying to tell you how to at least live somewhat safer.
Yeah, and all I'm trying to say is to you, you're only limiting the amount of tracking.
What you're trying to say to me is it doesn't matter, so give up. And I don't really care what you think.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah. That's what I am trying to say to you.
It doesn't matter, so just give up.
Or not. Yeah, you're going to be tracked whether you like it or not. 5G is going to track you as well.
How's 5G going to track me?
Because it's on every lamppost. It's outside your building.
I don't have a 5G phone.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's going to be face recognition. You're going to walk along the street. You're going to be tracked daily. You didn't know that?
How? I live in the fucking country, bud.
Well, they're putting in the countryside first. Did you not listen to Trump?
What the fuck are you actually talking about? Did I not listen to Trump on what?
Well, Trump's announcement on 5G was to make...
Is he the president?
He was the president. And what you think...
Did they do anything he said? Or did they just get rid of it as soon as he left?
5G was getting rolled out whilst the COVID was...
I realize, but if you don't have a 5G phone, it really doesn't fucking matter. Does it?
Talking about, that's what I'm trying to point out to you, Deuce. I'm trying to say to you that it's in the countryside first. They made sure it's in the rural...
I don't have a 5G phone.
You don't need to have a 5G phone. It's face recognition, yes.
How do you not have to have the antenna to pick up the 5G bandwidth without having... And that doesn't even make sense. That's not how it works, bud.
Deuce, that's what I'm trying to say to you. The 5G is only the beginning of it, and then comes the 6G, which they're already working on. They're already piloting that in many countries. They're going to be using face recognition, and they're putting it in the rural areas first. It doesn't matter if you're connected to it. They're going to be monitoring every single person's movement and activities, and they're doing it in the rural areas first.
They already do that simply through Wi-Fi scanning on your phone. If you have Wi-Fi scanning on your phone, then it will automatically triangulate your position by the MAC addresses of the Wi-Fi's around you.
Yeah.
Look, I think you guys are basically agreeing, but you're arguing.
Yeah, well, listen, all I'm trying to say is...
was presenting useful... Wait, just hold on. Deuce was presenting useful information, and some people received that information. You also presented another whole tier that they're going about an even greater plan of control without your consent.
Yes.
On the 5G, the ability with the sound waves, like... They can use sound to map places. So they're using the sound wave to actually create a digital map of surroundings and to trace people's movements. And then they're using facial recognition on top of other layers and layers and layers and layers. But Deuce has a point that he's at least trying to separate himself from that compliancy point. If you don't object, you're being compliant and you're actually consenting to what's being done to us. So if we start to get rid of our tracking mechanisms, yes, they'll still have to employ or deploy other kinds of tracking mechanisms. But the more we resist, we outnumber them. So
why make it easy?
At the end of the day,
is my point. Yeah,
we can't give up hope. We've got to have a belief.
The thing is I don't think technology. I don't think
that's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, Juice. Just finish this and then I'm done. Just know that they'll track you no matter what you do. You will be tracked. You can't stop them tracking you. because they're doing it. End of story. And it doesn't matter if we are millions of millions. Listen, if Juice went to jail tomorrow, or I went to jail tomorrow, not one of you guys would be there. You'd sign a petition maybe to help me. You wouldn't be there standing next to me. So don't kid on that there's millions of us and there's more of us than there is them. The world's in disarray, right? They're going to track you. What's happening, you cannot stop. You can dream about it, but you ain't going to stop it. I'm done.
Abracadabra.
Yeah, so just to sum that up, just everyone just
your
give
future.
up, kill yourself, go fuck it. Don't worry about it.
Your words create your future. So regardless of if it presents itself as truly hopeless, you still have to maintain hope. But I understand your
technology
realism
is morally agnostic. I don't think it's for the good or for the bad. It could be used for both. And it is my will to use it. And I will use it as keeping myself as safe as I possibly can. The most I can mitigate, I will.
That's all we can do, each one of us. But by as much as it bothers you. So, for example, when you discover that sugar is bad for you, are you the kind of person that cuts that out of your life? Or do you continue to consume multiple spoons of it in warm beverages? So it's just about, does it resonate with you? Do you understand the information? And are you able and willing to make that change?
Agreed.
But that's just you as an individual. And yes, there is a larger, more sinister plan in effect. And this...
Yeah, it's always going to be fighting against you. It's meant to.
You know, the first discussions about the genetic modification always incorporated some sound frequency, which allowed the cell membranes to become more porous, to let this new genetic material enter wherever it is that they want to send it. And obviously there's this really nefarious link with the whole 5G and increasing all the frequencies that they can now play with against their population or their citizenry. So it's the craziest horror story unfolding right in front of our eyes. And I think we've all watched it 1,000 times, where some illness came along and half the world, or 9/10 of the world's population, was decimated. And these are the last few who are the resistance. The long-term effects of what's presently happening, who knows? Like they obviously studied the economic models before they pulled the trigger on their actions that they've taken. But they knew the outcome. They knew the increase in suicide, in deaths, in joblessness, in hopelessness, in domestic violence. All of these things have increased to keep you safe. And it was measured before, and it was considered an acceptable risk to them. And if we don't object, we're consenting. We're being compliant. How is that objection most adequately attained? Yes, if you end up in jail, then that's not a productive use of your resource. So it shouldn't be a desirable
You use Windows 10 breaking down?
Yeah, I've got no choice now. Yeah, I tried. I used a desktop that's Windows 7 because the system on it I can obviously do myself, but the new laptops don't even allow you. They've not got the engineering in them to put them back to Windows 7. And yeah, so with people are forced now to actually use the Windows 10.
Right. Most of the holes that this is talking about, this Chris Titus actually closes up for you. Most of them, not all of them. Like for Edge, removing the Edge browser and having it never come back on your computer. That's here. I'll get another thing for that because that's a totally separate situation.
Yeah, the point I'm making is when Windows 10 is first fired up as an operating system and connects to the internet, unless you're going to use it for not connecting to the internet, it's got 200 links straight away into it, 200 outside links. This was an engineer, a computer engineer, who was obviously looking at Windows 10 and the spyware stuff on it. And it was him that obviously I read about at first. 200 openings to the computer that meant there was 200 feeds, and he hadn't even went on anything. So there was 200 outside links connecting to his computer as soon as he fired it up on the internet.
Right.
So
I understand that, and that is all. Most of it is telemetry back to Windows services.
Yeah, of course. They're keeping a track. All I'm trying to say just is at the end of the day, yes, you can limit, and I get where you're coming from. I'm not trying to be condescending or anything, but we can only limit so much of our daily lives. Oh, the fact that they made us change to digital, I believe, I mean, I've not looked into it much, but it's straightforward to me. The reason they made everyone change to digital is probably because they're tracking everything in the digital software. You know, your Skybox, your Freeview box, your everything. There's probably a chip in there that's collecting data all the time, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can mitigate those too.
And the fact that you can log in remotely to digital, and that you can alter digital footage can be altered, whereas that analog footage shot from an actual camera, you can test it to see if it's been manipulated. You can guarantee from the negative that you've got the raw file, the original file. Whereas with digital, there's ways to set it back to when it was last modified. There's so many things you can do to manipulate. Is that the original file? That always puzzled me. Why would you want to lose integrity of information?
Yeah, so it can be manipulated. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah. No, I'm just, and I know we're not meant to be posting or anything about the 5G or that, but it's the truth is they're on to the next technology anyway. It's 6G, that's terahertz technology, and that's where we're headed. That will be what they need to basically track every human on the so-called Earth, and they'll do it. It won't matter.
But before 5G came out, I was told that's what 5G was going to be. That it was the big bad monster.
Yeah, well, 5G is just a stepping stone. They're already piloting the 6G and how it's gigahertz. So the gigahertz technology for 5G is between 30 and 300. That's the bandwidth. So the next technology is terahertz. That is a massive jump. So, but they need it. They need it for the AI to operate efficiently, which they're going to bring in, and a lot of other things. They also need it for the face recognition. They need to know where every human being is on the planet, or the face of the Earth, sorry. So that's what's coming, you know. So there's nothing you'll do to stop it. We can't do anything. And I don't
That's
mean
not
give up on your daily life, but as someone suggested there, all I mean is just understand you're nothing to them. At the end of the day, you're just part of the cycle.
That's also okay. So it's not true that you can't do nothing, and it's not true that you're nothing to them. One of those is true, but they can't both be true. You're either something to them, or they wouldn't be tracking you, or you can definitely, both of those are not necessary. I don't think either of them are
mutually exclusive.
Yeah, neither of those are necessarily true. You can always do something, and two, you are clearly important to them.
Some of us.
We're important as far as it goes for fulfilling the needs of them until those needs are fulfilled. Yeah, we're important up until that point. But we're nothing to them in the sense of when their needs are fulfilled, human beings will just become obsolete. You can dress it up however you want.
I take a different look at it. I think they're afraid of you.
Then someone earlier in the server said this is tried and tested for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years. They were correct. Of course it is. This isn't. See all the problems we've got in society? It was made that way. We could solve those problems, no problem at all. There's peace on Antarctica, there's peace on the so-called ISS, but there's not peace in the rest of the world. Does that make any sense? It's madness, yeah, okay. And we can't go to the North Pole militarised zone, can't go to Antarctica, just so happens that's militarised as well, treaty back in the 50s. It's straightforward. All you need to do is look to the future. You'll see where we're headed, and it's straightforward. Enjoy your lives, enjoy your families, because you ain't going to stop what's coming. And, the shape of the earth ain't going to matter much when it does come, because it ain't going to matter if you're on the flat earth, the flying, spinning ball. You'll just become not needed, surplus to requirement. Keep looking to the future. You'll get the answers you're looking for.
Yeah, if your outcome is bleak as yours, I guess it would.
Well, I said the two things I said is enjoy your life, enjoy your family. Just know that there's nothing you could have done or anyone else.
For tomorrow you will be in a grave.
Basically, yeah. And all your grandchildren will be in that
That was
grave.
always true, no matter who was above you.
Yeah, well, that's why I said enjoy your families, enjoy your life, because soon, within X amount of tens of years, you'll be no more, neither will this server, and it won't matter a shit about the shape of the earth, will it?
Well, you and I have two different views of the world there, bud. I hope you get to live in mine.
Yeah, I'm a direct realist. That's my view. I'm not going to be scared about thinking what the truth is, just because it makes
you sound scared. That's the truth. You do sound scared.
No, you're only saying that to invoke a response. I'm not.
No,
scared.
I'm actually not. No. I'm talking man to man.
Fear would be
as far as it's concerned. The only view you have of the future is a bleak one, and that comes from fear.
Truthful one.
Right, your version of the truth. My version of the truth has many outcomes, not a single one. Okay. The single one comes from a place of fear, from knowing that only bad things happen, right? Only bad things can possibly happen. Nothing good can possibly happen. Only bad things. The truth of the matter is that you don't know.
The truth of the matter is that you're saying that there is possibly many outcomes. You're not in control, just.
I know I'm not in control.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
God is in control, and God's already won the battle. He's written a book 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Exactly how this plays out.
Used on a daily basis. God is in control. That's why people are dying of cancer all over the planet. Famines, pestilences, disease. God is in control. You make me laugh.
Are those good people who are dying?
You will pass the sins on to your children.
Keep on your hands and knees. That'll help the world, yeah. Instead of standing up like a man and fighting for what's right, yeah.
Well, it doesn't sound like you want to fight because there's no reason.
Well, what? Well, listen. How many Christians is there in this world? They're all on their fucking hands and knees doing nothing, praying to.
And what
a
are
God
you doing?
Yeah, praying. To
What
a
are you
God
doing
that
except spreading pessimism?
Pessimism.
That
No.
the world, that the future of the world is written, and the way you see it is the only possible outcome.
Well, the truth of it is, if you tried to leave this place anytime, and you got any chance of leaving here, you've got no chance. You ain't
Evil
leaving.
doesn't
Did I try?
prevail. Evil doesn't prevail.
Well, listen. If why not try? You're saying don't give up. Why not try? Just get on a fucking boat and go and try and leave the place.
That's what I'm. That's my whole point.
Exactly. You've
my whole
gave
point-
up. You've gave up.
No, I haven't.
No, because you want to live your comfortable life at home. You want to sit here on a server and preach to the masses and think you're doing good because it makes you sleep better. Get on a boat and go and try leave the fucking place. You ain't going anywhere. Case closed.
Okay. Enjoy your bleak future, my friend. I hope you live in mine.
Yeah, you can keep preaching to the masses what you're preaching. I'm a realist, okay? I know that the case is closed.
You don't know what reality is because it's the future. It's unwritten.
Low. What? Because you believe in God? Yeah? A story? A fucking storybook? You believe that?
It's obvious why you have no hope is because you don't.
No, I spent 3 years of my life on my hands and knees, and it did shit. Then
obviously you were doing it wrong.
I was doing it. I know that's what they always say. Yeah, that's what they always say. They blame the believer. Yeah, I know.
There's hope in Christ. And if you don't have Christ, you can find yourself spiraling downward, thinking that Satan's already won.
Wow.
And therefore evil will prevail.
Christ, the one who cast the devil amongst the sheep. Wow, a loving, caring father put a wolf among the sheep. Fucking wake up, man.
All right. Moving on.
This is the greatest testing grounds, this realm. And if you succeed, you move up to the next level. And if you fail, you move down. And every religion and every history describes it this way. And it's only now in the last 100 years or so with evolution that there's such a rise in this atheistic viewpoint. And atheism brings pessimism as well as defeatism. You feel defeated because there isn't anything to hope for change. And just psychologically with the placebo effect, if you believe that something's going to assist you, it's been scientifically proven that there's about a 60% to 70% increase, which is what they call statistically significant. So it's not the 50-50 that you'd expect from something random. There's something more in the placebo effect. So even if there is nothing, just the fact that you believe in it, you have a 70% or 60% higher probability of success in that thing. That to me is already a step in the right direction away from 50-50 that this can go either way.
I feel like I've had that conversation like 10 different times.
Mm. But it's a common position to feel so overwhelmed, and therefore to just be glass half empty.
Listen, follow what the Bible says. Don't cast your pearls on swine. You know, I'm swine, according to your fucking holy book. It's hilarious. Do you know what I mean? You believe in a storybook, so we have people come into the server on a regular basis, right, looking for truth. And what they hear is, yeah, the earth is flat. There's the truth. We can prove it. We can show it. But guess what? Here's a greater thing. Trust in God. We've got no proof, no fucking citation, nothing what you're asking them to prove for the shape of the earth. And all you do is preach empty words. You ain't curing shit.
Your empty words are that of doom and gloom on a constant basis. But why? Why would you want to bring somebody down to that level instead of looking up from where they are and saying, hey, we could at least get somewhere better? We can at least do better for our children or our grandchildren.
Go ahead.
Why?
I never said
why would you do that?
I never said not to. I said enjoy your family, enjoy your life.
As if they're a tool for you to enjoy it at this moment, but not prepare the world for them.
What are you talking about?
Or for them, for the world.
You're talking in riddles?
No, I'm saying your view is that of death and only death. You only care that the end is nigh.
Well, is that not what the Bible's been preaching from fucking 2,000 years ago? The end is nigh. You've got people on the streets with the posters. You got them on with the billboards. The end is nigh.
It's funny how you quote something from or you're trying to say something from the Bible when you don't even believe in the Bible.
I never said all the Bible was untrue. I just said that the Christ that you believe is true is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Yeah, God.
How is that?
Because you don't even recognize that the only difference between you and your so-called God is fucking a gene away. You know how they say we're like a gene away from a monkey? You're only a gene away from a God. Have you read your Bible?
Okay.
Do you even understand?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, do you even understand your Bible?
I don't think you understand.
Bro, I don't think you understand.
So what was Adam and Eve chucked out of the Garden of Eden for?
Reading from
Go back and read it. Go back and read it, and maybe
it's for their sins, right?
No, don't say right. I'm asking a question for a specific reason. So,
then give us the answer. If his answer isn't good enough, then give us the answer.
Did they not eat from the tree of knowledge?
Was that not breaking the rule of what God said not to do?
That's not my point. What was the other tree that they were stopped from eating from?
Okay, I'll hear what you're saying. The tree of the tree of truth.
No, the tree of eternal. No, the tree of eternal life.
Of knowledge, bro.
No, eternal life. You're not getting it. And what was the reason that God cast them out? Lest they eat from the tree and become like us.
It was the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
The tree of knowledge, bro, not the tree of life.
Tree of knowledge of good and evil, not of everlasting life.
No, the other tree that they weren't allowed to eat from.
There was only one.
There was only one.
There's only one tree there, but
the only one tree.
One tree.
There was only one tree that it was taught that God was allowed to touch. Specifically talking about, and that was the tree of knowledge.
Of good and
that's
evil.
That's the tree they ate from.
Yes,
the one that they weren't allowed to go back and read.
Yo, I'll put the scripture up for you. I don't know what Bible you're reading.
I definitely don't know what Bible you're reading.
But do that. Go get that scripture.
For sure.
He said, you may eat from anything here, from any seed-bearing plant, save this one tree.
That included
the tree of good and evil.
That included the tree of life.
Precisely.
They could eat from the tree of life.
No, they were not allowed to touch of that tree because
the
then
tree of
they
life?
would know.
No,
Tree
of
of
the tree of
knowledge.
life. Yeah, they could eat of the tree of life.
No, they were forbidden from eating from the tree of life.
Show me.
And I'm going to I'm in the scriptures. I'll just post it for you in a second.
Yeah, cool.
Deuce.
Yeah.
What puzzles me is like if you were standing with your friend and you asked them if you read that Lord of the Rings book, and he says no. And then he starts wanting to tell you what the book says. And you look at him and you say, you didn't read the book. I have read the book. This is what it says. And you correct him almost verbatim from the book. And then he starts to argue without reading the book that he knows better what the book says. And it's such a common thing that I find with so many Christian people who've maybe read a third, maybe read a quarter, but they'll argue about things that they obviously have never read with their own eyes, because once you've read it with your own eyes, you don't get, you won't fall for a completely misleading story that someone else has said, and you chose to believe that's someone else's story.
Wow. So how's about you just wait till I post the information I was going to post instead of fucking talking about me on the server? You know what I mean? That's just ignorant, but that's you. You just like to hear the sound of your own voice, obviously, because you know you.
I wasn't talking about you breaking.
Yeah, you
sorry
obviously
to burst your bubble.
were. Yeah, you obviously were.
I was talking about last night.
That's
if you heard me correctly.
It sounded awful like me just talking there, didn't it?
Isn't that peculiar that you're presenting exactly the behavior I was discussing last night? Imagine that.
Right. So what you were doing was just sort of throwing us both into the same basket then, yeah? Well, for your information, I probably read more of the fucking Bible than you have, because I studied it for 3 years, every day in my life, okay? I've read it back to front, old to new. Book of Job 10 times over. Book of Ecclesiastes 5 times over.
Have you posted yet?
Yeah, I'm
I've
gonna.
had shoes. I've had shoes longer than 3 years.
If you're saying that you know the Bible, then what's John 3:16 say? What's Matthew 16:24 say?
Dude, I don't need to know it any longer like a fucking robot.
Okay.
I raised the majority of
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What does John 3:16 say? And then what does Matthew 16:20, Matthew's 19:20, Matthew 16 verse 29 say?
Hold on. I have to say, I've read the Bible 7 times over the past 25 years. I've always studied it. So I'm not good with like remembering like verses either. So it's probably not a good metric. So a good metric would be like asking, what does the curtain in the temple represent? That would be a better thing to ask, like what does something mean? Rather than
we were talking. He was claiming that there was a tree of eternal life, and he was just going to find the scripture.
And I was correct. I've just showed you the tree.
I agreed that the tree of eternal life was in the Garden of Eden, and I said they were allowed to eat from that tree. You said they weren't. So this
No,
is
if I remember correctly, someone said there was only one tree in the garden. There was
okay. I said there was. I said yes, there absolutely was, and they were allowed to eat from it.
But the tree of life is considered Idrisil, that World Tree Center, not necessarily like a fruit-bearing tree per se that you would
I don't know that
go to eat from.
From in the Bible, it just says the tree of life, and then
But when they sinned, God said, from this point on, you will toil in the soil, in the earth, and you will have death. And at that point, their lives became shorter. So if they went and ate from a tree of eternal life, they certainly wouldn't get a shorter life.
What's the disagreement?
That they were forbidden. Breaking says that they were forbidden from eating from the tree of eternal life.
Only after they sinned, right?
Yeah, it was after they sinned.
It was the tree of knowledge of good and evil. They weren't supposed to know.
There you go. And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Read your fucking scriptures and understand them first before you accuse people.
I think I just said that, though.
We just asked you to
literally
show the scripture.
No, that's literally what I said. No, that's literally what I said. Mimas, I'm not arguing with you, Mimas. Okay. Before we begin here, can I just say this? My argument is not with you. I had Deuce before you came in here, started railing at me because I said a statement. And then the conversation went down this road.
No, you brought it into the fucking Bible, you fucking weirdo. I was talking about Windows 10, you dipshit.
Yeah, no, Deuce, you were telling people
don't sit there and try to throw me under the fucking bus because all of a sudden you brought it into the fucking Bible.
Yeah,
don't do that shit. You started off being a pessimistic shit, and now you're a fucking duplicitous liar.
Yeah. No, you just didn't like it because I was disagreeing with you. Yeah.
No, I didn't care that you were disagreeing with me. I cared because you said don't have any hope. There's no point in trying.
You read it correct. All I was trying to say is you're only minimizing the level of your security. You're only minimizing it. You're not ever going to stop them spying on you. That's all I was saying. And you told me to shut up. So fuck you.
No, fuck you. Dipshit.
Asshole. Idiot.
I don't care. I don't care what you say.
Yeah,
okay, boys. Calm down.
You're clearly a fucking clown.
No, you're clearly a fucking clown proclaiming Christianity and can't live it by example. Go fuck yourself.
What are you talking about?
Oh, are you claiming Christianity?
Do I think I'm a Christian? Yes.
Yeah, and look at your language. Go fuck yourself. At least I ain't proclaiming Christianity and being a poor example on a server. Fuck off.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. Point made.
It's not really.
No, it really is.
No. It's not really because this is
people see
somebody else walks in here and you give them a totally fucking sanitized story of what's been going on. All I did was try to show you how you could eliminate problems with Microsoft. That's all I did.
Yeah, you made the mistake of telling me firsthand to shut up. Fuck you. Okay?
All right.
You want to preach it? Live it, dude.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
So the way it actually happened was Deuce and I were having a conversation, and then you came in here and
what is it? Your fucking server? Excuse me.
No, derailed the tone.
Sound of your voice. Is it your server? Listen, do you not see
you derailed the tone of the discussion.
38 people in here. It's not your fucking server, okay? It's open
you're
to
making a battle.
discussion. Listen, I've sat here for 7 days listening to half the pish that is getting spoke about in here. I open my mouth and I just say, you're not going to be able to stop all the spying on you. Juice said to me to shut up. And then that's how the conversation went out of control. So listen, think about it. Go back and listen to what was said, and you'll see what happened. If you don't know what happens, you're blind, okay? And you're fucking something wrong with your hearing as well.
So perhaps you're just used to having fights with people all the time. But we were having a very pleasant discussion.
Here we go. Listen, pleasant is fuck all to do with it. How's about truthful and honest?
You can be pessimistic and hopeless.
Oh wow! Listen, I even tried to make an apology.
Why are you calling him pessimist?
Because he is pessimistic and hopeless. He said the future in 10 years. Enjoy your family because it's all gone in 10 years.
No, I never. I said in X amount of decades, it's all going to be gone.
You said tens of years, or in 10 years, basically.
You said in 10 years.
Yeah, that's what the Bible foretells also.
Where does it say in 10 years?
Burned. It's all going to be burned.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so. And it also says, no man or army of angels in heaven can fight the beast.
Also says no man knows the time nor the day.
Yeah, and I never gave a date or a time. I said in 10 years or so, decades. Yeah.
For us to lean on hope that we can fight against this beast system and prevail, that is destined to perdition. Futile.
For fuck's sakes, man. You guys, I don't know what is
being pessimistic.
Absolutely wrong with you people. You'd rather roll over and die than actually do something, than actually at least try, than actually at least go out in the world and try to make it a better day when you go out there. It doesn't make any sense.
Incremental gains.
Just because I'm not preaching that utopian future that you want to hear, it does not mean I'm not.
What makes you think I want to hear a utopian future? Who said that? Why are you putting words and thoughts and attributing them to me?
Well, you were doing that to me.
You called him a pessimistic, and you sent him to live his life. Like, you told us, try to live your life.
Yeah, right? God forbid you try to live your fucking life, dude.
Oh,
God forbid you try to fucking live your life and do something good.
Oh. Is that what you wish to me or what you're...
I don't even know what you're saying.
Judging.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Honest.
He was not wishing that on anybody. He was just stating something, man, and you said that he was wishing that on you. Be honest, I feel like all I hear from him is that he's trying to preach the good word, and then you guys are just hating on him because he's trying to preach the good word to you guys, and then like letting you guys know you should be, sending positive vibes out there, letting people know like, hey, the good news, God is coming, God
is victorious. So whatever's happening
like that's
now
the good news
is part of a greater plan. And it's marching towards this eventual end goal that was already decided long ago, as we start to see now in Revelations how these things are starting to come together quite quickly now. Nations against nations, the amount of earthquakes, the amount of blood moons that we've had. There's various references that are just showing that a book that was written thousands of years ago has somehow gotten it right. more than a simple probability. And exactly like you say, when someone starts to talk about God, there's always going to be someone who wants to doubt.
Yeah, but let me just say something. You've no right to classify everyone in the server who doesn't believe in your book, your Christ, your God, as like, oh, there's always going to be somebody. Go fuck off, man. Who the fuck do you think you are? Fucking in here, sitting here, derailing everyone else in the server just because they don't agree with you? Fucking take a look in, bro.
Pure projection.
Do you think you're God of your
pure
own
projection,
life?
dude.
Listen to you. Just because you speak nice and quietly, you don't fool me, okay?
Do you think you're God of your own life?
Listen, I do what I do. If I want to put a fucking gun to my head right now and blow my brains out, God ain't going to stop it. Get me? If I want to put a gun to anyone else's head, God ain't going to stop me. Where does he
have consequence?
Where does he stop all the paedophiles abusing the little fucking children every day? Where does he stop the children dying of starvation every day? Where does he stop that?
God is doing that? Are you blaming God for doing that?
God's sitting up there in his high and God's sitting up there in the high and mighty throne doing fuck all about it.
Isn't that weak-mindedness,
So
though?
What I've been saying.
Yeah, if I could interject also. Number one, it doesn't even matter if you're doesn't matter at that point about a Christian God or any kind of God, because obviously this place is created and you're cursing the creator right now, regardless of who you think he is. That's number one. Number two, how dare you blame God for your actions or any other human's actions?
Yeah. Because
He
this
gave us free will.
governing us. Actually, the system that is governing us, it was man that asked God to give it to him.
Okay, so if I put two dogs in a bull ring and let them savage and kill each other, I'm not to blame? Come on, guys, think about it.
Is that what you are? You a dog?
That's something that you're doing, bro.
No, I said if I put two dogs in a ring together to fight one another, is that not where we are?
What you're comparing, but hold on. Are you comparing mankind to like violent animals, though?
100%.
Well, if that's the case, then that's just our nature. So why be bothered by it?
And there's this thing called the circle of life, where the antelope has to die for the lion to live.
Why worship him then?
There's a circle of life. The antelope has to die for the lion to live. The grass needs to die so that the cow can be fed. There's always some destruction involved in sustaining. We eat meat, so we have to take life to then eat that meat. So there's this entire system.
That's all lies. You don't ever need to kill any animal to survive. That's bullshit. So it's just how you've been grown up and you've been preconditioned to believe that you need to kill creatures on the earth to survive. That's bullshit. Yeah.
There's certain proteins that the body cannot make. You're quite soft, Elijah.
Hang on.
Before you appeal to carnivorism, I would like to say that plants are also alive. In fact, we know more about them now than we ever have, about how if you uproot one plant and place it somewhere else, the roots kind of fight for nutrients. Or it appears that way because unlike when you grow plants together like a family, it's less chaotic than it would be if you were to uproot a plant and place it somewhere else.
When you start harvesting plants, Elijah, when you start harvesting plants, they send out a biochemical signal throughout their system and the other plants tighten up, almost as if they're afraid of being harvested.
Yes. So I mean, either way we go,
everything.
Either way you look at it, you got to consume life. I don't know why that is, but it is what it is. Now, I'm not saying, all of the calamity and murder and violence and all of that. I'm not saying that is what it is. I'm here to be someone who speaks out against it and stop it. That's all I know. I'm not worried about anybody else.
And you just need incremental percentages, just 1% here, 2% there, year on year that compounds. And eventually you're 30 to 40% towards your target. But if we're waiting to do 100% flip, where everyone's going left one day and then suddenly all turning right, it needs to be done slowly, and that's how change occurs, is slowly, over time.
All of this is from a human perspective anyway.
I agree.
We're idiot monkeys living in a wrecked world that we don't understand.
Idiot monkeys, hey, Mimas?
Well, you know what? I'm just being, it's hyperbole.
Facetious, yeah.
Yes.
He's trying to evolve.
Yeah. But we are essentially idiot monkeys banging sticks together, trying to figure out what everything is. We don't know how anything works. Everything kills us. We're in a wrecked post-apocalyptic world. And with, mafia governments. And we don't understand what's going on. So we're looking at everything through this lens, this cynical lens of our reality, and trying to judge a creator that is outside of reality by a standard that we invented.
I find it very peculiar when a flat earther, especially a gold flat earther, would be so opposed to the idea of a creator of some sort.
Here you go again, pointing the finger, flat or solar. Listen, the rest of the server that's not Christian-minded, okay, that believes in the flat earth will get my point.
I didn't say Christian, I said creator.
Yeah.
Before it descends again, let me note, I'm sorry to cut you off, but let me note that I felt offended when you said what you said, Flat Earth Solar. There was no reason. That was like a female move. I'm sorry if I offended the females, but it was a very feminine move to go and gaslight him like that. Obviously, if he's upset at the creator, he doesn't think that one doesn't exist.
Exactly. And if you knew anything about me, Flat or Solar, instead of just gaslighting it, I've spoke many times on this server, and I 100% agree that the whole earth is engineered. What we're on is engineered. We are engineered. Everything points to a creator. So I don't disbelieve in a creator. I just don't think that you preaching on a server to people about a certain god of a book is a great idea, because it's like we're freeing people from bondage here, and then you come and twice chain them over again. It's like, believe in this entity in the sky. We see all this evil and hot every single day, no matter where we look. We hear about it, we see it with our own eyes. It's everywhere, apart from the little good that we see in the earth. And then you say, but we should worship this creator or this guy in the sky or whoever he is, and bow the knee to him. That's what you say.
It's actually much worse than that for you than breaking, because my God gave me the law in print so that I can teach it to people. You're claiming your God gave you nothing to go on. So now where do we go?
Well, being as I've read the Bible and I've read the 10 Commandments, I have no problem with any 10 Commandments. But what if you want to say that a 2,000 year or 5,000 year history is the only history there is, and there was no history before it? Come on, think again.
No, actually, you don't even have a claim. You don't have a book. You don't have history. See the difference?
Yeah, I do, though, because the ancient Sumerians were 10,000 years long before.
No, they weren't. You just proved. Nope, you just lied. There's no such thing. You have no evidence of it, and you have no standard of truth, and you cannot do that. You just lied, proving your God is Satan, proving my God is right, because I knew you were going to do that. No, you just crushed your own claim, bro. There's only one God. You just lied about the creation. No, you just lied about the creation breaking. That's how easy this is. All I have to do is ask you one question, and your God is dead. I will eat your God alive. I will eat your God for breakfast. Breaking.
Brother, you're a fanatic. You're a fanatic.
Yes, that's right. I am fanatic. I eat gods. That's what I do. I eat their gods. Yes, I'm going to eat your God, and now you're done, bro.
You're a man.
No, I am a God eater. I just ate your God for lunch. Thanks for playing. I'm full.
No one was playing, bro. You're in fantasy world, so you
are playing. You don't have a claim. You don't have a claim. You don't have a standard of truth. I have a standard of truth. You're still an NPC because you're still spreading lies. You just lied about some fictitious organization that you have no idea about. You doubled their lineage. You said they're instead of 5,000, now they're 10,000. You're just literally regurgitating what they told you to believe. This is what the internet teaches people. So you're still in the system breaking. That's the point.
Bro, your God, your so-called Christ was in Egyptian hieroglyphics that outdate your Bible. Wake up, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but the stories of Christ are older than the Egyptians. No, that's totally wrong.
Hang on.
That is categorically false, though, breaking down.
How is it false?
It's because when you actually line up the Egyptian mythologies with the person of Jesus the Nazarene who existed as a historical figure, they don't match at all. One has like cave masturbation and rock dildos and masturbating on lettuce and river sex. Really weird.
Documentary you were watching, Mimas.
Well, I've read the actual Egyptian mythology.
Have you? Well, I've seen the Egyptian mythology that points that the sun god Ra was handed down to just be Jesus in a different era.
Which episode was that of Ancient Aliens? Which episode?
No, it wasn't ancient. It wasn't Ancient Aliens at all. No. That guy still believes we live in a fucking flying spinning ball. It wasn't that. No.
Which show was it? Which program?
It was a guy that was actually at the Egyptian hieroglyphics that was still there to be viewed. And he was putting all the pieces together to show that thousands of years before there ever was a man called Jesus, that the same gods were handed down. And it's just the sun. It's just the God of the sun. That's all it is, handed down to be. Yeah,
I think you're right, Solar. So Zeitgeist is that what you're referring to?
No, I need to go and. I'd need to go and look for the documentary, but I don't know.
Please do. I'll wait.
It's Zeitgeist.
So Zeitgeist discusses.
So is Zeitgeist
explains that
black man?
Zeitgeist is controlled opposition.
It explains this order, and think about it as loose sheets of paper. I can slot those sheets in whichever order I choose. Now we've got these books. And according to a narrative that's designed to try and discredit this historical figure known as Jesus Christ of Nazareth, to try and deliberately discredit everything, they started to jumble around the order to create straw man arguments to then say that they've absolutely dismissed the figure. Now, his historicity, the fact that he existed, is unquestioned. There's more evidence that he lived than Caesar lived.
Yeah,
and most people consider Caesar's fact. But to say that Egyptian came prior, or that the Greek came prior to the Egyptian, and all that other stuff that the Zeitgeist listed as this repetition of this God born on the 25th of December that was resurrected, and they gave these comparisons as to how Ra is just like the Jesus character, and how they're actually worshipping the sunrise, and when the sun sets for 3 days, that's the symbolism of Jesus dying and then rising on the third day. And so they completely mislead all the information, and there's so much about that documentary that's already been proven false.
Let me know when you finished your banter, because you can speak all day.
If you can listen for longer than 30 seconds, then you'll know when I stop speaking, I'm finished.
He's finished now, breaking.
Thank you. So you don't know that ancient Sumerian scriptures outdate the Bible?
How have you proven that?
No, I asked you a question.
But
Do
that
you
doesn't
not
matter.
know that ancient Sumerian inscriptions date back 10,000 years and
No, look,
your
look,
Bible is
hold on, that
outdated?
antiquity doesn't matter because the oldest books in the Bible are Moses was transcribing them. That's 4,000 years ago.
Yeah,
Everybody knows.
well, I'm talking about history that dates back 10,000 years.
Have you read the Torah?
Hold on. Antiquity is not what validates something. Age doesn't validate something.
Okay, so what is the what was the history before the Bible then? What history is before the Bible?
Moses wrote from several different documents.
Okay. So Mimas, so how old do you think our history dates back?
How can you date a rock?
Beyond, well, first of all, written history only goes back 4,500 years because everything got destroyed.
Okay.
Everything.
Well, okay.
You can't date a rock.
Here's the thing, breaking
10,000 years ago.
If you're including all the mythos of all these different cultures, then by definition, 4,500 years ago, you have to accept that the entire world was destroyed by a flood. You have 214 cultures that categorically say that.
Okay, I'm not denying a flood.
Okay, a worldwide flood that destroyed all the knowledge of the old world.
Okay. Yep.
That's the Chinese calendar is based off the flood.
Yep. Mimas, can I make a very valid point here? The point I'm making is, right, your Bible dates back maybe 4,500, 5,000 years ago. There are texts they say that is out there, and what I have to say is, have you ever wondered why there's a different text for every continent?
That's the thing. The Sumerian text is not 10,000 years old. They've never validated that. They just claim it. They don't have any. They have no scientific validation for that. It's just they say it.
The Bible describes Gog and Magog.
So what's to say that the Bible? What's to say that the Bible's date is wrong either? What's to say that?
There is no date. Tablets are dated like 4,500 BC.
Guys, there's more subtle things in there. Now the Chinese. Do you know where the name Chinese comes from?
No.
Comes from Shin. Shin was the first man. He was the first man that actually came through the flood. Now, that's actually Shem, the father of the Shemites, who was the father of Job, who was the father of who was also the greatest of the Orientals, and that's in the Bible. So you do have something that instantly confirms 4,500 years of Chinese history really fast, with a name and a timeline and a people.
Okay. So have you ever considered the fact of why we have every different race among the face of the earth, and every continent the people are different skin color, different eye? They never all came from Noah's Ark. That's ridiculous. No, that's ridiculous. No.
Yeah. You don't think like black people and white people and Asian people all had a common ancestor?
Not at all. You telling me that white Europeans, the Vikings and all that came from Noah's Ark?
Have you...
Mitochondrial Eve proves that we have a single female ancestor.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. This is the way I see it, is that there was many Adam and Eves. Your Bible is just one set of Adam and Eves. All the rest of the Adam and Eves were throughout the continents. That's why when we present the picture, which I presented last night, the archaic versions of the flat earth, the Bible people or the so-called Christians were not the only ones not. They all had a knowledge across the whole face of the earth that the earth was flat. They all had that knowledge. So was this same God?
It was common knowledge. It wasn't something.
Yeah, it was common knowledge. Yeah, exactly. So how can there be just that? So this one God, you would have to say then, is in charge of every religion on the face of the earth. They just don't recognize him as the name of Jesus.
They used to describe him as the Most High. So the one above all, the Lord of Lords, the King of Kings.
Yeah, well, the point I'm making is that why then why are Chinese people and Indian people being made to convert to Christianity under the name of Jesus Christ when they must have...
being made to.
Well, the point I'm making, they say that salvation is in the name of Jesus. So if all these other people in the world have all their religions and it's all by the same God, but under a different name, why would people be made to convert to Christianity then?
They had the good news shared with them, and the little seed inside them germinated.
That's for a baby. That's for a baby. Yeah, that sounds like a baby book.
I think they liked what they heard and adopted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the oldest trick in the book, breaking down. I can tell you've had a breakdown. It's even in your name. The reality is that all this trash is the same lies that we've been hearing for years. So you're actually worse off than a Glober at this point. Unfortunately, breaking, you're not listening.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Something
excellent. Thanks for that color commentary there, bro. But listen, you told me yourself a while ago, and I still respect you, brother, but on the flat earth sense, not in the Christian aspect. But I
hope you don't lie about me.
You told me you're a fanatic. No, I'm not lying about you, bro. You told me yourself, I am a fanatic.
Yes, that's right. To the demons of this world, I am a terrorist and a fanatic. If you are possessed by the spirits of darkness, I'm your worst enemy. That's absolutely true. Yes.
Zealots.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, isn't it, that we tell people coming in here believing in the globe to discard their religion, but you're twice bound by another religion that there's no proof of whatsoever.
Well, that's the point. For some reason, you don't have any evidence for your claims, and it seems like I have all the evidence. So that's amazing.
Hold on. Breaking. I have a question, though. I don't think they don't know it's a religion. I don't think any Christian doesn't say it's not a religion or doesn't say it's not a faith.
Well, it says, blessed is he who has not seen and believes, correct?
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's not lying.
It's a belief. It's a belief. You have no proof. You have no proof of your God. No proof at all.
That's not what I said, though. They're presenting it as something that it is not. No.
Yeah, and you're and listen, everyone that preaches Christ is presenting it as. There's no proof.
Christ presented it as something to them, and now they're presenting the way it was presented to them. But it's not the same as Globe, because the Globe is presented as an immutable truth that you have to accept as being something that's empirically true and not true based on faith. Those are two very different things.
Yeah.
Well, I see it as the same thing, because people come in here with a belief with no proof of the globe whatsoever, and they're destroyed. And why is it then we have the majority of people in this server preaching them to get it chained again to a book?
You mean speaking what they believe?
Well, exactly.
We're not chaining anybody to anything breaking. Don't fucking put that shit off on us.
Yeah.
The fact is that you're doing the same thing right now.
I do what?
I would say
you're preaching a religion.
The moment that you get down on your knees is when you're free.
Me, miss, I was on my knees for 3 years, bro. The freest I've ever been is when I broke the chains of the Bible from me.
You were doing it wrong.
I would say you're now a slave to yourself and a slave to your own passions and sins.
Well, knowing what I know, I'm not. You see, I am free, but I'm totally free. Now I'm not subservient. I'm not subservient to a thing I can't see in the sky. A thing that
there's no one. So there's no one above you.
Change. You're a slave to the worry about the things that you have no authority to change.
That's why you're afraid. That's why you're afraid, and that's why you have no hope for the future.
These aren't the words of a scared person.
I have zero, absolute, Kelvin, zero, frozen, no fear in this life at all.
Yeah, I have no fear either. I have no fear of death either. Yeah, and I don't need Christ to help me.
Why would you need to say it then?
Because that's what you're insinuating. You're insinuating that
I never insinuated it.
No, you said that I'm scared because I don't believe in Jesus. That's what
No,
you were
I
saying.
said you're scared because you have no hope. You insinuated Jesus.
Yeah.
Because you know the truth.
Well, where is
because
your
you
hope?
know the truth. You know the
Where
truth
is
and you
your
deny
hope?
it.
Where is your hope?
What are you talking about? I have plenty of hope.
Where does your hope lie?
Where does my hope lie? My hope lies in my children. My hope lies with my family. My hope lies with my faith. My hope lies with the work I do on a day-to-day basis.
Don't deny your Lord. Don't deny him. Your faith lies there.
I already said that.
No, the words you failed to use was exactly what I said. Your faith lies in Christ.
No, I said, yeah. That's. Oh, you already asked me if I was Christian.
Point proven.
Why are you playing word games? I said with my faith.
He said with his faith.
Yeah, you said your family, your children. You
His faith.
World
Listen. You're playing word games.
No, you're not. You like I said before. You're hearing what you want to hear.
Okay. Listen, let's move on. Enough disturbance in the server. Sorry for my part in that, guys. That spiraled out of control, as it does sometimes when religion is mentioned. I do not have any time for it. Some of you guys do.
And don't bring it up.
Well, that's hilarious. Yeah,
you did bring it up.
Well, I'm normally in here listening to sermons getting preached for over an hour on the live stream. So
log off then. Log off and go do something positive with your life.
No, I'll stay about and do what I do is listen out for questions. Yeah, I'll stay about for that. Yeah.
Breaking. When we had we had a 2-hour kind of philosophical and theological discussion. Did you consider that a sermon?
When?
Last night.
I was listening to lots of different things. It wasn't like a sermon, no, because there was a back and forward, yeah.
There were about 5 different viewpoints, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Listen, but the thing is, Mimas, if anything can be taken from this, right? Some days I come in here and people are talking about God. Now, that's up to you guys. But when someone or someone is in here to find out about the flat earth and there's like 5 people sitting and there's a running commentary on God.
You keep on saying this and I never said anything about God. I was talking about Windows 10, you weirdo.
I'm a weirdo now. Yeah, okay. It was you that told me to shut up.
Yeah, because you're talking shit for no reason.
Oh, by saying that they'll spy on you no matter how you try to prevent them. That's all I said.
And continuing on with your no hope bullshit. And all I said, yeah, I agree. They're going to spy on you regardless of what you do, but you can mitigate it. And I was giving you steps of how.
Yeah. Well,
but you took issue with it because what? I was talking about, hey, yeah, because you kept on butting in with your inane bullshit.
I hadn't even got 2 sentences out and you said, shut up. So that's why this has happened.
Yeah, I did say that. I've never denied that I said shut up.
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe you should pay a bit more attention to the people that come in the server and have a little respect for them instead of thinking you're a god. You know,
I don't think I'm a god. I have no respect for people who have no fucking hope
telling
for tomorrow.
People to shut up for entering their opinion is not very good, you know. But
your
anyway,
opinion's bullshit.
Carry on. Yeah, your opinion's full of shit as well. Shut up.
Having hope
I know you are, but what am I?
Or not having is equal to worrying what tomorrow is.
It's fear. Living in fear.
Oh, it's fear. Here we go again, man. Yeah.
But
fear.
I said that both cases are the same thing.
I don't
listen. I don't need to go to bed. I don't need to go to bed and read five books from the Bible to help me sleep. I sleep like.
Why are you bringing that back up again? I was talking about hope.
I'm just saying. Your hope lies.
You can't get off the subject. You think hope is it has to deal specifically with how you deal with your belief of the Creator, and I don't disagree. But the thing is you do. So you're telling on yourself.
Your whole life is dedicated to God.
Christian hope is.
I would agree. My whole life is dedicated to God. Thank you.
Amen.
God bless you too.
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Amen.
What's
Christian will not lean on hope.
what was his belief? Was he obviously not Christian, but was he agnostic, atheist?
Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist is nothing more than like a religifying communism.
Wait a minute.
Communist religion.
Wait a minute. Zeitgeist. Take your zeitgeist and shove it where the sun don't shine. I never mentioned zeitgeist. Now you want to put a fucking label by my name? Go fuck off.
I mean, that's where the Horus and Isis and Ra got popularized, was the zeitgeist in like the 2010, 2011.
That's like a cultist belief.
Well, what happened was in the 19th century in Germany, they were trying to like make Jesus a more Aryan mythological figure. I say Aryan, and they wanted to make him more Eastern, and so they injected a bunch of Egyptian mythology into it in Germany. So that's where it comes from.
Oh. Yeah, I was almost.
Welcome to the shoot stuff, oh God.
I was led down kind of a weird path.
Yeah.
Went like down the whole Rosicrucian thing, and I got into that, and then started having like nightmares. And me personally, it felt like God was saying to get out of that, so I got out before I got in too deep.
I'm gonna bounce out.
It's
Going back to
bad
work.
to listen to God.
Well done for listening to your inner tutor or your inner tuition.
Well, technically, all addictions and obsessions are spiritism because they're idolatry. So.
I don't know about you guys, but I've had countless miracles given to me by the Creator, Elohim. So many times I've lost count. The relationship has never been stronger. 7 years when I listened to him instead of men. It took me 30 seconds to look at something he already showed me to realize the earth was flat. I didn't look at it for a month because it's like going on a roller coaster. I'm not ready to go down that roller coaster because God already told me. I asked him to show me something else. He showed it to me. I took a flight. After I saw a chemtrail in the sky, I said, God, can you show me one I'm really up close and personal? The next day I took a flight and found one right next to my wing, going by me, making a chemtrail. Just happened to be the very next day. Millions of flights occur. Nobody ever even sees a chemtrail plane. I just happened to see one the very next day after I asked God to show me. I mean, and the list goes on. I can just go on for another hour breaking. That's what it's like having a real relationship with God. He's going to answer your prayers. There's different levels to it, and not everybody's going to have the same experience. But you will know God when you have a relationship with him. Period.
Amen.
Also, I've had
when you ask him to reveal,
also
when you ask him to reveal himself to you, he does. But most guys are too scared to truly ask for him to reveal himself.
Let me ask you a question. When the sky starts falling and the skies are red and there's blood everywhere and things are bad as they can get, what are you guys going to be doing about it? Will you be down in your...
I'm going to
play my exactly.
Rejoicing. That's the madness. You're going to be down there.
Breaking.
I'm going to play my
I'm going to be thanking God that everyone in this hellhole, every NPC, is going to be in the wine press of anger and destroyed.
That's where your madness leads. Yeah,
that's not madness. Have you met an NPC? Every last one of them deserves the destruction they're asking for. They want it. They want it.
Is that so? Hold on. Does that include your flat Earth brothers?
Some of them.
If they choose it.
Well, thank you, because you just made that. You just gave
the wall lies. I'm going to tell you this. Hey, you're going to find this funny. 95% of Christendom is going to be trampled too.
More than 95.
More than 95%.
Yeah, I can believe that because you all think you're chosen and elect. You don't even know.
What's this use all? What's this use all? Use all. I just said 95% of Christendom is going to be trampled along with the NPCs because they're just NPCs too.
Yeah. But do you know the beauty of it is you're deceived in thinking that you're the chosen and the elect. You were never chosen and elect. The book are not in the book of life. The book was written long before yous were ever born. Your names will never be in it and never will
you
be in
didn't
it.
believe in any of that stuff.
How are you omniscient? How
That's
do you know
not what the Bible says.
Yeah.
No,
The
you're
Bible
deceived.
says
Your name
that
can only be
name will
blotted out
written.
from it.
Yeah, you're deceived.
Your name can only be blotted out from it.
When you go and see 200 verses in the Bible that support the flat earth, and you start to see that Noah's flood is supported, and they found Goliath's skull with a stone embedded in the forehead, and that they have countless pieces of evidence, the dry patch in the Red Sea where the chariots are still lying at the bottom of the ocean. The amount of historical, credible things supported by that book outweighs the one or two slight mistranslations that may have been occurred in the last, say, couple of 100 years.
I'd call them misunderstandings, not even mistranslations.
So the people that wrote the Bible, what you're saying, they couldn't have wrote the Bible around the history of the earth. Yeah, they couldn't have wrote that around the history of the earth. They had thousands of years to write it.
Men can't even read it, let alone write it. It's inspired by God by default.
Yeah, I'll bet it is. Yeah,
there's too much wisdom.
Yes.
And God is a loving God. He cast the wolf among the sheep. Yeah, woe unto the inhabitants of the earth.
Yes, God punishes. If God does not punish, God punishes because He loves. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So anyone is a father. Anyone who's
hold on.
Yeah,
you know those children that you complain about who are like abused by warlords and starving in all these third world nations? Don't you want to see their murderers and their abusers executed divinely? Because I do. I want to see justice. I don't want to just see, their suffering end and nothing happened. I want to see justice. Permanent, universal, ending justice.
So thousands of years of pain is a loving God just setting up there.
It is a contract. It is a contract. That is what the Bible is. It is a contract filled with case law and why everything is the way it is. It is not just a book about, here's the best way to live. It's here's a contract. Here's the requirements for the contract. Here's a case study. Here's a case study. Here's a case study. Here's a case study. Here's someone who upheld the contract. Here's a case study of someone who did not uphold the contract. It is laid out piece by piece logically, and all of it is derived from the application of natural law. All of it. Every single thing.
So let me ask a question that's been on the tip of my tongue for a while now that I know the server is mostly organised by Christians. Is that why we have such a big problem with the Flat Earth Society? Because they're non-believers?
I'm the only Christian admin. There's 4 admins to the server. I'm the only Christian one.
Yeah. Well, it starts to make sense.
What kind of accusation was that, though? I mean,
yeah.
Well, it's not an accusation. It's a question I asked before that was left unanswered. Elijah.
I don't think you're right.
Well, here's the thing. You know, I got into a back and forth with my brother Mike, because I thought that he was a little unfair when saying that there is zero talk about religion allowed in the live stream. Now, I disobeyed his warnings, and as a result, you're saying what you're saying right now, when I should have just muted you and everyone who uttered the word religion, as per the people higher above me said to do. How dare you?
And by the way, I have me personally as probably the most hardcore Deus Vult, quote unquote Christian here. I go out of my way to make sure that nobody is left out in when they want to speak. I don't care if they're pagan, atheist, agnostic, deist, or if they believe in magic vibrational creator. I don't care. I always make sure, I don't believe in fairness or equity, but I do believe everyone should have that chance in the beginning to be able to present whatever case they want to. So everyone's got the free speech here to be able to do what they want. I mean, to a point.
The reason that we don't like the Flat Earth Society isn't because they're not religious. It's because they put out ridiculous claims that none of us believe and aren't
Earth
true.
is moving up.
Yeah.
Like the Earth is moving through a heliocentric universe. That's why we don't. If they didn't have that claim, and a few others, I'd be fine.
Wait a minute, Meme. What are they moving through again?
A heliocentric universe.
That last word. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Single word or whole word, whatever. Eternity.
This is all God. Yeah, this is all God has to offer, Meme. Just to let you know.
Yep. I'm just saying, if there's places in the world that offer equity, it's always the quote unquote Christian nations that offer all the most equity. Like as debased and degenerate as churchianity, Christendom is, that's where the most freedom exists in all the nations.
And that Christianity preaches about turning the other cheek.
Yeah.
So generally, the Christian societies don't fight back the way that the pagans would, and then you get all kinds of atrocities happening to Christians in Muslim countries and various other places. But anyway, I think that's enough of that chat.
Probably.
About the Earth.
I think so too.
And since that's the end of the conversation, breaking, if you want to send me a private message, if you need me to put my money where my mouth is, I can do that for you. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that suggestion there, Rex. So there's no private messaging required. And thanks, Mimas, for asking the question on the answering the question about the Flat Earth Society, because I knew very little about any of this until I arrived at the server. I did my own research. That's how I got here, and I was invited by someone high up in the server to join the server. That's the only reason I'm here. I didn't know of anything to do with the Christian beliefs of the server. I knew nothing about the Flat Earth Society until I came into the server. So that's why I was asking. Thank you for answering that, Mimas. Yeah, and let's carry on.
But the views of the people here do not represent the server.
Yeah, can I just say one more thing for the admins to consider? Can we make sure that when people are preaching Jesus and the Bible on the live stream, that they're not causing other members who are not of the same mind to feel as if they're lepers, because that has been said more than one time. I heard about casting pearls on swine last night. I heard different statements used from the Bible. It's not nice to make other flat earth believers we're all here because of the flat earth. Okay. Now, if you want to direct the server to Christianity, that is fair enough. I haven't got a problem with that. But please don't make other members who don't have the same belief in Christ as you guys do to feel like
why should we change censorship?
Yeah, the point I'm making, Get Beget, is that some of the sermons that I hear in here, it's as if it's Christian believers that are in charge. I'm not saying in charge. It's as if Christian belief is the main standing of a flat earth believer. That's not true. There's many people.
Vast majority of the Christians, when they talk about, I mean, in the live stream, they tell how it is explained in the Bible that the earth is flat.
I have no problem with that. All I'm saying is that when they're alienating other members because they're not Christians, we need to be careful we're not alienating other members. That's all.
Yeah, but
if you notice, oh wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you ever notice, I mean, memes can tell you that I'm not fighting with atheists about religious beliefs. I'm always fighting with other believers, and we're going back and forth about, well, this says this. It's not somebody who's not a believer. When's the last time you saw a Christian and a Satanist fight? It's never about the flat Earth.
That's actually a really good point. It's always Christians, usually Christians arguing with Christians. And trying to tell them that they are wrong and they're going to hell, or that they're a demon or something,
Right. For example, me and Matthew, let me give an example of it. Me and Matthew Learns. You know how many times I've butted heads with him, and he tells me, well, I just interpret it differently. And I'm saying that's the point. I don't have to interpret it. I just read the words. That's a perfect example of that, and it's with the Glober who thinks that God is stupid, apparently. That's all. Thanks.
But there's also, I've heard plenty of times where anybody who's a Catholic or a Jew or a Muslim be extremely offended. They all should be. Everybody.
Do you know what? I think what he meant was that when you, I've been in the server a bit, and I've heard people speaking here, and I think what he meant was that when people are speaking, generally they refer to the Bible. So or as a listener, I probably assume that most of the people in here are Christian. Because everyone refers to the Bible as a source. But he's right in a sense where, there are people who are Muslims and Hindus and Sikhs or whatever religion it is out there. But who we're hearing speaking referred to the Bible as a source. So I think what he's saying is that maybe he wants to hear it from a different point, like from it being referenced in the Quran or the Gita or another religious book.
I don't think that's any Christian's problem. Like, whoever wants to speak up can speak up.
No, of course I understand that, but he said that he felt like Christians were speaking as the majority, and you have to be careful. I'm not sure why you have to be careful, but you have to be careful about it.
The way that I see it, so much so that I speak up for the Christian so-called. I mean, there's a whole thing about that, but the thing is, they're always being shouted down and told to go take that shit up the street. To be honest, all the time. It's mostly every other kind of believers that just want to talk about, creation or something else. Like, the Bible is like the last thing that's allowed to be talked about in here. And it's only allowed to be talked about when certain people are in here anyway.
And for example, if you cite it from a geology textbook, it doesn't make you a geologist. If you cite from an astrophysics textbook, it doesn't make you an astrophysicist.
It's
so
funny.
If you cite from the Bible, it doesn't necessarily mean that every single person here is then representative of someone making a citation with something. But it's peculiar that feeling that you guys get, that uncomfortable feeling, that's called the Holy Spirit. And it's not us doing anything to you. There's something inside of you doing something to you. So we're sorry that it inconveniences you or makes you feel uncomfortable, but this kind of truth needs to be shared.
I just have to add on top of that real quick. I apologize. I'll just make this real quick. Is that, and the mods can tell you, I've had to been stopped and corrected and muted many times. The difference is I'm not going to tell the mods, hey, stop doing that. You're oppressing me. The mods have to do that. The server isn't built for what I'm doing, right? I'm a different, separate person. But when I'm corrected, I don't start going to all the mods saying, no, you need to allow me to do this. I should have these rights. Where's my rights? I never do that. The server works like a system of people that are different. It's a very homogenous group of different people all over the world. In fact, here's the one thing I just realized recently. This is the only international group on Earth, on the plane of existence. This is the only international group. Find me another one. I dare you. Best of luck. Thanks.
I'd like to, if I could just say, many times, I know we're all talking about Christians versus Christians. And when those things arise, I mean, if everyone could say, you know, we suggest you go down to the debate, the biblical debate, and have a debate about it. And if not, the one who declines cannot defend their position. The one who pouts and cries cannot defend their position. And the other thing I wanted to say was, how many times have you heard people call in and just sarcastically ask people about being Christians, right? Are we going to talk about that?
It's part of the programming.
Yeah.
If you speak to the average Joe on the street, their first position is going to be to say that they're not religious or they don't believe in a God. Until you say to them that you do believe in a God, then they'll say, oh yes, yeah, I do believe in a God. So it's almost like they want to start with a position of disbelief, and then it's only when they know that, quote unquote, you're as crazy as them, that they can start to open up about what they actually think. And it's quite sad, but it is a program, and it's deliberate. And therefore budget is put towards, like a lot of budget is put towards disproving the historical figure known as Jesus. Now, it's not about being religious or anything like that. It's just, here's another book that has more than 200 citations that support this piece of information.
Enjoy the privilege, talking about it, the book, hearing about it, listening, but it's not gonna have a priority as a subject in here, discussion. The priority.
So if we were talking about Newton's Principia, if we were talking about Newton's Principia, do you think people would be coming in here and being offended that we're bringing up Newton because Einstein superseded him? Or if we were talking about a geology textbook about rock layers, would someone come in here and say, you must stop using that book, please, that's offensive? There's no other book except this one that causes this type of reaction.
Because it's
And it's kind of like cognitive dissonance. It's that uncomfortability in new knowledge.
It's reminding you that there is a judgment.
All actions have consequence. You know, and it's such a profound thing. Like, if you create life, then you have the responsibility to look after that life. And if you take away life, you will have the responsibility of what that means to have taken away life.
Well, you will have to give it back.
But there's going to be a consequence.
No man can.
Can you ask a man to separate his beliefs, like what he believes, like what he acts upon? Can you ask him to separate that from I don't know. You've heard from what he acts, from how he acts. Can you separate his beliefs from his actions? No, you can't. You know, years ago, I used to hear separation of church and state and all these things. You know, whatever religion or whatever faith or whatever belief a president or a prime minister or whoever, whatever kind of leader you're going to have, you really think they're going to separate their beliefs from their action? I mean, we talk about the corruption in governments, and we talk about how corrupt they are and the families and how they're all related. Do you think they separate their actions from their beliefs? And do you think you should ask any Christian to do that if someone comes in mocking them? I mean, if someone comes in mocking them, right? Just let them pulverize them. If not, send them to the debate channel. That's the way I look at it.
Sorry, I just want to say something to I think you're a South African. I've been thinking about this quite recently. You know, you said there's consequences about when you take a life. So, you know, like people who join the military and they take a lot of lives and then they have PTSD and severe like mental trauma. Do you think that is like the consequence or karma, or, you know, I don't know a word to it. It's like you can't be free mentally because you've taken a life. You're going to have to face these consequences, you know, and a lot of them have severe mental trauma.
That's
So I have
the beginning of the payment.
I have quite an abstract idea in terms of like the same way that helium rises and heavy things fall, the way that we talk about when someone exits their human body that they start to rise up. I think that on a spiritual realm, there's almost like a density relationship, kind of similar to what the earth is. I don't know what medium is in the spiritual realm, but if you've done good and you've acquired good vibration, you can ascend toward the heavens. If you've done bad, like very bad things, you've received bad vibrations, which is going to cause you to descend and to go downward, potentially through the earth into the bottomless pit. So when someone goes and takes a life like that, I think you acquire a vibration that is, okay, I guess any sin, there's some kind of a vibrational aspect, because the more you sin, the more content you become in your sin. And then when you try and eradicate sin, it becomes like you start to vibrate differently. You feel differently when you're not sinning. So it's, if someone has gone and taken multiple lives and they're having PTSD, some people have PTSD without even taking a life. And that could just be through the simple experience of watching life being taken around you. You may also pick up that vibration. But if there's some kind of a transfer of energy, vibrations can compound. Same thing with electrical frequencies and everything. If I place two crests upon one another, it starts to create a doubled up crest. So if you start to overlap all these frequencies, you can get very out of balance. And I think that that's when they close their eyes and they're sort of going to sleep, and you go into that really deep delta state or beta state of the brain, then I think that you're now susceptible to that frequency realm, and then like your spirit is being shocked awake. But that's just my wild speculation.
I think it's you just committing an unnatural act against another human, and your mind can't cope with it.
I think that's interesting, though, that you say that, because you think you're doing good by serving your country, by joining the military, but you're taking lives, which is a sin, right? But in your head, you think you're doing a good thing, like you're doing an honorable thing by serving your country. And although you might be taking people's lives that are innocent and have nothing to do with the conflict, that's a sin. You know, they have nothing to do with the war that you're fighting. And so I get like, I find it hard to speak, but like, so I feel like, you know, the conflict that you get mentally, like that's the karma, you know, because why should you go back to reality and live a decent life knowing that you've taken so many like innocent people's lives, you know?
There's another dimension to it too, is that it's very natural for men to be like, have a protector hunter type mentality. That's perverted by governments who abuse they abuse their citizens, they abuse the population, they abuse the culture, and twist them into these programmed creatures that will go out and kill for them. So they're taking something natural and beautiful that they should be doing and turning them into machines for profit, for like a war machine. So I mean, they're not even doing it even ostensibly for defense. And a lot of people don't have PTSD till years later, when they kind of start to realize that everything they fought for was a lie. That's when it starts to kick in.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That last bit of what you said, I was like, yeah, there's another layer to it, but you just mentioned it on top of everything you said. But yeah, for sure, maybe the ignorance of it all, like you might not have thought about it, but when you do start to think about it and you come to the realization that, oh my gosh, I just followed someone's word and I did something that I probably innate, something that was innate and you knew was wrong, but you thought you did it because there was a just reason. Then you find out there wasn't a just reason, and that makes your how much you owe that much greater. Like, because now, what if you have like a family? What if, like, are you going to go against everything that you just stood for to tell the truth? Well, I think you're supposed to. But when you don't, it's too much. And I think that's where the PTSD comes from, the guilt, the shame, the cowardice.
And thoughts are vibrations. So each one of those emotional states, being depressed, being angry, each one of those is almost like you're tuning down the way that you sort of play with an oscilloscope, and you play between the frequencies. It's like when you're resonating on this one, you're in a state of guilt, and it's flooding your body with that frequency. And therefore, it's difficult to step out of it because it took time to tune into that. And then your thoughts create your reality in such a profound way. But through vibration and through cymatic manifestation of that frequency.
Well, I just got to say, just about everything the young, nice lady said was absolutely true, minus a little clerical error with the K word at the end. But that's the thing, is that everybody needs the same thing, which is that forgiveness, right? That salvation, that new beginning, that being reborn, right? Away from that terrible, evil lifestyle that I was one of those people you're describing. I signed up after 9/11, being, a prideful idiot, after losing my father and going through some hard times. And I joined to be a tanker and to literally do exactly as you described. And I won't go any farther than that. And I needed to be repented. And I had to eventually stop and admit that God was right and I was wrong. That's it.
Now,
I think. Sorry, go.
You first.
Okay, so it depends obviously where you come from regarding that situation as well, because if you're from America, the military there have been told that they're the victim and they need to protect themselves, but in accuracy, that's not the truth, and they're in it for capital gain, whereas the other countries who are in it are actually protecting themselves from America, America taking their resources. So I think, but Americans, initially they think that they're going into the military. Yeah, we're going to go and protect our country because we love it, but they don't know that, it's all for a few people not making money from it. And then I guess later on, they have conflict in their mind when they realize, that only a few people are actually like monetizing from it as well.
Queen, you want to hear something funny? You don't know a lot of Americans in real life, do you? I mean, you're British, right?
No, I'm from Africa.
Africa, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So you don't know a lot of like Americans in person, probably? Not a lot.
I do. I do. Why?
Okay, because I live in a really red, really conservative area, and nobody believes in the wars over there. Everybody hates them. Everybody wants everyone to come home. Half the people here didn't even want to go. Over half. Like we were literally drugged over there by a corrupt government.
That's what I mean. They're doing it for capital gain, but they're telling people, we need to protect ourselves from jihadists and from ISIS and from Al Qaeda, and these are all funded by,
by the CIA and Mossad.
It's a big rabbit hole, isn't it?
Yeah. We know who they were because we gave them all the weapons.
Right? It's like, it's crazy because when I say things like this, people think I'm anti-American and I don't like Americans, and I stream on Twitch. I don't know if you know it, but I do. And so like a lot of my following is like American, and they think, oh, you hate us because basically I'm saying that America's out for capital gain and they're oppressing the rest of the world, and people are like, oh, you can't say that.
No, you can say because everybody is saying that in Europe. Everybody in Europe saying that, and it's obvious what.
Yeah, like here, most Americans here hate the government. We can't stand it. You got hundreds of millions of people who just hate it, and they don't do anything we say. We could vote and vote and vote and vote, and nothing. They don't do anything.
You don't hate the Chinese for the Chinese Communist Party.
What?
What
Queen of Conspiracy is saying though is it's kind of true. Like they use the American military as the muscle for it, but the capitalists that are making the profiting from this, they're not even necessarily American companies.
They're globalists.
They're globalists. Yeah.
It's not really an American problem. I mean, they're using our muscle to do it, but it has the people who are problem aren't.
Can we just say that? Can we just say the Z word? Can we just say the Z word?
You mean
Can you just say the Z word? It's the Zionist, and we all know it. It's Israel and the Zionists.
You remember the young men and women coming home suffering from the IEDs? They would ride up and down the same road every day, coming back and forth to base. So all these young men and women suffered, and they got PTSD and just awful injuries to their body. And I'm thinking to myself, why wasn't that road drugged with a chopper?
To get blood involved.
You know how many young men and women, suffered from IEDs?
It was to create blood investment. Because when you get people killed, I know that's where you're going with it probably. So when you get your people killed, people are like, okay, now we got to avenge the people who are killed. That's really why we're there now. So,
but also, have you guys watched that animation Monsters Inc., where they capture children's screams? It's a story about adrenochrome. It's about causing the biggest scream or the most pain or the most fear in the child, and then whichever monster can create the greatest fear obviously becomes like the number one monster in the monster training facility. And they hide this stuff right under our noses, and a lot of that death and destruction is just to cause, potentially from a spiritual perspective, but the most pain possible to humankind.
Yeah, it's like the trauma is the point. It's not the war that's the point. It's the
money that's driving it, though, isn't it? The money is the point. If there was no money,
it has nothing to do with money.
No, it's not the money, because they can print money. It has
to do with blood. No, so it genuinely has to do with
sacrifice.
Blood.
They can print money. They can change economies. They can do whatever they want with that. Money is meaningless. Once you get to a certain level of power, money is not your goal.
If the last year only proved one thing, it proved that the money isn't an issue.
Yeah, the last year they just just print more. They can just print themselves rich if they wanted to. I mean, these are the people who start these wars own the capital that the money is based on. I mean, money is not the issue. They already have all the money.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're also harvesting the blood of those panicked, fearful soldiers. Who knows? Like when you go and look into the prison sector, you see that they're using prisoners as slave labor. They have to work and they don't get paid. It's like they're always using it for some other nefarious purpose and besides the sacrificial purpose, and then the depopulation agenda and all the other boxes that war ticks. There's all the financial gain in terms of technology and selling tanks and bombs to both sides. It's a very deep rabbit hole.
All right, y'all. Hey, my wife needs me, so I got to log off. I'll see y'all later.
All right, bye.
Look, Seven Sisters documentary. Does anyone watch? It's about petrol companies. Seven Sisters.
Mm-mm.
And yeah, that's like, yeah, you can see how much war was because of petrol. Almost all of them.
The black blood.
Did you hear me now? Almost all. Or is not petrol? It's some kind of source. How to say?
Natural
resource.
Yeah, natural resource. Almost 99% of wars is because of that.
Said that the resources lead to money, but someone said that they have released so much money recently during this pandemic. If they didn't, do you know how many people would potentially suffer if they didn't get that $600 or whatever it is?
No one would be suffering if it wasn't for the government in the first place. Okay?
Yeah, I think the same amount of people that would have suffered if they hadn't closed down.
Exactly. Sorry we shut your business down. Here's $600.
Right.
I mean, consider this
and debt to other countries for teaching them transsexual subjects in college or something, or some kind of
in Pakistan.
That's not happening. That could never run in Africa. It's a crime from where I'm from, I'm not saying I'm anti it, I'm open, but it's a crime,
Wait till they start funding it. They'll accept it.
We're funded by China, so the money's coming from China.
Do you know how many countries in Africa in the 90s was it was not conflict, any kind of conflict?
What do you mean?
Like a conflict in country,
No
any
wars.
kind of, like a wars or some battles, fights, whatever.
There's regional wars, regional wars between tribes and stuff.
In 90s, because it was war in my country, we were studying about it. Do you know how many countries was peaceful in that time in Africa? I think 3.
Okay, what's your point?
My point is that all Africa was under the conflict. People are asking when will start the Third World War. Third World War started immediately after the Second World War.
I just wanted to make a point about the financial thing. Is that
I don't understand this point about Africa, though, that there's conflict there. I don't understand that.
No, I'm telling you about that all kind of wars, what happened in and how they use that, Yeah.
So America's selling guns to local tribal leaders and stuff. Well, not only America, but other countries. And corrupting the youth.
Russia.
And you have all that production of weapons. You need to spend that somewhere.
Yeah. You need them to protect yourself.
You're producing some material for something, you need to spend that material because it will be, how to say, not for using.
I think everybody should have a gun.
Before this worldwide pandemic, they needed our tax dollars to be able to fund the government and the public sector. And they decided if they're going to exterminate the people, then effectively they won't get the tax revenue that they need. So they needed to sign in these executive orders to allow them, the Federal Reserve, to print whatever number. I think the US was 100 billion a month. So they can print whatever number they want to now and distribute it to the public as well as to themselves. and it's given them free reign that they no longer need the tax income to be able to support their system. They've literally signed all the executive orders under the pandemic clause, so they didn't need public participation. They didn't need any of that because it was considered like wartime, where the government can just step in and lock down.
One good news is the final of football, European. It will be played on Wembley Stadium. It can come 60,000 people, but only who is vaccinated and only who has a test.
I heard you don't need a visa as well if you're going to the match. I don't know if it's true though. My nail tech told me, she's Russian. If you're just going for a football match, you don't need a visa because it's really hard to get a visa to go to the UK if you're from like particular places.
That's funny.
So you can go for a match and stay for the food for the rest of your life?
No, I'm sure immigration, I don't know how it works, to be honest. It's like real immigration check. I heard that you have, I don't know, because coming into the UK, I think you have to go on quarantine, and they make you pay for that, like $2,000 for that quarantine hotel. It's not like sponsored by the government or anything, so it's ridiculous. So not only do you have to pay for your vacation, but you also have to pay $2,000 for the quarantine hotel. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true.
I saw a video, I think it was in Australia, where their quarantine hotel wasn't so much a hotel as it was more of a prison. Chain link fence. They were given like their time in the yard to walk laps and like.
In the UK, I saw that video.
Same in Canada too.
I'm used to that.
Food that's out of date as well, and I'm like, how? If it's in a hotel, they should be providing good food.
I don't know about that. You did the deadly sin of breathing while you traveled.
You know what? If they're gonna force you to stay in a hotel, it definitely shouldn't be at your expense. And yeah, there should be like nightlife there. Like they should have like live music and like make it fun. Make it like when you go on a cruise or something.
You're allowed to go out of your room for a half an hour. That's pretty much nightlife.
No, it's like being a prison cell. What's the difference?
The plan is not to make the slaves used to luxury anymore. Not used to luxury or entertainment. They've taken away our ability to go watch live sporting events, and they're going to use the injectable to try and corral people. And the same thing with 9/11, when they started invading you at the airport and frisking you down and doing full body scans.
That's just free heavy petting.
You know, the ridiculousness about the 2,000 pounds or whatever they have to pay to do that shit. You know, just what we were just talking about. Look at all the money the government just printed up and handed out over the last year and a half, and they're going to force you to stay in a hotel at your expense at like full price of what, or even higher than what that hotel would normally go for a night.
Better to go to jail then they.
It's inhumane to keep people in jail when there's COVID. Unless you travel, then that's your fault.
I think restrictions, I believe, are gonna be lifted soon internationally. I don't even watch the news, so I don't even know what's going on. But I believe that restrictions will be opened up soon. I think.
You said you're on Twitch. What do you do on Twitch?
I talk about politics generally.
Oh, so you do talking. You don't play any
Yeah,
games or
just
anything.
talking. No,
Do you think the Earth's a ball?
I have no opinion on that.
Why?
Why? I have my opinions are on like asylum and refugees and stuff like that. Obviously, growing up in Africa, so I feel like That's what I speak about a lot because my audience is mainly American. I used to live in the UK as well, so I tried to like educate people about Africa because they do you know what they think? They think that everyone is dying of starvation in Africa. Like that's their image outside in the West, and it's just ridiculous. You know, I feel like it is my duty to show people that Africa is the most amazing place.
For 89 cents a day, you can help a kid starving in Sudan.
Right, and then they give less than that. Oh man, I don't even want to go into that, but it hurts me. Obviously, being from Africa, I'm like so proud of it, you know. And then I see the way people think that we live. It's ridiculous. Like,
Where do you live currently?
I live in Congo at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I used to live in the UK, so I like went to school there, and then I moved back to Africa.
So what brought you to the server?
Actually, I have some friends who mod here. I think admin here, and then they invited me, and they were like, "Come in the VC," and I was a bit overwhelmed because so many people were speaking at the same time, and I didn't, you know, it's quite overwhelming. But then I just thought, let me just go in.
Sometimes you got to be brave. Put on that brave face.
Right?
And so you're sitting through. So you're sitting through all this discussion about the shape of the Earth, but you don't see that it pertains to you at all?
I'm listening to everything that you guys are saying about everything. I feel like we kind of covered a lot of things right now. Not only the shape of Earth, but we went into like wars and religion and poverty, you know. And
Wait. You must have formulated some sort of an opinion. On your Twitch channel, you have an entire, like, how long is that episode where the title is, What is the Shape of the Earth? What did you talk about on that?
I ask people, what do they think, you know?
Do you try not to form an opinion because it could alienate some of your viewers?
Not necessarily, but I don't want it to make it about me. You know what I mean? I feel like a journalist and I want to ask people. Plus, if I don't answer and give my opinion, then it keeps the conversation going on for 3-4 hours, right? I don't want to go on there and get like, okay, what do we talk about next? Like, I have nothing to talk about. So I always ask everyone individually and try to like, you know, get everyone involved in the conversation. So I speak about things generally that can be answered. It doesn't matter where in the world you are. Like with politics, I do speak about American politics, and a lot of people who don't live outside, who live outside of America, don't know so much about regional politics in America.
Have you ever lived in America?
I've never lived in America. I don't think I would either. I don't think that there's anything that makes me want to go there except for like the smoke houses, the barbecue. I've seen like this food journalist on YouTube, and he goes to various locations in the South, and the food looks insane. But that is the only thing that makes me want to go there, honestly.
So you have opinions on American politics, which you do not want to go to unless it's to a barbecue.
Yeah.
But you won't formulate an opinion about the Earth, which you are,
no, but it's because
which is indelible to your existence.
I understand that, but at least with the politicians, I can see them. You know, there's with the shape of the Earth, I can't see it, so I can't verify it. You know, I'm that kind of.
Hang on. That's not entirely true. When you walk outside the Earth, you can see it.
I mean, like, I have not left this planet to see what is down here or up there, you know, so I have no opinion on that.
Right, but your first inclination is that it's as it appears.
I don't have an opinion whatsoever, honestly, on the shape. I think it's the least of. I know it's like, obviously I'm in a flat Earth server, but it's the least of the things that I'm curious about, the shape of the Earth. I think I don't know why.
Okay,
what about you?
This is the thing, though. All of these political things, all of these things that you discuss,
yeah,
they happen in a realm, and to ascertain the nature of that realm and whether or not you're being lied to on a day-to-day basis of what that is through propaganda, media, and just how people talk to you. I think it would lift the veil on how the smaller micro parts work if you knew the macro. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think
I understand what you mean.
so. And I'm not trying to push you to. I'm not trying to push you to a specific side, but if we're to ascertain what we're talking about, where we're talking about is equally as important.
I understand that. I have to diversify my conversation though. I can't talk about the same thing. So I did once where I spoke about that. And then every day I have to think of new things, because people get really, it's like a fight. We're all fighting for somebody's attention, right? And that's what we're doing as streamers. We have to keep people engaged.
Queen, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you believe that the American government lied about 9/11?
Do I think it's an inside job? Is that what you're asking me?
Did they lie at all?
Please, who am I talking to? No, honestly, I do. I actually genuinely believe that it was. And it's because I'm pro-Middle East, and I know there's opinions on that. But
most Americans think it was an inside job.
Okay, the question was, you think that American government lied about terrorist attacks?
Yes, 100%. It's come out. The Gitmo Diaries. Have you read the Gitmo Diaries? What they did is actually unbelievable.
I have a reason for this question. I watched like 100 documentaries about that. I believe also that. Not I believe. I think that I know that it's inside job. I cannot say believe because it's obvious. But listen, this that it's small lie. Very very small lie. Because they lied also about the shape of the earth, my God.
What?
They lied about the shape of the earth also.
I understand what you mean, but it's a bit of a different, you can't compare it neither because so many people have lost their lives in the Middle East because of this. Americans invading Iraq and invading Syria, it's something that you can't really compare. Have you seen
he's basically saying that one thing is diet woke to the larger.
Okay.
I'm telling you, and I'm also telling you that because if you want to speak about wars, don't worry about that. I'm a child of the war. I was inside of the two conflict nation, and I was the part of the both nation.
Okay.
About conspiracy, about fight against the war, dropping the weapons in the time of the blah blah blah. I don't want to speak about me. I want to tell you about the sphere because I grown up like a atheist even. I how to say reject religion because of science.
Oh, atheist. Okay, I didn't understand. Go on. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, my English is not.
No worries. Cool. I can understand.
I rejected in my childhood or my grown up all religion. All my let's say roots are religious. I rejected because that was not good for me. I was like, no, everything is like even Big Bang. No, Big Bang. No, not evolution. But I was like. At least that science, Earth is spherical, space, everything.
So did you go to Orthodox?
No.
Where are you from?
Sorry, what did you ask?
I said, are you Orthodox? Because I don't know where you're from, but I'm assuming you come from the Orthodox background.
I'm half Orthodox and half Catholic, if you want like that.
Okay.
But I'm not neither. I'm Christian, but half Orthodox, half Catholic, and that's also conflict was between them and blah blah blah. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, conflict was between two Christians people.
Which one is better? Yeah.
I want to tell you about this. Yeah, and I look into that because I was, oh my God, look at this flat Earth. This is some cult bullshit because I learned in my past that it's like a flat earther, that it's something like I remember the stories, the turtles or the elephants. It's like taking the you have some pictures in ancient, I don't know, you can find that stupid stories, but like elephant is taking the flat earth on the back or something like that.
Okay.
But all that thing, and okay, I was looking into that, and in one moment people were saying no curvature. For me, I know what is curvature. That means it should drop because we are on the sphere. And I look into that, and people show me videos, photographs. We can see too far, and I wanted to that curvature because I learned a lot of math and in geometry, and spherical objects should to drop, and this Earth is not dropping anywhere.
I understand that. So wait, what is the comparison? So we were talking about 9/11 being an inside job. How does this relate to that? I'm just trying to understand.
That is just a little lie in comparison.
How is this related? I think that is related to this. We have NASA. I will tell you now. We have NASA company or whatever, however you want to call organization, blah, blah, but this is government organization. And they are saying they are in space, and they are showing every day. You can watch the video, and the Earth is sphere, and it's turning around. You can see that from them. And their government, and they are showing us.
So you're saying that if they could lie about 9/11, right, which is a small lie in comparison to what you're saying, is that what I'm understanding?
I will tell you now like this. If they did it, they succeeded, and they lied all world that we are living on a spherical rotating ball. And we 99.99% people believe in that. That means that all other things, it's
must be a
nothing
lie.
comparative.
Okay. Oh yeah. I understand.
I'm not saying that it's lie, all things. I'm not saying that all things are lie. I'm saying that all other things are nothing comparing this. Because then I don't know where I am. Then I don't know what is going on.
I understand what you're saying. Absolutely, I do.
Then I don't know which party. I don't know to be anarchist or to be communist or to be liberal. Then I'm confused because how I can be politician in the world where I don't know where I'm living.
I understand what you mean. Absolutely, that is a major thing. Obviously, you should know where you live or where you live. And the reason why I speak about the Middle East so much is because I watch some of my family are Muslim, and so many innocent people dying. And so when I see it, obviously it affects me, because I'm like, how can we explain this? And that's why I guess I speak about it a lot because, I don't like oppression. I grew up in Africa. I know what oppression is. I'm sure you do too, firsthand,
Yeah, but listen this. I will tell you one thing about, for example, Baghdad.
You know what? Let me tell you. Can I just say something quickly? The shape of the earth, I understand what you're saying. However, that doesn't take the oppression away because they're still going to happen. It's still going on, right? They're still going to do it, So it's a completely different subject. I understand what you're saying, but regardless, people are dying. Innocent people are losing their lives. People are being oppressed for capital gain, and there's nothing we will ever be able to do about it because we're
I know what you're saying. I worked for non-government organization for peace, non-government organization for 5 years on the field. I was not we are saying selling.
Yeah. What?
I can tell you one thing. If you want to hear, for example, Baghdad now. Is it boring in Baghdad, Iraq now?
No, but they will be soon because they killed Qasem Soleimani, so ISIS will try to take over Iraq. But who funds ISIS? Like Donald Trump, you know, when people praise Donald Trump and they're like, oh, he was so great. He did not want more war in the Middle East. The guy killed the only guy who was keeping Iraq safe from ISIS. Now ISIS will return. Like they will return and they will go back to doing what they were doing. And it's like, well, ISIS is America's baby, you know, that they birthed it. So
I want to be simple. Listen, this is very, very, very simple. It's very simple. In Baghdad, in Iraq, now, people are because you cannot see. Maybe you because you know, but other people, I don't know, from America or blah blah. What they think it's war. Now. This I know. I know because I know from my experience. Baghdad now, every day it's dying for sure. At least one person. At least one person. And
Sasha, you're roboting out of control now.
Sasha.
Is there something wrong with my computer?
Now you both are queen of conspiracy. You're roboting too. Sorry to tell you that.
We're being trapped by the CIA talking about us.
I know you. I've been in your server.
Oh my God, are you both in a wheelchair blowing in a straw to speak? Oh no, Discord is up.
Maybe both of you maybe drop out and come back.
Yeah, reconnect.
Hey, how's it going? I mean, Sonny, sorry.
Pretty good. I just got done with my bike ride and not daily, but every few days I go out and shoot the sun. So I'm putting those images.
You ever hit it?
Today. I never hit it. No. I can't seem to get there. All I can do is I could see the targets in view though.
Yeah.
Mic check.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, funny.
I think Discord was having a pro.
Yeah, I wanted to conclude. I wanted to say about that story about Iraq.
Anything you said because it was broken up and it was I couldn't understand. I thought there was something wrong with my side.
There was.
Okay. In this moment today, you have, let's say, one guy called Abdul.
Okay.
And he is in Baghdad now, and he don't care about any conflict. He don't care. He has only this in his mind. When listen this. When this will finish, please. Only that.
I know, I understand what you're saying. However, right? Have you heard of ISIS and jihadists?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so they're coming. They killed all the ISIS soldiers. Yeah, they've gone, but they left their kids, and now their kids are growing up, and they're coming back. Iraq was protected from ISIS by an Iranian general who got killed under the Trump when he's in office.
Yeah.
So people are like, oh, you know, Trump, he's so anti-war. He's such a good guy. He did not want no conflict in the Middle East, and he is the one who assigned the death of Qasem Soleimani, who was the only guy that was protecting Iraq from ISIS. His life was dedicated to that, and they killed him. So now that means that Iraq is open for ISIS invasion, but who funds ISIS? America, you know?
I thought the Turks killed Soleimani.
No, it was under Trump's orders.
But didn't the Turks do it though?
No, Trump ordered. He's the one who said kill it. And then when he did it, he said, "Oh, we just killed the number terrorist in the world." He wasn't a terrorist. He was protecting Iraq from ISIS.
Yes, because
I think I'm confused with somebody else.
Create this.
You're talking about Jamal Khashoggi, and he wasn't actually killed by Turks. He was killed by Saudis. I know that's something that I read a lot about and I speak a lot about, because I feel like, everyone wants to paint the Middle Easterns that the bad guys, they're the terrorists, they're the jihadists, and it's like, who's funding this shit? You have to look. It really, and I talk about it a lot. A lot of my audience is American.
To be honest, we're all the bad guys.
Yeah, these are black ops.
No, a lot of my audience, majority of my audience is American, and they're like, oh, you hate America because you're like talking about stuff that's, basically,
Focused on America, but America is not the only seat of power in what you're talking about. There's many players in the game.
Yeah, America is the imperial leader, though. If we want to talk about countries, right? There's others coming up, though. There's talks that China might, surpass. I don't know.
Actually, this America we are talking about is not the US people.
They're representing the USA, right? They represent.
No, they don't represent USA. They are the ones who thrive from the backs of the American people. It's the US Army, NASA, CIA, yeah. The US, this Washington, White House people, they are not the American people. These are the robbers who are the high priests of this globe earth religion, and they worship blood sacrifice, robbery, rape, murdering, stealing, everything, and lying. So we cannot judge the American people based on.
When I say America, I don't mean the civilians of America. I talk about the Constitution. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I get that, but somehow you need to know that also it's not so clean. You have also a big percentage of people who will follow properly what is happening.
Well, yeah, a small percentage. They go along with the story, the official narrative, and they shut their eyes. Yeah, many people, American people, join the U.S. Army because it's
but they also trust their government because that's what we're told to say or do, right?
Exactly. I mean, you take the child from its birth and you raise him.
Okay, hey, hang on a second. Hang on really quick. America is founded on not trusting the government.
America is founded on Greek philosophy.
America is founded on distrust of power. That's a fact. Most Americans, regardless of the time, dislike the government and its actions since the beginning. Yeah. That's a fact.
I can believe in that. Yeah. Even if I said that, what I said, because you have nationalists and you cannot, and you know that. And America is full of. You have also nationalists in America.
I did, but I love my country.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, with nationalism, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, because what's wrong with actually loving where you come from?
There's nothing.
It's a fine line, right? When you're. But there's nothing wrong with loving and being proud of where you're from. There's nationalism in every single country.
I'm not speaking about that nationalism. I'm speaking about nationalism when you hate another nation.
That's not what nationalism is.
That part was created.
I know, but
that part was created by the powers that shouldn't be. They created that whole scenario of people being different, and we have to protect ourselves. We have to protect our borders. We have to go out and damage others, to get resources, and that's all created.
Build a wall against the Mexican people.
Well, I mean, do you have a door at your, or do you have a door on your in the front of your house?
That's a good question.
I mean, you can sit there and talk bad about a wall, but I mean, I've driven around. I've seen tons of fences. Nobody's like protesting those fences.
Joe Biden was like, "Oh yes, I'm for the immigrants," and when he walked in office, everyone's now disappointed because they thought that he was for it. I think it's a double-edged sword, because sometimes you let people in your house and they destroy your house, and I'm speaking from a point, I understand my mother was an asylum seeker, but she worked, some of the people they let in destroy the country, and it's like, how what is the solution in this? If you look at France right now, in Paris used to be the hub for luxury. Now it looks like Skid Row. Now it looks
now it is dog shit. It is as bad as San Francisco here.
Everywhere looks like that now.
Yeah.
Even the resort areas where I live here in Southern California, they look like trash.
What's that place in Cali? Begins with V, a beach.
Venice Beach. It's a homeless camp.
Yeah, there's an account on Twitter that has a time lapse of it 24 hours a day and just shows what's going on there, and they show how it was before, prior to the new settlers. It's crazy.
Yeah, listen, I remember Venice Beach in the mid-'70s when I was growing up, and it was a completely different place. It literally is a different world. I wouldn't recognize it. I haven't been up there in years because it's so horrible.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing is, when you go into somebody's home, and let's talk about the other side. When you go into somebody's home, you have two choices. You can respect and show appreciation, or you can totally disrespect it, act like it's not yours and destroy it. But what do you do with the people that destroy it? It's pretty obvious. You kick them out.
Yeah,
right.
If
somebody comes into my house and pisses on my rug, they're not staying in my house, and they're most likely going to get their ass kicked.
Absolutely. And you gave them everything initially, clothes, everything, support to get on your feet and find your own way. And then it's like you get stabbed in the back for helping somebody. So it's hard, because I think about that situation. Even in Europe, they've closed the doors now. In Europe, they said that you can't claim asylum. If you end up in a country, you cannot claim asylum. You can only claim asylum if you go through United Nations or Amnesty. So they're only limiting, I don't know how many people a year to entry. I know America actually only allows 15%.
I believe what the Dalai Lama said is correct. Europe is for Europeans.
What was that?
I believe what the Dalai Lama from Tibet, he said Europe is for Europeans. Yeah. But it's fine if you're giving assistance, but at some point you've got to fix the house that they're running from. If my neighbor has a fire and I allow my neighbor to come over and stay while his house is being rebuilt,